Chapter 1. A young man has the guts to kill someone in anger. Chapter 1. A young man has the guts to kill someone in anger. Reporting to the Ming dynasty, the criminal has been found out. His surname is Yu and his name is Yuquan. He is a villager in Liaolong village. Have you been arrested and brought to justice? Has the motive for the crime been found out? Are there any other accomplices? The old county magistrate Wei, who was so anxious to get angry that his mouth was full of anger, was shocked, and he opened his mouth to ask 3 questions in a row. It's no wonder that the old county magistrate lost the dignity of a county parent. It was really because this major case in Longmen town was too bad. Since ancient times, the imperial power has not come down to the county. In a small and remote county like Linghuan County, it is impossible not to pick up things on the road and close the house at night, and violations of discipline, such as theft, looting, trail cutting, tax resistance, and village fighting, often occur. But, under the watchful eyes of everyone, the Longmenhe's compound was turned into ruins for no apparent reason with the sound of an explosion. Even Mrs. He and other nobles of the He family all died tragically, and countless servants were killed and injured. How can it be a tragic word? Many witnesses who saw the tragedy were so frightened that they fell to their knees and called for gods to appear. In a short period of time, gossip such as the He family of Longmen was punished by heaven for doing many evils, and the unicorn son of the He family lost his heart became even more clamorous. It's no wonder that the people in the mountains and fields thought this way. After the big family in the town, the county old man and other officials arrived at the scene. The first thing they thought of was, did the Longmenhe family offend the great practitioners so that they were wiped out? The dilapidation of the He family compound is really beyond the imagination of ordinary people. This is a world with practitioners, although practitioners are as rare as 1 in a million. For many mountain people, they will never meet a practitioner in their life. So many people regard the rumors of practitioners as legends. What's more, even many scholars question its authenticity. But these suspicious people definitely did not include the county magistrate, the master, and all the big officials and gentry in Longmen town. Because there have been real practitioners in Longmen town, and they are also Kailan children of the He family in Longmen. It wasn't until a doctor identified the lingering smell of saltpeter and sulfur in the air, and the most experienced Loyobuta followed the clues to find the secret tunnel, that the truth of the tragedy was revealed. This is not only a man-made disaster, but also most likely not committed by practitioners. Because the practitioners they know will never leave any smell of sulfur and saltpeter after shooting. It's too layman and unprofessional. Even Yehuzen doesn't carry such evil ways, it's more like some kind of unknown tricks. And this was a bolt from the blue for the old magistrate Wei. Not only was he unable to hand over the case to the Jinai division who was in charge of Jianghu affairs, but he also cruelly shattered his dream of being promoted and making a fortune while hugging his thigh tightly. Even if it was another big family who was wiped out, the old county magistrate Wei would not be so panicked. But that was the Longmenhe family who walked out of the golden unicorn in the valley. Especially that unicorn son He Qianxing became a direct disciple of Juxuanmen, and the whole He family of Longmen ascended to heaven with chickens and dogs. Even a concierge may be more noble than his county grandpa. What's more, even Longmen town, Liaolong village, and other areas have become famous mountains and rivers, attracting a large number of nobles to visit. And there are not a few nobles who buy houses here. He, a small county magistrate who had no hope of promotion at all, was thus smeared into the eyes of the nobles in the capital. He saw a bright future. But everything was destroyed by an explosion. The old county magistrate Wei can already foresee that this big case may spread throughout Dajin in a short period of time. What can I do? What can I do? For that villain, the old magistrate Wei wished he could eat his flesh and lay bare his skin. Luo catches his head and cups his fists and said, I would like to teach the Ming family to know. After searching all night by the humble official and other colleagues, I found that the Hejia secret road leads to Panlong Mountain. At the foot of the mountain is Liaolong village where the thief lives. As Luo Shuta spoke eloquently, the old county magistrate Wei was expressionless, but he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's normal for a big family to have a secret tunnel. The longer the clan, the more prepared it is for the last survival of the family. However, it is obvious that the secret tunnel of the Longmen-he family was discovered and used by villains. What's worse is that this day is still the Mid-Autumn Festival, and most of the core clan members are there. The old county magistrate Wei didn't know what to say for a while. Did the birth of He's Kailanzi exhaust their family's luck? The old county magistrate Wei, how did you determine that the murderer was that Yu Yuquan? What kind of enmity does he have with the Longmen-he family? Luo Buta said, reporting to the Ming dynasty. After the humble official and a group of colleagues walked out of the secret road, they immediately followed the clues to find Lai Along village, sealed off the village, and controlled Li Zhang and the famous old man. The interrogation preliminarily clarified all the conditions in the village. Only one young man named Yu Yuquan was missing. So that makes him a criminal. The old magistrate Wei frowned. This is too imprecise. Even he couldn't convince him, let alone the He family Kailan and the people in the court who were about to return. According to Luo Buta's words, this Yu Yuquan is only a suspect at best. He didn't believe that a mud-legged boy from a mountain village had the ability to destroy the Longmen-he family in a flash. Luo Buta's expression was particularly exciting and he said, Ming Fu is above, then Yu Yuquan is a child prodigy. Child prodigy? Now even the old county magistrate Wei is not calm. Then Yu Yuquan is still just a naive child. The old county magistrate Wei raised his eyebrows, he couldn't believe it for a moment. If this is the case, wouldn't it mean that not only the He family unicorns but also the Yu family young dragons were born under his rule? Is this Panlongshan the place where the dragon Qi is favored? The point is, if there is such a child prodigy, why has he never heard of it? Luo Butu, I couldn't believe it at first, but I heard from the villagers of Lai Along village that the old Yu's family has never produced a scholar in farming for generations. The copper coin of Chuan Er felt festive, so he named his son Yuquan, but everyone usually calls him Uzialiu. Uzialiu, like the clay monkey in the village, has never read a book, but he was able to write with tree branches at the age of 3. Everyone was surprised. After careful questioning, they found out that he learned to write by watching the second son of the Lu family write. By the way, Lu Er and several other children also confessed that Uzialiu even paid for them to do their homework, but his handwriting was discovered by Master Tao. Old Master Tao was delighted to see Lai Xin. He didn't charge money to let Uzialiu sit in. He learned quickly and well. For this reason, Old Master Tao made an exception and accepted him as a student. Uzialiu knew how to compose poems when he was 4 or 4 years old. The phrase "spring comes and I don't speak first," which Bug dares to speak, shocked Old Master Tao even more, and even strictly ordered him not to compose poems. Along with Luo Tuta's eloquence, a child prodigy named Yu Yuquan began to appear vividly on paper. The old county magistrate Wei couldn't help but be overwhelmed by it, and even sighed. Old Master Tao misunderstood me. If Yu Yuquan wrote more poems, he would surely become famous, and he would surely hear about them early on. How could a prodigy be buried in the countryside? That is political achievement and fame. But the old county magistrate Wei can also understand Tao's thoughts. Hui Ji will be hurt, the child's mind is undecided, and it may not be a good thing to be famous too early. Luo Butu added, Master Tao is also really considerate of his disciples. Not only did he teach him how to read and write, but he also taught him swordsmanship and boxing skills. He has both civil and military skills at a young age, and he sees a bright future. The old county magistrate Wei was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly said, then Master Tao is a practitioner. Probably not. Luo Buta thought for a while and then said, although Mr. Tao is respected as a master, he is actually old and poor. He has been suffering from illness for many years, and his disciples are not promising. The old county magistrate Wei didn't say a word. A person cannot be judged by his appearance. What if he is a great sage from the wilderness? In fact, old county magistrate Wei is more willing to believe that old Master Tao is a practitioner, otherwise Yu Yuquan, a dusty child prodigy, would be too scary. Luo Butu, Yu Yuquan is also worthy of the name of a genius. Not only did he learn from Master Tao, he also learned from all talented people in the village. He learned to carve from a carpenter, learned to farm from a farmer, and what's more, he only learned from a herb picker and sold medicine. I learned to identify medicinal herbs. Under his hand-in-hand teaching, both Lao Yutu and Yu Dalan Yu Erlang learned to identify and process medicinal materials, and made a lot of money for a while, and their family fortunes have prospered. What a child prodigy! The old county magistrate Wei also listened with high spirits. The old county magistrate Wei sighed, but what happened? Luo Buta said in a deep voice, when the Yu family's medicine business was booming. The He family stepped in, and the old Yu family lost all their money. The old county magistrate Wei was dumbfounded. Even if the He family of Longmen is not as good as a wealthy family, it is still a well-known family. Can they take advantage of the old Yu family's medicinal materials business? Catcher Luo, it's He Zhong who has taken a fancy to it. The old magistrate Wei was puzzled, who is He Zhong? Luo Butu, after the family slave of the He clan of Longmen, the Kailan of the He family became a direct disciple of the Juxuanmen, the whole He family rose, and He Zhong and his brothers and sister-in-law surrounded the entire Panlong mountain. County Magistrate Wei Lao. The culprit of all is actually a slave? Old Mrs. He and all the nobles who knew the truth probably will die in peace. The old county magistrate Wei frowned more and more, but he remembered some old things. Since the He family's unicorn took off, the business related to the He family's fields, mountains, forests, rivers, grain, cloth, medicinal materials, and antiques has skyrocketed, and lawsuits have also increased sharply. For this reason, he also received a lot of filial piety from the He family, but he never thought that there would be such a ruthless character as Yu Yuquan in a corner that no one knew about. Thinking of this, County Magistrate Wei couldn't help but break out in thick cold sweat. More details. Yes. After He Zhong circled Panlong Mountain, he accidentally learned that the Yu family had sold some precious medicinal materials such as Polygonum multiflorum and Polygonatum, which are relatively old. He not only asked the Yu family to return the money, but also opened his mouth to quote a sky-high price. At that time, Yu Xiaoliu was too young. Old Yu was so forced that he had no choice but to sell the land. Even the big girl of the Yu family who had promised to marry was forced to sell herself into He Zhong's house as a maid. Wait, He Zhong's family still orders servants? The old county magistrate Wei blew his beard and stared, furious, even more angry than hearing that He Zhong committed murder and arson. Exceeding the rules, a crime of disrespect. Luo Buta was speechless, and didn't know what to say for a while. Perhaps in the eyes of old parents like the county magistrate, exceeding the rules and transgressing are more noble than human life. County magistrate Wei also knew that he was a little rude, but he still couldn't help but sigh. After all, the background of the Longmen He family is a little shallow, and the family management is not rigorous. A mere slave family relied on the power of the master's family to do evil, and the master's family was almost wiped out. The old county magistrate Wei shook his head, and said coldly, the injustice has its head, and the debt has its owner. Yu Liu's revenge is wrong. Luo Butu, 1 year later, when Yu Xiaoliu was 5 years old, they accidentally learned that Yu's daughter-in-law had already been beaten to death by He Zhong's daughter-in-law who treated her servants harshly. County Magistrate Wei Lao. Luo Buta said again, in order to pay off the debts, the evil slaves of He Zhong's family did all kinds of tricks. Under the pressure of profit, old Yutu and Yu Erlang Yu Sanlang were forced to go deep into Panlong Mountain to collect medicine. They didn't come back. It is said that the county magistrate Pojia. The old county magistrate Wei knew that he was not a master of Qingtian, but at this moment he couldn't help but gasp. They are all from the village, and this servant of the He family is too ruthless, it's unimaginable that he looks so ugly. The old county magistrate Wei didn't know that once the oppressed people stand up, they will oppress others even more cruelly. Luo Butu, old Master Tao, supported the students after he found out, and went to He Zhong's house to argue in person, was so angry that he vomited blood, and unfortunately passed away. County Magistrate Wei Lao. In this way, Master Tao is really not a practitioner? What a baby dragon! Luo Butu, old Yutu and Yu Dalan Yu Erlang were trapped in the deep mountains, and the Yu family was so impoverished that they couldn't get rid of it. Yu Silang fell ill soon after, and died soon after. The Yu Zhong family couldn't bear the blow and followed. Even the old county magistrate Wei couldn't help feeling compassionate at this time, and sighed, the hemp rope is only broken at the fine point, and bad luck only finds the poor, it's a pity. He Zhong was killed. Luo catches his head. He Zhong's family is doing well. The old county magistrate Wei sneered, if Yu Yuquan doesn't touch him, then we won't touch him either. As the magistrate of the county, how could he not understand what Yu Yuquan was thinking? Although He Zhong's family is the direct cause, the root cause is the Longmen He family. As long as the Longmen He family is beaten, not only He Zhong's all the evil-doing slaves will be able to escape. Because of the He family unicorn, this incident may spread throughout the great Jin dynasty, and at that time, the big families in the world may be frightened to rectify their family traditions. Worthy of being a child prodigy. Enough. Transparent enough. Pity. The old county magistrate Wei, after talking so much, you still didn't say how you confirmed that the murderer was Yu Yuquan. Luo Kaptu, on the path leading from Liaolong village to Panlong mountain, we found a smooth rock wall with a letter left by Yu Yuquan, the murderer Yu Yuquan. The old county magistrate Wei remained silent for a long time. After half an hour, the old magistrate of Wei's eyes lit up and said, a young man has the courage to kill in anger. Revenge is the most reasonable thing in the world, but killing and paying for life is also the reincarnation of heaven. Immediately organize people to go to the mountain to search, and we must not escape the murderer. In addition, keep an eye on all the servants of the He family and don't let any accident happen to any of them. Yes. Luo Butu, to teach Mingfu to know, the direction of the book may be false. Oh. Leaving a letter is too deliberate, and the footprints are too obvious. It is probably the deceitful trick of the Yu Liu envoy. I asked to send all the hounds in the town and nearby villages to assist in the search. In addition, each household took a dog to search in the mountains to prevent the humble misjudgment. Certainly, the prisoner is the young dragon of the Yu family after all. No matter how careful you are, you can't be too cautious. Yu family young dragon? Luo Butu couldn't help but be astonished. This is a title as famous as the He family Kailan. But soon, Luo Tutu found something tricky. The old county magistrate Wei was looking for a way out. In case their actions fail. It is said that the opponent is a child prodigy, the young dragon of the Yu family who is as famous as the Kailan of the He family. Since it is a young dragon as famous as the He family Kailan, it is perfectly normal that ordinary people like them can't catch it. Damn, there are so many twists and turns in the stomach of an official. At this moment, another thunder rang in Luo Butu's heart. An order was issued to arrest the murderer Yu Yuquan and bring him to justice. Those who capture the murderer alive will be rewarded with 1,000 taels of silver, the body will be rewarded with 500 taels of silver, and those who provide information will be rewarded with 10 taels of silver. Now, not only Luo Baotou, but also all the men's hearts became hot. Under the reward, there must be a brave man. Yu Yuquan, a 10-year-old child, has even surpassed many thieves in the silver rewards. Yu family young dragon? A dead bone in a tomb. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 Storm in Longtan. Chapter 2 Storm in Longtan. The moon on the -th day of the lunar month was full and full, an endless silver light fell down, illuminating the entire Longtan Valley exceptionally brightly. A gentle breeze blows, and a few dark clouds slowly cover the mountain and the moon, as if Mage Yaoi is still holding a pipa and half covering her face, adding a little bit of hazy beauty. It's a pity that Yu Yuquan has no intention of appreciating such a beautiful scenery. Tired. Hungry. Sleepy. Pain. All kinds of negative states hit him like a tide, eroding and destroying his body and mind over and over again. After he couldn't bear it anymore, Yu Yuquan collapsed on the stone, and the package on his back dragged him backwards. There weren't many things in the package, but Yu Yuquan felt like it was a heavy burden, which only caused severe pain in his shoulders. He was so tired that Yu Yuquan couldn't help but stick out his tongue and pant. His expression was very similar to that of a wild dog, but his breathing was not as professional and beautiful. The long and continuous trek through mountains and rivers far exceeded the limit that his small body could bear. Yu Yuquan only felt that his legs were swollen and sore, as if they were not his own. This is because of the leggings; if not, it is estimated that he would have been unable to walk due to varicose veins. In addition, he was really hungry, which only made him feel that his head was drifting and his body was swaying, as if he would fall if the wind blows. Yu Yuquan subconsciously rubbed his stomach, carefully opened the coarse cloth package, took wild vegetable dumplings mixed with a little sorghum noodles, and then began to gorge on the stream water. It's a pity that even this kind of wild vegetable dumpling can't be eaten open. But with something in his stomach, he finally regained some strength, and looking at the full moon above his head, he finally felt a little more pleasing to the eye. Yesterday was the Mid-Autumn Festival. Families were reunited for joy. People in Jin Dynasty valued filial piety. My firecrackers must have caused some effective damage, right? After running for nearly a day and a night, Yu Yuquan could finally slow down and think about this issue for a while. He is only 10 years old in this life, but he has been preparing for 2 years in order to present a gun salute to the Longmen He family. Ever since he discovered the secret passage leading to the He family's ancestral home in Longmen, he began to plan revenge. His enemies are He Zhong, He Yang, and He Chuan, these god-killing slaves, but he chose to leave the salute to the direct descendants of the Longmen He family, such as Mrs. He. As for the reason, first, naturally, he only discovered the tunnel leading to the He family's ancestral house in Longmen, so he really didn't have the ability to dig to the yard where He Zhong's dog slave lived by himself. Second, Yu Yuquan believes that as long as the nobles of the He family feel the pain, the loyal servants of the He family will feel the pain 100 times and 1,000 times. Thirdly, Yu Yuquan was still too young and not strong enough, so he could only barely smuggle the gunpowder to the tunnel under the He family courtyard. No matter how much he could do, he was helpless. For this reason, he could only increase the dosage as much as possible and choose a time when there were as many people as possible to explode. So, he chose the day of Mid-Autumn Festival reunion. In order to escape at night, he has been boiling water with pine needles for almost 2 years. It tasted bad, and he didn't like it, but it could cure night blindness. Therefore, Yu Yuquan has not stopped in the past 2 years. In order to avoid being tracked by hunting dogs, Yu Yuquan even rubbed his body and clothes with ailanthus tree juice repeatedly before taking action. It is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge after 10 years, but Yu Yuquan never thought that he was a gentleman, so he had to take revenge from morning to night. What's more, those of his enemies have been enjoying the food and drink for several years, so the sooner the karma comes, the better. I don't know if it's because of the firecracker that has been prepared for 2 years. Looking in the direction of Liaolong village, Yu Yuquan couldn't help but see a lot of people or things in his mind. Obviously, the time travel has only been more than 10 years, but the memory of the previous life is so far away that he feels like he is in a dream. But at this moment, the memory of the previous life seemed to suddenly become clearer again. Yu Yuquan vaguely remembers a sentence, "Modern people have lost their imagination about poverty." It was the poverty of the past few years that really made Yu Yuquan soberly aware of what is meant by poverty. It is not just material deprivation, but also the lack of opportunities and upward channels. Yu Yuquan regretted it more than once. If only he wasn't in such a hurry, and didn't drum up medicinal materials at such a young age. If only he had studied with Master Tao for a few more years, and after he had successfully established his reputation as a prodigy, he would think about making a fortune again. If only he had a clearer and deeper understanding of the evil of human nature. If various memories came one after another, and those related to Master Tao were particularly eye-catching. A large part of the reason why he barely survived in the past 2 years is due to the legacy left by Mr. Tao after his death. Not much, but at least it guarantees that he won't starve to death. Otherwise, with his small body, he really doesn't know how he would have survived until now, let alone revenge. Yu Yuquan is very grateful to Master Tao. As for being able to go all out this time, the core reason is also because Tao Fuse's gift provided him with the possibility of changing his life. But it also made Yu Yuquan more deeply aware of the impermanence of fate. No decision is perfect. Master, I understand what you mean. You were afraid that I would hurt Zhongyang, but at that time I actually wanted to copy poems to support my hope. However, I have never complained about you. It's the world that's wrong. Thinking of this, Yu Yuquan's eyes became more determined. After recovering a little strength, Yu Yuquan continued to go up the stream of Longtangu with his small wooden sword. He dare not stop. After all, he didn't know when the pursuer would arrive. If there is a practitioner, the time left for him will be even shorter. As for the possibility of encountering wild beasts or something, it can only be a gamble. Rumble. I don't know how long it has passed, suddenly there was a muffled thunder in the sky. It's going to rain? Yu Yuquan couldn't help being stunned. He didn't dare to get in the rain. If he caught a cold, it would be fatal. This was one of the most important lessons he ever learned in his life. Yu Yuquan thought and thought, finally gritted his teeth, and decided to continue on his way. It's raining heavily, at least those ordinary citizens don't dare to continue chasing. Secondly, the heavy rain will take away all traces and smells related to him. As for catching a cold, he was gambling his life this time. If he lost the bet, everything would be over. Yu Yuquan immediately put down the package on his back and took out a shabby raincoat from inside. Although it is broken, it fits his figure very well. Because my second brother once made this up with his own hands. Put on the coir raincoat and the unsuitable bamboo hat, and continue on the road. At the same time, a group of policemen leading hounds looked at the sky in astonishment. Boss, it's going to rain heavily, shall we continue to chase? All the policemen and the servants dispatched nearby all looked at Luobutu in unison. Due to the particularity of this big case, they are all very desperate. Thinking of the huge reward that may be obtained, it is even more motivated. Yu Yuquan is indeed very anti-reconnaissance awareness, but in the eyes of veteran detectives like Luobutu, he is still very immature. After eliminating interference and confirming the direction of Yu Yuquan's escape, they have not stopped for a moment. What's more, Yu Yuquan is basically going upstream along the channel carved out by the stream, so there is no problem of getting lost. It will be a matter of time to catch up. Even though they are getting along very harmoniously now, if they really catch Yu Yuquan, they will start fighting immediately. In order to share the spoils, these servants and good citizens may even divide up Yu Yuquan's body directly. This kind of body dismemberment to receive rewards is not new throughout the ages. The most typical one is Xiang Yu. Yang Xi, who took his head, was directly granted the Marquis of Yangchuan, and his descendants have been prominent for more than 1,000 years. But it would be another matter if all of them braved the rain to hunt them down. Once you have a cold and fever, it may be fatal. After all, there are only a few people who can receive high rewards, and most of them may earn hard money, and what's more, if they can't catch fugitives, they don't even have hard money. Once you contract the disease, you may die from the disease and may even bring down the whole family. Looking at the lightning flashing across the sky from time to time, Luo Buta felt a little stunned for a moment, and couldn't help muttering in his heart. Could it be that this Yu Yuquan is really the young dragon that Ming Fu said? Thinking of this, Luo Buta couldn't help but feel a little dry mouth for a while. Young dragon, that is the star in the sky and the god on the earth. Luo Buta thought and thought, but was still a little undecided. If the prisoner really escapes, I don't know how to deal with it. But soon, God helped Buta Luo make a decision. Whoa! In an instant, there was loud wind and thunder, and pea-sized drops of water crackled down. There was no other way, but Luo Buta and other fast guards rushed to find a place to shelter from the rain. P.S. The new book is pink and tender, please recommend it. Collect it, and support it by monthly ticket, wow! End of this chapter. Chapter 3 The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. Chapter 3 The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish. The wind is like a mountain, and the rain is like a river. In a short period of time, the entire vast land became violent and crazy, and even the water levels in the mountain streams began to rise sharply. Yu Yuquan, who was already young, seemed even more insignificant, forcing him to temporarily change his plan to avoid the wrath of heaven and earth. Fortunately, he was lucky, and soon found a small rock crevice. The space is not big, just enough to accommodate his small body, which makes Yu Yuquan rejoice. It seems that the lack of food and clothing and stunted development are not all without benefits. What surprised Yu Yuquan even more was that shortly after he hid in the crevice of the stone, a little squirrel rushed in. It's just that what it didn't expect at all was that its safe haven was occupied by a behemoth early on. The little squirrel was so frightened that Flax froze, and stood upright, like a groundhog that screamed at a certain sound every day in the previous life. Yu Yuquan saw it, and couldn't help laughing immediately. Being able to hide from the rain in a safe haven with a cute little squirrel, God has treated him well. Maybe it was because of the strong wind and rain, or because it didn't feel Yu Yuquan's hostility. The little squirrel curled up in a corner of the rock, enjoying the rare peace nervously and excitedly. This scene reminded Yu Yuquan of the legend about the He family's unicorn. Legend has it that Kailan of the He family accidentally fell into a cave when he was young. An ordinary person might just die, but Hejia Kailan was not an ordinary person. Not only was he safe, but he also encountered a black goat inside. Under the leadership of the black goat, not to mention escaped from danger safely, they even met a unicorn, and since then they have soared into the sky. The Kaishan clan became a sensation, attracting the head of the Juxuanmen to personally recruit disciples and teach him the golden toad watching the moon and swallowing qi. His cultivation progressed rapidly, and he became a true disciple of the Juxuanmen. The rumors are vivid and colorful, very similar to the fact that foolish men and women concocted all kinds of bizarre life experiences for some successful people. Just like the ancient history books, when the emperor comes to the world, he will inevitably descend into the world with auspiciousness and red light, but those who are knowledgeable will basically not believe it. But Yu Yuquan knew that this rumor was probably true. Before Tao Fuzi passed away, he left him a notebook, a scroll of ancient pictures, and some unique secret codes. It was by comparing and deciphering the information on the map that Yu Yuquan unexpectedly found the tunnel leading directly from Panlong Mountain to the Longmen He family. Inside the tunnel, Yu Yuquan also saw a large number of goat bones. Yu Yuquan even doubted whether the black goat in the legend of the He family unicorn was a sacrificial offering. Of course, doubts are just doubts. What made him even more curious was who Master Tao was and what his connection was with the Longmen He family. In Yu Yuquan's mind, the bits and pieces of how he used to get along with Master Tao came to mind, vividly still in his memory yesterday. What impresses him the most is the swordsmanship, footwork and formulas taught to him by Master Tao. Because Tao Fuzi taught too seriously, if there was something wrong in his study, Tao Fuzi would patiently correct it, which once made Yu Yuquan suspect that it was some kind of peerless magic skill, so he practiced it with extra care. But after many years of practice, He has never cultivated his inner breath, let alone any supernatural growth. Only then did Yu Yuquan clearly realize that this set of swordsmanship is really an ordinary swordsmanship. If there is anything extraordinary, it is that the dance is exceptionally beautiful. Originally, Yu Yuquan thought so, until he got the handbook left by Master Tao. He guessed right, this set of sword techniques is a set of dances. The dance of sacrifices. Can I really communicate with the divine dragon that I don't know if it exists through this set of sacrificial dances? Yu Yuquan's eyes flickered. There is apprehension, but more of it is anticipation. That's right, there are dragons in Panlong Mountain, or the dragon is Panlong Mountain. The place names of Lai Along Village, Longmen Town, Longtangu, Longkudu, etc. are not groundless. For example, when Yu Yuquan was a child, he heard his father talk about ancient times, and he heard a story about a fairy slaying a dragon. It is rumored that there was an evil dragon in ancient times, who wanted to stir up wind and waves, flooded countless fertile fields and houses, and the world was upside down for a while, and the people were in dire straits. At the critical moment, the immortal took action and knocked the evil dragon down to the mortal world, and then suppressed it with a pagoda. The legend is solid and clear, but the world has never seen Long Bao Pagoda in this town. But regardless of whether the legend is true or not, Yu Yuquan has to give it a try. Because the place he was going to this time was indeed Longtan, and on the ancient picture scroll, what was marked here was Longan. Roar. In the wind and rain, there were roars of beasts from time to time, and occasionally some shadows of beasts could be seen scurrying against the heavy rain. Yu Yuquan, who was looking directly at it, couldn't help turning pale. The mountains in this world are indeed more dangerous than he imagined. The torrential rain came and went quickly, about a cup of tea, the rainstorm stopped, and the full moon peeked out from the thick dark clouds again. The endless silver light is falling, and the water droplets reflect the light, romantic and beautiful, full of poetic and picturesque. From the crevice of the stone, the little squirrel rushed out without looking back. Yu Yuquan cheered up and started to hurry again in this night. The mountain road after the rain was extremely difficult, even though Yu Yuquan was extra careful, he even fell several times. Luckily he was not seriously injured. At the same time, all the detectives who had just braved the storm and rushed to a private house couldn't help but want to curse. Is this intentional? After traveling for so long, everyone was soaked in the rain. Finally, we found a house that could take shelter from the rain, but the rain stopped. For a moment, every policeman felt extremely unhappy. Not getting out of the rain is worse than getting all of them wet. Boss, do you want to continue chasing? Everyone looked at Buto Luo again. Luo Capto looked at the vast mountains and felt a little confused for a moment. So Yu Yuquan is really a young dragon? First, the heavy rain blocked the road, forcing them to divert to avoid the rain. After this successful diversion, the rain stopped again. Gollum! Luo Butu, who was already somewhat superstitious, couldn't help swallowing his saliva. If he is really blessed by God, if he continues to chase him, he will be acting against heaven, and he might be repaid. At this moment, the gate of the small courtyard of the private house creaked open. The officials have worked hard. Since you are here, why don't you come to my house to drink some hot wine to warm your body, so as not to catch the cold? The old man's words trembled, obviously a little scared. Mulled wine? Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. In the era of extremely scarce food, the preciousness of wine is self-evident. As long as it is not mixed with wine, it is a conscientious businessman. Seeing that all his colleagues were greedy for alcohol, coupled with the idea of God bless just now, Luo Butu immediately stopped insisting. Then I'll bother the old man. After Luo Captive finished speaking, he took out a piece of broken silver and forced it on the old man. Everyone was immediately happy. Yu Yuquan didn't even know how much disaster this rainstorm had blocked for him. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, it was the afternoon of the second day. The sun was shining brightly and the autumn air was crisp. The heavy rainstorm last night seemed to have never happened. But Yu Yuquan was half muddy and exhausted, but he clearly remembered everything about that rainstorm. However, Yu Yuquan's eyes are still extraordinarily bright. Longtan, to be exact, is where Longjian is located. He has finally arrived. Whether he loses or wins in this huge gamble, there will finally be a result. Longtan was bigger than he imagined, about the size of a football field. The water inside was rippling and green as far as the eye could see. The mud washed up by the torrential rain last night did not affect Wang Baiquan in any way. Yu Yuquan sat down on the smooth blue stone, gasped for a few breaths, and then struggled to find the ancient scroll from the bag. The next step is to follow the map to find out. After repeated comparisons, Yu Yuquan found the location of the mountains, trees, rocks, and small platforms on the map. According to ancient scrolls, this small platform is essentially an altar. It coincides with the principles of yin and yang, 5 elements, and 8 trigrams. Standing on the altar, dancing the sacrificial sword dance with sincerity to communicate with the dragon god. After a lot of effort, Yu Yuquan successfully stood on the altar, and suddenly felt that the ancient scroll in his hand became hot. Immediately, Yu Yuquan's eyes suddenly blurred, and everything in front of him seemed to have double images. This feeling was only for a moment, and then Yu Yuquan felt that everything in front of him seemed to have changed. Looking at the mountains, trees, and rocks, especially the hectare of clear water, it seems that a huge dragon's head is reflected on it. After a brief daze, Yu Yuquan couldn't help but be ecstatic. He seems to have won the bet. The bigger the storm, the more expensive the fish, and Yu Yuquan is looking forward to the rewards brought by this gamble. With the Kailan Zuyu of the He family in front, maybe he can become the real descendant of the dragon? End of this chapter. Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Standing on the mountain stone altar, Yu Yuquan faced the dragon's head reflected in the water. It was obviously just the reflection of the rock, but he still felt as if he was being targeted by some kind of terrifying existence. The exact feeling is unclear, but there is a feeling of chills down the spine. Yu Yuquan endured the discomfort in his heart and put aside all negative emotions. Even though there might be unknown dangers in this trip, or even worse, he was simply going to deliver food, he was still determined. There is no way out. Yu Yuquan spread the ancient scroll in front of him, meticulously. Then, according to Tao Fuse's teachings and the secret words on the ancient scrolls, they began to offer sacrifices to the heaven and earth in all directions. A gust of wind ruffled the entire Longtan water, creating ripples one after another. The pressure became stronger, like a warning, like heavy pressure. Yu Yuquan's complexion turned pale, his small body couldn't help shaking, but he persisted and completed the worship meticulously. Afterwards, there was the sacrificial sword dance. The sword is a small wooden sword that he has always carried with him. He has danced countless times for the sacrificial sword dance. But this time, it was extremely difficult. Yu Yuquan gritted his teeth and persisted. Walking with the sword, although she did not have the beauty, chic, and lightness of the usual practice, but she had a sense of power that she had never had before. But with this change, the charm of the sacrificial sword dance began to become completely different. The originally free and unrestrained sword dance became thick and simple, full of killing intent, and the sound of killing could be heard in the ears. I don't know if it's an illusion, Yu Yuquan felt as if there was some inexplicable Dao rhyme flowing in his heart. What followed was that it became increasingly difficult to dance the sacrificial dance smoothly. Frightened, frantic, faintly feeling that a catastrophe is imminent, Yu Yuquan wanted to stop instinctively. After all, people seek advantages and avoid disadvantages. But he finally gritted his teeth and insisted. For him, even a sliding shovel to deliver food is better than going to jail and being beheaded for public display. At least this is the way he chose to die. In addition, if he could really die in the hands of a real dragon, it might not be in vain for him to come to the world. Fortunately, he has practiced this sacrificial dance enough times, and he has already formed muscle memory. Even if he has no thoughts, he can dance with instinct. All that's left is to persevere. Time passed by, and without knowing when, Yu Yuquan felt the wind and thunder all over his body, and faintly opened his eyes. It's obviously not real, but it feels like needle pricks, and it hurts everywhere in the body. Where his eyes opened and closed, there were flashes of lightning, wind, thunder, and waves, and the transition between day and night, all of which seemed to be flooding in his mind. Adhere to. Adhere to. Adhere to. This is the only thing he can do. When the sweet smell of blood suddenly hit his mouth and nose, Yu Yuquan finally finished this ritual dance that he had practiced countless times. Immediately, Yu Yuquan found that all the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning in front of him suddenly disappeared, and everything became calm. As if nothing happened. But in the next moment, Yu Yuquan was surprised to find that the clear and green longtan in front of him suddenly turned upside down. The sky turned into the earth, and the clear water turned into the sky. When I regained consciousness, my feet were already on the ground, and I felt a sense of solidity. Looking around, in front of him is a bewildered cave with a shining green light. The cave is very, very large, except for the unusually eye-catching stalactite Tianzu, other places are even more empty. Of course, occasionally you can still see some rocks riddled with holes, like rocks washed out by endless waves. Further away, you can see some strange buildings such as coral trees and shell mountains, which are sparkling and jewel-like, just like the underwater world seen in previous lives. This is Dragon Palace? All Yu Yuquan was thinking was not sure whether the guess was true or false, but what he could basically confirm was that this was already another dimension. At least in terms of size, it has far surpassed Longtan, and it has an unimaginable vastness. Is this the scenery that only practitioners can glimpse? Yu Yuquan's eyes were shining brightly, looking at everything in front of him greedily, and the joy and excitement of stepping into the world of practice emerged in his mind. However, Yu Yuquan did not forget the purpose of this time. He immediately saluted seriously and respectfully said hello to Shen Long, but unfortunately there was no response. Yu Yuquan chose to continue exploring inwardly. Taking one step forward, Yu Yuquan was shocked to find that the place he stepped on lit up with green light, and then faintly appeared water splashes. This is too magical. In order to appear more calm and steady, Yu Yuquan did not stop to study, but continued to delve deeper step by step. Wherever he stepped, waves appeared, and on the edge of the waves appeared a large number of flowers, plants, insects, fish, and ancient trees. Going forward, you can even see some birds and beasts, and even a large number of human beings. Hunting, fishing, herding, farming, sacrifice, and war. All kinds of glimpses of human activities passed before him like a revolving lantern. Occasionally, he can even hear some Sanskrit Zen chants, Taoist rhymes, and fairy whines, which bring him infinite enlightenment. What kind of dragon is this? The Dragon King who has enjoyed massive human sacrifices? No one answered, so the answer is unknown. At this moment, a strong wind full of salty, damp, and cold air suddenly hit. What followed was a storm. Yu Yuquan has forgotten how many times he has experienced wind and rain in a short period of time. In other words, since he went upstream against the Longtan Valley, he seemed to have an indissoluble bond with wind and rain. However, all this seems very, very reasonable. Because the dragon is the god who controls the wind and rain. But this time the wind and rain seemed very different from before. It obviously came from outside, but Yu Yuquan felt that the wind and rain penetrated Ma Yi's skin and penetrated directly into his soul, so that the wet feeling could not go away. This gust of wind blew for a long, long time, so it rained for a long, long time. Because of this, this space where the heaven and earth were upside down was suddenly filled with flood. And this caused Yu Yuquan to drift with the crowd uncontrollably. I don't know how much time has passed, when he was paralyzed on the ground and vomited a lot of water with great difficulty, he narrowly escaped death, but before he had time to rejoice, Yu Yuquan found that he came to a bigger space. Looking up, there is a huge dome. There are exquisite murals on the dome. There are a lot of pearls inlaid on the murals, which illuminate the whole space as bright as day. At this time, Yu Yuquan discovered that this space is actually a part of a huge palace. It is really hard to imagine what kind of ingenious workmanship can create such an architectural miracle. But Yu Yuquan had no intention of appreciating it at all. Because at some point in front of him, a huge faucet appeared out of nowhere. It's really too big. His small body is not even 1/3 the size of the dragon's eye. What's more, the naturally hanging dragon's whiskers are like giant rafters to him. What followed was some kind of inexplicable pressure. Perhaps the giant dragon didn't release any pressure at all. But just this astonishing size gap made Yu Yuquan instinctively feel fear. What's more, he was too close to the pair of dragon eyes. Even without deliberately interpreting them, Yu Yuquan could still feel the coldness and aloofness contained in the dragon eyes. Just like humans looking at ants on the ground. Maybe you can watch it with great interest for a long time, but it's just a whim, and it's normal to crush your fingers and feet to death when you run out of interest. Yu Yuquan intended to stand up, but his brain seemed to be short-circuited, and his body was out of control. Not only did he fail to stand up, but he seemed to have his bones pulled out of him and turned into a pool of limp mud. Even the teeth couldn't help but chatter, and every bone seemed to be screaming. Yu Yuquan thought that he had been a very perseverant person in his 2 lives, but when he really faced a mythical creature like a real dragon, he discovered that his bravery, perseverance, and fearlessness were more due to ignorance. He had actually made countless plans in his mind for this trip, and even rehearsed the tone of voice he should use countless times. But it was only when he faced the existence of Shenlong directly that Yu Yuquan realized that all his preparations were actually meaningless. Tiny humans. There was a strange syllable in his ear, not in any language that Yu Yuquan knew, but he understood it. This should be the divine word that directly affects the soul. Yu Yuquan was still very scared, but bursts of joy couldn't be restrained in his heart. Shenlong can communicate, which means that he still has the possibility to win the bet. But in the next moment, Yu Yuquan fell directly from heaven to hell. If you are not the one I have been waiting for, I will eat you. Yu Yuquan's complexion was pale, without a trace of blood. He knew Shenlong was not lying. Because for a stalwart creature like him, he doesn't even bother to lie to him. In addition, he could also hear the endless pain from Shenlong's tone. It was the endless anger after being deceived, imprisoned, and waiting for fruitless hope to be shattered. Did you lose the bet? Yu Yuquan gritted his teeth tightly. He knew that he would become the blood of this giant dragon in the next moment, and die a tragic death. There is no room for a comeback. The gap between him and Shenlong is really too big. Any resistance would be like a gnat shaking a big tree. Sure enough, no matter what world you are in, gamblers will never end well. But with an ordinary background and no family protection, what else can he do except fight and gamble? After all, it is still too unwilling. Yu Yuquan felt that he should do something more because he really didn't want to die. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 4 Gamblers. Chapter 5 2 Gamblers. Yu Yuquan knew that he had to do something, or to be more precise, he had to say something. Even if he could not dispel Shenlong's intention to kill him, he would at least arouse Shenlong's interest and think that he was an interesting ant, and then stay for the time being. He has a small life. In this way, he may be able to find a chance to come back. After all, as long as a person is not completely dead, it may not be completely hopeless. But he doesn't know how much patience Shenlong has left for him, or whether the mythical creature will be lonely. After all, the long-lived species of mythical creatures and the short-lived human beings have completely different concepts of time. In stories passed down orally, evil dragons were suppressed by immortals with pagodas for countless years, which is an old story from ancient times. But for Shenlong, maybe it was just a little nap. Yu Yuquan's words were not astonishing, and he was very good at chatting. Senior Long, you must be very unwilling to be suppressed by the immortals here. As soon as the words fell, a trace of anger, shame, hatred, and unwillingness flashed in the huge dragon's eyes, and the killing intent gushed out even more. In an instant, Yu Yuquan felt as if he had been hit hard, and his mind felt as if thousands of steel needles were pricking him. He fell over in pain, blood gurgled from his mouth and nose, and his body could not stop twitching. This is Shenlong. The legendary scales are as long as they can appear or hide, they can be thin or huge, they can be short or long. The spring equinox ascends to the sky, the autumnal equinox dives into the abyss, and controls the wind and rain. It is one of the oldest, noblest, and greatest beings in the world. Yu Yuquan felt that he was closer to death. But the only thing that can defeat death is death. Anyway, you will die sooner or later, so it is better to give it a try and maybe you can turn things around. Yu Yuquan endured the severe pain and said, the boy is indeed very small even if he is an ant, but since you are willing to lead the boy here, at least it shows that you are not willing to be a prisoner forever, and are willing to try it. Woo. Before Yu Yuquan could finish speaking, his body hung upside down. With his head down and his short legs pointing up, the blood gushing from his mouth and nose flowed directly into his eyes and poured into his nasal cavity. The saltiness of the blood made him unable to open his eyes for a while, and it became extremely difficult to breathe. Even so, Yu Yuquan still feels that he and Shenlong are getting closer. Just like the peanuts being hung above the dragon's mouth, as long as the Shenlong let go of his thoughts, he will fall into the bloody mouth of the Shenlong with great precision at any time. However, it was from this extremely special angle that Yu Yuquan finally saw Shenlong's majestic face clearly. The head is like a camel, the horns are like a deer, the eyes are like a rabbit, and the ears are like a cow. There are beards beside the mouth, pearls under the chin, reverse scales under the throat, and mount bow on the head. However, they are all magnified countless times. If so, the more Yu Yuquan looked at it, the more he matched it with the image of the dragon recorded in the ancient books of the previous life. For example, the bashan on the head of Shenlong is also called Chimu. As the saying goes, a dragon cannot ascend to the sky without a foot or wood. Bashan is essentially the organ used by the dragon to soar into the clouds and ride the mist. What was even more unexpected was that Yu Yuquan discovered that there was a strange grain of cinnabar in the center of Mount Bow on the dragon's head. Its outline always feels familiar. Perhaps it was death that threatened Yu Yuquan's mind, and all kinds of memories came to him one after another. A flash of inspiration flooded into his mind like lightning, giving him the feeling of seeing the moonlight through the clouds. Yu Yuquan blurted out, Senior Long, this cinnabar is the pagoda used by the immortal to suppress you, right? After saying a word, the air in the entire dragon cave suddenly became extremely quiet. The only sound, apart from Yu Yuquan's tight and difficult breathing, was the ticking sound of dripping blood. In the next moment, Yu Yuquan's body fell to the ground, and his breathing became much smoother as a result. The joy of the rest of the life after the catastrophe immediately hit my heart, and I even forgot the pain in my body. It's good to be alive. It's not in vain that he persisted until now and hasn't given up. Shenlong's huge eyes turned and stared at Yu Yuquan. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, followed by Yu Yuquan's breathing and heartbeat. Yu Yuquan feels very sad. Not only physical pain and abnormalities, but also intense mental discomfort. It feels really unfriendly for him to face such a stalwart mythical creature as Shenlong at such an insignificant stage like an ant. There is no room for choice, no possibility of equal dialogue, even personality and soul seem to be completely short of that Shenlong who doesn't know how many chips. But when Shenlong looked at him, Yu Yuquan still looked at everything about Shenlong very, very hard, even though it seemed extremely ridiculous and childish. And the more you look at Yu Yuquan, the more you can deeply understand the greatness of mythical creatures like Shenlong. The scales are huge and gleaming, and the outlines are beautiful and natural, with an indescribable charm. Even after just a few glances, his brain couldn't help but instinctively sketch and trace, and even the pain in his brain seemed to have subsided a lot. Yu Yuquan didn't know why, but the more he described it, the more mysterious he felt, like the life instinct written into his DNA. Incredible! It's as if the existence of Shenlong itself is the Tao. Mysterious and mysterious. Shenlong, human, you are very courageous. When Yu Yuquan heard this, he became humble and said sincerely, the boy is greedy for life and afraid of death, so he can be brave and fearless of death. If there is any offense, please forgive me, Senior Long. Shenlong, you are not a creature of this world. Yu Yuquan was taken aback for a moment, his pupils couldn't help shrinking. Time travel is his biggest secret, how does this dragon know? Although Yu Yuquan's micro-expression is cryptic, how can he hide it from an existence like Shenlong? Long Mu couldn't help but burst into unexpected brilliance for the first time. I am the only true dragon in this world. I don't know what happened to the dragons before me, and there will be no dragons like me after me. What a big breath! The only dragon, the ancestor dragon? Yu Yuquan didn't speak. But he vaguely understood what Senior Long meant. He is the only dragon, no matter what he looks like, it is a matter of course. It's like being the only person in the world. Even if he grows cross-eyed, others will see the existence of such a creature as human and subconsciously think that people should all have cross-eyed people. But Yu Yuquan said straight away that the cinnabar between Shenlong's eyebrows is a pagoda to suppress him, which is not normal. In addition, Yu Yuquan got another absurd but true information about other worlds from Long Yat. Think about it, he can be a time traveler, so why can't there be other worlds? This world may be far wider than he imagined. And this also made Yu Yuquan more eager to live and to embark on the path of spiritual practice. The world is so big, he wants to see it. The visitor from another world himself may also be his best hope for a comeback. Yu Yuquan's face was serious, and he said like an adult, Senior Long's insightful eyes, the boy is indeed not from this world. I know it from birth, and it may be the only variable in this world. If you don't want to give the boy a chance, I will give you a chance too. Variable? Long Mu once again had different emotions. It was obvious that the word variable really touched him a little. The world is like a big chessboard, and every chess piece has its destiny. But variables can bring unexpected changes to the chessboard, and even overturn the entire chessboard. There are countless flashes of light in the dragon's eyes, and he can't help but think of the beautiful woman who brought trouble to the heaven, and the majestic figure who slashed the dragon mountain, the ancestor of the heaven, with his sword. Variable? Variable. The dragon's eyes were bright, and in the next moment, Yu Yuquan felt as if he was completely seen through because of his transparency. At the same time, a large number of glimpses of Yu Yuquan's life emerged in Long Mu. In particular, Yu Yuquan's wisdom and resoluteness, and even the perseverance and ruthlessness that he had prepared for revenge for 2 years, made him marvel over and over again. But this pair of dragon eyes finally locked onto a picture. Before the bed, Master Tao gasped heavily, pointing to a hidden cell and exhorted Yu Yuquan, the Tao family has a lot of crimes, and the last shadow of the old man's generation has also been exhausted. It is normal to cut off children and grandchildren. To have a person like Yuquan genius disciple, the teacher can rest in peace even if he dies. Don't be impulsive, don't want revenge, and live well. The things in the dark cell are up to you, and it's best to burn them. If you really feel unwilling to do so, you can take this picture and take a trip to Longan when you become an adult. This trip will lead to a narrow escape from death. Remember, remember. The lineage of the Tao family has been discontinued. The eyes of Shenlong are instantly filled with endless violence. Cut off children and grandchildren, how can you cut off children and grandchildren, you promised him. Bastard! Cluck, cluck, cluck. Yu Yuquan, who was already seriously injured, was rushed by the sudden long way, and couldn't hold on any longer. His eyes darkened, and he passed out directly. Shenlong was stunned, and hurriedly put away all the coercion. Seeing that Yu Yuquan was seriously injured and dying, he was shocked. Tao's lineage has been cut off. If this little baby dies again, wouldn't he be suppressed forever? Shenlong was a little anxious, and hurriedly prepared to use the breath of heaven and earth to heal Yu Yuquan, but quickly dismissed the idea. In his opinion, Yu Yuquan, a human cub, is too fragile, and even the breath of heaven and earth he controls may not be able to withstand it. What's more, he is still a prisoner, and the breath of heaven and earth he can mobilize is extremely limited. Last chance to bet? He hates gambling, and he hates gamblers even more. Because of this, after realizing that Yu Yuquan is also a gambler, his affection for him disappeared. To be more precise, he didn't hate Yu Yuquan for being a gambler, but hated himself who had lost everything. After thinking and thinking, weighing and weighing, especially when thinking of the odd number and the last chance, Shenlong couldn't help baring his teeth. He struggled to mobilize the few available forces in his body, and then slowly forced out the dragon balls in his body bit by bit. But in this process, the small tower between his eyebrows was showing signs of lighting up faintly. But even if it's just a sign, Shenlong still has the feeling that disaster is about to happen. Shenlong hates him greatly. How long will he be suppressed? Knowing this earlier, why should he have flesh and blood, soul and consciousness? She clearly let him see the world beyond the mouth of the well, yet sealed him at the bottom of the well forever. Hate. Shenlong gritted his teeth, completely cut off all thoughts, slowly forced the dragon ball out, and then drove the dragon ball into Yu Yuquan's body bit by bit. After a while, Shenlong completely succumbed, and his body even showed signs of collapse. But at this moment, the small cinnabar pagoda between Shenlong's brows suddenly lit up, forcibly helping Shenlong lock his energy. Even the body that started to show signs of collapse just now was solidified again. Shenlong himself was stunned, and the hatred in his heart was even more unimaginable. It's fine not to let him live a good life, and even take away his right to choose to return to his original source, which is very good, really good. The body of Shenlong is revealed, huge and boundless, without any chains to restrain him. But he is a prisoner who will never have a chance of being released after serving his sentence. Shenlong, who originally hated gamblers because of his gambling losses, was overwhelmed by the extreme hatred at this moment. No longer caring, the dragon's claws suddenly clawed at his heart. Whoa! A large amount of viscous blood was poured on Yu Yuquan's body like hot lava. In a short time, Yu Yuquan's body was completely wrapped in hot dragon blood. Under the high temperature of dragon blood, even steel might melt, but Yu Yuquan, who fused with dragon balls, seemed to have obtained some kind of complement. The flesh and blood are glowing, the internal organs are flowing with traces of magic, and even the brain is glowing with light, undergoing an astonishing transformation. If a practitioner saw all this, his jaw would drop in shock. This creation is really amazing. Not to mention ordinary practitioners, even the proud son of heaven who was born with a golden key in his mouth, would be crazy about it. P.S. Big long chapter, please recommend. Collect and ask for a monthly pass. End of this chapter. Chapter 6 Knocking on the Heavenly Gate, please recommend and collect. Chapter 6 Knocking on the Heavenly Gate, please recommend and collect. When Yu Yuquan broke into Longtan alone, the entire perimeter of Panlong Mountain was filled with servants of the Longmen He family, servants of the Linghuan County government, servants of major families, and a large number of servants drawn from surrounding villages and towns. It has to be said that when a famous family tries its best to achieve something, the energy it can burst out is unimaginable. Especially when this big clan still has a Kailanza with a bright future, the energy will explode 100 times and 1,000 times. Even many forces that had no way to make friends in the past have invested a lot of manpower and material resources. For a moment, the entire Panlong mountain seemed to be dug up. But all the searchers did not dare to go too deep, not to mention ordinary men, even the detectives with some basic kung fu skills. The depths of Panlong mountain were still a restricted area. Dashan has been ruled by ferocious beasts since ancient times. Time passed by in this casual search process, and a week passed in the blink of an eye. Long Men He's somewhere in the garden. A young man with his legs and hands wrapped in splints, his eyes as dark as ink, looked coldly at the many slaves kneeling in front of him. The air seems to be frozen. The slaves with unclean buttocks were even more frightened and trembling, especially the slaves who had taken advantage of the power of the Long Men He family in recent years to seize land and property. The young master's name is He Kyunyu, and he is one of the few direct descendants who survived the big explosion. Even so, he was still severely injured, not to mention broken arms and legs, and even his face was disfigured. But these are not as good as the pain in his heart. With a bang, he almost lost all his relatives. He Kyunyu looked at He Zhong, who was kneeling in front of him like a dog, and his anger seemed to burn everything. "You are really nice, Mr. He." When He Zhong heard this, he was even more frightened and kowtowed repeatedly. In a short time, his head was covered with blood. He Kyunyu sneered and said, "How can I, a mere dandy, be able to withstand your gift from Mr. He?" When the servant next to him heard this, he stepped forward and stopped He Zhong, who was kowtowing desperately. "Master, this slave is convicted, please give this slave a good time." He Zhong, who was half dead from fright and almost out of his wits, seemed to only beg for mercy. He regretted it and knew he was wrong. "Unfortunately, everything is too late." He Kyunyu sneered, stretched out his hand, and a maid next to him handed over a booklet. "In the 7th year of Yongchang, you used my name as the He family to forcefully buy 30 acres of high-quality paddy fields for 5 taels of silver, and forced the widow Kui's family in Chang'an Zhuang to death. In the 8th year of Yongchang, you called yourself the 8th master, and forcibly bought the glazed jade statue, the treasure of the store in Daondang town. When did you become my 8th brother again, Mr. He? In the same month of the same year, you accidentally learned that Longkyutuhu's family had a secret medicine prescription, and you asked for it in the name of the 3rd brother. Does the 3rd brother know? One by one, they are like countless family treasures. He Zhong, He Yi, and He Yang, the slaves who did evil, were all pale with fright. For a large family, it is normal for slaves to use slaves to defraud their masters. They may even lead a better life than some masters. It is normal for slaves to bully their masters. After all, for a rich and famous family, the family is not far from a small imperial court. But this lid can't be lifted without removing it. Once it is lifted, the owner's family will definitely become a laughing stock. As for slaves, everyone in the world can drown them with just a drop of spit. In this era, loyalty and filial piety are both absolutely politically correct. He Kyunyu gritted his teeth even more. He hated Yu Yuquan and these slaves who relied on human power, but he hated him even more for his past dandy habits and his indifference to the situation at home. What's more, even his personal servants relied on his momentum to do all kinds of evil. Even though he was far away, he could still evade and say he didn't know, but he knew more or less about the evil deeds of his valet. As for himself, he used to be a lot of careless, but now thinking about it is the way to kill. But he had never cared about it before. Never. To be more precise, it was Yu Yuquan who awakened him with the blood of the He clan of Long Men. Before Yu Yuquan, the nobles were the nobles, and the untouchables were the untouchables, so what if they trampled on them? And Yu Yuquan told them coldly that you did something wrong. Now, he understands his crime. If it should be beaten, it should be punished; if it should be sold, it should be sold; if it should be shot, it should be shot. In a short period of time, the once careless dandy He Kyunyu seemed to have grown up and become more sensible in an instant. What's more, he still dragged his wounded body, and according to the confession account book, he apologized to those who were persecuted and oppressed one by one, and made up a large amount of compensation. Even the Longmen family made no attempt to cover up their crimes and bad habits, and even openly issued a letter of guilt asking for forgiveness. In just a few days, Longmen property has shrunk significantly, but the bad reputation has been reversed. Such good reputations as knowing mistakes can make things better, and the prodigal son will never change his money gradually became the evaluation of the Longmen family and the former dude Hikyunyu. I have to say, Hikyunyu is amazing. And this is also Xi Minglan's evaluation of Hikyunyu. Xi Minglan is a practitioner of Juxuanmen. It was the agent who rushed back to deal with the overall situation in place of the true disciple He Qian-sing after receiving the urgent letter. It's just that he didn't expect that the only surviving dude of the He family in Longmen would handle it better than he imagined. Isn't the third brother coming back? This was the first sentence Hikyunyu said after seeing Xi Minglan, and there was even unspeakable grievance in his tone. Brother 11 has his own things to do. Xi Minglan understood Hikyunyu's thoughts. Therefore, he was more patient and gentle than usual, and after thinking about it, he added, "It's a major issue that concerns the family, the country, and the world, and I can't leave for the time being." Family and country? Hikyunyu was moved by the fate of the third brother, who had reached such a height in Juxuanmen in a short period of time, and also marveled at the great mission of the Kailanzi of the He family. But, after all, he couldn't agree with it. Family, country, world, family is in front and country is behind. If there is no family, where can there be a country? Hikyunyu lowered his head and stubbornly did not reply. Xi Minglan didn't speak either. In other words, he is not a talkative person. Compared to talking, he prefers to practice. As a result, the He family villa became completely quiet. After half an hour, Hikyunyu was the first to break the silence and said, "I want to practice." Xi Minglan didn't directly refuse, but she didn't promise anything rashly either. Although the He family of Longmen suffered heavy losses, which is very sympathetic, it is not the key to determining whether Hikyunyu, an orphan, can practice cultivation. To be more precise, spiritual practice is the most precious gift that God bestows to the world. He does not give it to human beings, nor can He forcefully ask for it. And such lucky people who are lucky enough to be favored by God will always be only a handful. But Xi Minglan did not refuse at all. There are thousands of encounters in life, and there is always a cycle of gains and losses. No one knows when God's favor and gifts will truly arrive. What's more, there is a great horror between life and death, and maybe it will happen once you realize it. Xi Minglan said seriously. Heaven and earth have vitality, and vitality produces all things. The essence of the so-called practice is to accept the good fortune of the heavens and the earth for one's own use the vitality of the heavens and the earth to refine the body, and use the aura of good and evil to temper the soul, so as to forge the body of gods and demons, so as to achieve the purpose of the sacred heart candle shining thousands of miles away from the wind. But the human body has the gate of the great Dao, like a horizontal golden beam blocking the world, isolating the small world of the human body from the big world outside, like a celestial being, so that there is no way to reach the sky. Therefore, mortals cannot sense, absorb, transform, or control the vitality of heaven and earth, and can only passively accept the various influences of heaven and earth's vitality. That's why people in the world call this portal the Gate of Heaven, the Gate of Heaven, the Gate of the Great Dao. But as long as you knock on the Gate of Heaven, you can break the blockade, connect the inner and outer heavens and the earth, and then embark on the road of practice. Therefore, the first level of practice is called the Gate of Heaven. A day without knocking on the Gate of Heaven will be a day in the world. The unicorn son He Qian-sing came out of the clan, and Hikyunyu knew these basics of practice very well. Even because of the practice experience left by Kailanzi, he has unique insights into various realms of practice. For the vast majority of people in the world, the heavenly gate is not only as narrow as a grain of rice, but also as strong as magical iron. It is like a baby swinging a sledgehammer, unable to crack a single crack in a lifetime. But for some of the heaven's favored ones, that door can be tall and vast, and it is born in a state of opening. It is said that Yi Hongyuan, the head of the Juxuanmen, is a born saint. He can knock open a-inch gate of heaven, and his vitality is like a waterfall, which is endless. Not only is the speed of cultivation extremely fast, but the recovery of vitality is as fast as a whale swallowing a cow. The gate of heaven knocked by the He family Kailan is also extremely tall and vast, and the first cry when it embarks on the road of cultivation is so extraordinary that it attracts the head of the Juxuanmen to break through the gate wall. There is an innate upper limit of difference between the size of Tianmen, which cannot be chosen or changed, but practitioners can release their potential as much as possible, infinitely approaching the theoretical innate upper limit. This is the so-called innate upper limit and acquired upper limit. And because once the heavenly gate is opened, it will be completely finalized. Therefore, the state of mind at the moment when the heavenly gate is opened completely determines the qualifications for cultivation. Therefore, it is very important to knock on the gate of heaven. And knocking on the gate of heaven requires courage. The heart refers to the mind and represents the will of the soul. Qi refers to blood energy, which represents the spirit of the spirit. Therefore, sects and aristocratic families with truly profound foundations will use various methods to improve the spirit of their children from an early age. For example, medicinal bath and baptism, physical exercise, meditation, reading to clarify the mind, body, and mind, and so on. Even more extreme, they even strengthen their willpower through life and death fights and other means. But all of this is nothing compared to the external support of the seniors. The truly experienced and capable seniors can even help the younger generation to stabilize their breath, continue to add fuel, and infinitely approach the innate upper limit. And this is also the fundamental reason why the strong of the sect family become stronger. Xi Minglan looked at He Kunyu calmly and said, "Your heavenly gate, Brother 11 must have checked it for you." He Kunyu smiled bitterly, "Yes, the upper limit is only 12 inches. I have to say that the gap between people is sometimes bigger than that between people and dogs." He was once jealous to the point of madness, and even became discouraged and gave up on himself. But now, everything doesn't matter anymore. Yu Yuquan woke him up and taught him a lot. Xi Minglan, aptitude can only be regarded as low level, but as long as you have great perseverance and wisdom, you may or may not be able to break through the world on the road of practice. He Kunyu nodded. He is now full of anger, his blood is burning, his soul is burning. It is the best time to knock on the gate of heaven. The most important thing is, Yu Yuquan can bear for revenge for many years as a child. How can he live under others for a long time? Shan, I will guide you to knock on the gate of heaven. After Xi Minglan finished speaking, he pointed at He Kunyu's eyebrows. In an instant, He Kunyu twitched in pain, his face contorted, but He Kunyu remained silent, clenching his teeth firmly. Yu Yuquan, he will kill him. The greatest respect for the enemy is to kill them all. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 Ao Gan. Chapter 7 Ao Gan. Yu Yuquan had a dream. In the dream, he seemed to have turned into a big mountain, sleeping unconsciously for endless years. Sunshine, rain, and dew, thunder and thunder, dense ancient trees, insects, fish, and animals are all insignificant parts of its life. In other words, it is also a part of heaven and earth, and it is inseparable from heaven and earth. The mountain breeze blows, leaving traces of the wind on its body, the gurgling water draws a declaration of water on its surface, the sky breaks and the earth breaks, writing a record of the movement of the earth's crust. Even the stars in the sky are left behind in their own way, got proof that I had been there. Flowers, plants, trees, insects, fish, birds, beasts, and even humans have each left their own traces. Later, some mountain people even began to worship it, and even more so, wizards and priests praised its greatness in various ways. And these are meaningless to it. Because it is what it is. Until the immortals come to the world. Then, it got a new name, dragon vein. It is associated with countless other dragon veins to form a large formation and becomes a unique feng shui pattern. Later, a palace and treasure hall named Tianting stood here. And these still don't have much to do with it. The so-called dragon vein is still just the definition of an immortal, talking to himself. It is still just itself. Of course. It's not all unrelated. At least in the process of forming the great feng shui formation with other dragon veins, it knew the existence of some of the same kind. That's it. Time flies, and I don't know how many thousands of years have passed, but it still feels very short to it, and it is no different from the past. But in the process, the longest thing it has heard is that the years are ruthless. It has seen many powerful immortals who fly to the sky and escape from the earth grow old and fall, and they are no different from the beasts and great witches who once praised it in the past. Until one day, an extremely powerful immortal found it with a woman, and the woman's breath made it very friendly. The woman was persuaded by the immortal and gave it a drop of her own blood. That day, it came alive. Yu Yuquan in the dream could also feel his joy. It was a miracle of the birth of a great life that surpassed the creation of heaven and earth. The beauty of heaven and earth captures the mystery of creation. Like the carrier of the great road, he is born with all kinds of incredible magical powers. He is the darling of the avenue, the overlord of heaven and earth, and attracts countless creatures to worship him. In his dream, Yu Yuquan saw his form. It was a giant dragon that could be millions of feet long, with 9 resemblances in shape, breathing like a cloud. The dragon could see the head but not the end, mysterious and majestic, full of indescribable arrogance. There is no doubt that his mighty stalwart far surpasses most immortals. Because before he was born, he was part of the heavenly formation, and when he was born, he also took away a large amount of the essence of the same kind, causing the entire heavenly structure to be destroyed. Therefore, there is an endless stream of immortals who come to stop it. But it is unimaginable for a living being to yearn for freedom. Even though there were countless immortals who stopped him, he still chose to leave without hesitation. He yearns for a free sky, clean and clear water, and a boundless sea. But what he didn't expect was that the journey to the sea was farther than he imagined. He was suppressed by the immortal. The immortal who personally gave him life. From then on, time began to become extremely long for him, boundless and without end. Yu Yuquan woke up, but his mind could not be completely separated from the dream just now. The memory of Shenlong was engraved into his soul like a brand. Especially that stalwart body completely subverted his perception of living beings. There is no doubt that the only real dragon born in this world is the greatest life he has ever seen. Even the incredibly powerful immortal in the dream is far inferior to him in terms of the nature of life. It's just a pity that the only true dragon was suppressed when it was born. And Zhenlong's longing for freedom and his longing for the sky and the ocean seem to fill his whole heart completely. Is this the past of true dragon? Yu Yuquan didn't know what to say for a moment. Especially the pain of that long time made Yu Yuquan feel suffocated. Before he was born, time was meaningless to him, but when time became meaningful, time was poisonous to him. At this moment, the voice of Shenlong vicissitudes rang in Yu Yuquan's ears. Now that you're awake, let's go. Being punctured, Yu Yuquan couldn't continue pretending to be asleep, so he got up quickly. But with this movement, Yu Yuquan immediately felt the difference. His physical condition is really good, all fatigue and pain have disappeared, and he is full of incredible vitality. As for the sense of power, it is even more incredible. Yu Yuquan even suspected that he could kill a cow with one punch. When he saw the tattered linen clothes that were stained with blood, Yu Yuquan's eyes suddenly shrank. With so much bleeding, it cannot be his blood, so the answer is self-evident. Although extremely unbelievable, this may be the truth. He has most likely been bathed in dragon's blood. Whether it was Yu Yuquan's memories of his previous life or the dream he just had, the value of blood essence was self-evident. For example, the beautiful woman in the dream, with a drop of blood, even enlightened Shenlong and transformed him into life. Yu Yuquan immediately clasped his fists, saluted and said, "Thank you Senior Long for your kindness in rebuilding. This junior hereby swears with his Dao heart that once I succeed in cultivation, I will come to help Senior out of trouble. If I violate this oath, I will be destroyed by heaven and earth." The core purpose of Shenlong betting heavily on Yu Yuquan is for this. But Yu Yuquan's ability to repay his kindness in such a way, and to make such a strong vow, still greatly increased Shenlong's favor. "Shenlong, remember your oath and leave. I don't know if it's because the five senses became extremely sharp after being bathed in the dragon's blood." Yu Yuquan keenly sensed the lingering exhaustion in Shenlong's voice. Yu Yuquan suddenly woke up. The grace of bathing in dragon blood may be more important than he imagined. Gratitude is a beautiful quality, and the education he received in his past life and this life has shaped Yu Yuquan's character of knowing how to repay the kindness of a drop of water with a spring. Yu Yuquan did not make any more promises, but kept all of this firmly in his heart. Yu Yuquan raised his head and said seriously, "Senior Long, you may not know this junior well enough. Please allow me to formally introduce myself to you." Yu Yuquan immediately started from the beginning. Name, life experience, various experiences from childhood to adulthood. It's very cumbersome and messy, but Yu Yuquan thinks it's necessary. Shenlong didn't speak, just looked down at Yu Yuquan performing stand-up comedy. For what Yu Yuquan said, he actually understood it a long time ago. For a being like him, he no longer relies entirely on language. But he didn't stop Yu Yuquan's narration, and just listened quietly. Slowly, the entire dragon cave was filled with Yu Yuquan's voice. Of course, the topic shifted unknowingly. From the simplest biography to some miscellaneous stories, mixed with some anecdotes, and then inexplicably transitioned to card games, and even some absurd jokes. Later, Yu Yuquan even started directly, carving out the chessboard and chess pieces on the ground, and even talked about the rules of the game. Shenlong felt very naive, and even understood why this little boy suddenly talked so much. But there was no anger in his heart, but he began to savor it slowly. "I have to say that time is really the most ruthless and sharpest knife in the world, even an existence like him wants to go crazy in this endless imprisonment. The more so, the more he yearned for the sky and the ocean. What's more, they have all deviated from their essence, completely turning into what it imagined in its heart. Because of this, everything Yu Yuquan said to him seemed to be coated with a layer of golden light. Playing chess against yourself seems pretty good." Yu Yuquan's words seemed to open the door to a new world for him. Afterwards, Yu Yuquan talked about several kinds of whimsical ideas and dozens of pastimes, all of which seemed to be quite interesting, which made Shenlong feel even more curious. It seems that this talkative boy once lived in a very colorful world. A few days later, after eating the dry food, Yu Yuquan was really hungry and couldn't bear it, so he had to leave the dragon cave. On the eve of leaving, Yu Yuquan, who had performed stand-up comedy for several days, heard the voice of Shenlong again for the first time in a long time. "Live well. It is good. Don't forget your promise." "I will never forget." Yu Yuquan smiled immediately, very warm and bright. Although Senior Long was still silent, Yu Yuquan could still feel that Senior Long smiled, feeling relaxed and comfortable that he hadn't seen for a long time. "It's all worth it." By the way, Yu Yuquan remembered something very, very important and hurriedly asked, "Senior Long, this junior doesn't know your honorary name yet." Shenlong was taken aback. "Name?" Then there was a long silence. After a while, Shenlong said silently, "I don't have a name." "No name?" Yu Yuquan was startled, thought for a while, and said boldly, "Then how about this junior dare to give senior one?" Another moment of silence. "It is good." Yu Yuquan thought for a while and said, "In my memory, Long generally takes Ao as his surname, why don't our seniors also take AO as their surname? Take AO as your surname? Shenlong just sensed it for a while, and immediately realized that this surname and his race were indeed very compatible. Can. Yu Yuquan smiled, and continued, among the 64 hexagrams in the Book of Changes, the first one is the Qian hexagram. Which is the upper hexagram? The poor dragon gets the water and good luck, and I can't help but feel happy. Rui, the fortune will gradually improve in the future, how about just taking the word dry? Qian hexagrams, a trapped dragon gets water, and a trapped dragon gets water, what do you do? Very good, then I will be called Ao Gan from now on. After finishing speaking, Senior Long, who received the name, couldn't help but let out a dragon roar, and his voice contained indescribable joy. When Yu Yuquan listened to the dragon's roar, his heart began to feel happy. Perhaps because I have been bathed in dragon blood, I have a natural familiarity and affinity with the sound of dragon roars. But no matter what, he will leave after all. End of this chapter. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Panlong Mountain. In some improvised thatched cottages, smoke curled up, a woman held a sword, a woman fanned, a woman played the piano, and a woman served ink. End is. Bisha waits for the moon and spring to color, and the red sleeves add fragrance to the night reading. Play is a Fenja. And the handsome young man He Kunyu was studying and practicing in such a beautiful day, envious of others. What is even more enviable and jealous is that He Kunyu, who played very flirtatiously, did not delay his practice because of this. Successfully opening the heavenly gate 11 inches, almost reaching the innate upper limit, is enough for any practitioner to be proud of. As for enjoyment, He Kunyu didn't think there was anything wrong with it. This has always been the case from the time he was born until he became wise. The so-called practice, apart from revenge, is for the purpose of living a better life, so it doesn't mean that they all embark on the road of practice, but instead want to reduce the quality of life. What's more, in He Kunyu's worldview, red sleeves with fragrance are the original appearance of life. Of course, Xi Minglan and He Kunyu are two extremes. Over the past few days, He Kunyu has basically understood the temperament of third brother, a fellow senior. If you want to describe it, it is boring. It seems that in his life, he has no other hobbies except practice. He doesn't like fresh clothes and angry horses, and he doesn't like beautiful women and delicacies. Even silk, bamboo, orchestra, piano, chess, calligraphy and painting are not in his eyes at all. But to the world, these four words successful in practice seem to be the most interesting and noble hobby in the world, which can make people infinitely charming. During the recent period, the endless stream of visitors is the best proof. Even if they all hid in the deep mountains, they couldn't stop the footsteps of those who came to visit one after another. Of course, He Kunyu still admires this senior brother Xi's attainments in cultivation and cultivation. Thanks to the third brother Kailanzi, He Kunyu has now officially become a disciple of Huojuo of the Nine Suanmen. For example, the cultivation methods that lay the foundation of Juxuanmen are completely open to He Kunyu. Recently, he has been guided by famous teachers, and He Kunyu's cultivation has improved by leaps and bounds. Not only did his injuries completely heal, but his strength doubled, making him more confident and more dedicated to training. He Kunyu held the secret book and came to the thatched cottage where Xi Minglan meditated. Different from He Kunyu's room, this place is extremely simple, except for a small table, a bowl of clear water, and a futon. There are only a few volumes of scriptures left. He Kunyu threw out the questions he had accumulated recently one by one, and Xi Minglan answered them casually, explaining penetratingly. You can open the gate of heaven, and you can sense the vitality of heaven and earth. It can sense the vitality of heaven and earth, and then it can absorb qi into the body. When the qi is admitted into the body, the original power unique to the practitioner can be born. All the training before opening the Tianmen can only be regarded as the preparation work before the formal training. There is no unified conclusion on the length of this process. But the children of aristocratic families generally try their best to allow those with cultivation qualifications to complete the entire preparation process before the age of 14. Among the rich and famous families, Hikyunyu's age is considered to be relatively late. But the impact is not particularly large. Mental preparation is more important than physical preparation. If there had not been a series of changes in the family, Hikyunyu might still be just a young playboy, and it would be very possible to open the Tianmen 3 or 4 inches. It can be regarded as a blessing in disguise. The most important thing is that as long as you truly enter the Tao, it is never too late. If you take one step, you can also take countless steps. Hikyunyu, senior brother Xi, I have made great progress recently, and my strength changes every day. I don't know what supernatural powers can be cultivated in the Tianmen realm. Xi Minglan shook his head and said, the core transformation of Tianmen realm is the 5 senses. The cicada will wake up before the autumn wind moves, and the sense of crisis will be greatly enhanced. Of course, spiritual awareness, understanding, memory, and learning abilities will also be enhanced, and breakthroughs will be made quickly at the skill level. And because the energy of heaven and earth can be continuously introduced into the body, the original power will also usher in a period of high explosiveness, and the total quantity and quality will soon exceed the internal power that ordinary warriors can control. Therefore, practitioners in this realm will surpass those warriors who can only rely on their strength in a very short period of time. In addition to Kaishinman's quick recovery, it's easy to fight a dozen well-trained armored warriors. When the qi is absorbed to the point where the danshan is full of vitality and the meridians are penetrated, the body will also be tempered to a certain degree. At this time, it can be called the first level of perfection. The force can even reach the level of beheading 100 people. Hikyunyu couldn't help being fascinated by Brother Xi's explanation. For any man, regardless of age, the word courage always has infinite magic power. Hikyunyu thought about it again and again, but finally couldn't hold it back and continued to ask, dare I ask senior brother Xi, what are the mysteries of the next few realms? Xi Minglan gave a rare smile, I thought you could still hold back and not ask. Hikyunyu couldn't help being speechless. Do you think he wants to endure it? Aren't you afraid of leaving a frivolous and bad impression on this dull and boring senior brother Xi? Xi Minglan thought for a while and said, the second realm is called eating breath. The eating breath here is not ordinary qi, but selective qi. The essence is the auspicious qi, lucky qi, spiritual qi, medicinal qi, alchemy qi and other precious qi refined with special secret methods. The quality of these qi is much higher than that of ordinary vitality, and it can be regarded as a real treasure of heaven and earth. So it is possible to purposefully and selectively strengthen various parts of the body to achieve real sublimation and transformation. At this point, the practitioner's body and mind can reach a new height. The mastery of Yuan Li and the Yuan Kai of heaven and earth will also enter a more mysterious level. For example, grasp the potential. Once the momentum is mastered, the practitioner can condense the energy released outside the body together, and the attack distance will be farther and the power will be doubled. And the more subtle the Shi is mastered, the more refined the control of the Yuan Li, and the faster the speed of eating Qi. The practice will be 1,000 miles faster, and it can even digest more and higher quality Qi. Similarly, the quantity and quality of Qi eaten by this realm is very important. Because the Qi of the food often determines what type of abilities the practitioner can display. For example, a meal of frosty air can transform the vitality in the body into frosty air, which has the effect of freezing. And eating a piece of Yumuo Qi, the energy in the body can transform into a wood attribute, which has miraculous effects in healing, health, trapping enemies, and distinguishing medicines, and can even stimulate the rapid growth of plants. That's why the financial requirements for practitioners are extremely high. Many practitioners even sacrifice their lives for the aristocratic families in order to obtain financial support. As for the third realm, the name is Shenzang. The core is to open up the divine treasure in the body and communicate with the inner and outer heaven, earth, and universe. Essentially, it is to integrate one's own consciousness with the vitality of heaven and earth in a way of sympathy between heaven and man, so as to realize various mysterious means such as changing the sky and striking the earth. Cultivate to the deepest level, and the spiritual consciousness will turn the emptiness into reality, reaching the level of the essence of the divine will, and the level of the divine and clear. The fourth realm is called candlelight. If God makes it clear, He can illuminate the candle for thousands of miles, travel around the world in His mind, and refine the earth-shaking Tiangang in the winding paths leading to the secluded place, so as to achieve the body of gods and demons. This realm can achieve the soul, realize the height of fugue, and kill people invisible. As for the higher fifth realm, it is called Yufeng. Fighting the wind for thousands of miles not only refers to being able to fly freely, but also refers to the attack distance and method. This is the method of a real land god, and it has begun to touch some of the laws of the Great Road. He Kunyu listened with fascination and longing for it, but unlike the two realms of Tianmen Shiki that were described in great detail, the three realms of Shenzang Zuzao Yufeng were described in extremely vague terms. According to He Kunyu's judgment, this senior brother Xi is probably still in the state of breathing energy. He Kunyu couldn't help being speechless. He has seen senior brother Xi's method before, it is simply miraculous, he did not expect it to be only the second level. If we continue walking along the avenue, we really don't know what kind of magnificent scenery we can see. He Kunyu suddenly understood this senior brother Xi a little bit. It's not that he doesn't understand enjoyment, but he is greedy for a higher level of enjoyment. Just now, Xi Minglan slowly looked in a certain direction and said in shock, "What a fast speed! Brother Xi is talking about Yu Yuquan." He Kunyu cheered up, and asked with some uncertainty. "Of course." Xi Minglan stood up, looked in the direction where Yu Yuquan had just left, and said, "Yu Yuquan is a practitioner, and his attainments are not low." He Kunyu couldn't help being a little confused. In all his investigations, Yu Yuquan was not a practitioner, not even a sign of it. But considering his forbearance, it's not too surprising that he is a practitioner. Of course. It is also possible that I recently got an opportunity and successfully knocked on the door of heaven. For ordinary people without family background, this level is extremely difficult. Yu Yuquan plotted in every possible way, perhaps for this step. He Kunyu's eyes sparkled and he said, "Whether he is a cultivator, it is time for him to learn about my master's methods and all the conspiracies and calculations should be liquidated." Xi Minglan thought about it, and felt that it would be okay to let He Kunyu try it out. After all, he is an enemy, if he doesn't even have the courage to shine a sword, it doesn't matter if he doesn't cultivate in this way. "Xi Minglan, I will protect the law for you." "Haha, then I don't have anything to worry about anymore. Senior brother Xi, let's see my little brother show off his talents." After saying that, He Kunyu immediately took the sword from a maid, very coquettish and unrestrained, and the several gems on the sword were shining brightly. "P.S. Newbie, new book, please give me a monthly pass, read it, collect it, recommend it, support it, it's so cute." End of this chapter. Chapter 9 The murderous intention arises. Please collect and recommend monthly tickets. Chapter 9 The murderous intention arises. Please collect and recommend monthly tickets. Time went back to a quarter of an hour ago. Yu Yuquan bid farewell to Ao Gan, Senior Long, and formally walked out of the Dragon Cave. After leaving Longtan, Yu Yuquan planned to go west along the periphery of Panlong Mountain. In this way, we can gradually approach the border, and after passing a few passes, we can reach Lian County. Although the economy there is underdeveloped and there are frequent threats of barbarians raiding and looting, but for Yu Yuquan, it is a good place to go. On the one hand, the government's control is weak, which is convenient for anonymity, and on the other hand, it can be recovered through military exploits. The most important thing is that General Yu, who guards western Xinjiang, is not only legendary, but also has a good reputation. Even Master Tao has many praises for him. Joining the army under his rule, maybe you can get a good practice method. Yu Yuquan understands what his revenge means. What's more, it's nothing for him to shed the blood of the Long Men He family into a river. Revenge is also a righteous thing. For the ruler, what is really heinous is that he made a very bad start. Before him, all the traitors were treacherous and deceived the master, but the superiors were always wise and spotless. But he found out that the minister was guilty and killed his master, and then forced the master to punish the treacherous minister. This is destined to be intolerable to all ruling classes. He must first dormant for more than 10 years. The most extreme one would even need to flee the Jin dynasty directly and go to a barbarian village to grow up. There are disadvantages, of course. Even opening the heavenly gate requires all personal efforts, and it is basically impossible to find seniors who can help protect them. Regarding this, Yu Yuquan has nothing to regret. If a man is born and cannot eat with 5 pots of food, he will be cooked with 5 pots of food when he dies. As a time traveler, he would not be able to avenge blood and vengeance, and be a dog and obedient citizen of a powerful family for the rest of his life, but he couldn't do it. What's more, although his life-threatening fight this time was extremely dangerous, he still won the bet after all. After bathing in the dragon's blood, his physique was reborn to the point of inhumanity. Even now he has not explored the upper limit of the current physical body, which makes him very excited. I just don't know how it compares with the sons of aristocratic families who have been taking all kinds of natural materials and earth treasures since childhood. In addition, he was lucky enough to meet a real dragon. As long as he always visualizes the body of a real dragon, his soul will not lose to those nobles over time. After all, Senior Aojian is the only true dragon in this world, a mythical creature with a very high level of life, and his body is naturally the carrier of the Dao. Yu Yuquan has completely confirmed this. Previously in the Dragon Cave, he just visualized the true form of Senior Aojian in his mind, and the tingling pain in his brain was eliminated and relieved to a certain extent. As long as he works step by step for several years, he is sure to approach the limit of his innate ability even without the support of his seniors. I just don't know how many inches his Tianmen's innate upper limit can be. As for the talent for cultivation, he definitely has it. This was confirmed by Master Tao when he was still alive. He has been teaching him how to read, write, and cultivate his energy and spirit, all in preparation for the opening of the heavenly gate. But the world is impermanent. In this plan, Yu Yuquan even made up his pseudonym and life history in great detail, and he made great efforts in accent and dialect. It's a pity that the plan can't keep up with the changes. The moment he stepped out of Longton, Yu Yuquan's eyelids couldn't help twitching wildly. Dangerous. It was a kind of warning originating from the instinct of life, and the feeling was even more amazing after bathing in dragon blood. Without any hesitation, Yu Yuquan immediately changed his plan and plunged into the depths of Panlong Mountain. In the depths of Panlong Mountain, ferocious beasts are rampant, and they are close to death. It is absolutely unwise to go deep into it rashly. But Yu Yuquan still chose to trust his intuition without any hesitation. Because this was also part of his plan before taking action, to risk his life and survive. This is the worst way and the last way, but it is also the best way at the moment. What's more, compared to when he had nothing, he now has an extra bloody suit. A bloody garment stained with the blood of a real dragon. Maybe it can deter some ferocious beasts with ulterior motives? After all, it's full of Senior Dragon's aura. And this action, he immediately felt the difference. The speed was incredibly fast, just like a tiger that suddenly jumped out and disappeared into the deep forest in the blink of an eye. Yu Yuquan's eyes were also full of disbelief. Because it was this extreme speed, and he didn't even use much force. Should I say that it really deserves to be dragon blood? Back in time, Yu Yuquan ran for several miles in a short period of time, and his speed was unbelievable. Most importantly, Yu Yuquan didn't feel tired at all. It's just that I'm a little hungry. Since carrying out the plan to go to Longtan alone, he has not actually had a good meal. What Yu Yuquan didn't know was that his coma was far longer than he imagined. During this period of time, it was the dragon balls and dragon blood that continued to transform his body and provide him with the necessary nutrients, otherwise he would have been starved into a pile of bones. But now is clearly not the time to stop and feed. Because after running for so long, the sense of crisis in his heart has never gone away. Could it be that there is a cultivator firmly biting behind me? Yu Yuquan frowned, feeling that this was most likely the truth. After all, Hejia Kailan is a true disciple of Juxuanmen. He is a practitioner that is rare for ordinary people, but for Juxuanmen, he is everywhere. If he has the heart to please He Zhenchuan, he may even be more diligent in hunting him down than many He family children. Of course, it is also possible that Kailan's son He Qianxing has arrived in person. If so, it would be extremely bad. The more urgent the situation was, the calmer Yu Yuquan became, and he fled all the way to the depths of Panlong Mountain without stopping. Along the way, the trees grew taller and older. The old skin is thick and cracked, like circling horned dragons. The ancient meaning of desolation and vicissitudes of life is even more striking. Going deeper into the mountains, one after another, majestic and majestic, becomes more and more majestic. And in the process, or entered the territory of some ferocious beasts, the roar of the beasts continued to ring. As for the bones of various animals, they can be seen everywhere. Apparently, there are very scary predators nearby. Yu Yuquan couldn't help but feel numb. If he could, he really didn't want to go any further. But what is frustrating is that the sense of crisis that has been firmly locked has never dissipated. In addition, perhaps because he had consumed too much energy, the hunger he had just suppressed came back again. My stomach was turbulent and gurgling incessantly. I have no choice but to continue to endure it. Yu Yuquan planned to see if he could find some berries during the subsequent running. It would be even better if we could follow the footprints of the beasts and find their drinking places. But at this time of extreme hunger, Yu Yuquan unexpectedly discovered that there was a continuous flow of warmth in his body. It's like rain after a long drought. Not only was the state of extreme hunger eliminated, but both physical strength and mental energy were very effectively boosted. What is this? After bathing in the dragon's blood, in addition to the transformation of the body, the mysterious energy in the dragon's blood was not fully digested, so that after extreme hunger and oppression, the potential was further released? There is no answer, but it does not prevent Yu Yuquan from being ecstatic. What Yu Yuquan didn't know was that in addition to bathing in the dragon's blood, he also fused the dragon beads in an extremely luxurious and arrogant way. At the same time, He Qianyu, who was chasing Yu Yuquan all the way into Panlong Mountain, was numb at this moment. How could Yu Yuquan be able to run like this? And this endless mountain, the deeper it goes, the more dangerous it is. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as hanging your head on your waist. This Yu Yuquan has a secret. The more contact he had with Yu Yuquan, the more He Qianyu became aware of the terror of this enemy. If this child is not eliminated, it will become a serious disaster. He Qianyu's eyes were cold, and his heart was hairy. No matter what, he was unwilling to let Yu Yuquan jump into the sea and return to the deep forest. He Qianyu had a premonition that if he failed to kill Yu Yuquan this time, it would be like letting the tiger go back to the mountain. Not only him, maybe even the third brother will be in trouble. Although the surrounding environment is becoming more and more dangerous, He Qianyu's confidence will double as soon as he thinks of senior brother Xi helping him protect the law. It's done. He Qianyu immediately decided to go all the way to the dark side. Front left. After waiting for a short while, Xi Minglan's voice came from afar again, and it was astonishingly similar to the method of sound transmission over thousands of miles. He was able to bite Yu Yuquan to death, relying on senior brother Xi's methods. What He Qianyu didn't know was that Xi Minglan also started to feel cold in his back at this time. He is only a practitioner of the second realm, Does this bastard Hikyunyu really think he is a great practitioner of the wind and thousands of miles? But how can a man say he can't do it? Admitting that he is afraid, does he want to lose face as a dignified disciple of the Nine Profound sect? Time flies. In this process of chasing and escaping, a day passed in the blink of an eye. Yu Yuquan was exhausted from running and his eyes kept flickering. No, it's not possible to keep running away like this, you have to find a way to kill the tail behind you. Yu Yuquan began to purposefully slow down his escape. End of this chapter. Chapter 10 Bring it to you. Chapter 10 Bring it to you. Hikyunyu poured out a piece of ginseng giwan pill from a small porcelain bottle, and swallowed it in one gulp. The fragrance of the medicine overflowed, the lips and teeth were fragrant, and his physical strength was effectively replenished in a short period of time. Despite this, Hikyunyu was still exhausted and began to feel a little overwhelmed physically and mentally. He even began to admire Yu Yuquan's perseverance. He has the extremely precious recovery pills to keep chasing for so long. What about Yu Yuquan? How many inches does he open the gate of heaven? Thinking of this, Hikyunyu couldn't help but suffered the first blow since opening the Tianmen. The size of the Tianmen that Yu Yuquan opened may be much larger than her own. And this strengthened Hikyunyu's murderous intention even more. Fortunately, the five senses are the core enhancements of the Tianmen realm, and the strength will not increase too much. He will be tired, thirsty, hungry, fatigued, and physically exhausted. Otherwise, he would not have the guts to continue chasing. Soon, Hikyunyu clearly felt that the distance between him and Yu Yuquan was getting closer. Hikyunyu was overjoyed immediately. Is Yu Yuquan finally unable to hold on any longer? God help me too. However, out of prudent considerations, Hikyunyu was not so anxious for a while, and started hunting like a hungry wolf, continuing to hang behind Yu Yuquan. Half an hour later, the joy in Hikyunyu's eyes increased by a few points. He clearly felt that Yu Yuquan's escape speed dropped a lot again. Hikyunyu smiled, but was even less anxious. Another ginseng giwan dan entered his mouth, and his physical strength was replenished again, and his confidence doubled. As the saying goes, the person who knows you best is often your enemy. In order to take revenge, Hikyunyu investigated repeatedly, and had a considerable understanding of Yu Yuquan's life, character, and behavior habits. If you want to describe it, the most outstanding thing is being able to endure what ordinary people cannot tolerate. Even he admires Yu Yuquan a lot. But there is one thing Hikyunyu can confirm: even if Yu Yuquan was lucky enough to open the heavenly gate, his achievements should not be too high. Yu Yuquan's mentor, Mr. Tao, had a clean family background and had settled in the Longqidu area since his ancestors. There are some family assets, but it is not a family that has been established for generations, and the family background is extremely limited. In Tao Fuse's generation, his father died early, and his family relatives seized a large amount of family property from the orphans and widows. The mother and son were forced to move to the small village of Liaolong Mountain. The limited family property was almost exhausted, leaving only a few acres in Susukita. In other words, it is almost impossible for Yu Yuquan to get too many cultivation resources from Master Tao. There were very few cultivation resources, such as suitable elixirs, works of will, famous paintings, etc. that could enhance mental power. Hikyunyu was basically sure that Yu Yuquan would be at the end of his rope. However, in order to guard against Yu Yuquan's death, Hikyunyu accelerated his pursuit while deliberately maintaining a certain distance, which continued to consume Yu Yuquan's remaining physical strength. It's like boiling an eagle. Further back, Xi Minglan couldn't help being quite surprised. Yu Yuquan's physical strength slowed down, and he could obviously feel it. He was surprised that Hikyunyu could hold his breath so calmly. After all, he had just opened the gate of heaven, his confidence had doubled, and he was behind him to support him. Not to mention aggressiveness, at least the means would be extremely aggressive. I never thought that he would be so patient. As expected of He Zhenquan's younger brother, he will become a master in the future. At the same time, Yu Yuquan couldn't help but curse secretly. The fellow in the back is really difficult to deal with, he is even more patient than bastards. But who is more patient than him? He could even work hard for 2 years for that big shot. Then, Yu Yuquan continued to act according to the fixed script, and began to slow down the speed in a planned way, and continued to create the illusion of physical exhaustion. Of course, this wasn't completely fake, he was indeed very hungry and physically and mentally exhausted. If it wasn't for a ray of special energy sweeping through his body every time he ran out of ammunition and food, he would really be unable to hold on. In the blink of an eye, 3 hours passed, and Yu Yuquan was so hungry that his chest was stuck to his back, and his running speed was less than 1/10 of his heyday. In addition, the roar of unknown beasts that could be heard from time to time made him even more anxious. Fortunately, Hikunu finally caught up at this time, and the distance between them was no more than 100 feet away, and they could already see each other very clearly. Or to blow his confidence, Hikunu even deliberately poured a elixir in front of him, like chewing jelly beans, sizzling non-stop. No matter how good-tempered Yu Yuquan was, he couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed at this moment. It's no wonder that the tail can keep biting so tightly. It turns out that there is a elixir to replenish vitality. He hates the rich second generation. But I have to admit that the elixir is really fragrant. Showing delicious food in front of hungry people, Hikunu's move is undoubtedly the most hated way to show off his wealth. In addition, Yu Yuquan also thoroughly saw the appearance of the visitor. Wearing dark green clothes, embroidered with various exquisite patterns, he looked elegant, and the sword in his hand was inlaid with several gems, which seemed to dazzle his eyes. Should it be said that you are worthy of your son? This temperament, this posture. In the words of those mountain people in Liaolong village, that is, a man among gods. Of course, even if you are a fairy man, if you don't take a shower or take care of it for a long time, you will inevitably become sloppy. The Jinxiu deep clothes were stained with dust and dirt, and in addition to chasing each other in the mountains and forests, many places were damaged. Of course, when applied to knights or practitioners, these qualities may be called quack spirit. And while Yu Yuquan was sizing up Hikunu, Hikunu was also sizing up Yu Yuquan, the person he thought about recently, from afar. It's just that what he didn't expect was that Yu Yuquan was far smaller than he imagined. According to the information, Yu Yuquan is 10 years old, talented, intelligent, stable, and mature. But at this point, if you can be 7 or 8 years old, you will be invincible. How did Hikunu know that for a person who can't even eat enough to eat, it's normal for a person who is sallow, emaciated, and malnourished? Or it was because he hadn't bathed for many days, and he might have fallen down, his body was covered in mud, he looked unkempt, unusually sloppy, and looked like a little beggar. In the past, when encountering a little beggar like Yu Yuquan, Hikunu didn't say anything, and felt bad luck just by looking at him. Yu Yuquan took a few glances, then turned around and ran away. Now that it has reached this point, how can Hikunu let the cooked duck fly again? Chasing and yelling at the same time, dispelling Yu Yuquan's fighting spirit. You can't run away if you pay for your life, and pay your debts, so hurry up and put your hands down. Yu Yuquan didn't pay any attention, and just accelerated the speed again. The strong sense of crisis did not dissipate much, which made Yu Yuquan even more afraid to be careless. As for the justification, how can such a thing be explained logically? Revenge is between them, forgiveness is the Buddha's business. Seeing that Yu Yuquan was about to run away again, Hikunu immediately no longer held any reservations. He took a deep breath and pounced on Yu Yuquan like a tiger descending from the mountain. The speed is too fast, with just a few blinks, it easily passes dozens of feet. 30 feet, 20 feet, 10 feet. Seeing that Hikunu was about to grab Yu Yuquan, he flew across the sky like a falcon in the sky, and pounced on the little white rabbit that was running wildly on the ground. Hikunu even stretched out his claws, ready to capture Feng's acupuncture point. But at this critical moment, Hikyunyu was shocked to find that his one claw that he was sure of had missed. How can it be? Not good. Hikyunyu's heart shuddered, and he immediately changed his mind. But in this short moment, Yu Yuquan stepped on the ground fiercely with both feet, only heard a bang sound, and a large number of leaves exploded directly on the ground where his steps stepped. At the same time, Yu Yuquan's body was like a cannonball leaving its chamber, and it rushed to Hikyunyu's side in an instant. Hikyunyu was taken aback. What kind of explosive power is this? How can it be? In addition, the timing of Yu Yuquan's rush to attack was too good. It was just the time when his old strength was exhausted and his new strength was not regenerated, so he fell into an absolutely unfavorable situation. He could only instinctively put his hands in front of his body to use maximum defense to offset Yu Yuquan's offensive. But he obviously underestimated the strength of Yu Yuquan's body after bathing in dragon's blood. That kind of outburst was beyond the imagination of Hikyunyu, who had just opened the Tianmen gate, let alone a sneak attack after showing the enemy his weakness all the time. Click! In just an instant, Hikyunyu's arms in front of him heard the sound of bone cracking, and he himself was more like a kite with a disconnected string, flying backwards uncontrollably. Hikyunyu was also tenacious, so he didn't scream out. In the process of falling, he even kept looking for an opportunity to eliminate the force, and took the opportunity to unload the force in a way similar to a jack drop to seek balance. But after the sneak attack, Yu Yuquan fell in response. And without any hesitation, he rushed to Hikyunyu's side, grabbed a sandbag-sized fist and punched Hikyunyu's head heavily, and he was so blinded by a single punch. Venus Nosebleed went wild. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. Without holding anything back, Yu Yuquan went with the goal of beating Hikyunyu to death. But at this critical moment, a roar came from afar, followed by an unprecedented and terrifying murderous aura. Yu Yuquan's heart suddenly trembled. Only then did he realize that he was wrong. The source of the sense of crisis has always been not Hikyunyu, but the owner of this roar. Are you a successful practitioner? Invincible? Without any hesitation, Yu Yuquan snatched the sword from Hikyunyu's hand, and at the same time yanked his left hand into Hikyunyu's arms. Yu Yuquan covets the kind of elixir that can replenish physical strength. He even knows which pocket he puts it in. It can only be said that Hikyunyu shouldn't flaunt his wealth too much. In just a moment, Yu Yuquan took the porcelain vase and an unknown book from Hikyunyu's arms. And at this critical moment, Yu Yuquan realized that he had to get a mop for the master behind him, otherwise he might be finished. Read 2, Hand 2. Yu Yuquan directly smashed Hikyunyu's thigh with the scabbard inlaid with precious stones. Hearing just a click, Hikyunyu's bones broke immediately, followed by Hikyunyu's screams. Yu Yuquan ran away after beating, very resolutely. Court death. Xi Minglan, who was running wildly, was furious, picked up a leaf and threw it at Yu Yuquan. The speed was really too fast, like a shell thrown into the air, it exploded towards Yu Yuquan. Yu Yuquan was startled, and instinctively gnawed mud like a dog. His posture was extremely indecent. He only heard a loud bang, and a pothole the size of a wash basin exploded directly on the trajectory of his original escape. Yu Yuquan's heart trembled. This power is too amazing. If he really suffers like this, how can he still survive? Horror! Yu Yuquan didn't dare to have any small thoughts anymore, he only focused on running away, further away. After a few breaths, Xi Minglan rushed over. Looking at Yu Yuquan's escape direction from a distance, I was stunned and shocked. What's the situation? This speed, this perception is really the height that practitioners in the Tianmen realm can achieve? Is it his delusion? It seems that Yu Yuquan has never used the vitality of heaven and earth. How strange! It is undeniable that this Yu Yuquan is really a talent. Really a young dragon? Senior brother, he may be in trouble. End of this chapter. Chapter 11. Thanks to Boss He for the gift. Chapter 11. Thanks to Boss He for the gift. Hikyunyu stared blankly at the sky. There was no highlight or color in his eyes. He even seemed to have forgotten the stinging pain in his broken leg. With such an advantage, he was completely defeated, so how dare he say that he will definitely beat Yu Yuquan in the future. Not to mention the astonishing age gap between the two, this comparison makes him lose every second. Xi Minglan, as a fellow sect that He Zhenchuan specially entrusted to deal with family affairs, he completely failed his senior brother's trust this time. This inevitably made him a little angry and ashamed, and even felt more pity and sympathy for He Zhenquan's younger brother. That Man Yu's physical explosion is not much weaker than that of the Qi state, and his perception is also very strange. This is not a crime of war, so don't take it too seriously. Hearing this, He Kunyu's eyes gained a touch of color, but he still said painfully, "If you lose, you lose. I'm not as good as you." Xi Minglan, knowing shame is close to courage. Just fight again in the future. He Kunyu's face was still ugly, but he still got better. He took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, senior brother, for your teachings. My little brother Mingan Wu Nei's golden toad watching the moon and swallowing qi was taken away by that guy. I will get it back at all costs." Xi Minglan nodded. The golden toad watching the moon and swallowing qi technique is an advanced secret book within the sect. It requires a lot of contributions before it can be taught. It is actually the only way to lay a solid foundation. It was a gift from He Zhenchuan that He Kunyu could get it, and there were even annotations from the elders in the sect and He Zhenchuan, so it was impossible to let him wander outside. The most important thing is that practicing the secret method without the permission of Juxuan sect is stealing. Since it is theft, the door will naturally do everything possible to get it back. But the skill was lost by He Kunyu, so it would be perfect for him to get it back. "Okay, I will report to the door." He Kunyu breathed a sigh of relief and said gratefully, "Thank you, senior brother." Xi Minglan, why are you all brothers from the same school talking about this? He Kunyu nodded, keeping this kindness in his heart. But at this moment, both of them heard an unknown beast's roar at the same time. Taking this as a signal, the roars of beasts came and went one after another, and Xi Minglan even clearly felt that a ferocious beast was approaching and probing. Even he could sense the power and threat of those beasts, not to mention there was a patient beside him. Xi Minglan and He Kunyu's expressions changed at the same time. Xi Minglan said with rare urgency, "It's not suitable to stay here for a long time, I will take you out right now." He Kunyu looked pale and said unwillingly, "Then what should I do if Yu Yuquan dies in the mouth of a vicious beast? He is my enemy." Xi Minglan understood what He Kunyu meant. The enemy must be killed with his own hands to avenge his hatred. If he dies before he takes revenge with his own hands, wouldn't it mean that he will regret it for the rest of his life? Roar! There was another beast roar, and Xi Minglan's complexion changed drastically again. He sensed it, and a big murderer had already started to attack them both. The aura was so powerful that it could be called a monster. Xi Minglan said anxiously, "How can Yu Yuquan be a short-lived person? He is just a young dragon." Young dragon? He Kunyu breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this, but his face suddenly stiffened. In myths and legends, dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns have always been equally famous. The Kailan of the He family, the young dragon of the Yu family, and Yu Yuquan can really compete with his third brother? If so, does it mean that he will never be able to catch up with that person? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Xi Minglan still didn't know what this junior brother was thinking, so he quickly took out the most inspiring story in the door and comforted him, "Those who have lost their way will end up in the same place. What's wrong with walking slower? As long as you persevere, you will catch up sooner or later. The seventh elder in my Juxuan sect is a notoriously stupid person, but now he is the famous Lord Yushan in the Jin dynasty." Venerable Yushan? Juxuan also refers to Jushan, and in Juxuanman, it refers to the most powerful 9 pillars, each of whom can be called a sovereign. But I never thought that there are such fools among the venerables. I have to admit that Hikunu was healed a lot by this bowl of chicken soup. Xi Minglan couldn't help but sigh slightly from the bottom of her heart. How easy is it for stupid people to counterattack? Cultivation has always been a step-by-step pace. 3-year-olds are old, and 7-year-olds are old. Many old people even call immature children senior in turn. The reason why inspirational stories are so deeply rooted in the hearts of the people is that these stories are too rare. This younger brother of He Zhenchuan may have a hard time in the future. Xi Minglan said no more, picked up Hikunu and began to escape from Panlong Mountain. Sensing Yu Yuquan's direction, Xi Minglan couldn't help feeling a little depressed. Do these damn monsters still think that he is weaker and easier to bully than that guy Yu Yuquan? Thinking of this, Xi Minglan suddenly felt a thunderbolt. Damn it, why didn't he think of this? It seems that when they were hanging behind Yu Yuquan, these beasts were always honest. Hiss! Xi Minglan gasped. Really a baby dragon? His words just now were meant to comfort his younger brother, but now these two words are firmly imprinted into his heart. He Zhenchuan might really be in trouble. Xi Minglan frowned. But soon he completely relieved again. What is he thinking? Even if that person is really a young dragon, how can he compete with a unicorn? He Zhenchuan has been in Taoism for many years, and has even begun to prepare for the practice of the killing sword art. Venerable Xiantian Master Uncle went out in person to discuss with the Zheng family of Tonglan about teaching He Zhenquan's unique sword art. Once successful, He Zhenchuan will definitely become the leader of the younger generation of Dajin. Even if it is really a young dragon, it is destined to be the background board to set off the greatness of the unicorn. Thinking of this, Xi Minglan felt a sense of understanding, and his cultivation improved. But on his back, Hikunu suddenly said, I decided to practice inside the door. Good. Xi Minglan felt satisfied. After contacting him for a while, he could clearly feel the awkwardness and twist in Hikunu's temper. Although he clearly has a brother with a bright future like He Zhenchuan, he has always deliberately avoided this. In practice, he wants to prove himself everywhere. Although Xi Minglan could understand it, she felt that this move was very 205. Backed by the mountain of He Zhenchuan, why bother? The progress of your own cultivation is your own. Xi Minglan smiled and said, Junior brother has grown up. Hikunu smiled bitterly. He would rather not grow up. After his relatives, he lost his obsession and pride again. Sensing those ferocious beasts drifting away from a distance, Yu Yuquan couldn't help wiping the sweat from his forehead. It seemed that Senior Long's blood had deterred those culprits, otherwise he might really have died this time. Gollum! Yu Yuquan swallowed a ginseng giwan pill in a hurry, and felt the surging medicinal power dissolving from the mouth, throat, and stomach in just a moment. The fatigue disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye, which made Yu Yuquan feel as if his ass was cut open with a knife. Is this the rich man's world? So arrogant! The number of pills in the small porcelain bottle is very small, only 3, but based on the size of the porcelain bottle and the volume of the pills, such a small porcelain bottle can hold about 8 or 9 pills. In other words, chasing Hikunu all the way may have consumed 4 or 5. Thinking of this, Yu Yuquan was heartbroken and relieved at the same time. Maybe his physique is better than he thought. The mysterious energy that continued to nourish his body was far more powerful than he imagined. Cool. Realizing that the mysterious cultivator left behind He Shi's back, Yu Yuquan felt relieved, and only then began to think about checking the spoils. First of all, this sword inlaid with 7 big gemstones, I have to admit, it's too flamboyant. If this is picked and sold, at least there will be no shortage of troubles on the follow-up escape road. Thank you boss he for the gift. Kang! Pulling away the sword and taking a look, Yu Yuquan's eyes suddenly lit up. Nice sword. Not only is the shape simple and beautiful, but it is also the best choice in terms of sharpness and flexibility. Sure enough, you cannot believe in the character of the noble family, but you can definitely believe in their aesthetics. The sword is about 17 inches long and weighs about 2 caddies. From the point of view of length, Yu Yuquan's current use is not very suitable, it seems a bit too long. But in terms of weight, Yu Yuquan felt unprecedentedly light, and he felt as light as nothing when he waved it. Yu Yuquan's eyes were bright. Dragon's blood is indeed a legendary existence, the effect of washing the hair and cutting the marrow is awesome. Not long after, Yu Yuquan found the sword inscription engraved on the body of the sword, which was impressively He's 1,000 feathers, jade with seal. Good guy, it turned out to be a custom-made sword. Yu Yuquan once again felt the arrogance of the Longmen family. But no matter what, this sword will be Yu Yuquan's Hanshang sword from now on. After carefully playing with it for a long time, Yu Yuquan put the sword back into its sheath, and then opened the book that was accidentally copied. On the cover of the book, the big characters of Golden Toad watching the moon and swallowing chi come into view. Yu Yuquan suddenly became surprised. He has heard of this exercise. End of this chapter. Chapter 12 Dragon Ball Cave Heaven Revision. Chapter 12 Dragon Ball Cave Heaven Revision. This chapter has been deleted and revised, and what this chapter says may not be correct or not. Looking at the large characters on the book cover, Yu Yuquan's hands trembled slightly. The secret book Golden Toad Watching the Moon and Swallowing Chi is really famous, especially in the area around Longmen Town. It is even more legendary. Because in the story of He Qianxing meeting Kailan, opening the Tianmen and being accepted by the head of Juxuanmen himself, there are some plots of the head teaching the law, and this law is exactly the Golden Toad Watching the Moon and Swallowing Chi. For a moment, Yu Yuquan had a sense of absurdity that the story of the story is reflected in the reality. First He Qianxing, then He Qianyu, they can undoubtedly prove the excellence of this practice method. It is very suitable to knock on the gate of heaven and lay a solid foundation with it. Too many lice do not itch, too many debts do not worry. Based on the crimes he has committed so far, it is already enough to cut him into pieces, and it seems nothing to offend another Juxuanman. The most important thing is that he is not even in the primary fund accumulation stage at present. At best he can only be regarded as struggling to survive on the verge of death. The highest goal of all behavioral patterns is just to survive, and then strive to live a better life. It is impossible for your hands to be dust-free. It is the right way to develop first and then establish a product. Thinking of this, the last bit of doubt in Yu Yuquan's heart disappeared, his eyes became bright and firm again, and he immediately opened the secret book. Yu Yuquan's eyes lit up when he saw the words in the book. Good calligraphy. In this world, calligraphy is one of the most practical tools. Any boy who is enlightened must practice calligraphy hard. Of course Yu Yuquan also practiced hard. What's more, due to the thinking of adults and some knowledge of previous lives, extra attention is paid to calligraphy. After all, writing is like a person, and good calligraphy is often the first business card. If the calligraphy is not good enough, you may lose a good opportunity because of it. This is completely intolerable to Yu Yuquan. It is precisely because of this awareness of being a worker that Yu Yuquan's handwriting is well versed in the inheritance of Master Tao, and he has already gained considerable popularity. But compared with the words in this cheat book, it is completely different. Next to the secret scriptures, there are some annotations written in small fonts, and it seems that the handwriting is not from the hand of one person. Yu Yuquan immediately understood. This should be a very precious copy, and it has been held and annotated by many different owners. It is of invaluable value, and only He Qianyu, a wealthy kid with a background, is eligible to possess it. If it is an ordinary disciple, perhaps he needs to copy the book by himself. The difference is not even a little bit. Good calligraphy can convey emotions. Even if you observe words as patterns, you will benefit a lot. A more typical example is Wang Xianzi's Si Lian Tai. At first, the strokes were very square, but the writing became uncontrollable, and the strokes became frantic. Emotions such as longing and turmoil are naturally integrated into the brush and ink. Even if you just appreciate the changes in the handwriting of the calligraphy, you can feel the state of mind. This is the charm of calligraphy, and it is a self-evident teaching in the world of practice. In this practice secret book, the fonts are ordinary block letters, with clear strokes and a square structure, without any deliberate ostentation, but it is precisely this that gives people a sense of integrity. In each stroke, the state of mind required to practice this method is quietly conveyed. The way to go: the body needs to be upright. From this, we can also see some styles of Juksuinman. As for the second page of the secret book, there is a picture of a golden toad swallowing the moon. The sky is a bright moon, and under the bright moon is a hill, and on the hill is a toad. Compared with the mountain and the bright moon, the proportion of the toad is obviously a bit wrong, and it looks extraordinarily large. Coupled with the setting of the position and space, the toad has a faint sign of swallowing the full moon. And between the toad and the bright moon, there is still a clear light that seems to be there, but it seems to be invisible, but it is real, and it is swallowed by the toad like a waterfall. The more Yuju and Yuyuquan looked at it, the more they felt that the artistic conception of this painting was innate and had an indescribable charm. He didn't know whether it was Tao or Zen, so he instinctively began to visualize and describe it in his mind. In a short period of time, Yuyuquan couldn't help being in a trance. I just feel that the painting in front of me seems to come alive, and he himself has become the toad looking at the moon in the mountains to gather energy. The abdomen bulges, and between one breath and one inhalation, you start to practice the lunar moonlight. I don't know how much time has passed, and when he came back to his senses again, his mind was clear, as if he had been refined, and even the recent fatigue and anxiety disappeared a lot. This feeling was not unfamiliar to Yuyuquan. When he saw Senior Long's body for the first time in the Dragon Cave, he instinctively fell into this wonderful state. Visualization diagram: is this painting a visualization diagram? Yuyuquan was surprised and delighted. This painting alone is a priceless treasure. For a small family that has just embarked on the road of cultivation, it can already be a treasure passed down from generation to generation. It's no wonder that this golden toad watching the moon and swallowing chi method can become the introductory cheat book of Juksuinman, and even the Kailan of the He family used it to lay the foundation of the Tao. As long as you continue to visualize this picture, your soul will inevitably transform. Yuyuquan was very pleasantly surprised, and even doubted whether this cheat book was the original teaching of He Qianxing, the head of the Nine Suanmen sect. If his guess was correct, then this visualization alone would be worth the risk of being cut into pieces. What Yuyuquan didn't expect was that his body suddenly became hot. The temperature continued to rise, and phantom scales even appeared faintly under the skin. What is even more unbelievable is that Yuyuquan seems to have seen a jewel that constantly releases its brilliance through many obstacles. The orb rotated slowly, and a soaring dragon could be seen faintly in it. What is this? Yuyuquan's eyes couldn't help being a little confused. But soon he felt a mysterious energy flowing out of the orb and entering into his limbs. At the same time, there was more knowledge in his mind. This orb is a dragon ball, which is the collection of the essence of a real dragon, which captures the creation of the world, invades the sun and the moon, and has infinite mysteries. Senior Long gave him all the dragon balls? Yuyuquan was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. How can this be? Or the influx of a large amount of knowledge, Yuyuquan felt a little confused, and various memory fragments gathered in front of him like a revolving lantern. Even the memories of the past life, which once seemed like a world away and had been almost forgotten, began to become clear little by little. These experiences, memories, and insights are like traces that are imprinted on his body and heart bit by bit. Yuyuquan is not unfamiliar with these changes. He couldn't help but think of the dream he had on the day when he was bathed in dragon blood. In the dream, he seemed to have become a real dragon in the world. Mountains, flowing water, ground, sky, and meteorites hit him, leaving all kinds of traces on his body. Because of the presence of the Dragon Ball, these physical and metaphysical traces were sorted out little by little in the end, and transformed into words he could understand, which were presented to him one by one. Discover the trace of the avenue. The name of the Dao mark, golden toad watching the moon and swallowing chi. Collect all the bearings of the Dao mark, and you can reproduce the true shape of the Dao in the Dragon Ball cave, call the empty time, and realize the Dao Mingfa. The carrying objects of the Dao mark, a toad, a jade rabbit, a laurel tree, a famous article about writing about the moon, and a sight of cold pool water. Looking at the words emerging from his irises, Yu Yuquan couldn't help but be stunned. Rao tried his best to appear indifferent, but still couldn't hide the ecstasy in it. This is him. Goldfinger accounted for? P.S. Please recommend, please collect, please ask for a monthly pass, please, the new issue is really very important. End of this chapter. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. Goldfinger may be late, but he will never be absent. For the first time since the time travel, the sense of fate has been diluted a little. After roughly figuring out the existence and meaning of Dragon Ball Cave, apart from joy, there is only endless gratitude to Senior Long. The great kindness and virtue will never be forgotten. It was from this moment that Yu Yuquan realized that his life no longer belonged only to him. At least until he completes his promise with Senior Long, he can't just have an accident. Such an adventurous move as venturing into Longtan alone should never be done rashly again unless it is absolutely necessary. And the most indispensable thing for a time traveler is imagination. Dragon Ball Dongtian. The word Dongtian is hard not to associate it with Dongtian blessed place and Xianjia Dongfu. In addition, the word Dragon Ball is also crowned in front of Dongtian, which makes it easy to think of dragon veins and Ling Chuan. Then there are portable spaces, portable fields, storage equipment, portable caves, etc., and I can't wait to try one or two. Unfortunately, Yu Yuquan is doomed to be disappointed. He clearly felt that the Dragon Ball cave was there, but he couldn't enter it no matter what. Is it because the gate of heaven has not yet been opened? The small world of the body of a person who has not opened the Tianmen gate is isolated from the outside world, so naturally they cannot be connected. Or, it is necessary to find the carrying object of the Dao mark of the golden toad watching the moon and swallowing chi method, and use this as the key to open the cave. No matter what it is, it has given Yu Yuquan unlimited expectations. Fortunately, the objects in the list are all ordinary objects. Even with his identity, age, and financial resources, it is relatively easy to find them. If the request is a treasure of heaven and earth, then it is estimated that I will faint in the toilet crying. After studying the cheats for a while, Yu Yuquan couldn't help but be deeply fascinated by them. The content recorded in this method, such as burning incense and chanting scriptures, meditating, reading and practicing martial arts, meditating and observing precepts, etc., is more like a complete set of practice system, which includes a well-structured worldview methodology. Yu Yuquan couldn't help but open his eyes, feeling a sense of satisfaction that a gourmet eats a delicacy, a satyr meets a stunning beauty. For example, several sets of boxing, swordsmanship, and footwork recorded in it are very exquisite. See you late. Love it. I wish I could devote myself wholeheartedly to it. However, Yu Yuquan still overcame the desire in his heart with great perseverance. Compared with studying the secret method, the more important thing at this time is to survive. At least before walking out of the Panlong Mountains, he needs to make it his top priority to get out of the mountains alive. Better get some prey. A person is iron and rice is steel, he must get enough nutritional supplements. However, I don't know if it's because of the aura of Senior Dragon on his body, not to mention small animals, not even a fierce beast. Whenever he moved a little bit, all kinds of animals with keen senses would immediately run away without a trace, which made Yu Yuquan very helpless. Misfortune is where blessings rest, and blessings are where misfortune lies. Fortunately, during the next period of time, Yu Yuquan, who was frantically hungry, first found a certain granary of unknown species of rats. Some nuts, such as chestnuts, acorns, and pine cones, make him a delicious meal. Then he was surprised to find a fragrant deer that was bitten by a predator and was almost dying. After using the sword to end the pain of the deer, Yu Yuquan used the captured Hanshang sword to peel the skin and divide the flesh. Especially after the kindling is obtained by drilling wood to make fire, the unprecedented delicious barbecue begins to simmer. Just in the process of grilling, his saliva can't stop drooling. Yu Yuquan was even indescribably moved when the rich, fragrant, and even slightly burnt smell of barbecue was released in his mouth. It's so rare and so happy. For him, being able to eat meat like this seems to have happened in his previous life. The deer's flesh was not wasted at all, and he was even reluctant to throw away some bones, but chewed them into pieces and swallowed them. As for the fact that the stomach can't stand being without oil and water for a long time, Yu Yuquan simply threw it out of the question. In the presence of a hungry person, it is almost instinctive to eat everything in sight. This reminded him of some videos about African children eating meat that he saw on a certain music in his previous life. The meat was not fully cooked, and those children had already started to grab it, even if it was hot and shivering, they still gnawed non-stop. At that time, one comment particularly touched his heart. I saw it in the eyes of those children who were snatching meat. Greed. In his previous life, Yu Yuquan was inevitably biased against these children, but now he was able to completely understand them and sympathize with them. Kenglin knows the etiquette in reality, and knows honor and disgrace when she has enough food and clothing. What used to be an unpretentious sentence in a textbook, now hits the target with precision. Of course, Yu Yuquan himself was frightened later. Because most of the whole deer, except the internal organs, went directly into his stomach. Even so, he still felt only half full, and wanted to continue eating. In the end, Yu Yuquan restrained his desire to continue eating. He was really afraid that overeating would send him away. Even if he had bathed in dragon's blood, his physique could no longer be judged by common sense. At this moment, Yu Yuquan truly understands why some people can be seen being strangled to death in the news. After the meal, Yu Yuquan packed some leftover delicacies in deer skin, and fat meat was his favorite. There is no doubt that this unexpected deer provided him with the most urgently needed supplies. But the vastness of the depths of Panlong Mountain is still far beyond his imagination. A week later, Yu Yuquan, who was struggling to survive and was more savage than a savage, still didn't see any sign of walking out of the mountain. As for the linen clothes that were already in tatters, they were even more embarrassing. Time flies. A few days later, Yu Yuquan accidentally discovered a huge beehive. Without any hesitation, he directly used a tree vine to climb up the towering tree with incomparable dexterity. He learned this method from short videos in his previous life, and it puts his skills and physical strength to the test. Before he climbed the tree, he was still a little insecure. But after he started climbing, all worries and self-doubts disappeared. Yu Yuquan found that he had no concrete concept of the strength and potential of his current body at all. Fortunately, all the bees in the hive were also frightened by the breath on the bloody clothes, and fled early, which made it possible for him to drive straight in to get honey. Yu Yuquan was a little numb when he came into close contact with this huge beehive. The beehive was so big that it looked like a small house when it was placed on the treetops. On the contrary, it looked like a tiny person. What kind of bee is this? After thinking for a few seconds, Yu Yuquan plunged into the hive like a wriggling bug and started cooking. Honey, a sweetener from nature, makes him intoxicated. I don't know if it's because the honeycomb was built in the depths of Panlong Mountain and was nourished by dragon energy. Yu Yuquan felt that he had never tasted such delicious honey. In just a short while, an astonishing amount of energy poured into the body, and the phantom scales under the skin appeared once again, giving off streaks of colorful light, gorgeous and dazzling. Is it really a treasure? Yu Yuquan was surprised and happy, but he never thought that there would be such a good thing. Adhering to the concept of eating in the belly, Yu Yuquan even ate to his heart's content, quite like Wang Lufei eating biscuits in Cake Island. In a short period of time, I felt like I was full, and my belly bulged at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yu Yuquan couldn't help but be speechless. What kind of honey is this? The energy contained in it was so amazing that it completely destroyed the deer meat he had eaten not long ago. If he continued to eat, his belly would feel like he was pregnant in 10 months, which made Yu Yuquan feel a little chilly. But compared with this huge beehive, the ones he just ate are really a drop in the bucket. Unlike deer meat, the location of the honeycomb is too high, but it is inconvenient to pack and carry. Leaving it is basically equivalent to giving up. I can still eat. After a battle between heaven and man, Yu Yuquan fancied that he was that golden toad that could devour the moon, and immediately buried his head and groaned again. After a while, his whole body began to glow, but the phantom scales hidden under the skin became more and more real, and every inch of flesh and blood was swallowing essence. And his incarnation as a golden toad really had some effect. After the golden toad swallowed and inhaled, a large amount of essence turned into a nourishing holy medicine and entered his flesh and blood, meridians, dantian, and brain. In the end, he really couldn't eat it anymore, and the sweet taste made him feel a little drunk on honey. In the end, Yu Yuquan still became the king of cooking rice and successfully killed the honey in the entire hive. It's just that, at a young age, Zhu Beiji has the figure, which saves decades of debtors. Inside the hive, Yu Yuquan couldn't help lowering his head, he couldn't see his feet, and was speechless for a while. Hiccup, he really ate himself into a fat man in one bite. But thinking of the life essence that he forcibly left in his body, Yu Yuquan felt like he had earned something. Just treat it as a reserve of food. Aren't all the great generals in ancient times who were good at fighting like this? After resting for a period of time, Yu Yuquan fled the scene of the crime in a hurry. Although it looks chubby and clumsy, it is still very flexible and agile in action. And this time the reserve was indeed very foresight, and he did not worry about food in the next few days. But the side effects were extremely obvious, but the smell of honey lingered on him no matter what. Yu Yuquan never expected this. In the blink of an eye, another few days passed, and he still showed no sign of walking out of the mountain. Everyone in Yu Yuquan is a little numb. How big is Panlong Mountain? Boom! Accompanied by a thunderclap, a heavy rainstorm followed. End of this chapter. Chapter 14, A Time of Great Strife and a Brave Retreat from the Rapids. Chapter 14, A Time of Great Strife and a Brave Retreat from the Rapids. Thousands of thunders fell, and the rain came from thousands of peaks. Looking in the direction of Panlong Mountain, He Kunyu's eyes were filled with confusion, only hope. He has come out of the mountain alive, Yu Yuquan, don't die. You can only be killed by me. Xi Minglan, there is news from Shimin, and I agree with you to recover the classics yourself, but the time limit is only 3 years. In addition, you need to pay a fine of taels of silver, plus 3 tasks for the master. After you recover it, you can apply for the fine. Return. He Kunyu's eyes were solemn. 10,000 taels of silver is a huge sum of money for the Longmen family, almost equivalent to 1/3 of their annual income. In addition, a lot of income is in kind like food, cloth, and medicinal materials, so it is indeed very difficult to collect the cash in a short period of time. However, the penalty silver can be refunded after recovering the classics. It is very humane. Thank you, brother. Xi Minglan smiled and said, you just need to understand, this is for you. He Kunyu took it and saw that it was just a letter, and the envelope was written my brother's personal letter. Is it a letter from my third brother? He Kunyu was very restrained, but still couldn't hide his joy. When I took it apart, I saw that it read. My little brother Kunyu, you see words like faces. I'm very glad to hear that you are willing to enter the master's school to practice, and I am very comforted for my brother. I have important matters recently, and I may not be able to meet my brother right away. It is a pity. Brother has been in the teacher's school for many years, and knows him very well. The teacher is strict and kind, brother and brother are respectful, and I can come here to seek Taoism with peace of mind. There is a teacher, Venerable Yushin, who is highly respected and knowledgeable. He can be a teacher for all ages. If you have the heart, you can worship enter under its door. In the back of the letter, in extremely plain language, he explained in detail the grief he felt when he heard the bad news at home, and the regret that he could not go home to be filial to his parents. To put it simply, that is, loyalty and filial piety have been difficult to have both. Now that the Wei dynasty is eyeing him, he must learn the sword art of killing life as soon as possible to deal with the challenge from the powerful enemy in the north. There was a lot of content in the letter, and the lines also revealed some worries about powerful enemies, as well as the importance of cultivating oneself and maintaining a healthy family. Hikyunyu's eyes couldn't help but turn red when he read it. This is the first time he knows that the talented third brother is under such a lot of pressure. The enemy is very powerful. Xi Minglan said with a solemn expression, "It's very powerful. If senior brother he can't unite with the two swords to kill and destroy life, our young generation in the Jin dynasty will lose the dignity of our ancestors, and even the ancestral temple may be destroyed." Hikyunyu. The Juzheng sword technique is a family secret of the Tonglan Zheng family. Can they really agree to teach it to the third brother? Tonglan Zheng refers to the ancestral land of the Zheng family. After so many years of development, the Zheng family has already become one of the top aristocratic families in Jin dynasty. Even if the strength is far inferior to Juxuanmen will not break up with the Zheng family for no reason. When talking about this important event, Xi Minglan also looked solemn. It's difficult. The Juzheng sword technique is called Wanjianhai in the Zheng family. It is their family secret. It is difficult to pass it on to outsiders. It is even more difficult to pass it on to Juxuanmen's true inheritance. But the double sword unity is the great trend of the times, and it is difficult for the Zheng family to resist the trend. Hikyunyu understood. This era requires the combination of the two great sword techniques of killing life and death, and it is difficult for the Zheng family to defy the general trend. But it is not easy for Zheng Shi to simply hand over his unique skills. Even if Juxuanmen can come up with enough chips, it is still extremely difficult. For a real 1,000-year-old family, it is normal to sit back and watch the dynasty rise and fall. Even if there is not much development, as long as you can keep the family tradition and let the family last for thousands of generations, that's enough. The combination of two swords is the need of Juxuanmen, the need of the great Jin dynasty, but it may not be the need of the Zheng family. Seeing Hikyunyu worried, Xi Minglan smiled instead. He has absolute confidence in his master and He Zhenchuan, especially Venerable Xiantian himself. There are very few things that cannot be done in the world. The most important thing is that Master Xiantian Master Uncle has the three excellent qualities of strength, patience, and shamelessness. Even if the current patriarch of the Zheng family avoids seeing him, Master Uncle has various ways to make Patriarch Zheng avoid it. Somewhere in Panlong Mountain, Zheng Xiancheng, the head of the Zheng family in Tonglan, looked at Venerable Xiantian with disgust, wishing he could stomp on his fat old face. "I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen such shameless people." He had clearly rejected the suggestion of exchanging cheat books, and in order to avoid someone stalking him, he even hid in this Panlong Mountain. But he never thought that this dignified Xiantian, who was born in the year of dog, would smell the smell all the way and chase him here. Zheng Xiancheng got straight to the point and said, "My lord Xiantian, my attitude has always been the same. The great Jin is the great Jin of the world. If the northern invaders come, I, a son of the Zheng family, will throw my head and blood to defend the country, but don't bring up the matter of family learning rumors." Xiantian was not annoyed, and said patiently, "Brother Pixian, why did you say so decisively? The exchange of cheats is mutually beneficial and win-win cooperation. Our two families are bound to rise. Maybe we can see the younger generation rebuild the universe and regain their homeland in our lifetime. Pixian is Zheng Xuanquan's character, which means to carry forward. For Juxuanmen, it means regaining their homeland, and also killing the strongest in the world with a sword. Because the imperial master of the northern dynasties is the strongest saint in the world, Juxuanmen even lost their ancestral land because of him. To Shizongmen of Dajin town, this was a great shame and humiliation. Every member of the sect takes it as their duty to regain their ancestral land. But what does this have to do with their Tonglen Zheng family? When the Juxian sect was dominating the ancestral land, I never saw them sharing honors with them. Zhang Xiancheng said nothing and even sneered slightly. Their generation can't complete it, and they still expect the next generation to complete it. He did not see how many people in Nandu had to live without food and clothing. Instead, he saw that they used various means to seal off the mountains and enclose the land. To put it bluntly, in addition to seeing the increasing taxes on the people, and the large number of powerful people being imprisoned for criticizing the government and defaming the emperor, he recently saw that the loud northern expedition was a joke. Zhang Xiancheng said bluntly, Brother Xiantian is from the mountain, and he may not have gone down the mountain for a long time. I really don't like the northern expedition. With these words, I almost pointed at Suanation's nose and scolded him for ignoring the sufferings of the people. Xiantian looked like he didn't understand, and said with a firm face, Our generation is no longer good, but when Qianxing's generation grows up, the success of the northern expedition is inevitable. Zhang Xiancheng said bluntly, He Qianxing is a noble disciple, you can be satisfied with him anyway, but to me, he is just an excellent junior. In the eyes of Juxuanmen, He Qianxing may be the number one genius in the world, but to him, Zhang Xiancheng, an outsider, no matter how good he is, has something to do with his Zheng family. Venerable Suanation's eyes shined brightly, and he said confidently, Qianxing is accompanied by a unicorn. This is a sign of a saint coming to the world. Why is Brother Pixian so rigid in his sect's opinion? Zhang Xiancheng shook his head, his eyes confident and determined. My Zheng family's sword has been passed down through the ages, and it is enough to have a sea of swords, so why worry about other families' inheritance? Venerable Xiantian also had a headache. If you don't want to be strong, facing this guy who just wants to close the door and pass on his own unique knowledge of Tonglen Zheng, even if he can get rid of this old face, there is still no good way. However, what Venerable Xiantian lacks most is patience and the courage to show off one's emotions. He immediately lamented and said, Flowing water does not rot, door hinges do not suffer from beetles. Brother Pai Xian is young and strong, but he is so stubborn. How roundabout! Zhang Xiancheng remained silent. Venerable Suanation's reasoning may be very reasonable, but it is definitely not his reasoning. Perhaps in the eyes of the world, he, Zhang Xiancheng, is a short-sighted person who sticks to his own sect, but what does that have to do with him? It is enough for him, the Tonglen Zheng family, to have 10,000 swords handed down from generation to generation. To this day, regarding the inheritance of Wang Jianhai, the Zheng family of Tonglen has painstakingly studied generation after generation, but the more they delve into it, the more they can feel the unfathomable depth of this sword art. No matter how good the slaughtering sword art is, and it is inextricably linked with their family's Wang Jianhai, he is still unwilling to change it. The more thorough his understanding of Wang Jianhai, the more Zhang Xiancheng believed that with this sword he could slay all enemies in the world. The most important thing is that this transaction seems to be very fair, but there is absolutely no way that Tonglen Zheng will be the final winner. Because He Qianxing, who is accompanied by a unicorn, is destined to have a limitless future, but none of the descendants of the Zheng family can compare. The neighbor is generous but the king is humble. He doesn't want to do such things to endanger his enemies. As for knowing heroes with eyesight, does the Zheng family still need this to make friends with the future Ling Yunmu early? The Zheng family is already extremely wealthy, and if it continues, it may be a disaster rather than a blessing. As for obtaining another supreme sword art, it is completely unnecessary. The killing sword technique and the Ju Sheng sword technique are the most powerful killing sword techniques in the world. They cause great harm to the body, and the Zheng family has no chance of enduring them. Once the Zheng family is exchanged, it will be too eye-catching, and it might become a mobile treasure trove that everyone will covet. But don't exchange. Rumble. Thousands of thunderbolts descended from the sky, and endless rain curtains fell to the sky. But these heavy rains did not affect Zhang Xiancheng and Venerable Xiantian at all. At the same time, their eyes were also aimed at a certain canyon deep in Panlong Mountain. In the valley, a large number of the most poisonous things in the world are constantly gathering from all directions, and it is about to take a big step forward to the Poison King's hegemony situation. Venerable Xiantian saw the needle and said, "In the world of great struggle, if you don't advance, you will retreat. Brother Pixian, can you see the valley? Even if it is the most famous poison in the world, when it encounters a further opportunity, it will still be desperate for this apocalypse." Zhang Xiancheng was speechless for a moment. It was really a brutal fight between poisonous things in that small valley. Even if he saw it at this level, he was still shocked. For example, red-eyed toads, thousand-legged centipedes, giant horned vipers, red-backed tasseled spiders, and black-gold deadly scorpions are all the most deadly and terrifying poisons, and each of them has become a great monster. And now they are all fighting for evolution. In the words of Venerable Xiantian, this is a time of great strife. If you don't advance, you will perish. Perhaps it was too naked, leaving Zhang Xianchengdu speechless. Seeing this, Venerable Xiantian suddenly felt happy. Persuasion may be almost done, I have to say, everything is God's will. This made him more and more convinced that He Qianxing was the reincarnation of a saint. It's just that neither of them expected that at the moment of the competition for the Poison King, the huge horned viper that was very promising to become the Poison King retreated bravely and exited the valley without hesitation. At this time, not only the poisonous people who were fighting were a little confused, but Zhang Xiancheng and Xiantian were also a little surprised. Zhang Xiancheng laughed loudly and said, "Retreating bravely from the rapids is called knowing the opportunity. Isn't this a kind of apocalypse?" This time it was Venerable Suanation's turn to be speechless. He really couldn't understand why the giant horned viper suddenly gave up. And he didn't know if it was an illusion. The giant snake that retreated from the valley seemed very happy, as if it had found something more important than swallowing the rare treasure of heaven and earth. Weird. P.S. Seek to read, ask for a monthly pass, ask for a recommendation, ask for a collection. Thank you for your likes and support. End of this chapter. Chapter 15. There is a snake leaning in front of you, and someone is standing on the snake's head. Chapter 15. There is a snake leaning in front of you, and someone is standing on the snake's head. The water floating in the sky brings endless trees, and the rain clouds bury half of the mountain. If there is no bad storm at the head of the river, it will be difficult for others to travel on earth. A sudden heavy rain completely trapped Yuyuquan between the mountains and rivers. After struggling to find a safe haven, Yuyuquan had no choice but to give up, curling up as much as possible to protect the secret book he placed on his chest. Yuyuquan has never felt that the rainstorm is so long and fierce like at this moment. He only feels that the rain is like ice, fire, thunder, and wood thorns. The cruelest punishment in the world is nothing like this. I don't know how much time passed, and there were some rustling sounds in his ears. He looked back with vigilance, his pupils shrank suddenly, and his body became stiff instinctively, as if he had lost the ability to think. There are snakes, there are big snakes. The body can be as thick as a bucket, and the grey, brown, red, and black snake scales and the flying waterfalls form a delicate balance, as if it is riding the wind and rain. As for the length, it is completely incalculable. Yuyuquan was shocked. After bathing in the dragon's blood, his perception was amazing, and he could detect danger from a long distance, but he didn't even know that this giant snake had appeared so close to him. That can only mean one thing: this giant snake is no ordinary snake, but a great demon that can restrain its aura and hostility. Escape. Yu Yuquan instinctively wanted to run away, but his brain seemed to have lost control of his limbs, and he couldn't do anything at all. Then, he watched the big snake approaching him little by little. As for the snake letter sticking out from time to time, it is more like a sharp-edged harpoon that appears and disappears from time to time, and the scalp feels numb when looking directly at it. What Yu Yuquan never expected was that the terrible situation of being attacked by a giant snake never came. Perhaps it was too unbelievable. It took him a long time to believe that the sudden giant snake and the towering body of Lao Gao were really like a giant open umbrella protecting him from the wind and rain. Yu Yuquan pursed his lips, feeling a little like he was dreaming. He was afraid that as soon as he opened his mouth, he would be forced to wake up from his dream. But the giant snake in this posture really looks like an open umbrella. It's like Totoro waiting for the bus with Satsuki Kusakabe on a rainy day. Then, the man and the snake became weird, maintaining a strange balance. It's as if this giant snake didn't come to eat him, but came here to serve as an umbrella for him. Surprising. Yu Yuquan also felt it was unbelievable. He looked at the big snake desperately, and said desperately, "It's still raining. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds." The big snake spit out the snake letter repeatedly, making one hissing sound after another. Then, it turned its body and turned into a wall in front of Yu Yuquan. Yu Yuquan is a little stupid. I really understand that this giant snake is indeed a monster that has become a spirit. Yu Yuquan's heart was beating non-stop. With wisdom and communication, everything may turn around. Yu Yuquan was frightened and said, "Thank you, Brother Snake. If you see Senior Long again in the future, I will definitely put in a good word for you in front of him." This opening made him an expert in painting cakes, but it was also the only card he could play. Apart from Senior Long, Yu Yuquan really can't think of any reason why the giant snake would get close to him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The big snake kept spitting out letters and its head shook. But somehow, Yu Yuquan felt it and was very happy. Yu Yuquan's eyes suddenly brightened. He cried to death, this big snake actually understood his painting. Yu Yuquan suddenly had the courage to continue talking about how good he and Senior Long were. The topic kept coming back and forth. Senior Long was so mighty, Senior Long was so wise, and the lines of Senior Long's figure were so spectacular, elegant, and beautiful. Big Snake was very happy to hear it, and kept shaking his head. Yu Yuquan was a little dumbfounded just looking at it. The giant snake is really too big to look cute at all. The conversation between him and the giant snake was more like 1001 Nights, so Yu Yuquan didn't dare to stop at all. It seemed that he helped Senior Long choose the name Ao Gan, and it was revealed naturally, and then this brother snake became excited. Not only was he shaking his head, but his body was also twisting. Yu Yuquan froze for a moment, and tried to ask, "You want your name too?" Sizzle. The giant snake was spitting out the serpent rhythmically and nodding frequently. Yu Yuquan immediately understood. After thinking for a while, he smiled and said, "In my memory, the most famous snake in the snake clan is Bai Sohen. Brother Snake, do you want to be named Bai as well?" "Name Bai?" The giant snake lowered its head and looked at the grey-brown, black and red snake scales on its body, and then it made a decision that went against its ancestors. The giant snake nodded. Yu Yuquan was a little shocked. He admitted that what he said just now meant a bit of a poo giant snake, and the purpose was to test it out, but he didn't expect this brother snake to accept it without hesitation. Hulu is white, yellow, and grey. According to the Chinese folk custom of enshrining the 5 great immortals, it is best for snake immortals to take Lu as their surname. However, it is difficult to recover from the overflowing water, so he can only go all the way to the dark side. In 500 years the will turn into a jiao, in 1,000 years it will turn into a dragon, in 500 years a dragon will turn into a horned dragon, and in 1,000 years it will turn into a dragon. Should brother snake be called Bai Xiao? Bai Xiao why? Little ass? The giant snake couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Among snakes, existences as huge as it are already rare, but compared to Jiaolong, they are indeed small. The most important thing is that there is a very complete evolutionary route for the dragon to transform into a dragon, which makes him very satisfied. The giant horned viper thought about it and immediately decided to call it this name from now on. Then, it grinned excitedly, smiling happily. Although Yu Yuquan couldn't get the beauty in this smile at all, he still laughed along with it. For a moment, one person and one snake laughed like two fools. It's also a coincidence, just after Yu Yuquan named this giant horned viper, the wind and rain in Panlong Mountain began to slowly subside. Brother Bai, do you want me to follow you? After the giant snake swam in front of Yu Yuquan several times, Yu Yuquan finally understood its meaning, although the communication efficiency was indeed pitifully low. Seeing that Yu Yuquan understood, the giant horned viper nodded happily, and naturally lowered its head, signaling Yu Yuquan to sit on it. Shocked. Is he going to take a big step and directly evolve into the Serpent Knight? But I have to admit that it's really exciting. The body of the giant snake is really too big. After spending a lot of effort, the chubby Yu Yuquan finally climbed onto the head of the giant snake. During this process, his little heart almost didn't jump out. Then, there was a burst of wind and lightning. The giant horned viper brand male car is very cool. Especially the feeling of the breeze blowing on the skin is simply not too refreshing. At this moment, Yu Yuquan finally understood why so many people like to go for a ride. Of course, he is not the only one who is happy. Yu Yuquan could clearly feel that Bai Xiaowai, the giant horned viper that was driving him wildly, was also very happy. Probably the breath of dragon blood on him made him very satisfied. Yu Yuquan really guessed it right. Just the aura on his body can benefit the giant horned viper a lot, and the efficiency of eating the vitality of the world has been increased by several points. This is also the reason why it prefers to temporarily withdraw from the competition for heaven, material, and earth treasures. And now it's time to continue to go back to hunt for treasures, human beings, natural materials, and earthly treasures. It both needs it. P.S. Listening to people's advice to eat enough, I have made changes here to remove the fact that the dragon's blood may be washed away by rain. After thinking about it, it is indeed a bit unreasonable. The author lacks some common sense about bacterial life. He forgot that blood stains are stubborn stains and can hardly be washed away, so I made changes. Thank you for your correction. End of this chapter. Chapter 16, Bronze Valley please read. Chapter 16, Bronze Valley please read. After the rain, the sky clears up, visibility increases at a speed visible to the naked eye, and various scenes in the valley are presented one by one. Both Venerable Xiantian and Zhang Xiancheng were a little surprised. The previous battle was really astonishing, and a large number of big murderers were lost in a short period of time. Like the thousand-legged centipede and the red-eyed toad, the corpses were strewn about, which shocked the two cultivators in the Zuzao realm who looked directly at them. There are too many highly poisonous and murderous people in that valley, even if neither of them dare to enter rashly, they might be damaged inside. Panlong Mountain really deserves to be the legendary land of suppressing dragons. The big monster, which is almost rare to meet in the outside world, is not much weaker than humans in wisdom, and died here without dignity. For example, that thousand-legged centipede can at least have hundreds of years of cultivation. Even practitioners in the Shenzang realm may not be able to get away with it. Like that red-eyed toad, even though it is still far away from the transformation, its use of the vitality of the world is enough to instantly kill most practitioners. If coupled with its inherent poison, even great practitioners in the wind control realm need to be wary of it. There are too many other poisons to lose their lives. And the purpose of all this is just to snatch that strange flower in the deepest part of the valley. Zhang Xiancheng, brother Xiantian is knowledgeable, Does he know what they are fighting for? Venerable Xiantian looked at the strange flower in the valley from a long distance away. I saw that strange flower, which is still in the shape of a flower bone, with wisps of mist hanging from its body, like a galaxy falling into 9 heavens, like a dream. These bright and crystal clear mist, with the flower bone as the center, spread layer by layer in all directions. The closer to the center, the higher the fog concentration. The purpose of these fierce battles just now was to get closer to this flower. Venerable Xiantian thought for a while and said, it should be the Yaokan flower. For monsters, it can greatly enhance their wisdom, activate their blood, and to a certain extent even induce them to mutate and return to their ancestors, increasing the chance of transformation. Zhang Xiancheng couldn't help but gasped. The transformation of monsters corresponds to humans, and they are great practitioners who can travel thousands of miles. No wonder these monsters are so desperate. Once it succeeds, the Demon King who is rampant on one side is enough to establish a big force, and even human beings need to deal with it carefully. The fighting in the valley continued, and the casualties continued to increase. Perhaps due to the accumulation of too many poisons, a thick poisonous mist slowly gathered in this valley, killing a large number of plants and trees at the touch, making both of them look pale. Fortunately, these monsters were killing each other. If they appeared in a crowded place, it would be an unprecedented disaster. A special divine light emerged from both of them at the same time, protecting their bodies firmly in it. One can imagine how afraid they were. But at this moment, both of them were stunned at the same time. What is that? Transformation monster. On the snake's head, Yu Yuquan was a little dumbfounded. What the hell? Why are there so many dead bodies in this small valley? Just on the outskirts of the valley alone, a large number of beasts died. There are huge wolf kings, extremely ferocious hyenas with shiny fur, and even the corpses of the colorful tiger, the king of beasts. Black bear, snow leopard, wild boar king, lynx. Just among those he could name, there wasn't a single one who was weak. What's more, there are all kinds of weird beasts that he can't even name. For example, a praying mantis the size of a calf, a triangular beast that looks like a hippopotamus but covered with all kinds of weird patterns, a huge scorpion whose body is crystal clear like blood jade, and a giant ape that is incredibly large. But they all fell in the valley one by one. And the further inward the location, the denser the dead beasts. Yu Yuquan finally figured it out. The closer the position inside, the more poisonous the beast became when it fell. For example, the huge scorpion whose body is crystal clear like blood jade is covered with frost, as if it was frozen to death. But this valley has nothing to do with cold. There is only one answer, it was most likely killed by a cold monster like ice silkworm. Could a newbie like him come to such a dangerous place? He is still a child. Yu Yuquan suddenly wanted to cry, this world is so unfriendly to him. Brother Bai, I suddenly remembered that I have a disease that prevents me from entering the valley. Unfortunately, the horned viper wanted nothing to do with him and put a shield on him. After a while, Yu Yuquan felt that his body was covered with a layer of red light, like a piece of clothing, which wrapped him tightly. At the same time, Yu Yuquan also felt that the red aura began to attract the dragon ball in his body to resonate. In just a short time, all the ferocious beasts and big monsters in the valley started to riot violently at the same time. Animals go their separate ways, with no apparent affiliation. But nature will naturally help them arrange their natural enemies and rankings in a food chain way. And the breath of the real dragon will undoubtedly crush everything. In a short period of time, a large number of great evil spirits in the valley unwillingly knelt down to show their submission. Afterwards, the giant horned viper carried Yu Yuquan proudly all the way into the valley, as if in a grand military parade. No matter how stupid Yu Yuquan was, how could he not see that he was being held hostage by the giant horned viper as the emperor to order the princes? Leaving a big spectrum. In the innermost part of the valley, there was a lot of poisonous fog, and a lot of plants were dead. Yu Yuquan was also frightened when he saw it. Fortunately, Brother Snake's shield was strong enough, otherwise he would probably have completely withered. As for the rocks in the canyon, he was shocked even more. These rocks are not ordinary rock and soil, but copper ore with a metallic luster, and the whole body is brown-green. Copper sulfate mine valley? Is this a high-grade open-pit copper mine? Yu Yuquan was shocked again. If so many copper mines can be successfully mined, he will probably get rich immediately. Copper, that can be directly used to cast copper coins. But soon Yu Yuquan was shocked again. Maybe it's because I was shocked too many times, which caused fatigue, and I didn't feel much after being shocked. For example, in the innermost position of the Bronze Valley, there is a small tree that is 3 feet tall and rooted in the copper ore. It is swaying in the wind. The small tree has 9 leaves of different colors, some are bright red, some are green like jade, some are as black as ink, and the more dazzling one belongs to the budding flower. Around the flower bone, there is a lot of mist, and the mist is mixed with crystal grains of sand that are difficult to measure, just like the shining stars in the sky. Treasures of heaven and earth. At this moment, Yu Yuquan fully understood why so many murderers died in this valley. They are all competing for opportunities. And now with the help of Brother Snake, he has also entered smoothly. Sizzle! The giant horned viper kept spitting out the letter, increasing the stimulation and release of the real dragon's breath. The red-backed tasseled spider, black-gold deadly scorpion, blue-eyed sea-ring snake and other ferocious beasts closest to the location of Tnd Kichen couldn't help but roar and threaten unwillingly. Yu Yuquan was so cautious that he raised his eyebrows, but in the end, these ferocious beasts were frightened by the real dragon's breath, and they all retreated in fear. The giant horned viper, which the fox pretended to be the tiger's prestige, drove Yu Yuquan to the position closest to the Yaokan flower, and then lay down on his stomach. Seeing the treasures of heaven and earth that thousands of demons are fighting for right in front of him, Yu Yuquan couldn't help but feel dreamy. He actually knows how to use the power of a fox to gain advantage. This snake brother is far more intelligent than he imagined. But I have to admit that it is really exciting. I just don't know what benefits this treasure of heaven and earth can bring to him. Accompanied by a large amount of starlight mist blowing towards his face, Yu Yuquan suddenly felt more energetic than ever, and his vitality was extremely strong. At this moment, he only felt that all the cells in his body seemed to wake up, and began to greedily eat the fog here. And every star in the mist contains inestimable value. Later, Yu Yuquan was gradually intoxicated, as if he had completely forgotten himself, only felt a large number of starlight particles appeared in his mind, and unknowingly began to visualize the real body of Senior Long. In the process, the dragon ball in his body began to rotate faster and merged with him little by little. The phantom scales under the skin became more and more real, every inch of flesh and blood glistened, undergoing amazing transformation. And because of overeating a few days ago, he ate too much rare honey and stored a large amount of life energy, which supported him to run wildly on the road of evolution step by step. It has to be said that every drink and peck has a fixed number. Outside the Bronze Valley, both Zhang Xiancheng and Venerable Xiantian were stunned at the same time. It's not a giant monster, but a human being. The auras of monsters and humans are completely different. At their level, they couldn't be more sensitive to this original breath. Even if they were beaten to death, they couldn't believe it. A big demon that was not far away from transforming was actually carrying a human child and competing with countless other demons to transform. It's just out of line. When did the big demon become so generous? This is an opportunity for transformation. Venerable Xiantian was also dumbfounded. There are actually people with such good fortunes in the world. Qian Xing with Kailan accompanying him is nothing more than this, right? People are more popular than dead people. Compared with the people who are enjoying good lives these days, these immortals in the eyes of the world are simply worthless. Venerable Xiantian smiled bitterly and said, it is said that cultivation is a gift given by heaven to the world, but heaven is also very partial. For the first time, Zheng Xiancheng completely agreed with the words of Venerable Xiantian, a shameless fat man. The way of heaven is not only eccentric, but also outrageously eccentric. Some people are so hungry that they are desperately begging for a bite to eat, but some people are chasing food to be fed. Boom! Accompanied by a crisp ringing sound, the flower buds in the Bronze Valley that continuously released the mist of stars bloomed. In the next moment, the silver glow filled the entire valley, as if the sky was full of stars. And Yu Yuquan, who was closest to him, was the first to bear the brunt. P.S. Thanks to a pigeon for tipping 1,000 starting coins, thanks, Omega. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 Divine Consciousness. Chapter 17 Divine Consciousness. Everyone has a body and consciousness. The body can be seen and touched, and has a specific shape. Consciousness, on the other hand, is ethereal, invisible and intangible, making it difficult for people to figure out, but it does exist and is the starting point for all actions of a living body. The two are inseparable, influencing each other and achieving each other. When the body is strong enough, the spirit will also grow and sublimate. The opening of the first level of practice is essentially the result of the joint efforts of the body and the soul. What Yu Yuquan didn't know was that when Yao Kenhua spewed a massive galaxy-like pollen mist towards him, his body, which had been bathed in dragon's blood, began to be instinctively induced to transform by the characteristics of heaven, material, and earth treasures. Especially the dragon's blood in his body seemed to be completely alive, driving his blood, bones, internal organs, fascia, and acupoints to transform and fuse. At this moment, Yu Yuquan seemed to be a descendant of dragon blood. Driven by Yao Kenhua's supreme characteristics, he began to return to his ancestors. The result of this transformation is that the fusion between Yu Yuquan and dragon blood further deepens. He didn't seem to be the lucky one who had bathed in dragon blood, but was born as a descendant of a real dragon, and dragon blood was a part of his life. And this metamorphosis caused a series of chain reactions. The degree of fusion between the dragon ball and the body is further deepened, the sense of incongruity of foreign objects disappears, and it completely becomes a part of the body. The phantom scales that were once hidden under the skin have almost turned into reality, and his life essence has also been strengthened. The blood vessels, bones, and meridians seem to have completely transformed into the level that the descendants of a real dragon should have. The sublimation and transformation of his physical body further promoted the sublimation and transformation of his spirit. As he instinctively visualized the true form of Senior Long, the sea of consciousness between his eyebrows began to slowly turn into reality, transforming into a dark and chaotic space. Accompanied by the ingestion of a large amount of Yaokan flower mist energy, a large number of small bright spots like sand grains began to slowly appear in this dark and empty space. And even this level of transformation is still just the beginning. The dark void space between the brows is getting wider and more real. Yu Yuquan seems to have the ability to see inside, seeing muscles, fascia, internal organs, and bones that are invisible to the naked eye. And this sight immediately surprised Yu Yuquan. He saw the process of transformation, and a large amount of nutrients and life essence in the body were turned into firewood, which was consumed and burned bit by bit. The round figure that had become chubby due to swallowing too much special honey lost weight in circles and completely returned to its original appearance. It's just that it's different from the thin one before. The transformed body exudes the light of divinity and contains power beyond imagination. How lucky to be able to eat so much special honey. Otherwise, even if he could meet Yao Kenhua this time, his physical accumulation would not be able to support the consumption required for transformation. This made Yu Yuquan realize that the influence of Yao Kenhua's good fortune on different individuals is not exactly the same. The stronger the accumulation, the more amazing the fortune may be. And Yu Yuquan's guess was quickly verified. As he shifted his sight away from himself, everything in the Bronze Valley began to become clearer in his eyes. Every detail is revealed. Especially the giant horned viper that is the closest to Yeokenhua, its transformation is extremely amazing. Every scale on the snake's body was shining, and the scales that used to be grey, brown, red, and black had begun to have some golden luster. The unusually handsome man, his appearance has been raised a lot, and there is a faint look of a dragon, and his aura is even higher. If it wasn't for Yu Yuquan's astonishing transformation, he might have instinctively trembled at this moment. And the transformations of the big monsters that are relatively close, such as the red-backed tasseled spider, the black-gold deadly scorpion, and the blue-eyed sea kite, are also very astonishing. Especially the red-backed tasseled spider, whose upper body began to faintly transform into a human silhouette. Is it going to evolve into a spider girl? Yu Yuquan was speechless. It feels like I have witnessed the birth of a great being. If it wasn't for the giant horned viper, it might not have been able to take advantage of this spider girl. In addition, the black gold life-threatening scorpion and the blue-eyed sea ring snake are not easy to get along with, especially the poison of the sea ring snake has increased sharply. A large amount of copper ore around it has been corroded and riddled with holes, which is shocking to see. As for some monsters from the outside world, their transformation is obviously a notch behind. It looks like the black-orbited toad on the periphery, but its size has grown a lot, and the original breath is not too strong. But it still gained huge benefits, at least it was worth decades of penance. Of course. At this moment, what Yu Yuquan cares more about is his extremely strange vision. Different from what you can see with your eyes, the whole world seems to have changed into something else. Among all kinds of bizarre scenes, he also faintly saw some silver-grey mist flowing. Those are, the vitality of heaven and earth? Yu Yuquan was very surprised. As the line of sight gradually zooms out, the various scenes seeing become more and more blurred. Yu Yuquan was thoughtful and briefly conducted a small experiment. Then he discovered that his strange vision could show every detail within a radius of 10 feet, and the clarity was far better than that of the naked eye. And within a mile away, the sharpness drops sharply, as if it has been reduced from Blu-ray to high definition. And beyond a mile, it almost decays from high definition to standard definition, and it becomes a complete loss of image quality. But after 3 miles away, you can't see it at all, and your eyes are full of mosaics. It's just that Yu Yuquan didn't expect that when he continued to tentatively expand his sight outward, he who should not be able to see anything, unexpectedly saw 2 bright rays of light. In an instant, Yu Yuquan felt as if he was looking directly at the sun, so that his eyes were stung. And he instinctively withdrew his sight. Inside the Bronze Valley, Yu Yuquan opened his eyes with a tingling pain between his brows, and his mind became dizzy for a while. What are those 2 lights? They are incredibly powerful. Yu Yuquan rubbed the center of his brows. He was very surprised and became more and more cautious. The more you know how to be in awe. Yu Yuquan didn't dare to look around anymore. Compared with the 2 unknown bright lights outside the valley, he was more concerned about the eyes and sight just now. The feeling just now, could it be divine consciousness? He only saw a vast space between his eyebrows. Most of the place was just a void of darkness, but in the middle, there were some grains of sand that shone with faint light. After watching Golden Toad watching the moon and swallowing chi, Yu Yuquan also has a general understanding of the way of practice. Once you practice to the realm of divine treasure, your spirit can gradually grow stronger, and then turn the imaginary into the real, reaching the point where the spirit makes it clear. And God's enlightenment is the prerequisite for entering the realm of Zuzao. Could it be that his thoughts have reached the height of the realm of Shenzang? Yu Yuquan was not sure. What he has may just be the super youth version, but it's surprising enough. Incredible. Regardless of whether the guess is true or not, he has obtained another shocking fortune. This may be a secret that needs to be guarded even more than bathing in dragon blood. Yu Yuquan immediately looked at Yeoken flower passionately, waiting for it to spout starry mist again. But unfortunately, the Yeoken flower has withered, and even its leaves and branches were completely reduced to ashes, leaving only a crystal clear seed in the end. Yu Yuquan did not hesitate and immediately picked up the seeds. At this moment, the dragon beads in his body emitted a faint light. Afterwards, his brain received a message that was the method of communication and entering Dragon Ball Cave, that Dragon Ball Cave could be opened by using spiritual consciousness as a medium. Yu Yuquan was stunned for a moment, then became ecstatic. Can the portable space finally be opened? It's really great. It's also thanks to the opportunity of Yeo Kenhua this time, otherwise he really doesn't know how long it will take to communicate with Dragon Ball Cave. Most importantly, through this piece of Dragon Ball inheritance knowledge, his guess just now was officially confirmed. The crystal grains of sand in the space between his brows are indeed divine consciousness. Happy to everyone. With the thought in Yu Yuquan's mind, he immediately saw a grey space. The space is very, very vast, just like a small world. The owner, Yu Yuquan, has not been able to find the boundary for a while. But it is really barren. It is grey inside, all is yellow-brown land, and there is not a trace of green in sight. It's like a dry and cracked Loess high slope. And when he scanned Longju Cave, he could clearly feel the world's welcome to him as the master. He can enter whenever he wants. Of course. Yu Yuquan still resisted the urge to enter. After all, outside the Bronze Valley, there are those two dazzling unknown existences. He doesn't want to expose the secret. However, Yu Yuquan still sent the seed of the Yeoken flower into the Longju Cave very simply. As if eating and drinking water were the instinct of life. Just don't be too surprised. And at the same time, when Yu Yuquan spied two strong lights, Venerable Xiantian and Zhang Xiancheng shook their spirits at the same time, feeling a sense of being spied on. Therefore, they have been very vigilant against the great evil, basically using their spiritual consciousness at the lowest level, and their breath has also been greatly restrained. But I never thought that even so, I was still noticed. Zhang Xiancheng, it's very weak, but its evolution is amazing. It's worthy of being a Yeoken flower. Venerable Xiantian nodded. For monsters, it is a long and difficult process to develop their wisdom. Once they can develop their wisdom, they will basically widen the gap with other beasts quickly, and their cultivation base will improve by leaps and bounds. This level can be called a demon. And if spiritual thoughts can be born, it will basically mean that the body's wisdom has been gradually completed, and it will begin to be able to cast powerful demon spells, surpassing ordinary demons, and entering the level of the leader of the demon clan. This is an existence that can command a group of monsters. Once it has malicious intentions towards the human race, a tide of monsters may massacre the city. If it was in an ordinary place, both of them couldn't help but want to kill demons and demons. Of course. What made them even more curious was the human youth who was carried into the valley by the giant horned viper and occupied the best position. Thinking of this, the eyes of both of them were a little hot. End of this chapter. Chapter 18 Dividing the Spoils and Picking Up the Leaks. Chapter 18 Dividing the Spoils and Picking Up the Leaks. With the complete division of Yeo Kenhua's fortune, all the great demons in the Bronze Valley woke up one after another. In a short period of time, the entire valley woke up from its slumber. It was almost impossible for all the big monsters to gather together and looked at the other monsters around them, each occupying an attack. From time to time, roars and threats were heard to warn other enemies not to act rashly. Of course, it is rare to act rashly at this time. Without the temptation of Yeo Kenhua, the life-saving monsters would no longer be able to fight each other. Especially the relatively weak monsters, who were closer to the edge of the valley, didn't even dare to touch the corpses of their prey all over the ground, and fled away in a hurry. In a short period of time, the valley that was extremely lively not long ago has become more than half empty. In the innermost part of the valley, the big monsters who had obtained the most good fortune stared at Yu Yuquan and the giant horned viper one by one. They are already very intelligent and have won the most Yeoken flower creations. Basically, their intelligence has greatly increased. Looking at Yu Yuquan and the giant horned viper at this time is not pleasing to the eye. After all, watching others make money is more uncomfortable than losing money yourself. Yu Yuquan was extraordinarily nervous, but compared to before entering the valley, his confidence was greatly increased at this time. After all, as long as he wants to, he can escape into the Dragon Ball cave anytime. And once a person has confidence, he will be courageous enough, and his waist can be straightened. Because of this, he didn't show the slightest timidity even when facing the most astonishingly transformed monsters. The red-backed tasseled spider, whose upper body almost transformed into a young girl, looked at Yu Yuquan's face, and said with a jerky smile, "Interesting human boy, we will meet again in the future." After finishing speaking, the red-backed tasseled spider left immediately. Half-avatar, can talk? Yu Yuquan was thoughtful. Although he didn't know what the shape-shifting monster represented, there was only this half-shape-shifting shape in the whole valley, and its gold content could be seen. This spider girl is really amazing. Quack! The black-eyed toad looked at Yu Yuquan, then at the giant horned viper beside him. Doubts appeared in his eyes. He croaked twice, and then left without looking back. However, before leaving, it opened its mouth and swallowed the corpses of several monsters. The other monsters glanced at it, but didn't say anything. Desire and strength are linked, and the strength of the black-eyed toad can support its desire. On the contrary, Yu Yuquan felt a little heartbroken. If the monster's corpse was taken to the human world, it might be exchanged for a lot of money, right? However, here are all big monsters, he dare not speak indiscriminately. Then, there was the black gold life-killing scorpion, and the aura of this one was particularly cold. Yu Yuquan felt the greatest malice from it, but the giant horned viper directly locked onto the black gold death scorpion. It spat out the cold snake letter, and the black gold scorpion was intimidated and did not dare to move without permission. In the cruel nature, the most taboo thing is getting injured. After repeated weighing, the black gold killing scorpion finally chose to be safe. After swallowing a few monster corpses, he left. As for the last one left, it was the blue-eyed kelp. It looked at Yu Yuquan, its emerald eyes were extremely suspicious. As a sea snake that came ashore, it didn't have much malice towards humans, but it also didn't have a good impression of them, but for some reason, this human being in front of it made it both happy and afraid. Especially the aura on Yu Yuquan's body, although the coercion is terrifying and astonishing, it still faintly makes it a little close and joyful. Blue-eyed sea ring snake, human. You are special. A sentence sounded in Yu Yuquan's mind, which was different from the red-backed tasseled spider's direct speech. It was the sound transmission of spiritual consciousness. Yu Yuquan doesn't know which of the two is more advanced, but he is still happy to see the results if he can communicate and is willing to communicate. First it was the giant horned viper, and now it is the blue-eyed sea ring snake. It seems that the breath of Senior Dragon has the most intuitive and profound influence on snakes. But compared with its big brother the giant horned viper, the green-eyed krite's perception ability is more than a step behind. It may specialize in snake venom. Yu Yuquan laughed and said, "It's all luck." The blue-eyed sea ring snake nodded. "King of Genhai. My name. What a domineering name." Yu Yuquan quickly raised his hands and said, "Thank you, Senior King Genhai, for letting me know. Junior Yu Yuquan is very lucky in his life." The blue-eyed kelp suddenly smiled, "I hope to see you again in the future." After Bian Haihuan and Snake Town Haiwang finished speaking, he swam to the side of several corpses with the strongest aura, including the red-eyed toad. This is one of the most powerful monsters that have died in this valley. Those big monsters who left before almost all chose to give up. After all, Yu Yuquan and Giant Horned Viper are the biggest winners in this valley treasure hunt. Because of the Dao marks in the golden toad watching the moon and swallowing chi, Yu Yuquan had already set his sights on the body of this red-eyed toad. Seeing this, Yu Yuquan hurriedly said, "Senior Genhai King, can you give this red-eyed toad body to me? I owe you a favor." Bian Haihuan and Snake Town Haiwang were stunned, and said through voice transmission with his spiritual sense, "Since brother you needs it, then this red-eyed toad will be left to you. Favors and other things are fine, just treat it as a little care." Yu Yuquan immediately expressed his gratitude with joy. Not long after, the blue-eyed sea-crite snake Genhai King left, and the entire Bronze Valley became completely empty. Yu Yuquan didn't dare to delay, and said hastily, "Brother Bai, just choose what you want, and we will make a quick decision." The giant horned viper nodded quickly. It sensed that there was something very difficult to deal with outside the valley. Yu Yuquan immediately came to the side of the red-eyed toad, and saw that it was about the size of a basin, and its body was covered with various mysterious protrusions and magic lines, which looked extraordinarily mysterious. As for its corpse, a large amount of copper ore has been turned into liquid, and it is even bubbling. Poisonous, very poisonous. Yu Yuquan was speechless, and didn't even dare to have any physical contact with it. Just lock it with your spiritual consciousness, communicate with the Dragon Pearl Cave Heaven, and put it into the Cave Heaven. Immediately, another piece of information was transmitted to his sea of consciousness through the Dragon Ball. He was right in guessing that the red-eyed toad's corpse could indeed meet his needs for Dao mark carrying objects. It even far exceeded expectations. Seeing the corpse of the red-eyed toad disappear, the giant horned viper was also slightly taken aback. It's amazing. As a great demon that has lived for a long time, it has opened up its wisdom early. In addition, with the creation of Yaokan flower this time, it has also greatly increased its spiritual consciousness, and even gained a certain bloodline inheritance. But this method of storing objects out of thin air still makes him feel heartbroken. And this also strengthened its determination to follow Yu Yuquan. Unlike the idiot sea-ring snake, it has truly experienced the powerful and mysterious aura that almost comes from the depths of its soul. Although this powerful and mysterious aura almost disappeared after Yao Kenhua's creation, the remaining trace was enough to make his heart palpitate. "Do you want big centipede?" The sound transmission of the giant horned viper was quite jerky. It seemed to be the first sound transmission, but Yu Yuquan was particularly pleasantly surprised. Chuanyan asked for his opinion, and it seemed that Brother Snake had a higher impression of him than he thought. Yu Yuquan said happily, "This 1,000-legged centipede can be more than 3 feet long. It must be very, very rare in the human world. There is no market for it. When we sell it for silver, we can buy a lot of things. If you like to eat, I'll buy it for you too." "Meat? I'll buy it for you. It is good." Yu Yuquan happily collected the body of the centipede. Afterwards, the giant horned viper began to feast on it. And in this emptiness, Yu Yuquan picked up some debris. For example, several large scorpions of unknown species, several toads slightly smaller than the red-eyed toad, the carcass of a colorful tiger. What he picked up was not leeks but real money. 1 tael of gold and 10 taels of silver are not worth a piece of tiger skin. And this is just the most common tiger skin. The tiger skin in his hand is that of a demon tiger, and its value is ridiculously high. Not to mention tiger bones and tiger whips. Make a fortune. But it didn't take long for Yu Yuquan to feel a hint of threat. Without saying a word, he jumped onto the head of the giant horned viper. "Brother Bai, run, there seems to be a strong man outside." The giant horned viper didn't hesitate at all, and immediately ran wildly. After counting, Venerable Xiantian and Zhang Xianchang looked at the empty Bronze Valley and were speechless for a while. They were not hostile, but whether it was the giant horned viper or the little boy, it seemed that they were too guarded against them. And that giant snake! It's so fast! If they intend to chase, they may not immediately lose it, but the misunderstanding may be serious. The two glanced at each other, and then hurried on their way in a very tacit understanding. They planned to continue to follow Yu Yuquan and the giant horned viper, but they would not get too close. This combination of one person and one snake demon is really too bizarre, not to mention that the two are still rampant among the group of monsters, and have won the greatest good fortune of Yao Kenhua. Just outrageous. This brought a rare seasoning to the monotonous and boring life of the two venerables. At the same time, oh! Yu Yuquan rejoiced happily. Starting today, his life is no longer as thin as paper. The only thing left is to open the gate of heaven and officially embark on the road of cultivation. And for opening the Tianmen, he is even more confident. Brother Bai, do you know where you can find Laurel Tree and Jade Rabbit? Yu Yuquan chattered on the snake's head, talking and gesticulating, and asked Brother Bai to help collect the remaining Dao mark carrying objects. It's okay for the Jade Rabbit to say that it really doesn't know the Laurel Tree. But after Yu Yuquan repeatedly explained the sexual characteristics of Laurel, it really matched it. Panlong Mountain, it's very familiar. As for the Jade Rabbit, is it some kind of white rabbit? That's even easier. For the Snake Clan, preying on rabbits is even more natural. He knows exactly where there are rabbits in his territory. The giant horned viper immediately stated that it was wrapped on it. Yu Yuquan immediately cheered. End of this chapter. Chapter 19, Everything is ready, please read. Chapter 19, Everything is ready, please read. Squeeze, sip, sip. On a bonfire, a deer leg was roasted golden and burnt, and from time to time, grease dripped on the charcoal ash, making a sizzling sound. After each sound, the aroma of the barbecue became stronger. Brother Pixian, can you feel that there are more and more strange people and strange things in the world? I didn't feel it. When the fat guy Xiantian opened his mouth, he knew what he was holding back. How could Zhang Xiancheng pick up on his words? Venerable Xiantian was not annoyed and just said to himself, it is rare in the world for Yaokan Hua to meet you and me. It is almost impossible for a man and a snake to dance together. He also allowed us to meet Brother Pixian. The times are really it's changed. Zhang Xuanken's expression remained unchanged as he tore a piece of venison lightly and handed it to Venerable Xiantian. Eat meat. Venerable Xiantian looked at the venison and smiled immediately. Is this trying to stuff his mouth with food? Interesting. But this patriarch Zheng is still too young. Is he someone who can be gagged by food? Venerable Xiantian took the venison, his mouth was full of oil as he ate, and said with a smile, Brother Pixian, I am 1,000 journeys through the Juxuan sect, accompanied by unicorns. I am a sincere saint. You really don't want to accept it. Is he a disciple? That's right, Venerable Xiantian compromised. Allow Zhang Xiancheng to also become one of He Qingxing's masters. Zhang Xiancheng became even more upset. Not talking when eating, not talking when sleeping, is one of the principles he has always practiced. Seeing this fat man talking non-stop while eating his mouth full of oil, made him feel even worse, and couldn't help but want to draw his sword. But Venerable Suanation's concession still left Zhang Xiancheng speechless for a moment. Accept Kailanzi as your disciple? He knew that this was a very important concession from Fatty Xiantian and Juxuanmen. The most important thing is that Zhang Xiancheng knows that even if he doesn't want to, it's really hard not to give in. What can he do? The Zhang family is a 1,000-year-old family and is very strong, but compared with the Juxuanmen and other Zhengzong men, it is still weaker than others. What's more, there is still justice to force. Zhang Xiancheng only felt that the mighty torrent was rolling forward, trying to crush him into powder. But he is not only the head of the Zhang family, but also a sword cultivator. The sword is the blade of the heart. If his heart is no longer sharp, how can the sword in his hand be sharp again? Sword cultivators should have persistence, even though this persistence sometimes seems so unreasonable. At this moment, Zhang Xiancheng had unprecedented hope that he was not the head of the Zhang family, but just a lonely cultivator without any scruples. Venerable Xiantian was speechless. He sensed the chaotic and fierce sword intent outside Zhang Xuanken's body. This made him tense, and he didn't dare to be careless. Once this patriarch is really pushed into a hurry, maybe he will cut everything with his sword. After all, the Juzheng sword art is the supreme killing sword art. But Zheng Xiancheng is the head of the Zheng family, and the Zheng family has accomplished him and nourished him, but for Zheng Xiancheng now, it is his destination but also a prison. Venerable Xiantian understands it well. He probably understands that Patriarch Zheng will not really use his sword. After a while, Zheng Xuanqian's murderous intention disappeared. Venerable Xiantian persuaded again, if Brother Pixian is still not satisfied, how about you take a look at that snake boy? His magic must have been felt by Pixian. You can accept him as your disciple. I will definitely not get along with you as a brother. If you snatch it, the Tonglan Zheng family will definitely go to the next level. Snake Tonger is none other than Yu Yuquan. Over the past few days, these two bored people have become more and more surprised as they look at him. They all have the idea of cherishing talents and accepting disciples. But compared with He Qianxing, it is naturally difficult for Yu Yuquan to get into Venerable Suanation's eyes again. He Qianxing, that is the appearance of a saint. There is only one disciple in Juxuanmen, it is enough. Zheng Xiancheng chuckled. He does have some thoughts of cherishing talent. But why does he need others to pick up the rest? More importantly, the Zheng family lineage is inherited by blood. Apart from direct descendants, there are only sons-in-law. He does have daughters, and there are still 2 daughters, but the eldest daughter is already engaged, and the second daughter is only 6 years old. Now he doesn't need any apprentice son-in-law. Zheng Xiancheng, Brother Xiantian, if you are interested, you can hide the snake boy in the door wall. Venerable Xiantian, brother, aren't you thinking about Brother Pixian? Look at the snake boy's heavenly court, which is full of space. There is a spiritual light shining directly through the heavenly spirit. He will become a great weapon in the future. I will give you another one that is unparalleled in the world. Disciple, are you passing on the Qianxing sword of absolute life? Zheng Xiancheng looked at Venerable Xiantian with a faint look. Do you still want to be embarrassed? Have you ever asked Snake Tongji for his opinion? Why are you sending people around as gifts? The most important thing is, do you have to accept it if you want to give it to him? Zheng Xiancheng, I don't need an apprentice, and the Zheng family doesn't need an apprentice. God knows that even if he comes, he can't force me to accept an apprentice. That's what I said. Venerable Xiantian, who has always been self-proclaimed, was speechless. I have never seen anyone who is more stubborn than Zheng Xiancheng. This stubborn temper is simply more disgusting than the stones in the pit. Yu Yuquan slashed across the body surface with his Zhong sword, and magic scales loomed under the skin, leaving not even a white mark on the skin. The more you know about this transformed body, the more you can perceive its horror. With his current physical fitness, he will not be harmed easily. Even if he is injured, I believe he can heal and recover quickly. The sense of security brought by this enhanced ability to survive makes him feel at ease and intoxicated. You must know that he has not yet opened the gate of heaven. It is really difficult to imagine what level of transformation he will bring about once he knocks on the gate of heaven and penetrates the inner and outer heaven and earth. Rustle, rustle. At this moment, there was a rustling sound from somewhere in the direction of dead branches and rotten leaves. Yu Yuquan's eyes lit up. Are you here? Turning on his spiritual perception, Yu Yuquan immediately discovered that a demon rabbit was flying at an extremely fast speed, leaving streaks of silver-white lightning in the air. So fast! Yu Yuquan was startled. As expected of a rabbit monster, this speed is astonishing. If he hadn't observed it with his divine sense, the naked eye might not have been able to keep capturing its escape trajectory. Shhhhhhh. The rabbit demon panicked and rushed towards the intersection where he was hiding. As the positions of the two continued to get closer, the rabbit demon entered a distance of 10 feet away from him in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the speed of the rabbit demon seemed to slow down suddenly, and everything seemed to be in slow motion. Yu Yuquan looked at the right moment, without any haste, a green dragon's claws directly grabbed the rabbit demon's neck. The rabbit demon was immediately dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, a flash directly jumped into the hunter's big hand, and he forgot to struggle for a moment. When it came back to its senses and wanted to start struggling, it fell headlong into a yellow world. The rabbit demon was startled, and hurriedly looked around the world. It's a pity that it is destined to be unable to escape. Swish, swish, hiss, hiss. Accompanied by a sound, the giant horned viper rushed towards it. Obviously, the rabbit demon just jumped into Yuyuquan's ambush because of the giant horned viper's pursuit. The giant horned viper sent a message, "Seeing how happy you are, did you catch the little rabbit demon?" Yuyuquan said happily, "Yes, thanks to Brother Bai's help." The giant horned viper shook its head indifferently. It was also happy that it could catch the satisfied rabbit demon. In recent days, it hunted Yuyuquan and helped with the barbecue, which directly improved its knowledge of food by several levels. It may not be happy if it is allowed to go back to live a life of caring for hair and drinking blood. The most important thing is that it likes the breath of Yuyuquan. As long as it is by Yuyuquan's side, it can obviously feel the progress. This is an opportunity that wouldn't trade for any treasure or adventure. The giant horned adder said happily, "Then only the laurel tree is left." Yuyuquan was also very excited, "Yes, only the laurel tree is left." The objects needed to activate the Dao marks of the golden toad watching the moon and swallowing chi method include toads, jade rabbits, and osmanthus trees, as well as famous articles about riding on the moon and cold pond water. But for Yuyuquan, who is accompanied by a giant horned viper, cold pool water is the easiest to obtain. After all, snakes like yin, and there is a very good cold pool in the giant horned viper's lair. Yuyuquan got the water from the cold pool early. And just now he caught the jade rabbit as he wished. As for writing famous articles, he remembered quite a lot, especially Su Dongpo's water tune song, which was full of vicissitudes, joys and sorrows, and it would definitely meet the requirements. In this way, only the laurel tree is left. And once he finds the right laurel tree, he can successfully knock on the door of heaven relying entirely on his own strength. At that time, he will officially become a practitioner. And it took far less time to find the laurel tree than he imagined, but after half a day, the two successfully found a huge laurel tree. Due to the season, it has not yet bloomed, but the shade provided by the laurel branches and leaves, as well as the aroma contained in the laurel itself, are very fascinating. The most important thing is that finding the laurel tree so smoothly made him feel particularly wonderful, so everything he saw was as beautiful as ever. Everything is ready, all we have to do is knock on the door of heaven. Sitting cross-legged under the laurel tree, Yuyuquan visualized the true form of Senior Long, allowing himself to completely enter the state of forgetting both things and me. In the sunset that looked like molten gold, Yuyuquan communicated with the dragon beads with his spiritual consciousness and took the initiative to start the smelting of the Dao marks of the golden toad watching the moon and swallowing chi method. The moment he opened it, Yuyuquan felt his body was engulfed and surrounded by a layer of mysterious silver light. Soon, everything was different. He was pulled into the Dragon Ball cave, but it was different from the previous cave, with wind and clouds scattered, ebb and flow, and silence. Time seems to have become extremely fast, but it seems to have become extremely slow. Contradictions, oppositions, separations, and aggregations have become extremely weird and even incomprehensible, but this is just the beginning. End of this chapter. Chapter 20 The First Cry in the Spiritual World. Chapter 20 The First Cry in the Practice World. Knocking on the door of heaven is the first step on the path of spiritual practice. It is the first concentrated explosion of physical energy, blood, and soul thoughts. It can be said to be a big summary and a big assessment of all the previous practice preparations. It is like the college entrance examination in the previous life. From the beginning of reading the first word in kindergarten, all the subsequent study and hard work will eventually converge in front of the single plank bridge of the college entrance examination. In a sense, Kowtow Gate is more harsh than the college entrance examination in previous lives. It is a true test. One test determines life. After all practitioners only have one chance to open the heavenly gate, and the size of the heavenly gate will be completely determined in the future. Therefore, as long as there are some forces with some background, they will basically exhaust all means to help the younger generation to lay a solid foundation. Even the most powerful princes, nobles, and the proud sons of heaven will not knock on the gate of heaven too early. In addition to sufficient preparation, seniors with ability and experience will be invited to help and support. However, it is very rare for a wild child like Yu Yuquan, who started out late, is relatively young, has no guardians, and relies purely on personal efforts. But whether it's body or soul, Yu Yuquan's background is far beyond what ordinary people from aristocratic families can match. Bathed in dragon's blood, ate special honey for meals, watered with mist from Yaokan flowers and stars, awakened consciousness, and even the secret books at hand are the secret books of Juxuanmen. All of these have created his unparalleled foundation. What's more, he also owns the Dragon Pearl Cave and has been blessed by the Dao mark of the golden toad watching the moon and swallowing chi. Being in the Dragon Ball Cave with Dao marks open, Yu Yuquan accidentally discovered that the way he knocked on the Heaven's Gate was somewhat different from what he had imagined. His thinking is indescribably active, but it is not excited, but active, calm, rational, and wise in a bizarre supersensory state. It seems that he has suddenly obtained a higher level of wisdom, and everything is under his control. Moreover, he didn't directly knock on the Heaven's Gate, but was in a strange state that was absolutely conducive to practicing the golden toad watching the moon and swallowing chi method. No one told him, but Yu Yuquan knew it, as if it was a blessing to his heart. Very strange, very magical, very mysterious. Then, Yu Yuquan followed the guidance of the soul and began to practice the golden toad watching the moon swallowing chi method. This is a high-level fundamental method that can only be practiced by the inner sect of the Juxuan sect and even the true disciples. It is a complete set of practice concepts that runs through the entire practice of the Tianmen realm. Yu Yuquan has been studying it all these days and has a deep understanding of its meaning. But under the blessing of this strange state, Yu Yuquan was surprised to find that many of his previous understandings were either biased or simply went astray. Even if you truly understand the deepest parts, you will gain new inspiration and gain a deeper understanding. You must know that the set of manuscripts he studied had annotations from several great people, including even that Kailan. But now these experts' annotations, under the blessing of Dao Hen's artistic conception, are starting to look a little pale in comparison. Yu Yuquan's eyes were bright, he was completely immersed in the mystery of enlightenment, and he gained a new understanding every moment. It's not that these experts' annotations are problematic, but that language, words, and pictures are actually very limited in what they can express. It can only be understood but not expressed in words. The wheel is flat and the wheel is smashed. Those who are difficult can't understand it, but those who are not difficult all say similar truths. Time flies. Yu Yuquan, who was always in the highest level of meditation, seemed to have slowly forgotten everything. Forgot the scriptures of Golden Toad watching the moon and swallowing chi, the most precious hand-copied picture of swallowing the moon, and even all the notes left by many experts, even the matter of knocking on the door of heaven and embarking on the road of practice. The thing itself is forgotten. Finally, he seemed to have truly transformed into the giant red-eyed toad, standing on the top of the mountain and beginning to swallow the lunar moonlight. Under the mountain, there is a huge cold pool. There is also a moon and a red-eyed toad in the cold pool. For a moment, I couldn't tell which was the moon in the sky and which was the moon in the water. Even the matter of swallowing the lunar moonlight itself is not a deliberate practice, but an instinct of life. Cuckoo, cluck, cluck. In the sky of Longju Cave, the full moon slowly began to appear imperfections. It changed from a full moon to a half moon and then to a quarter moon, as if it had really been swallowed by the red-eyed toad. The moon is cloudy and sunny, and people have joys and sorrows. This matter is difficult in ancient times. Even if the toad really wants to swallow the sky, how can the moon really be swallowed up? That crescent moon slowly turned into a half moon and a full moon again, and then gradually turned into a half moon and a crescent moon again. Go round and round, go round and round, endlessly. Time seems to pass crazily in this kind of thinking and forgetting. I don't know how long it has passed. It may be decades or hundreds of years. But it could be just a few breaths. Yuyuquan seems to have completely become a moon-swallowing toad, but he instinctively swallows the moon, and instinctively pursues the evolution of life. It doesn't even know that this instinct is essentially spiritual practice. Practice is a gift from heaven to the world, and this gift is not just given to human beings. What's more, the sensitivity of many animals to spiritual practice far exceeds that of humans. Like some divine beast species, they are even more natural shortcuts. And this is also a lot of practice secrets of human beings, which are essentially imitations of animals and even other species. It's like the secret method he practiced, which was born out of the golden toad looking at the moon, and took the meaning of swallowing the moon. Later, whenever night comes, it will inevitably appear on the top of the mountain. What's more, even if it's a cloudy and rainy day and the moon doesn't rise, it still knows that the moon is there, as long as it opens its mouth. It can naturally absorb the moonlight. Perhaps with the waxing and waning of clouds, the power of the moon may become stronger or weaker, but the moon is always there, neither far nor near. And this is the way of heaven. There is no sun and moon in practice, and time flies by. With years of persistence, my cultivation gradually deepened, and my body and soul were baptized and transformed. Even the darkness in the empty space between his eyebrows began to fade away, and the fine sand-emitting brilliance not only became more numerous, but also became brighter and brighter. Some grains of sand even began to glow like the moon. What Yuyuquan didn't know was that just when his spirit was completely immersed in the artistic conception of golden toad watching the moon and swallowing breath, his body began to be covered with a layer of glistening moonlight. Seeing this, the giant horned viper guarding him was suddenly surprised. As a great demon, it is already a certain instinct to swallow the essence of the sun and the moon, but the moonlight on Yuyuquan's body is too rich. What's even more outrageous is that the moonlight on Yuyuquan's body even has a faint sense of eclipse and eclipse. What is this? The giant horned viper's eyes flickered, becoming more and more curious about Yuyuquan's secret. It instinctively moved closer, but even the slightest bit of leakage benefited him a lot. And during this process, Yuyuquan's nearly overflowing qi and blood spontaneously began to converge toward the Tianmen point between his eyebrows. This was like a signal for a general attack. Of course, it could also be described as a dam bursting. In a short period of time, the life essence contained in Yuyuquan's blood, bone marrow, organs, and fascia began to converge toward the Tianmen point. And in this process, the main attacking army was not surprised to encounter a blocking dam. That is the Tianmen that stretches across like a golden beam, causing the inner and outer heaven and earth to be isolated from each other. It is extremely strong, as if it were cast from divine iron, and has the ultimate power to cut off the path of cultivation for most living beings. But such a strong Tianmen, faced with the mighty impact, instantly began to shake violently, and a large number of cracks appeared. And during this process, the consciousness in the space between Yuyuquan's eyebrows mixed with other soul thoughts and turned into a second powerful impact force, which began to impact the Tianmen again. Click! Along with a shattering sound, the extremely tall Tianmen, which stretched for countless miles, suddenly collapsed. If anyone saw Yuyuquan opening the Tianmen, they would be so frightened that they would lose control of their speech. In fact, the process of his impact on the Tianmen was too smooth and concise. If other people knock on the door of heaven, it seems like a long-lasting dystocia, while he knocks on the door of heaven, it seems that the child is born before people realize it. Most importantly, the size of the gate of heaven that Yuyuquan knocked on is rare in the world. And at the moment when Yuyuquan's water overflowed and opened the Tianmen, Yuyuquan, who still thought he was a red-eyed toad, instinctively swallowed a mouthful of moonlight. Different from the past where he only absorbed the spiritual world, this time his heavenly gate has been opened. And the barriers between the inner and outer world have completely disappeared. Yu Yuquan swallowed up the moonlight in his consciousness, and in the real world, he also swallowed up the vitality of heaven and earth. Not only Yu Yuquan, but also the first breath of vitality that all practitioners inhale after successfully knocking open the heavenly gate is like the first breath taken by a newborn after birth. That's why it's so meaningful. In the practice world, this first breath is often regarded as the practitioner's first cry in the world. It is almost equivalent to the first time a practitioner actively announces his arrival to the entire world. It's a pity that a newborn is a newborn after all, and the first cry is too low-pitched after all. Except for the teacher who is relatively close and devotes his whole body and mind to him, it is really difficult for anyone to hear him. But, after all, there are some exceptions in this world. For example, the He family Kailan He Kyungzing's first cry after knocking on the heavenly gate directly attracted the attention of the head of the Juksuan sect. Is the day? A cry rang out from the depths of Panlong Mountain. The sound was not too loud, but to some beings, it was no more than a thunder. Venerable Xiantian and Zhang Xiancheng who were closest to him sat up in shock, their eyes full of disbelief. As time passed, there were more and more great beings who also heard this cry. For example, the red-backed tasseled spider was also relatively close, barely reaching the threshold, but heard by chance. Separated by countless mountains and rivers, Yihong Yuan, the head of the Juksuan sect, is far away. The abbot of Prujna Temple, the head of the Buddhist sect, the great master of the Wei dynasty, and the Zen master of Samadhi. There were 3 other people who made the same similar reaction, as well as the head of the Juksuan sect and the Grand Master of the Wei dynasty, who were also known as saints. Others such as the old offerings in Jianyi Palace. Yao Qi, Yuan Zheng, the old head of the 4 families. There are also those powerful people all over the world who are revered as the 9 kings, who have all heard this cry more or less. And everyone who heard this cry looked in the same direction. Another heaven's chosen one who can be compared to Kailan Zi? How can it be? The birth of the He family unicorn made everyone feel unbelievable, thinking that this is a saint who is born only once every 1,000 years, but they never thought that another one would be born in a short period of time. I really don't want that unicorn to be as beautiful as the one in front. Is this the golden age? P.S. Please read, subscribe, collect, and recommend. The new book issue urgently needs all kinds of support. I hope everyone can keep reading. Thank you all. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 108 inches. Chapter 21. After the Dao mark carrying object in the Dragon Ball cave reached the limit and disappeared, Yu Yuquan slowly withdrew from the extremely special artistic conception of Dao enlightenment. In contrast, the laurel trees behind him, which could be several feet high and as tall as a canopy, were at least several decades old and turned into powder. This made Yu Yuquan realize that the Dao mark bearers that unlock the artistic conception of enlightenment in Dragon Ball Cave are basically disposable consumables. There was a gentle wind in my ears, and my 5 senses gradually returned. Not far in front of him, it was the giant horned viper that was helping him to protect his dharma. Yu Yuquan immediately said gratefully, "Thank you, brother Bai." The giant horned viper hissed and spit out the snake letter. Compared with this sound of gratitude, it actually wanted to know the secret of its brother Yu. It is true that it is a snake, but it is also a practitioner in essence. In the pursuit of Tao, he is not weaker than Yu Yuquan. However, it also knows that being too inquisitive is actually not a good thing. At least this time, Yu Yuquan drank some soup after eating meat. But this little bit of soup saved it a lot of hard work, and it also made it more determined to follow Yu Yuquan. Unlike human beings who have complex minds and weigh the pros and cons of face, honor, disgrace, and gains and losses, the minds of monsters are simpler and purer. As long as it's good for you, just do it. The most important thing is that it can still tell the difference between a full meal and a full meal. You're welcome. The giant horned viper transmitted the voice, and there was a bit of hospitality in the voice. Yu Yuquan smiled immediately when he heard the words, and couldn't help but feel a lot more relaxed. He received the emotion conveyed by the giant horned viper. Compared with humans, the demon's mind is indeed much simpler, but it saves him a lot of talking. Immediately, Yu Yuquan couldn't help being slightly stunned. In the Golden Toad watching the moon and swallowing qi, opening the Tianmen is regarded as the first level of practice. If you can open the gate of heaven, you can receive the vitality of heaven and earth into your body. A fact that many people ignore is that the prerequisite for absorbing the vitality of the heavens and the earth into the body is to perceive the existence of the vitality of the heavens and the earth, and to be able to accurately capture and manipulate it. It's like picking up food and eating it with your hands. It's just that the way of capturing and absorbing the vitality of heaven and earth is more illusory, and the core is still using ideas. It is like a thread, like a net, invisible and intangible, but it can touch and control the vitality of the world in an unexpected way. But a normal practitioner who knocks on the gate of heaven for the first time has almost no thoughts that can be released. The way of absorbing the vitality of the world is more like a spider spinning its web and waiting for prey to come to its door. It is relatively passive. Even so, opening the Tianmen is still an extremely remarkable transformation. According to Yu Yuquan's understanding, this is the sublimation from 0 to 1, and it is the one that makes the subsequent 0 meaningful. Facts have proved that Kaishanmen has become very different. And the whole world has been turned upside down. I saw the strands of heaven and earth vitality flowing in every part of his body. Sometimes on the fingertips, sometimes on the eyelids, sometimes on the mouth and nose, sometimes on the ankles, on the skin and in the heart, everywhere, just like a naughty elf. Because Yu Yuquan was born with divine consciousness early, his thoughts are different from those of practitioners of the same realm. Perceiving, touching, and manipulating the vitality of heaven and earth is even easier. He can even intentionally manipulate the vitality of heaven and earth, condensing it at his fingertips and palms. Because it was his first time to practice, the operation method was very immature, but Yu Yuquan felt like he had the whole world in his hands. Seeing the vitality of heaven and earth lingering in his fingertips and palms, Yu Yuquan couldn't help but lose his mind for a while. Let the vitality of heaven and earth wrap around the fingertips, and naturally make the vitality of heaven and earth cover all parts of the body, so as to achieve the effect of body protection and self-defense. And being able to protect the body with the vitality of heaven and earth can naturally make it entangled on the weapon, increasing its firmness and sharpness, and improving the durability and lethality of the weapon. The same reason. He can also control the vitality of heaven and earth and do all kinds of incredible things. And this is almost a fantasy for the vast majority of practitioners in the first realm. Because a strong mind, birth of consciousness, and enlightenment of the gods are all things that can only be gradually achieved in the second and third realms. In this respect, Yu Yuquan's spiritual consciousness is completely ahead of other practitioners in the same realm. But his chance encounter cannot be replicated. Whether it's bathing in dragon's blood, encountering special honey, or accepting the baptism of Yeoken Huazing Gui's mist, you can't ask for it. But no matter what, for Yu Yuquan, the feeling of being able to control the vitality of the world is really great. Yu Yuquan was in a daze and couldn't help but recall the first time he knew there were practitioners in this world. Everything is as vivid as yesterday. He vaguely remembers that when he was 2 years old, he was on the threshing floor in the village. The summer of that year was very hot. After harvesting the crops, many people gathered together to cool off. Then there are adults who are well informed and start to brag about the mountains. The story is very bizarre, the legend is outrageous, and I don't know how many times it has been processed by the villagers, but the various details are supplemented and lifelike. It was also the first time that Yu Yuquan knew the existence of practitioners. He was excited like never before, his eyes and skin were shining with light. He blurted out almost without restraint or concealment, saying that he would be a spiritual practitioner in the future, fight bad guys, and let his parents, family, and fellow villagers live a good life. The whole threshing floor burst into laughter. Even so, Yu Yuquan can still feel that everyone is very happy, and their mentality is more like playing around with grandchildren. But what I have to admit is that everyone was so happy at that moment. Yu Yuquan looked at the energy of heaven and earth gathering at his fingertips, and couldn't help but murmured, "Father and mother, eldest brother, second brother, third sister, fourth brother, fifth sister, and Master Tao, have you all seen it? Xiao Lu has truly become a practitioner already." Yu Yuquan's eyes were slightly moist, never as it is now, eager to share this joy with them. But Yu Yuquan also knew that his joy was destined to be shared by no one, so he quickly adjusted his thoughts. Because of the inheritance of the artistic conception of the golden toad swallowing the moon, Yu Yuquan has already mastered the matter of absorbing qi into the body. With a thought, the vitality of heaven and earth was swallowed by him like a torrent and a waterfall, quite like Quaffo drinking the water of the Yellow River in one gulp. Amazing throughput! Yu Yuquan was taken aback, and hurriedly began to examine the heavenly gate that had just been knocked open with his thoughts. The moment he saw Tianmen, he still felt a little unbelievable. He has obtained too many opportunities, and the process of knocking on the heavenly gate is also very smooth. Yu Yuquan has long been mentally prepared, knowing that the heavenly gate he knocked on may be very large, and it will not be a big problem to reach the innate upper limit. Facts have also proved that the heavenly gate he knocked on is indeed infinitely approaching the innate upper limit, and almost no bit of talent was wasted. It's just that Yu Yuquan didn't expect that his innate upper limit of Tianmen was as high as -inches. According to the records in the Golden Toad watching the moon and swallowing qi, anyone who opens the Tianmen gate more than 36 inches can be called a genius. And those who open the Tianmen above 72 inches are eligible to be called wizards of the world, with the highest qualifications in the world. But if one can open the gate of heaven by more than 81 inches, it can be called an ancient posture. Even if it is placed in the vertical time dimension of history, the number of heaven's favored ones with such qualifications is not many. As for the -inches of opening the gate of heaven, there is only one title recorded in the book-born saint. Once in 1,000 years. Yu Yuquan never expected that his innate upper limit of Tianmen had reached this height. Could it be because of the innate strength of the traverser's soul? Yu Yuquan was thoughtful, and the more he thought about it, the more it seemed possible. After all, knocking on the gate of heaven is the result of both blood energy and mind. Perhaps Senior Long was willing to bet heavily on him partly because of his aptitude. But no matter what, this is a great thing. And with the massive energy of heaven and earth entering his body, Yu Yuquan keenly felt that his body was nourished and watered again, and his physique was improved to a higher level. And this feeling is completely different from bathing in dragon blood meal with special honey. After opening the Tianmen, there is an endless supply of vitality, and you can feel nourished and benefited every moment. The overall feeling is like going from an occasional full meal to a full meal, and gradually becoming persistent. Not only the physical body, but also a touch of perfection in the state of mind. The most important thing is, knocking on the gate of heaven and successfully penetrating the inner and outer worlds. That kind of feeling is simply not too good. It's almost like the silted pipes have been dredged, the dirt has been cleaned, and the hooves have been trimmed, adding to the fun. However, this relationship had not lasted long before Yu Yuquan and Giant Horned Viper sensed that a powerful person was approaching quickly. What's even more outrageous is that they haven't reacted decently yet, and these two strong men have already appeared not far from them. In another blink of an eye, they appeared within 100 feet, after another blink of an eye, they appeared directly in front of Yu Yuquan. So strong. End of this chapter. Chapter 22 Competing for Apprentice Seek Further Reading. Chapter 22 Competing for Apprentice Seek Further Reading. Both Yu Yuquan and the Giant Horned Viper were very cautious, and the Giant Horned Viper would spit out its snake shape from time to time and let out threatening and warning roars. The uninvited guests turned out to be Zhang Xiancheng and Venerable Xiantian. Sensing the warning from the giant horned viper, the two quickly put on a benign and amiable look, but the eyes they looked at Yu Yuquan were too hot. "Snake boy, don't panic, we are not bad people." The first person to speak was the fat man with an unusually strong build, but before he could finish speaking, his mouth suddenly stopped moving, as if he had suffered a stroke and was paralyzed. Yu Yuquan is so embarrassed. With his astonishing senses, he immediately noticed that the fat gentleman who was trying to steal the conversation was stabbed in the back by his companion. Yu Yuquan also didn't expect that this handsome man, who was dressed in splendid dark clothes, had a beautiful beard, and seemed to have a natural demeanor, was actually a habitual backstabbing criminal behind his back. These two are really good brothers, close friends, and relatives. The handsome uncle who succeeded in the sneak attack couldn't wait to say, "I am the head of the Zheng family in Tonglan. I, the Zheng family in Tonglan, have been wearing hairpins for generations. I have a long family history and a sword passed down through the ages. Snake boy, are you willing to accept me as your teacher?" The head of an aristocratic family, accepting a disciple? Yu Yuquan suddenly realized. It must be that he opened the heavenly gate inches not long ago and showed some extraordinary phenomena. The head of the Zheng family and this fat gentleman were the first to get the moon near the water and the tower, and they were all vying to come over and accept disciples. While Yu Yuquan breathed a sigh of relief, he inevitably felt a little more proud. But what the hell is Snake Boy? And before he could make any response, the body of the fat Mr. Hemiplegia was shaken, shattering the endless energy. Venerable Xiantian was furious. He had always considered himself shameless, but he didn't expect to be attacked by shameless today. However, now is not the time to settle accounts with Zhang Xiancheng. Venerable Xiantian put on a harmless look and smiled like Maitreya Buddha. "Snake boy, don't listen to that thief's nonsense. The Zheng family is indeed the Zhongming Dingxi generation hairpin tassel, but the Zheng family is at the bottom of the four great clans of Yao, Qi, Yuan, and Zheng. My Juxuan sect is different. The only one who controls Shizong in the Jin dynasty sect, the emperor is here. You have to give me some thin noodles from Juxuan sect." "Juxuan men?" Hiss. Yu Yuquan didn't expect that he would meet a strong man from the Juxuan sect unexpectedly like this. What made him even more concerned was that this fat gentleman used some means to isolate the world, so that Patriarch Zheng's voice could not be heard. Amazing! Amazing! On the first day he entered the world of spiritual practice, Yu Yuquan saw what real immortal means were. Yu Yuquan's eyes shone, and he was very curious about this. Venerable Xiantian was very proud. This method can be regarded as his signature, and the effect of this move is indeed outstanding. Click! With a shattering sound, the head of the Zheng family broke through the boundary and said loudly, "Snake boy, don't be bewitched by him. Juxuanman is indeed strong, but there is already a Kailanzi in it. If you go to Juxuanman, Suanman, you must be subordinate to Kailanzi in everything, and you would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix." Yu Yuquan felt like he had been given a slap in the face. Yes, how could he forget the existence of that Kailan? Seeing that Yu Yuquan was a little moved, Venerable Xiantian became anxious immediately. How does a small family know the background of our sect? Not to mention adding another direct disciple, even if it is 2 or 3, it will be easy. Zhang Xiancheng chuckled and said, "Everyone says that you, Xiantian, are shameless. You have learned a lot this time. How easy is it to train 2 or 3 outstanding talents? It's really like a toad yawning loudly. I'm speaking with conscience, Zhu Xian, can we really provide the same resources as the training of Kailanzi?" Venerable Xiantian became angry from embarrassment, but his cheeky face disappeared in a flash, and he used offense as defense. "Hey, you seem to know my treasury of Juxuanmen very well. A resource for cultivating ancient wizards." Zhang Xiancheng didn't accept the move and choked, "Damn fatty, you vowed not long ago that you would give Snake Boy to my brother to be his apprentice, and I agreed. Venerable Xiantian jumped to his feet. You're shameless, you idiot, I've already said that you don't need apprentices, and the Zheng family doesn't need apprentices. God's way, even if he comes, he can't force you to accept apprentices. A manly man spits and nails, why do you still want to just lick the spit back out? Zheng Xiancheng, I won't lick it, but I just go back on my word. What can you do to me? Anyway, I, Zheng Xiancheng, have accepted this apprentice. Venerable Suanation's face was full of anger, and his 5 sense organs flew wildly. Later, he laughed back angrily, okay, I, Xiantian, have always played hooligans with others, but I didn't expect that you, the pit stone, would play hooligans on someone's head. Let's go, draw down the road and make gestures. As you wish. Zheng Xuanquan's eyes burst out with unprecedented light. He has a sword in his hand and a sword in his heart, but ever since he saw this damn fat man, the sword has never been able to be unsheathed. And now the sword is out of its sheath. The two of them were ignored and immediately turned into afterimages. When Yu Yuquan saw their figures again, they had already appeared a mile away. They appeared and disappeared again, leaving only 2 groups of dazzling light. Yu Yuquan was stunned. It turned out that the 2 lights he saw in the Bronze Valley were them. Because the distance is too far, the naked eye can't see it, because the light is too dazzling, the spiritual consciousness can't see clearly. Yu Yuquan only felt 2 divine rainbows crisscrossing, bursts of thunder, strong winds, sand and rocks, and a large number of ancient trees falling down. Yu Yuquan and Giant Horned Viper, who looked directly at it, were heartbroken. Yu Yuquan thought a lot at this moment. If you can worship such a strong person as your teacher, it will indeed be far better than him struggling alone. The only trouble is that he now has a terrible reputation, is involved in a life-threatening lawsuit, and has even secretly learned the methods of Juxuanmen. It stands to reason that it might be better to become a mountain person as a teacher of Juxuanmen, but Juxuanmen had a unicorn early. To make matters worse, he and this Kailanzi are still mortal enemies. As for joining Zheng's family, it is obviously a family business. In a company with blood as the core bond, it always feels very awkward. Yu Yuquan is inevitably entangled. Immediately, he was dumbfounded and laughed. How could the matter of apprenticeship be completely up to him? To be honest, he was a little complex. Maybe it's hypocrisy, maybe it's ignorance of good and evil, or maybe it's the pride and naivety of the traverser, who attaches great importance to the matter of free choice. Only when you can choose freely can you truly get what you want. But no matter what, he should be more happy in his heart. The reason why an opportunity is that it always appears at the most critical time node, whether it is too early or too late. Not long after, Zheng Xiancheng and Venerable Xiantian both returned. There were no injuries on their bodies, and there was no resentment on their faces. Therefore, Yu Yuquan cannot use this to judge who wins and who loses. But seeing the 2 of them coming back side by side, they must have negotiated some results. Zheng Xiancheng smiled and said, Snake Boy, we have already discussed the outcome. You will join our Zheng clan's gate and officially become my direct disciple. At the same time, I will teach the Juxian Sex Kailanzi Juzheng sword technique. Juxuanmen also promised to teach you the sword art of killing life. Yu Yuquan had a black question mark on his face. What is this all about? Venerable Xiantian was a little complicated, but he was still considerate and informed Yu Yuquan about the 4 most powerful killing sword techniques. These 4 great sword formulas are scattered in different major forces in the world. Juxuanmen and Zheng family each get one. In the past long years, if one obtained one of the 4 great sword techniques, one could dominate the world. For example, the Tonglan Zheng family is the heirloom of the Juzheng sword technique, which has been glorious for thousands of years and will last forever. But the general trend of the times now requires the unity of life and death. But what exceeded Venerable Suanation's expectation was that there were actually 2 people who obtained the 2 great sword techniques at the same time. He couldn't predict what consequences this matter would have. What's more, he had a vague feeling that this matter was unknown. There are no two masters in the sky, and there are no two masters in the people. How can there be two sword masters juxtaposed in the world? However, Venerable Suanation's strong confidence in He Qianxing made him finally agree to this compromise plan. Yu Yuquan was also slightly speechless. As long as he becomes a disciple of the Zheng family master, he can get 2 of the 4 great sword techniques at the same time like that unicorn? Yu Yuquan was suddenly a little dazed. How can it be? Why is this world so kind to him? Yu Yuquan couldn't believe it, but everything seemed to be true. After thinking and thinking, I still decided to clarify some things in advance, so as to save future troubles. Yu Yuquan looked at the head of the Zheng family and said, I am lucky to be able to worship my senior as my teacher, but my situation may be more complicated. I have a criminal record. Criminal record? Venerable Xiantian and Master Zheng were stunned at the same time. Looking at Yu Yuquan's young age, coupled with his delicate features and cleverness, he doesn't look like a person who commits crimes, does he? Talent is the first thing to be recruited, but moral character is also to be investigated. If you have talent but no virtue, the greater the harm, the greater the harm. Zheng Xiancheng twirled his beard and said thoughtfully, Can you tell me the specific situation? Yu Yuquan, revenge. Zheng Xiancheng and Venerable Xiantian couldn't help but be surprised. They are practitioners, but also gentlemen. On the contrary, the secular legal and moral concepts are much more indifferent than the secular world. It's just revenge, it's only right. Zheng Xiancheng smiled and said, Revenge is a great righteousness of the spring and autumn period. You can still avenge the 9th generation. I will help you settle the case. Yu Yuquan suddenly showed a smile. This has changed his mind. It seems that this master has a really strong desire to recruit disciples. Yu Yuquan immediately climbed up the pole, bowed his head, and banged his head a few times, completely confirming the name of master and disciple. This is how a gentleman deceives others. For truly superior people, they generally will not accept kowtows from others indiscriminately. In the practice world, this thing is called karma. Even if Yu Yuquan misjudged it, it would only be a few clicks of the head, and he would regard it as a failure to realize the gold under his knees, and he would just find his place again in the future. Zheng Xiancheng twirled his beard and smiled very satisfied. Look, look, how sincere is his good apprentice's heart to worship his teacher. Zheng Xiancheng quickly took action and helped Yu Yuquan up, and the name of master and apprentice was established. And Venerable Xiantian was injured, as if his jealousy had been overturned. 1,000 lines of Juxuanmen are enough. Yu Yuquan's cheeks were slightly red, and he said with some embarrassment, Master, my disciple Yu Yuquan dare not deceive me. Please ask Master to return this book to the uncle of Juxuanmen. As Yu Yuquan said that, he took out the manuscript directly from Dragon Ball Cave. He didn't intentionally conceal the existence of Dragon Ball Cave. After all, these 2 people in front of him are all masters of unknown realms, and it is impossible to hide them from any small trick. It's better to show your sincerity openly. Both Zheng Xiancheng and Venerable Xiantian were very surprised, but felt that everything was reasonable. After all, he is a unique genius who can open the heavenly gate over 81 inches, and he is accompanied by a giant horned viper, so it is normal to have some secrets. Although storage equipment is rare, for major forces, there are more or less inherited items. When they saw the writing on the book cover, their faces suddenly changed again and again. Especially Venerable Xiantian, his eyes became completely gloomy. He recognized this book. End of this chapter. Chapter 23 Decisive Battle at the Top of the Imperial City. Chapter 23 Decisive Battle at the Top of the Imperial City. Yu Yuquan is not a disciple of Juxuanmen, and Venerable Xiantian never thought that Kailanzi would fail. Therefore, the answer to the reason why this book appeared in Yu Yuquan's hands can only be that He Qunyu, a close relative of Kailanzi, lost it. As a true disciple of the Zhu Xian sect, He Kyungxing's background has been clearly discovered. Apart from He Qianxing, among the members of the He clan, only He Kyunyu had some qualifications. Since Yu Yuquan can hold this book, it means that He Kyunyu not only entered the gate of Juxuanmen, but also suffered a disastrous defeat in the hands of Yu Yuquan. When he thought of Yu Yuquan's criminal background again, Venerable Suanation's face suddenly darkened. He didn't care what happened to He Kyunyu, but he cared whether this matter would affect Kailan's Taoist heart. In an instant, Yu Yuquan felt very cold, very cold. However, having faced Senior Dragon and the Giant Horned Viper successively gave Yu Yuquan some experience in facing high-ranking monks. Of course, this experience is of little use. And this chill came and went quickly, and the reason was naturally that there was a master standing in front of him. Zhang Xiancheng, Brother Xiantian is trying to bully the small with the big, or is it because you don't have confidence in your 9 profound gate true inheritance? Venerable Xiantian frowned. Even if Zheng Xuanken's words meant to provoke the general, he would still eat it. Venerable Xiantian looked at Yu Yuquan, and asked, "Is He Kyunyu still alive?" "Alive?" Yu Yuquan replied truthfully, but there were countless ripples in his heart. He just took out the book and didn't say anything, but Venerable Xiantian pointed out that it was He Kyunyu who lost the book, which is really insightful. Of course, it could also be that he is too thoughtful and habitually thinks of things in a complicated way. The truth may also be that Venerable Xiantian knew in advance that this book was handed over to He Kyunyu. What Yu Yuquan didn't know was, he really didn't think much about it. In the eyes of Venerable Xiantian, He Qianxing is gentle, courteous, and thrifty, and he obeys the rules the most. Those who are not members of Juxuanmen will not teach the secret scriptures of Juxuanmen without authorization. And this manuscript was a gift from the master himself, which is of great significance. For He Kyunyu, a close relative who is not a compatriot of the same mother, He Qianxing will never give up his love. When you know enough about a person, it is not as difficult to deduce the truth as you think. Venerable Xiantian and Zhang Xiancheng heaved a sigh of relief at the same time. As long as people are safe, everything is fine. Even Venerable Xiantian didn't want the 9 Suanmen true tradition to have an enemy with unlimited potential like Yu Yuquan out of thin air. But Venerable Xiantian and Zhang Xiancheng still didn't ease their brows too much. If He Kyunyu is still alive, what is the crime that Yu Yuquan mentioned? Venerable Xiantian, is there any misunderstanding? If my nephew can trust me, I am willing to help him and Qianxing eliminate the misunderstanding. Zhang Xiancheng also quickly spoke up to help. Just as Venerable Xiantian didn't want He Qianxing to have an enemy like Yu Yuquan, Zhang Xiancheng didn't want Yu Yuquan to have an enemy like He Qianxing. Because Kailan's celestial appearance is really too tall, rare in the world, and he is destined to become one of the strongest in the world in the future, maybe that one is not included. It is unwise to be an enemy of such a being. Yu Yuquan smiled bitterly. If he could, he actually didn't want to be an enemy of He Qianxing. However, the blood feud had to be avenged. However, in the past, he only had that single card in his hand. He has no choice. But if you do it, do it. There is nothing to regret. It would be unfair to use your current self to deny your past self. Yu Yuquan didn't try to keep it up, but told all about his grievances with Longmen He's. Talk about all his sufferings, and also talk about his revenge as fair and objective as possible. Even so, these words completely silenced all living beings. Among them even included the giant horned viper that almost completely eliminated its own sense of existence. This is also the first time it knows the life history of its brother Yu. Love and hatred in the world, who can tell right from wrong? In the eyes of the world, Yu Yuquan's revenge may be too extreme. If the slave is wrong, how can he kill the master with a sword? But He Zhong, the culprit, is indeed the slave of the Longmen He family. Household slaves are the private property of the master's family. If a domestic slave violates the law, it is the crime of the master. Looking for revenge from Long Menhe's family, in essence, he did not find the wrong person. Not to mention Venerable Xiantian, even Zheng Xiancheng, the master, was given Lei's tenderness by this new beloved apprentice at this time. He is the head of the Zheng family, a son of a noble family in the true sense. In a sense, Yu Yuquan's action stimulated him far more than Venerable Xiantian. Pity! 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 Venerable Xiantian sighed 3 times in a row, looked at Yu Yuquan with complicated eyes and said, "Fate is tricking you, snake boy. You are destined to fight against the unicorns in our sect." Yu Yuquan laughed and said, "If it's fate, then let's fight. I'm looking forward to the world after defeating Kailan." Quiet. Needle drop is audible. Not only Venerable Xiantian, but also Zheng Xiancheng was silent for a while. At this moment, they don't even know whether to praise Yu Yuquan's wisdom or ridicule Yu Yuquan's ignorance. Practice is like sailing against the current, the road is obstructed and difficult. But for some of the heaven's favored ones, practice is like a big rock flying up to miles in one day. Even if you just take the first step, the gap will be unimaginable. But now Yu Yuquan, who has only taken the first step on the road of cultivation, brazenly says that he wants to defeat Kailanzi. Venerable Xiantian smiled and said, "You are very courageous and brave." Yu Yuquan smiled, unmoved. If you want to achieve any goal, the first step is to dare to think. If you don't even dare to think, then there is no need to catch up, let alone overtake in a corner. Venerable Xiantian doesn't know what Yu Yuquan thinks. Feeling that it is man-made, and you can always catch up, it only shows that your vision is too small, and you have never seen a true peerless genius. Venerable Xiantian couldn't help but see the back of a man in blue shirt. You must know that he was once a proud man of heaven. And he also lived a happy and carefree life filled with cheers and applause from all over the world. If you don't work hard or catch up, you don't know what despair is. It wasn't until later that Venerable Xiantian knew that such a person was known as a natural-born saint. Once he was the forerunner, and Qing Shan called him uncle, later the two were on par, and they called each other senior brother, and then he called Qing Shan uncle, and ancestor. Mortals do not understand the world of geniuses. That's why he absolutely believed in He Qianxing, even Yu Yuquan was a peerless genius. Feeling the almost overflowing negative energy from Venerable Xiantian, Zheng Xiancheng immediately waved his sleeves in dissatisfaction. "It's so sour and rotten, fat man, you don't have to blame my apprentice here with your yin and yang, isn't it just to fight He Qianxing? If my disciple says yes, he will do it. If the apprentice says yes, he will definitely be able to do it." Venerable Xiantian laughed, "Yes, Qianxing is a unicorn, but this one in front of him is just a snake boy. Since you are obsessed with your obsession, why not just use it to sharpen Qianxing?" Venerable Xiantian, 10 years from now, you and Qianxing will have a fight and the grudges will be wiped out. Do you dare? Zheng Xiancheng looked at Yu Yuquan, and Yu Yuquan smiled immediately. Since the senior has set the time, why not let the junior choose a location? When Venerable Xiantian heard this, he immediately laughed, "Sharp, where do you want to fight? Zheng's manor? 9 profound gates? You can choose the location. Yu Yuquan, how about staying on top of the imperial city?" Venerable Xiantian and Zheng Xiancheng were stunned. This is really very courageous. No matter what happens, this battle will definitely attract the attention of all the people and become famous all over the world. But the loser must also become a stepping stone for the winner. Okay, very good, ha 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 ha, why not promise you? Venerable Xiantian laughed, then waved his hand, and returned the golden toad watching the moon and swallowing chi method to Yu Yuquan again. Since this is your trophy, why not leave it to you to keep it? Qianxing will take it back with his own hands in the future. Yu Yuquan also smiled. After this experience, his practice of golden toad watching the moon and swallowing chi has gained legitimacy, which is equivalent to directly whitewashing. In addition, he also won himself 10 years of peaceful development. As for the battle with Kailan Ziai Sing, since there will be a battle sooner or later, why not make it vigorous? Lord Xiantian laughed and left. Zhang Xiancheng looked at Yu Yuquan, his new disciple, as if he was meeting him for the first time. He thought he just snatched a disciple who was extremely talented, but he never thought that he would have such courage. Zhang Xiancheng, Snake Boy, are you still willing to accept me as your teacher? Yu Yuquan asked strangely, didn't I already kowtow and perform the apprentice ceremony? Zhang Xiancheng laughed with satisfaction. After laughing, he suddenly said solemnly, my parents gave birth to me, and my master taught me. Since you have joined my sect, should I give you a name as my master? Name? Yu Yuquan was slightly taken aback. This was obviously contrary to the customs and memories of his previous life, but he did not resist at all. Even when Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Wujing became disciples, Monk Tang even named them specially. As the saying goes, casting a teacher is like reincarnating, and once you enter the school, you will be disciplined by the master. In ancient times, the master-student relationship was second only to the father-son relationship, and the master was even fully responsible for the apprentice's medical, food, housing, and transportation. Of course, the apprentice will also lose a lot of freedom. For example, the master has something to do and the disciples do his best. The giving of the name by the master is essentially a declaration of the formal establishment of the master-student relationship. In addition, Yu Yuquan also has his own considerations. Nowadays, the name Yu Yuquan must have become famous in the outside world. It feels good to change to a new vest. It can save a lot of trouble. Yu Yuquan immediately saluted and said, thank you, master, for the name. Zhang Xiancheng smiled and nodded. Observing his words, observing his actions and knowing his heart, this Yu Yuquan should have read the book, he is very satisfied. Young springs are coins, such as spring gold, spring cloth, and spring knife. They are all of this kind. Its hiding place is called spring, and its movement is called cloth. It is named after water spring, and its popularity is everywhere. However, as a teacher, I hope that my disciples can spring sweetness to the world and enrich all things. This is called Liquan. How about you call it Julie in the future? You Julie? L. Li, if he remembered correctly, it seemed to also mean sweet wine, Yu Juju? Looks good too. In terms of the connotation of the name alone, the new one chosen by master is indeed superior. Yu Yuquan smiled happily and then bowed to express his gratitude to the new master. Good. Zhang Xiancheng twirled his beard and nodded again with satisfaction. Before today, he had never thought about taking on a disciple, but he did have one, and he seemed to be pretty good. End of this chapter. Chapter 24, Lesson 1 for further reading. Chapter 24 The first lecture for further reading. A pass somewhere in Panlong Mountain. Yu Yuquan, who had already taken a bath and changed into a set of clean clothes, was sitting by the fire and roasting a wild goat. Yu Yuquan grilled it very carefully, and the time interval between flipping each time was almost exactly the same. In his hands, the goat meat reacted magically with the flames, and the grilling time was just right every time, making it shiny, golden, and crispy. The intoxicating fragrance is overflowing, and the sound of oil sizzling stimulates people's vision, smell, and hearing in all directions, and makes people move their index fingers for a while. Even the giant horned viper couldn't bear the temptation, making a hissing sound. Seeing this, Zhang Xiancheng couldn't help but smiled and twirled his beard. His disciple is really a great fortune. Even if this giant horned viper is far inferior to He Kyungxing's unicorn, it is definitely a rare spirit beast in the world. Looking at its aura, there is a faint air of a dragon. For some small aristocratic families, having this spirit beast can even guarantee the family's trouble-free existence for hundreds of years. Looking at Yu Yuquan again, after bathing and changing clothes, there was no longer any sign of the little savage before. With fair skin, clear eyebrows, and extraordinary appearance, there is a hint of the air of a handsome young man at a young age. In addition, his eyes are firm and energetic, and there is a kind of maturity that does not match his age, which adds a bit of charm. Zhang Xiancheng didn't judge people by appearance, but he was very happy to have an apprentice who looked like a phoenix and looked like a dragon. Seeing that the barbecue was almost done, Zhang Xiancheng stretched out his hand, took out all kinds of seasonings from the storage bag one by one, and then taught Yu Yuquan how to use and measure these seasonings. Yu Yuquan has now become accustomed to the fact that his master has a storage bag. Because the suit he is currently wearing was given to him by master from the storage bag. It's just that the clothes are master's change of clothes, so the size is inevitably a little inappropriate. They have been crudely altered, but they look a bit nondescript. Even so, Yu Yuquan is still quite satisfied. It is really great to take a bath with peace of mind and then change into a set of clean clothes. At this moment, it is a real fairy enjoyment. Clothes soaked in blood are indeed uncomfortable to wear, even though the blood is dragon's blood. Master, please. Yu Yuquan handed the divided wild lamb meat to Zhang Xiancheng, who accepted it with a smile. After taking a bite, it was a little hot, but the taste was quite good, and I was more and more satisfied. Afterwards, Yu Yuquan cut off half of the mutton and gave it to the giant horned viper. The giant horned viper was extremely happy and swallowed the roasted mutton in one mouthful, slowly savoring it. This is naturally not enough for it, but it likes to taste the taste of cooked food. Since adding various seasonings, he likes it even more. I have to say, human beings really enjoy it, it feels like it will never go back. Yu Yuquan tasted a mouthful of mutton, and his brows were filled with happiness. Adding various seasonings made it different. This is the life a person should live. Zhang Xiancheng was thinking while eating the barbecue. His apprentice is very strange. On the one hand, he despises the rich and powerful, and has no awe in his heart. He can kill the Longmen family without hesitation, and proposes a duel on the top of the imperial city without hesitation, even the emperor doesn't pay attention. But on the other hand, it seems that they are extraordinarily well-mannered and respectful. An etiquette is essentially rules, which itself contains various rules and regulations of the monarch, minister, father, son, and son. These are two very contradictory qualities, but they are perfectly compatible in Yu Yuquan. The heart is like a fierce horse on the plain, easy to let go but hard to take back. The best reference for this point is the refugees who took up arms. Before taking up weapons, they all abided by their duties and honesty, but when they took up weapons, they immediately became brutal and abnormal. Whenever you open the history books, any refugee riot is often full of bones. No matter where they wandered, they were bound to be accompanied by slaughter, rape, and looting. What's even more strange is that Yu Yuquan clearly broke through all the rules and regulations, but his heart seemed to be easily bound again. It is even more difficult to imagine that this trait will appear in a boy who is only 10 years old. Zhang Xiancheng didn't know how to teach him for a moment. After dinner, Zhang Xiancheng twirled his beard and said, "Julie, I know that you have had a hard time as a teacher, but after apprenticeship, you don't have to work so hard. You are still young, so you can do more things that you should do at your age." During the short time of getting along with each other, Zhang Xiancheng saw many things. In contrast, Yu Yuquan also saw many things. Even if he doesn't have much choice in the matter of apprenticeship, it is still a two-way choice in essence. If the ruler treats his ministers like brothers and feet, then the ministers will treat him like his heart. If it is said that the fight between Zhang Xiancheng and Venerable Xiantian not long ago gave Yu Yuquan a glimpse of his master's ability, and the short time they got along later gave him a glimpse of his heart. At least from the present point of view, his master is still trustworthy. Acting like a child? The body may be younger, but the mark of time on the soul is really difficult to eliminate. Thank you, master, but I think there is nothing wrong with showing maturity. I like myself very much now. Oh? Be specific. Children will not understand true maturity, although they envy adults and long to grow up early. Adults will also lose their innocence and begin to envy the innocence of childhood. But no matter how much children imitate, it is impossible to understand what a real adult is. And once a person grows up and matures, it will never be possible to return to innocence, and everything can be done freely. What a free and easy way! Zhang Xiancheng applauded immediately. These 4 words simply spoke to his heart. Only those who are free, have nothing to borrow, nothing to achieve, it is natural. On the contrary, he felt that he had been in a cage for a long time and could not be free. He wanted to teach his apprentice a lesson, but he never thought that it would be himself who benefited a lot. He is indeed an unparalleled genius who opened the gate of heaven and attracted the resonance of heaven and earth. Sure enough, he cannot be taught as an ordinary disciple. Zhang Xiancheng, what is a sword in your eyes? What is a sword? What a big question! Besides, is Master testing his wisdom and understanding? The descriptions about swords in his previous life could not help appearing in his mind, such as a gentleman in a soldier. There is a way to win without a move, the way of the sentient sword, the way of the ruthless sword, the sword of the common people, the sword of the princes, the sword of the emperor. On the contrary, he has a kind of difficulty in choosing. In the end, Yu Yuquan found that he didn't seem to have a deep understanding of sword. Either it's just copying others' opinions, or it's simply because I watched a lot of film and television works, and I simply think that Jian is very handsome, so I naturally feel that Jian is very powerful. But these things don't seem to be his own. After thinking about it for a while, Yu Yuquan finally gave his answer. Aside from all the man-made characters and symbols, a sword is a sword, a sharp weapon for killing people, and there is no essential difference from weapons such as knives, guns, halberds, sticks, spears and axe. Zhang Xiancheng was non-committal, but looking at Yu Yuquan, his brows and eyes were slightly raised, and there was a bright luster in his eyes, as if he was admiring and amazed. Is Yu Yuquan's answer wonderful? Not also. On the contrary, it is very, very simple, and it is the simplest truth. But in the eyes of fantasy-loving young people, the sword is not just a sword, but a tool for showing off and fighting. In the eyes of middle-aged or elderly people, they are good teachers, and they often habitually endow swords with various qualities. What is the sword of the gentleman, the sword of the kingly way, the sword of the country? It can't be wrong, but it is also easy to mislead the underachievers. Seeing that the master did not comment, Yu Yuquan inevitably became nervous, as if he had revisited the past when he was a student and waited for the teacher to review after handing in the exam papers. Zhang Xiancheng smiled and said, "Remember what you said just now, a sword is a weapon of war, and it is not fundamentally different from a sword, spear, halberd, stick, spear and axe. But people can indeed endow swords with character. The sword in the hands of a gentleman is the sword of benevolence. You are number 1 in the world, and the sword in your hand is the number 1 sword in the world. Everything Yu Yuquan thinks about. Doesn't this mean that the sword is an extension of a person? What you have to do in practicing swordsmanship is nothing more than heart to body to sword. This is like writing an article. Maybe you have a lot of ink in your belly, but it is difficult for me to write my heart. The final article and what I want to judge Ruyanai, this is a typical case where the mind has not arrived at the body. In contrast, the sword is from the heart to the body. For example, when you want to stab the enemy's heart, you stab the waist and abdomen. This is essentially that the fire is not enough, and the sword has not become a part of the body. These two are actually small problems. Do you know why? Yu Yuquan thought for a while and said, in the 2 examples mentioned by Master, the heart has arrived. The heart can also be understood as knowledge, wisdom, desire, and intention. When the heart has reached the Tao, it is not far away. As long as you are willing to study hard and practice hard, sooner or later you will be able to master the skills. It can be achieved. It's like writing a prose and writing a poem. When the level of thought is high, even if the level of the prose is a little low, it can still move people's hearts. But if the level of thought is poor, even if the prose is gorgeous and beautiful, it will be just a cliché. Zhang Xianchang twirled his beard and laughed. He felt so happy as a teacher when he met a disciple with a charming and exquisite heart. As a teacher, I will pass on to you a set of sort of turning clouds and rain. If Zhu Li can do it from the heart to the body to the sword, then the teacher will give you a surprise. Surprise? Yu Yuquan immediately looked forward to it. P.S. It's been recommended, and now we need to compete for follow-up recommended resources. The competition is very fierce. I hope readers and friends can keep reading, vote for monthly tickets and recommendation tickets, and bookmark the ones that have not been collected, so that the book can be read. Go further, thanks to the little author. End of this chapter. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. The secret book recording the cloud turning rain turning sword is a light yellow book. The material seems to be silk, but it doesn't feel like it when you touch it. Just looking at the book cover, it has a faint antique feel, and it should be an old thing of some years. And it is such an old object that can be carried by the head of the Zheng family who has been famous for generations, one can imagine its value. Yu Yuquan was holding the book in his hand, and for a moment, he felt as if he was a world away. Not long ago, such mysterious secret codes would only appear in his dreams, and were out of reach for him. But now, Master gave it to him casually. The mysteries of life encounters are really unpredictable. Yu Yuquan simply meditated for a while, visualized the real body of Senior Long, and then his mind calmed down. Open the book gently and carefully, not daring to be careless. No one supervised, and no one said he should do it. After all, this is just a book, not some rare treasure that needs to be carefully cared for. But Yu Yuquan still did this subconsciously, perhaps in his heart. The sword skills recorded in the book are really even rarer treasures than rare treasures. It's just that Yu Yuquan didn't expect that this sword manual is more ordinary than imagined. There are no words on it, just pictures. What is recorded in the screen is a man with a sword hanging from his waist. There are no acupuncture points, and there is no energy channel to run. It doesn't look like a secret book at all. However, after reading the manuscript Golden Toad Watching the Moon and Swallowing Breath, Yu Yuquan has some experience. Like this kind of secret book, the words are not the key, the artistic conception inherited is the core. To be more exaggerated, the text of the Golden Toad Watching the Moon and Swallowing Qi itself contains the artistic conception of inheritance. Yu Yuquan immediately stared at the first pattern without blinking, quite like Wang Yang Mingazhu. Just looking at this painting, the swordsman in the painting never feels like a swordsman. He is really too calm, and there is no sign on his body that he is about to draw his sword and exert strength. Is there such a swordsman in the world who lacks murderous intent? However, Yu Yuquan did not rashly deny it, it would only make him appear superficial. As the viewing time got longer and longer, Yu Yuquan's heart became more and more peaceful, and his heart was empty. Slowly, the picture in his eyes began to become a little different. The character in the picture seemed to come to life, gradually leaving the silk scroll, and began to wave his sword in front of him. Crack! Accompanied by a dazzling thunder, Yu Yuquan felt that his eyes suddenly turned pure white, as if he was completely blind, and even his eyes began to shed tears due to the intense stimulation. But when his eyes recovered again, the sword pierced his vital part at some point. Before Yu Yuquan felt the pain, another thunder sounded in his ears. In an instant, Yu Yuquan's ears were buzzing, as if he had been completely deaf after being bombed, and his mind also felt a tingling pain. This is an indescribable feeling, everything is too fast. The elusive, lightning fast, everything is in the blink of an eye, beyond the limits of what the eyes and ears can perceive. The most incredible thing is that before drawing the sword, the swordsman was able to perfectly conceal his murderous intention. Without moving, he was already a blockbuster. The sword is really beyond the thunder and lightning, the sword comes first and then heard, making people hard to guard against. Incredible! What's even more embarrassing is that Yu Yuquan slowly began to feel pain, and the pain became stronger and stronger. Yu Yuquan's face was pale, and he subconsciously lowered his head to look at his chest, faintly feeling that a sword had been stabbed there. Not only that, his eyes became more and more painful, and his eyes were already moist, and tears couldn't stop falling down. Is this the world's top swordsmanship cheat? Although Yu Yuquan felt uncomfortable, he could not suppress the joy in his heart, as if he had seen the most magnificent scenery in the world. Yu Yuquan couldn't help but aimed at the second page of the cheat book, looking at the second pattern. The area of the COL is not too big, and there is a rock not far away, which is just more suitable for a person to sit cross-legged on. In order not to disturb Yu Yuquan watching the cheats, and also to cover up the little bad taste in his heart, Zheng Xiancheng specially chose this viewing seat suitable for watching the excitement, just waiting to see Yu Yuquan make a fool of himself. After all, this is a repertoire passed down from generation to generation. I still remember that when my grandfather passed on his sword of turning clouds and rain, he had such a bad taste. Now that he finally has an apprentice, he naturally cannot let this excellent tradition lose its inheritance. It's just that what Zheng Xiancheng didn't expect was that he, a good disciple, looked at the second picture silently. Zheng Xiancheng couldn't help showing a strange look in his eyes. He admits that this apprentice is extremely talented, and the size of the Tianmen is rare in the world, but the most important test for reading this cheat book is willpower. Does his little disciple have stronger willpower than he did before? How can it be? Back then, he had shown excellent talent when he was very young, and he had been fully cultivated by the Zheng family since he was a child. As for the tempering of willpower, it was one after another. He had read this kind of secret book containing artistic conceptions one after another, and he had passed out countless times. In the eyes of outsiders, Mi Ben could see that his hands were soft. He might have been living in heaven, but no one knew how many tears he had quietly wiped away. At the most extreme point, his grandfather even threw him into an animal cage and let him fight to the death with the trapped animal. This way, he sharpened his will to become strong. The reason why the size of his Tianmen is not as good as Yu Yuquan's is because of the innate upper limit of his Tianmen, not because of his willpower. And he was 13 years old when he read this cheat book. Zheng Xiancheng, who was twirling his beard, couldn't help but widen his eyes. Several of his beards were broken. Yu Yuquan didn't know Master's reaction. He was attracted by the secret book in his hand with all his body and mind. Different from the lightning in the first picture, this time Yu Yuquan first felt the raindrops falling on his face. The drizzle is slightly cool, very comfortable, and I feel a little bit of comfort. Later, Yu Yuquan saw the petals falling all over the sky. They were very beautiful, like apricot blossoms or peach blossoms. But no matter what, this kind of picture is very beautiful and full of poetic and picturesque flavor. It may be the rain of apricot blossoms that stain the clothes without getting wet, or the rain of peach blossoms that must be drunk and lie down. You can reach the petals with your hand, and you can smell the fragrance of flowers with a light sniff. Puff! With the sound of blood spurting out, Yu Yuquan realized that the main artery in his neck had been severed at some point. Ho! Yu Yuquan staggered and almost fell. He couldn't help reaching out to hold his throat, hoping to stop the blood from gushing out. And when he held his neck, Yu Yuquan realized that his throat was fine. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Isn't this too subtle? It was only then that Yu Yuquan realized that in the artistic conception of inheritance just now, all his attention was on the rain of flowers all over the sky, and he didn't even notice the existence of the swordsman who cut his throat. Yu Yuquan's complexion became paler, and his sea of consciousness trembled. After visualizing the real body of Senior Long, his mental state became much calmer. I have to admit that it is quite a test of willpower to watch this kind of artistic conception and inheritance of swordsmanship. But Yu Yuquan's eyes became brighter and brighter. Good things, priceless treasures. Adhering to the concept that what you see is what you earn, Yu Yuquan's eyes shone and he continued to look at the third inheritance picture. During this process, he even ignored the news that Longzhu had sent him about the discovery of the Dao mark. Ever since Yu Yuquan knew about cultivation, he has been yearning for it. In his eyes, practice is full of mystery and unknown. Now that the practice of cultivation is slowly opening up to him, the mystery fades away little by little. But today Yu Yuquan discovered that the mystery of cultivation he saw not only did not fade away, but became more and more mysterious. Just this process of spying on the secret and deciphering it is full of endless magic power. And this made Yu Yuquan intoxicated. He likes the matter of practice alone, and as for strength, it is just a reward that can be obtained naturally on the way of practice. Isn't this a kind of luck? As far as the eye can see, it is a waterfall. Fei Lu went straight down to 3,000 feet, and it was suspected that the Milky Way fell for 9 days. And he suddenly turned into a piece of rock under the waterfall, as if he was about to be crushed by the waterfall in an instant. His body would be shattered into pieces, and he would turn into powder and dust. Yu Yuquan breathed heavily and his face became paler, but he became more and more heartbroken. Seeing the third picture in a row at once, the head of the Zheng family, whose beard was not very thick to begin with, couldn't help but break a few more beards. End of this chapter. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. When Yu Yuquan saw the third picture, Zheng Xiancheng was shocked and slightly proud. Look, this is his new disciple. He is extremely talented and has the appearance of a saint. He shuddered both physically and mentally at the thought that the Zheng family might prosper for another 1,000 years because of this beloved disciple. The most important thing is that Zheng Xiancheng saw in this young apprentice the hope that he could unlock the golden lock and drive away the dragon. As long as he can educate this beloved disciple, wouldn't he be able to become a hands-off shopkeeper? Wonderful! Then, he saw Yu Yuquan looking at the 4th, 5th, and 6th pictures. Zheng Xiancheng suddenly became numb. So he is not a real genius. The head of the Zheng family, who had always been regarded as the pride of others since childhood, had a doubt about his own beauty for the first time. At this moment, he suddenly understood Venerable Xiantian somewhat. In retrospect, that guy was really pitiful. Of course, it's okay to say he was happy. In the first half of his life, he had a nephew, a senior brother, a senior uncle, and an uncle, and in the second half of his life, he had a Kailan son like He Qian-sing to take care of him in old age. Now he is a fraternity. The head of the Zheng family was pleasantly surprised, but also a little confused. He doesn't seem to have much experience in teaching such a proud son of heaven. Seeing that Yu Yuquan was about to withdraw from the realm of enlightenment, the head of the Zheng family quickly assumed a cold attitude. It's not that he wants to pretend, but he doesn't want his apprentice to be proud. Yu Yuquan rubbed his forehead painfully, only to feel severe pain in his head, and pain everywhere in his body, as if he had been drinking and drinking for a few days, and after getting high, he was just exhausted. At this moment, Yu Yuquan felt something floating towards him, and when he looked closely, it was a small porcelain vase. Elixir? Yu Yuquan took the elixir, and looked curiously at the master who was sitting on the rock calmly, as if he had foreseen everything a long time ago. One at a time. Yes. Yu Yuquan immediately uncorked the bottle and took a sniff. The fragrance overflowed and his spirits were lifted. Good medicine. Yu Yuquan was not polite and immediately poured one into his palm. The color is bright white, faintly shiny and shimmering, just like suet white jade, delicate and moist. As soon as one enters the stomach, a slight coolness rushes to the whole body, and all kinds of exhaustion accumulated just now have been relieved to a considerable extent. In particular, the extremely tired spirit was soothed to a great extent, and became full of energy again. What a powerful medicine! Yu Yuquan's eyes were bright, and he couldn't help asking, Master, what kind of elixir is this? Zheng Xiancheng, you don't even ask what kind of elixir you are taking, so you just take it. Yu Yuquan said with a flattering smile, "Isn't this because I believe in Master? Little slicker." It seemed like a criticism, but Zheng Xiancheng still laughed out loud as expected. Zheng Xiancheng, Li Mo Dan is made from dozens of precious medicinal materials and mixed with special flower dew. It is the most refreshing and soothing thing. Just one pill is worth hundreds of taels of silver. It has a price but no market. If some patients suffer from if a wealthy man with a head problem finds out, he might be willing to trade a dozen delicate and lovely virgins. Yu Yuquan was stunned for a moment, and suddenly felt that the small porcelain bottle in his hand became infinitely heavier. As for the joy of just swallowing the elixir, most of it disappeared, and it would be a pity to have more. What he just swallowed was not a pill, but hundreds of taels of silver, and a dozen pretty and lovely virgins. Although this statement is extremely vulgar, Yu Yuquan still has a sense of panic in his heart. He is floating, and for a while he feels unsteady standing on the clouds. This is hundreds of taels of silver, which can buy more than 20 acres of good paddy fields. Yu Yuquan couldn't help but recall all the past events, and for a moment his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Is this the so-called wealth? Seeing Yu Yuquan suddenly became silent, Zheng Xiancheng also remained silent. Since we are teaching disciples, every word and deed is teaching. We teach without teaching. As his apprentice, sooner or later he had to adapt to this change in status and class. Family background, origin, hardship, and education all together shape character, and they can all be considered valuable life experiences. But these are not worthy of praise in essence. Poor people suddenly become rich and shy, adapt to the rich and look down on the rich. This is also a hurdle that his apprentice must pass. Zheng Xiancheng didn't want his disciple to fall into the gentle countryside and indulge in drunkenness as soon as he arrived in the capital. Yu Yuquan saluted and said, "Thank you, Master." Zheng Xiancheng stroked his beard and smiled, "I'll leave the rest of the elixir to you, it's not worth much." Yes. The topic changed at this point, and then they talked about the practice of cloud-turning rain-turning sword. When Yu Yuquan talked about this, his eyes suddenly became extremely hot, filled with countless questions. "Master, this book is obviously just the simplest pattern, why does it have such incredible power?" "Zheng Xiancheng, have you ever heard of Zhu Li that the power is exhausted, the potential is exhausted, and the intention is endless?" Yu Yuquan was thoughtful. These words are not esoteric, and he is not unfamiliar with sayings such as manpower is sometimes poor, and magic power. But this world is a world that can be practiced, and it cannot completely copy the experiences of previous lives. Yu Yuquan said respectfully, "Master, please teach me." "Zheng Xiancheng, when we practitioners make moves, the power often comes from the moves, the power, and the physical body. These are essentially a kind of force." Yu Yuquan understood that this should be the level of physical attack, which was essentially the same as the science of the previous life. The physical body and Yuan Li both have limits, so power will eventually fail. At the end of the crossbow, it is impossible to wear Lu Jin. Seeing that Yu Yuquan was able to connect with just one click, Zheng Xiancheng continued, "Everything in the world has its potential. Mountains have the potential of mountains, water has the potential of water, wind has the potential of wind, and fire has the potential of fire. Once the force reaches a certain level, it will form a general trend, which is almost irreversible and can even become some kind of objective law. Just like water flowing downwards, with great force, rushing to the sea and never returning, once a fire takes hold, it cannot be extinguished unless it burns everything. Even if a person rises up, it is like a rock rising with the wind, and can even it's turning the world upside down." Yu Yuquan suddenly realized, and explained it in his own way of understanding. Force is like an objective fact. The strength is as big as it is. It is a static state. And potential is more like the state of force after it moves. The so-called to become a trend means to gradually grow in strength and eventually form a mighty trend. You summed it up very well, you are indeed very understanding. Hearing this, Zhang Xiancheng couldn't help but think for a moment, and smiled in appreciation. Even if it cannot fully capture the true meaning of Shi, it is still close to 10. Once a practitioner understands Shi, not only can he give full play to his own strength, but he can also take advantage of the situation. Go with the flow and develop a strength that is many times greater than your own. The most important thing is that once you comprehend the momentum, you will be able to condense the energy that is separated from your body, and even drive the vitality of the outside world to follow the trend, and destroy the enemy from a distance. Yu Yuquan nodded, yearning for it. Once you understand the potential, it's another world. However, even if it is potential, there is still an end. The water overflows when it is full, and the moon wanes when it is full. No matter how strong the wind is, it will eventually subside. He understands all this, but he doesn't understand why meaning can be infinite. Is it because it changes from reality to emptiness? Although they had not been together for long, Yu Yuquan knew something about this master and knew that he was not an old-fashioned person, so he asked directly. Then, Zhang Xian was once again amazed by Yu Yuquan's summary. It wouldn't be particularly surprising if such words were uttered by a person in his 30s, but his disciple is still only in his 30s. Little did Zhang Xiancheng know that Yu Yuquan's experience was more of the accumulation of his past life, and it was a collision of sparks of wisdom from two worlds. Let's take writing as an example. Being able to explore the infinite meaning of elegance is the best word in the universe. Once the sword has the sword's meaning, it can truly enter the palace. You can explore the infinite with the limited, and even retain it forever. Yu Yuquan suddenly realized, and finally understood why this book The Sword That Turns the Clouds and the Rain can convey such exquisite sword skills with such a simple picture. The swordsman who drew this inheritance must be a real master. Yu Yuquan also didn't expect that he would see such a treasure-level secret not long after he set foot in the world of cultivation. The grace of preaching is greater than the sky. Yu Yuquan bowed his hands and expressed his gratitude to master again. Zhang Xiancheng stroked his beard and smiled and nodded. Compared to before, his disciple was more sincere this time. At this point, he can be regarded as understanding the temperament of his apprentice. You are good to me and I am good to you, and he knows how to be grateful. It is a true temperament. Great! Yu Yuquan solemnly said, when I understand the meaning of the sword in the future, I will definitely leave the Book of Will to the Zhang family as a legacy. Zhang Xiancheng laughed loudly, Master, I look forward to that day, but you don't seem to have much time. Yu Yuquan was puzzled. Zhang Xiancheng said solemnly, because He Qianxing has already grasped the meaning, don't you want to fight him on the top of the imperial city 10 years later? When you were a toddler, your opponent had already climbed several times. Take the peak and neither time nor He Qianxing will stay for you. Yu Yuquan's face was solemn, and he finally understood what the master was going to teach him in the first lesson of apprenticeship. The power is exhausted, the potential is exhausted, and the meaning is endless. Just like this short lesson, the meaning conveyed can affect his spiritual life for more than 10 years. It is like a sharp knife hanging above his head, spurring him to move forward all the time. I have to say that Zhang Xiancheng is a good teacher, and he has begun to understand what it means to be infinite. It is like a Dao mark. Although the person who left the mark is long gone, it can remain for a long time, telling the latecomers time and time again that they have been here. End of this chapter. Chapter 27 The World, Long Time No See. Chapter 27 The World, Long Time No See. Discover the trace of the avenue. Daohan's name, Cloud Turning Rain Turning Sword. Collecting all the Tao mark carrying objects, you can recreate the true meaning of the Tao in the Longzhou cave, summon the bright time in the sky, and realize the wind and rain of the Tao. Container of the Dao mark, apricot blossom rain, thunder rain and dew, autumn water, flying waterfall washing stones, candy, famous articles of writing rain. Yu Yuquan couldn't help but lose his mind when he looked closely at the carrying object of the Dao mark that appeared in front of him. Apricot blossom rain only appears in early spring, while thunder, rain and dew are more abstract. I don't know if it is a concrete thunder, rain and dew in nature, or it refers to the Emperor's Majesty Tian'an. If it is the real thunder, what is needed is the thunder in midsummer. And Qia Shui may refer to the great flood in autumn? Is a locust a rainbow? On the contrary, it is easier to solve the famous stories about waterfalls washing stones and writing about rain. Looking at these Dao marks carrying objects, Yu Yuquan thought deeply, and couldn't help recalling the experience of entering the Dragon Ball Cave heaven for the first time in the state of emptiness. In that unique state of enlightenment, practice is like divine help. A large part of the reason why he was able to open the Tianmen-inches at that time was because of the assistance of the artistic conception of enlightenment in the Dragon Ball Cave. This ultimate artistic conception of enlightenment even fully demonstrates things that cannot be conveyed by words and pictures, and truly effectively conveys some parts that can only be understood but cannot be expressed in words. Now Yu Yuquan can proudly say that his understanding of Golden Toad watching the moon swallowing chi method is basically the closest to the creator of the exercise. Looking back now, the famous article required by Dao marks bearer should be to provide infinite meaning. But compared with the Dao mark carrier required by the Golden Toad watching the moon and swallowing chi method, the Dao mark carrier this time is obviously much more blurred. And if you want to collect it completely, the time span is also very long, almost as long as a year. However, Yu Yuquan was not too worried about this. Learning without thinking means nothing, thinking without learning means nothing. The sword overturning clouds and rain already has an inheritance of artistic conception. It is actually not difficult to learn the skills at the level of moves. What is really difficult is the momentum and meaning contained in it. It just so happened that he could use the time to collect all the carrying objects to practice and polish it, and try to improve his understanding of all aspects of the rain-turning rain sword as much as possible. When the inheritance of Longzhi Dongtian's artistic conception is truly launched, maybe we can also innovate and realize the potential and intention in one fell swoop. Panlong Mountain is huge, beyond imagination, and without enough strength to stand by. Basically it is not qualified to survive here. Or he intended to train his apprentice. Zheng Xiancheng did not choose to always walk with Yu Yuquan in the following days. Instead, remote control from far behind, point him in a direction. And then let him wander in front alone. This blow really hurt Yu Yuquan. Without the dragon's blood-stained blood clothes, and the aura of the real dragon on the body gradually disappearing, the shock to the monsters has almost disappeared. As long as he shuttles between the mountains and forests, he will always break into the monster's territory from time to time, and this is an intolerable provocation for the monster. Then, Yu Yuquan encountered several vicious battles. First of all, it is a colorful tiger that can grow several feet long. Obviously, it has become some weather, maybe its evolution direction is a little different. It seems that the heaven and earth energy it swallows is used to grow taller, and its deterrent power is astonishing. Because this was the first fierce frontal battle, and the size difference was too large, the impact on Yu Yuquan's mind and body was simply unimaginable. Especially the big cat like the colorful tiger is born to be the top predator, its speed is several times faster than that of a human, Yu Yuquan's movements are all in slow motion in its eyes. When Yu Yuquan fought against it, he was the first to be intimidated by its size and roar, and fell into a passive position. Fortunately, his spiritual sense is strong, and every detail can be seen within 10 feet. Although he was quite embarrassed, he still managed to avoid it. After passing the initial hectic stage, Yu Yuquan became more and more calm, his wild nature returned, and he fought back and forth with the beautiful tiger. Later, he successfully reversed the situation and beat the colorful tiger until he retreated and ran away. But the battle had reached its peak, how could Yu Yuquan let it escape? After chasing him for several hills, he successfully killed the colorful tiger. And this also made Yu Yuquan soberly aware of the true meaning of this trial. He followed his master's instructions and hurried on his way. The monsters he encountered were basically screened by his master. All opponents are ones that Zhang Xiancheng thinks he can defeat and must defeat. Yu Yuquan talked about his filial piety, and presented the tiger as a treasure to his master, and asked him to take the tiger skin to make a tiger fur coat. Zhang Xiancheng laughed loudly. The relationship between people is like this, gradually getting closer through seemingly inadvertent little things. And Yu Yuquan no longer pretended to be mature, but more naturally took advantage of his body and age to do more things in line with his age. Very cunning, but also very flattering. Zhang Xiancheng can naturally feel this change in his disciple. In his understanding, Yu Yuquan is gradually letting go of his guard against him. Zhang Xiancheng expressed his satisfaction, and then arranged a more brutal trial for Yu Yuquan. Yu Yuquan didn't know whether to laugh or cry, he always felt that his master was somewhat unscrupulous. But it was fun and he loved it. Later, Yu Yuquan faced the huge anaconda again. It can be more than 10 feet long and much thicker than a bucket. It moves extremely fast and can be entangled, whipped, or bitten. It is very tricky. During the fight with him, Yu Yuquan tried out the newly learned sword technique for the first time. What he never expected was that the giant anaconda's skin was so thick and hard that he could hardly break through the defense. What's even more outrageous is that Yu Yuquan discovered that he had been poisoned inadvertently after beating for half an hour. And it was because of his extremely special constitution, his resistance to snake venom was particularly astonishing, that's why it took so long to show signs of poisoning. Finally, the anaconda was allowed to run away. Although it was difficult for Yu Yuquan to break his defense, anaconda still felt the pain. In addition, since he could not take down Yu Yuquan for a long time, he finally chose to end this meaningless battle. As for the rest, Yu Yuquan successively fought against the rough-skinned and fleshy buffalo, black sky, and dark earth, and fought miserably with the howling moon wolf with special bloodline. The understanding of rain and rain sword is getting deeper and deeper. In the end, they succeeded in decapitating the howling moon wolf and beheading the big bison for a meal. What I have to admit is that these monsters are really ferocious when they move their hands, without any bells and whistles. When they move, they are as powerful as thunder, and they go straight to the throat, abdomen, heart, and other vital parts. Just don't be too exciting. Of course, the most dangerous battle is to be suddenly attacked by a peregrine falcon demon. Its speed was simply unimaginable. Even if Yu Yuquan could detect a distance of 10 feet in radius, it was already too late when he discovered the peregrine falcon demon. In other words, even if he sensed the sneak attack of the peregrine falcon, his body barely had time to react. The sudden claw of the peregrine falcon directly grabbed the back of Yu Yuquan's head. In the end, the phantom scales emerged under the body surface, blocking the sneak attack of the peregrine falcon, and it was precisely through this information gap that Yu Yuquan successfully counter-killed the peregrine falcon. But the impact and shock the peregrine falcon gave him was still too powerful to imagine. Yu Yuquan's mentality has undergone some changes. In the world of Panlong Mountain where monsters are rampant, everything is bloody and the weak prey on the strong. There is no reason to explain. You can win countless times, but as long as you lose once, there may be no more. It was also after this battle that Yu Yuquan's moves became more and more neat, and he deleted many gaudy moves one by one. What Yu Yuquan couldn't figure out was how the master thought he could defeat this peregrine falcon demon. Is it to remind him that if you only make one mistake, you will lose the whole game? The answer is unknown. The time of the trial passed quietly and inadvertently, the wind was gentle and the clouds were calm, and it seemed that no trace was left behind. But Yu Yuquan, whose body was in tatters and stained with a lot of blood, returned to the state of a little savage, but had completely completed a transformation. At this point, the trial arranged by Master has basically ended successfully. Looking around, you can vaguely see some people in the distance. Under his perception, he even saw some people harvesting food, hunting, and setting fire to fatten. It turned out that before he knew it, he had walked out of Panlong Mountain and came to the range where human beings can live safely. Seeing all this, Yu Yuquan even felt as if he had passed away. Human world, Really long time no see. End of this chapter. Chapter 28. What does arresting Yu Yuquan have to do with me, Yu Julie? Chapter 28. What does arresting Yu Yuquan have to do with me, Yu Julie? Quarry City. One of the many small mountain towns at the southern foot of the Panlong Mountains. Because there are very high-quality granite nearby and the Days River, which is very convenient for stone transportation, many wealthy businessmen come here to mine stone. And because it is close to Panlong Mountain, the wood, medicinal materials, and animal skins produced are also very popular. A small, inconspicuous mountain city has gathered a large population and prospered economy and trade, and it has developed into an important place of wealth. For example, the Zheng family of Tonglan also has a villa in this small town, taking care of the surrounding stone factories and other Zhuangzi industries. As for Yu Yuquan and Zheng Xiancheng, the first stop when they went down the mountain, their destination was this wild place. It's just that before that, you still have to find a place to bathe and change clothes, and then worship the Wuzang temple. People are also strange. After so long in the mountains, it seems that they don't find it unbearable, but when they return to the human world, neither Yu Yuquan nor Zheng Xiancheng can bear the dust. It is obviously not too far away from the mountain villa, and the distance between the two is probably less than a day. If you ride a horse, it will take less than half a day. But both have an indescribable eagerness. As for the giant horned viper, it shrinks miraculously, and then connects end to end, like a bracelet on Yu Yuquan's wrist. This is the first time that Yu Yuquan has truly seen the magic of a monster that is close to the realm of transformation. But it is indeed very convenient. Zheng Xiancheng, who was not short of money, took Yu Yuquan to live in the luxurious guest room of Day's station even more arrogantly. After taking out a sign and spending some money, Yuchen immediately came over and arranged everything in person. During the bathing process, several maids were even arranged to come in and serve, and Yu Yuquan was almost helpless. But Yu Yuquan also knew that he had to adapt to all this as soon as possible, and it was always easy for people to switch from frugality to luxury. Instead, he needed to keep his original intention in mind and not be blinded by wealth. After taking a shower, he put on a set of ready-made clothes that Postmaster Pegasus rushed to the city's ready-made clothes store to buy. His whole body was refreshed. Not to mention outsiders, even Yu Yuquan himself felt that this was a rare person. Steamed sea bass, stewed dried bean curd, cracked cross-flour steamed cake, broiled lamb, white rice, hu bing, minced meat. All kinds of strange dishes are displayed in a dazzling array. Because it is a meal-sharing system, Yu Yuquan and the master each have a portion, especially the seasonal vegetables, which made Yu Yuquan's index finger twitch. For example, those that Yu Yuquan knew include watercress and daylily, which are also known as daylilies and daylily. Perhaps because of the clever cooking methods, the smell is overflowing with fragrance. What was even more surprising was that there was a plate of pickled cucumbers, which was quite appetizing. Go! After hearing the master's words, Yu Yuquan immediately started to enjoy the delicious food. Zheng Xiancheng smiled. Eating side dishes and drinking Juniang spring wine, feeling very comfortable. Or when it is close to the meal time, Day's station is slowly becoming lively. Although the place where the two are located is a luxurious guest room, it is relatively clean, but in terms of their cultivation base, they are actually in control of everything inside the inn. Brother Yi, why are you looking so sad? Is it because this glutinous rice wine doesn't suit your taste? Hey, Brother Yuz, does he know about the thief Yu Yuquan? How could I have never heard of it? That child has no dignity, and commits crimes, attracting some rioters to follow suit. Now everyone is in danger. Not long ago, a tenant injured my nephew. Everyone in my family has changed color. That's right. Although there was no trouble in our family, my father called me in front of me a few days ago and scolded me for being lax in running the family. He also told me to rectify the family tradition and strictly investigate the evil slaves who bullied the superiors and concealed the truth from the subordinates. I think. I am already over -years old, yet I was taught such a lesson by my father. Or maybe this topic is too exciting and quite popular, which has attracted more and more people in the station to join the ranks of making complaints about it. The county magistrate of Linghuan is so incompetent, he can't even catch a child, and he even sends out arrest documents all over the world, making it known to the world. How stupid! Yes, if it weren't for the faint official named Wei, how could this matter have caused such a stir in the world? Now, even if the major families have realized the seriousness of the problem and begun to pressure the government to reproduce the arrest documents, they have already. It's too late. Hey, County Magistrate Wei is also difficult. After all, it was the He family of Longmen who was facing the unicorn. Even the court had to find ways to appease it. It is no exaggeration to say that Yu Yuquan's reputation was established by stepping on the head of the He family Kailan. How deeply rooted the He family Kailan was in the hearts of the people, Yu Yuquan's explosion was so shocking. It is even more exaggerated to say that if the level is not enough, he is not worthy of knowing He Kailan. Yu Yuquan didn't even know that his explosion directly made him a cancer in the eyes of countless wealthy families, a devil in the eyes of countless unscrupulous slaves, and a super role model in the eyes of countless oppressed people. He was willing to cut himself to pieces, and dared to pull the emperor off his horse. When the oppressed lose everything, no matter what kind of heaven and earth, no rules and punishments, they are all paper tigers in their eyes. Then, people who followed Yu Yuquan's example appeared, and more people appeared, even in small mountain towns like Keishi City. In other words, such a small commercial city is more violent than many big cities with fields and fields. Just because in the quarry in this small mountain city, that is the real bone-sucking marrow. Deduction of wages and meals happens from time to time, and there are even frequent beatings and scolding. If someone died in an accident, some supervisors would even dare to steal all the funeral expenses. Now they have role models. And this is also the reason why these wealthy businessmen hate Yu Yuquan deeply. It is Yu Yuquan who led these quarry workers to death. What's more, even some knights and Green Forest heroes have joined in. In this world with practitioners, people's yearning for martial arts is unimaginable by people on earth. Even 99% of people fail to open the gate of heaven to enter the Tao, but skills, martial arts, and other things, as long as they are willing to study, they can eventually reach some unexpected heights. After all, it only takes one sword to kill. And this method is really economical. Once Tian Huangges feels the pain from being hit by the board, no matter how domineering the dog slaves are, there is only one word: death. For a while, those dandies from aristocratic families kept a low profile, fearing that they would become the scapegoat of some slavish slave, or simply become a tool for some Green Forest hero to become famous. For the aristocratic family, it is simply unprecedented. It is said that the child is still a child prodigy. Why didn't he report to the government? After saying a word, everyone in the same lobby was speechless. The people's heart is like iron, and the official law is like a furnace. Is this looking down on the Longmen He family, or looking down on the official law? They understand Yu Yuquan's approach, but this does not prevent them from wanting to send Yu Yuquan to the ground at all costs. Luxury rooms. Zhang Xiancheng picked up the wine ju and said with a cheerful smile, "How do you feel about it?" Yu Yuquan put down his chopsticks and said with a smile, "What does arresting Yu Yuquan have to do with me, Yu Julie?" Zhang Xiancheng was stunned for a moment, then laughed. This answer is indeed wonderful. The most important thing is that he found that his handsome disciple was more shameless than he thought. Not in a derogatory sense, but as a true compliment. Once a person is too shameless, or too gentlemanly, he is actually a bit pedantic in some respects. He once had a friend who was plotted by his enemies because he was too upright. In a rage, he drew his sword and killed himself in order to prove his innocence. It made him very sad. How can a person do such a thing that makes relatives hurt and enemies happy? The person who wronged you knows how wronged you are than you. Zhang Xiancheng thought for a while and said, People can't be pedantic, but they can't be bottomless, so where is the criterion for getting rich? Criterion? Yu Yuquan thought to himself, Master is probably asking his bottom line. For a modern person, Yu Yuquan thinks that he does not have such high integrity as the ancients. It's like promising 1,000 gold, not hesitating to die for the sake of morality. Yu Yuquan thinks he doesn't have such a high level of ideological consciousness. In his opinion, apart from the blazing and bright self-realization of life value, there is almost nothing higher than life. It's like some kind of moral kidnapping, asking him to die for other people's righteousness. I'm sorry he can't do it. Yu Yuquan thought for a while and said, probably, don't do to others what you don't want others to do to you. Zhang Xuanquan's eyes were bright and he smiled, if you can achieve this level, Zhu Li can already be called a gentleman. Is this the gentleman? Confuse. Zhang Xiancheng didn't explain. He raised the wine cup in his hand and asked, is it possible to drink Julie? Yu Yuquan's eyes lit up. And he quickly raised the cup to toast. Little drunk. Zhang Xiancheng was happy, and felt that there was one more common topic. End of this chapter. Chapter 29 Seeing Chang'an Flowers in One Day for further reading. Chapter 29 Seeing all Chang'an Flowers in One Day for further reading. Quarry City is indeed an area rich in stone. The foundations of most houses are made of stone, but the houses are really low and the walls are made of various types of wood. There are not even many houses with earthen walls made of rammed loess, giving the overall feeling of being dark, depressed, and dilapidated. This made Yu Yuquan, a countryman who saw the county town for the first time in his life, a little disappointed. But it just so happens that there is a market today, and the market as a whole is still very lively. In just a short while, Yu Yuquan saw a large number of people carrying their burdens to the market, some selling eggs, some selling vegetables and game, and occasionally seeing various mountain products. Most of these people dress simply and plainly, wearing short brown clothes. The styles are similar, mostly made of linen, and almost all have patches. Most of the shoes are straw sandals, but there are also those who wear them, and there are also many barefoot ones, and very few of them are really well dressed and wide-sleeved. In this day and age, clothes are not clothes, they are money worn on the body. It is almost equivalent to showing off your wealth nakedly, telling everyone clearly that I am rich, a diamond king. Therefore, no matter where Yu Yuquan and his master Zhang Xiancheng go, they can attract great attention. The method of transaction involves money, but more often it is barter. Even if the money is used, it is basically copper coins, and the purchasing power of a copper coin is also very high. Yu Yuquan saw an old woman buying an old hen with more than 30 copper coins. Although there are reasons why the old woman is amazing at bargaining, the money is indeed valuable. As for the money maker, I almost didn't see it. Especially eggs, Yu Yuquan did not expect that the value is much higher than expected. He even saw a woman who exchanged an egg for half a can of soy sauce, which opened his eyes. As for the happiest thing, there are many children who go to the market with their parents, and they want to eat all kinds of weird food. The average parent is absolutely reluctant to buy these flashy things, but some adults who dote on their children still reluctantly buy some for their children. For a while, some quarrels could always be heard in the ears. Or blame the peddler for taking care of the child, or one spouse blames the other for spoiling the child too much. Often at this time, the blamed party can only be embarrassing and dare not refute. Or when there are too many people and it is lively, there will be all kinds of people going to the market to join in the fun. In Yu Yuquan's eyes, this kind of lively and extravagant gathering is extremely crude, but it has to be said that this kind of fireworks in the world is indeed the most gratifying. In just a short period of time, his long-term loneliness in the deep mountains and old forests and the fierceness of his continuous battles with wild beasts were greatly diluted. It's just that what Yu Yuquan didn't expect was the performance of his master Zhang Xiancheng. Seeing caramel, he couldn't help but ask him if he wanted to eat it. Yu Yuquan said no, and soon he had various pastries made with caramel in his hands. seeing candied fruit. He would also politely ask him if he wanted to eat it. Yu Yuquan said no, and then the master and apprentice had all kinds of candied fruit in their hands. There are even various toys. Yu Yuquan was unable to complain for a moment. Does this really treat him like a child? Toys such as tile dogs and puppets, he really can't arouse any interest, they are too crude. However, Yu Yuquan suspected that his master was just greedy, and then used his name to eat all kinds of things, performing "I don't want you to think, I want me to feel" to the fullest. But he quite likes this kind of master. He has all the qualities of a traditional scholar bureaucrat, but also has some cynicism in his heart. Quite a bit of an old naughty boy. The location of the market is relatively scattered. Although it is not as exaggerated as buying horses in the East Market, saddles in the West Market, bridles in the South Market, and long whips in the North Market, various goods transactions are indeed divided into specific areas. After exiting the daily goods trading area, the master and apprentice plunged into the high-end consumption area. Here Yu Yuquan successively saw jewelry stores, makeup stores, silk stores, and bookstores, and the people who came here to shop were relatively wealthy. Of course, there are more beggars in ragged clothes. From time to time, you can hear the servants around the nobleman yelling and cursing, and national quintessence such as "blind your dog's eyes" and "salted talent" spew out. Of course, occasionally you can meet some kind-hearted people who will scold you but still reward you with some copper coins. Some aristocrats who like to have fun would occasionally throw out copper coins, causing a crowd of beggars to snatch them up and even fight. If the nobleman feels comfortable, he will even reward another copper coin. Of course, this move will inevitably cause some criticism, and many people show their eyes. "Aren't you angry?" Zhang Xiancheng asked unexpectedly. Yu Yuquan smiled and said, "Only when a person is full can he talk about dignity. That noble man spent money to buy a good time, and those beggars also got real benefits, and maybe they saved a few lives because of it." Kanglan knows etiquette well, and Yu Yuquan, who has rich experience in going hungry, understands this very well. Zhang Xiancheng nodded. The apprentice's outlook on cognition was indeed somewhat beyond his expectation, and his thoughts were very different from those of a man from a wealthy family like him. To be precise, Yu Yuquan's experience has created his lower-level vision and cognition. Shopping continues. Later, Yu Yuquan met some jugglers again, surrounded by audiences, who heard cheers from time to time. There are also men and women who sold their bodies to bury their fathers, and saw a beautiful woman being picked away in the street. It is said that a family was on the run. Due to various accidents, their relatives passed away one after another, and they only wanted a small amount of land so that their loved ones could be buried in peace. There were even warriors with swords who met in the street to duel due to conflicts, and everyone applauded, even the government didn't care. It has to be said that Jin people still advocate force. The most outrageous thing was that a group of strong and sharp soldiers rode through the market. Yu Yuquan didn't know what happened, but after these soldiers left, some passers-by said meaningfully, "Probably there is another reason." He slandered the emperor and talked about government affairs and was sent to prison. This confused him. Is this a literal inquisition? Never heard of Dejin being convicted for his words. Of course, these are just small episodes. Once you really enter the most prosperous area, everything will become better. The colors of the world seem to start to become brighter. It is still a stone house, but there are more carved beams and painted buildings. It is still a wooden door and wall, but it is more colorful with vermilion lacquer. The biggest change is in the fabrics of people's clothes in the street market. There were more and more people wearing loose clothes and silk belts, and even the skin color of the men and women became fairer and more attractive. It's like entering a whole new world. What surprised him the most was the openness of these shopping men and women. Perhaps because of Kaihuhu, many women on the street are dressed very coolly. Not only are their arms exposed, some women wear light gauze that is even almost transparent. The embroidered tube top inside the light gauze and the white and tender scenery on the chest are really eye-catching. Even some men are wearing gauze clothes. The color of the clothes is also very bright. What's more, some men have flowers on their heads. This made Yu Yuquan speechless for a while. In fact, he was not the only one who was speechless. Many of these men were very proud of being asked by passers-by. It is said that this is a new style from Jianyi. Of course, those who can really afford transparent gauze are basically either rich or expensive. What's even more bizarre is that when they see this handsome Uncle Zheng Xiancheng, some women boldly ogle him, and some even bolder women actually do something to him when they see how cute he is. Yu Yuquan was a little speechless. Is this really the ancient man in his impression? This is too open. Moreover, those women who touched him and kept praising him for his good looks actually wanted to use him as a springboard to become his mistress. What the hell is that master is unexpectedly able to deal with these things with ease? How could he be so skilled? A small shopping trip made Yu Yuquan realize that his master was far from what he imagined. Later, Yu Yuquan saw many stone carving shops. It is truly a famous stone-producing area. The various stone carvings in the stone carving shops are so beautiful and dazzling. For example, the carp leaps over the dragon gate, talks about Rukong's governance, the dragon and the phoenix appear auspicious, the formation of Yahao slays the barbarian chiefs, thousands of miles of rivers and mountains, swallows return to their nests. Seeing these stone carvings is really eye-opening. Here Yu Yuquan saw money trading for the first time, and the money he spent was quite generous. And haggling for a while for a few pennies are really two worlds. Especially when I heard that it was the work of Master Likay, it became very popular. One of them, a carp leaping over the dragon gate, was sold for more than 500 taels. At this moment, an extremely surprised voice sounded, "Master, are you back?" In a short time, the stone carving shop became a sensation. It was only then that Yu Yuquan was dumbfounded to discover that this stone carving shop, which is getting more and more money every day, is actually Zheng's property. What made him even more speechless was that his master had obviously forgotten that there was such a stone carving shop in his house. In my previous life, I saw some people bought a house on the internet and forgot about it, and I still felt incredible, thinking that the person's head was abnormal. The current scene made Yu Yuquan begin to understand a little bit. It's not that the rich are careless, nor that they are pretentious, but that they really have too many properties, and they really can't remember which properties they have. Poverty limits his imagination. P.S. In the first round of recommendation process, the competition is fierce, follow-up is the most important parameter. I hope everyone can try their best to follow up and not keep books. Thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 30 Consultation. Chapter 30 Consultation. At present, Yu Yuquan changed his name to Yu Juli at the suggestion of his master Zheng Xiancheng, which means spring to the world, but I still implement the dual name merger system. One is the inertia of writing, and the other may be some psychological factors. I always feel that the name Yu Yuquan was given by my parents and it is related to my identity. Taking into account the feedback from readers, using two names may indeed cause some difficulty in reading. Now I am posting an opinion solicitation to see if everyone agrees to use only the name Yu Juli in the future, or continue the dual track system. The author is very persuasive, so if you have any opinions, you must speak up, otherwise it may affect the results of the questionnaire. End of this chapter. Chapter 31, Charming Eyes of Wealth please read. Chapter 31, Charming Eyes of Wealth please read. And just when Yu Yuquan felt that the owner of the Zheng family was careless and could not even remember his own stone carving shop, Yu Yuquan realized that he was still too conservative. To be more precise, he lacks imagination about the so-called aristocratic family. The head of the Zheng family not only failed to remember the stone carving shop, but also the weapons shop, gambling house, papers shop, restaurant, pawn shop, rouge and gouache shop, etc. Since the first excellent employee recognized his boss, most of the streets have been chasing each other like a relay race, and voices shouting "the master is back" are everywhere. Suddenly, there was a scene of people all over the city vying to see Patriarch Zheng. Yu Yuquan couldn't help being speechless. The Zheng family has such a great influence in Keishi City? Zheng's headquarters is not in Keishi City, right? Yu Yuquan could feel that Zheng Xiancheng didn't particularly like this atmosphere, but it was more obvious that he was completely used to this kind of occasion. She was no longer the friendly person she used to be when she was shopping with Yu Yuquan, and her appearance changed in an instant. On the one hand, he is not angry and has awe, but on the other hand, he is friendly. Even a simple greeting can make people feel like a spring breeze. Yu Yuquan obediently followed behind the master, watching his performance along the way, and in just a short while, many stewards who were inspected by the head of the family were flattered. I have to say that Zheng Xiancheng has completely figured out the leadership temperament aspect. Of course, in this process, Yu Yuquan also attracted much attention. Almost every steward who was inspected by the head of the family secretly looked at him. Perhaps because he didn't know Yu Yuquan's specific identity, his attitude was relatively conservative. He was not overly respectful and there was nothing uncomfortable about him. He was very well measured. Yu Yuquan could even see those stewards, when they faced the head of the family in the last second, their attitudes were respectful, wishing to take out their heart and lungs, and when they faced him in the next second, they became that kind of intimacy that was just right. Not flattering, but you can feel just the right amount of respect. Incredible! Yu Yuquan's eyes were wide open, and he always felt that he would never be able to learn the face-changing skills of these stewards. And in the process, he also figured out what these stewards thought of him. It was suspected that he was a new boy adopted by the head of the family. It's a servant, but don't underestimate it. It's like the celebrities around the emperor, even if their status is humble, but because they can listen to the heavens, even the loyal officials of the court have to give a little face when they see it. But this kind of speculation is still just a guess after all, so it's better to stay silent than to move. It was the first time for Yu Yuquan to experience such a high-profile situation in his past and present lives. To be honest, he was not used to it, and he didn't like it very much. In less than the time for a cup of tea, Zheng's stewards prepared the convoy for reception. The core chariot is 4 horses, the horses are extraordinarily tall and handsome. And they are all of the same solid color, with almost no variegated colors on their bodies. The car was also accompanied by some honor guards. There were dozens of people in front and behind, making it even more grand than a feudal official traveling. Yu Yuquan felt his eyes opened again. He used to call himself a time traveler and never felt that he was ignorant, but now he feels more and more ignorant. "Master, please get in the car." The highest-ranking steward greeted him respectfully, and a groom had already knelt down and turned into a stool. Zheng Xiancheng didn't say much, and stepped on the stool as usual and sat on it. Yu Yuquan's pupils shrank slightly, feeling indescribably awkward. Although he also knew that this world was not the one he was familiar with, and the concept of class hierarchy was deeply rooted, the education in his previous life still completely shaped his character and concepts. However, Yu Yuquan had no intention of changing anything. Not to mention whether he has this ability, he has never been the kind of hot-blooded, second-year middle school boy who shouts freedom and equality. He knows that in a sense, this is also the world's domestication of his thoughts and behavior patterns. But he still has no intention of changing anything, let alone starting the reflection mode directly. Perhaps in some respects, his thinking has long been rotten. He is the kind of social animal whose edges and corners have been smoothed out by society and the world. But he still doesn't hate himself like this, and doesn't feel the need to make any changes. He just needs to do what he wants to do. Julie and Wei Shi share the same car. After saying a word, hundreds of pairs of eyes on the scene all looked at Yu Yuquan in unison. Different from the previous belief that Yu Yuquan was the new boy acquired by the Lord, at this moment, everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. Zheng's family is not a sect, the core is based on blood relationship. Even if they want to recruit disciples, they will basically choose from within the clan. It's like a respected elder who suddenly picks up a child from a branch on a whim, and the child and branch will rise immediately. But no matter what, basically there will be no indecent incidents where a small sect enters a large sect. Not to mention that it is unbelievable to accept a child with another surname as a disciple. But the meaning of having this master-disciple status is completely different. This young man named Julie is the master, and his status is no less than that of the young masters in the mansion. In addition, Patriarch Zheng is a practitioner, a pillar in the true sense. The disciple of the family leader must also be a cultivator, and his talent is probably extremely outstanding, otherwise the family leader would not be allowed to openly make such a decision that goes against his ancestors. A talented young man, the direct disciple of the patriarch. Just think about it for a while, and you can know that this young man's future achievements are limitless. Suddenly, the eyes of everyone looking at Yu Yuquan became very different. One of the big stewards changed his face in a second, bent his back just right, and said with a smile on his face, "Xiao Lang, please get in the car." Yu Yuquan took a deep breath, and then stepped on the stool to get into the car, without saying a word during the whole process. The car is chaotic. The horse is Xiao Xiao. The carriage was even more luxurious and stable than Yu Yuquan had imagined. Along the way, he could see a lot of people staring from afar, full of curiosity and envy. I have to admit that there are two worlds inside and outside the car. This feeling of being superior is indeed addictive. This is really rich and charming eyes. But Yu Yuquan's mind is exceptionally sober. Just like a nanny cannot think that the master's villa belongs to him, all the glory he enjoys now essentially belongs to Master Zheng Xiancheng. Although the relationship between master and apprentice is second only to father and son, Yu Yuquan's heart is still extremely bright. The backing mountain will fall, and the backing will run away. Only you are the real backer. What's more, he and He Qianxing still have a 10-year contract. If they can't win by fighting, everything will be over. Prosperity, wealth, fame, and fortune are nothing but passing clouds to him. Thinking of this, Yu Yuquan's eyes became brighter and clearer. Seeing this, Zheng Xiancheng stroked his beard and nodded while feeling slightly frustrated. He originally intended to teach his beloved disciple a lesson, but he never expected that his disciple did not follow his ideas at all. Is this the genius who opened the gate of heaven and aroused the resonance of heaven and earth? The Zheng family's manor in Keishi City is called Gangbei Villa. It occupies the most beautiful and fertile area in Keishi City. After riding the carriage for about an hour, the convoy finally arrived at Gangbei Mountain, where they could see a large number of farmhouses and even a large number of soldiers patrolling with weapons. These soldiers were different from the soldiers they met in Quarry City. Their clothes were obviously cleaner and their spirits were better. Some of the elite were still wearing armor. Or seeing that Yu Yuquan was more interested, a steward riding beside him offered to introduce Yu Yuquan. These are clearly local heroes compiled and trained by the Zheng family. He usually works and practices in his spare time, and is mainly responsible for patrolling the manor. Yu Yuquan was speechless. God is so brave. Can Xiang Yang wear armor? If he remembered correctly, in his previous life, the ancient Prime Minister Zhou Yafu was convicted of buying 500 armor shields without permission, and died of a hunger strike. Nurichi raised his troops with 13 pieces of armor. In the era of cold weapons, the imperial court's control over armor was much stricter than that of swords and bows. In this era, when evaluating whether a cultivator is strong, there seems to be a word called how many armored warriors be killed, and the status of armor is still quite high. Xiang Yang said that either the status of practitioners in this world has declined, or the Zheng family didn't take the imperial ban seriously. That's fine with the former, if it's the latter. Yu Yuquan couldn't help shaking his head. Looking at the dazzling array of fertile fields, Yu Yuquan thought he had arrived, but he never thought that this place was still just on the outskirts of the villa. In other words, this is a village where Xiang Yang lived together. While patrolling around Baigong Mountain from time to time to guard against thieves or criminals, they also prevent some mountain people from sneaking into the mountain to cut firewood and hunt without permission. Yu Yuquan finally figured it out. It turned out that the Zheng family had completely occupied all the cultivated land in the mountains and forests around Baigong Mountain. As for the patrolling Xiang Yang, he is Zheng's private soldier. It can be said to be a trilogy, and it is called Xiang Yang, which is probably in response to the imperial government's policy ban. Is this a powerful family? This is too arrogant. P.S. After counting the questionnaire, the name Yu Yuquan is easier to remember, while the name Yu Julie is a bit unfamiliar. I will continue to write the name Yu Yuquan. Julie is regarded as the Zi, and the protagonist has changed his vest and is basically in a state of anonymity. After all, Yu Yuquan's identity currently has a criminal record. In the protagonist, before he is strong enough, he will not take the initiative to say that his name is Yu Yuquan in front of outsiders, but readers will know. End of this chapter. Chapter 32, Unique in the World, Unparalleled on Earth. Chapter 32, Unique in the World, Unparalleled on Earth. Baigong Villa is surrounded by mountains and rivers. The building complex covers an area of at least 400 to 500 acres and looks spectacular. There could be more than 300 clansmen and slaves standing outside the door waiting for the patriarch to come. The leader is Zheng Shijun, the eldest son of Zheng Xiantong, the third brother of Zheng Xiancheng. Because Mrs. Zheng is still alive, the brothers have not yet separated their family and properties, and they still live together in the ancestral house, but there are quite a few people who are sent to other places to serve as officials. Like Zheng Xiantong, because he has no talent for cultivation, he can only serve as the governor of Yanzhou and can currently serve as de Zhongzheng. As for Zheng Xuantong's son Zheng Shijun, because of his young age, he was appointed as an official only recently. On the contrary, Zheng Xiancheng, because he is a practitioner, is essentially an outsider. Even Zheng's lord basically doesn't care about things at ordinary times, more important decisions and deterrent effects. He actually has the title of Jushinjingke Demon Conquering Lord of the second rank, and receives the salary of the second rank, but he has no substantial job assignments. Even if it is the department of Daolu, it can only be announcement, with a great degree of freedom, listening to the tune but not the announcement. Of course. If the imperial court really needs practitioners to come forward, they are mostly dispatched from the Jinai division, and Daolu Yuan is more of a guest minister. For example, the Genshi sect and the powerful family would basically send some disciples to work as errands in the Jinai division, occupying some very important key departments. In essence, it's a bit like the heavenly court in the Romance of the Gods. Really high-level Jinxians and Hunyuan sages basically look down on the positions in the court, let alone listen to the Jade Emperor. But for the second and third generation disciples, it is a good place to go. Zheng Shijun greeted in surprise, nephew pays respects to uncle. Zheng Xiancheng helped Zheng Shijun up and said politely, now he looks like a parent. You need to guard against arrogance and impetuosity. You must not act like you did when you were a child. Zheng Shijun was a little embarrassed and said sincerely, my nephew will obey my uncle's teachings. Zheng Xiancheng, this is my new disciple Yu Julie, how close you two are. Zheng Shijun had actually heard the report from his servants a long time ago, and when he heard his uncle's formal introduction, he was immediately overjoyed. This is a practitioner. It was the mysterious world that he longed for but failed to enter. Zheng Shijun quickly put on a smiling face, stretched out his hands to hold Yu Yuquan's hand, and said kindly, Brother Julie, please give me your advice. Yu Yuquan was sweating, and calmly withdrew his hand. Although it is a bit like a modern handshake ceremony, it always feels a bit out of place. He hates the red tape of ancient times, but he also understands that doing more is worse than doing less. Faced with this kind of thing, it's best to do your best to face it. Yu Yuquan smiled and said, my elder brother is older than me, but my younger brother is rude. Please give me some advice in the future. After another round of polite greetings, everyone was delighted. Because the head of the family returned, the main gate of the villa was opened. Because Yu Yuquan is a disciple, he can also be regarded as a direct descendant, so he also entered through the main entrance. On the contrary, the large number of servants who greeted him basically had no choice but to take a detour to the side door. As a small person enters the door, the etiquette and rules, dignity and inferiority are once again vividly reflected. Although it is just a mountain villa, it can at most be used as a summer escape or a temporary residence for occasional sightseeing, but the area and luxury are still unimaginable. During this period, several people walked through several long corridors and long steps, walked through several large gardens, and passed one pool, pavilion, and waterside pavilion before arriving at the main part of the courtyard. Government. Yu Yuquan, who was looking directly at it, was a little dazzled. Especially since he had visited the market in Qixi City not long ago, the scenery of the two places overlapped in front of his eyes. It's not that the two are similar, but that they are completely different. Yu Yuquan once again felt the astonishing gap between rich and poor. In Quarry City, most of the residential walls are just simple wood, but here, the carved beams and painted buildings show the beauty of architecture. Especially the height of the wood made him speechless. How old is this wood? The palaces left over from the earth in the previous life are nothing more than this. What follows is a variety of methods of receiving the wind and washing the dust. There are more than a dozen people waiting on him, and the entire service team is working around him. This opened Yu Yuquan's eyes again. Fortunately, he didn't actually need to do the whole process himself. For example, when washing, he only needs to stretch out his small claws, and the maid will naturally help him with skill. Basically, he doesn't need to worry about combing his hair and changing clothes. Yu Yuquan felt quite awkward, especially one after another young woman with peachy faces and skin that could be broken by bullets, helping him to bathe, change clothes and dress up, which inevitably made him think about it. But I have to admit, this is indeed a magical enjoyment. Yu Yuquan felt like Dong Zhou and Liu Buletin who broke into Luoyang from Ziliang and were suddenly fascinated. If there is another Diao Chan, it is estimated that she really fell into the trap of a beauty. Fortunately, he is physically young and weak-minded, so even if he loses his temper a little, it will be interpreted as shyness. Time flies. It was as if Lin Daiyu entered Jia's house for the first time. She talked less and saw more. Everything was done according to the agreed rules. Even if there are some customs that he doesn't know at all, he accepts them all with a smile. Facts have proved that this seemingly troublesome and passive way is the simplest and most trouble-free way. The whole process of catching wind and washing dust went very smoothly. Even his messy hair was broken up by the maid and tied back into a beautiful bun. The specific hairstyle is similar to that of Xiao Neza, also called Zongjiao. It is a common hairstyle for children in this era before they become adults, regardless of gender. Not only rich and noble families like to do it like this, but even ordinary people like to do it like this. The difference is nothing more than the headband. The materials used by wealthy people are much better. Most of the headbands are made of silk, and leather, with bright and festive colors, while ordinary people choose more economical and affordable headbands. He had gotten used to this a long time ago. Although it is a common hairstyle, but it comes from different stylists, it can still reflect a huge gap. And during the whole process, those maidservants behaved very professionally. It doesn't look unfamiliar, making people feel stiff and uncomfortable, but there is no frivolous presumption, and everything is just right. It can also be seen from this that this group of people have received the most rigorous training. At the same time, it can also be seen that the Zheng family has strict rules and rigorous family management. Feeling all this throughout the whole process, Yu Yuquan unexpectedly discovered that his mentality was slightly unstable for a moment. How can the poor be safe when they become rich? Although he is not rich, but he has seen the world outside the well in advance by taking the bond between master and apprentice as a ladder. In the past, Yu Yuquan thought that he was a time traveler who was well informed, but after he really integrated into it, he realized that it turned out that he was superficial. The term well-informed is indeed very one-sided. Regarding modernity, technology, science, and the internet, he dared to slander everyone in this world, but facing the world of rich people who know how to play, he felt that he was really ignorant. Do you think rich people are happy? No, you can't even imagine their happiness. But this feeling of floating in the clouds really made him feel very uneasy. Then, Yu Yuquan devoted himself to imagining the true body of Senior Long, imagining that he was a real dragon that came with the wind and rain, soaring in the boundless sea of clouds. Or it may be related to the special state of mind. This time when I visualized a real dragon, a little cloud gradually appeared around the dragon's body, and the dragon's body began to change from reality to emptiness, adding a touch of ethereal meaning. But just this hint of etherealness made Yu Yuquan feel very comfortable. It seems that the real dragon should come with the clouds by nature. The cloud follows the dragon and the wind follows the tiger. If Yu Yuquan realized something, the dragon ball in his body also slowly rotated, and strands of real dragon energy was released from the dragon ball, penetrating into every part of his body again. But just this trace of the real dragon's breath also made the giant horned viper very excited, spinning happily on Yu Yuquan's wrist. Just this wisp of dragon energy is enough to slowly induce it to transform into a dragon and a dragon. It's so worth it. Not long after, Yu Yuquan calmed down and became calm again. He looked at the giant horned viper on his wrist and said with a smile, "Brother Bai, you are my trump card. If there is something delicious at the banquet later, don't let your mouth expose you." Hiss! The giant horned viper was a little unhappy. The food made by humans was the most delicious. Seeing the rich manner, he thought he could feast as much as he wanted. But when he thought of the dragon aura just now, it still suppressed all the desires in his heart. "Okay. But you must make it up to me in the future." "No problem. I'll ask the chef to prepare some more food before departure. I'll give it to you as a snack then." "It's a word." "A word is settled." After the simple cleansing, there were various banquets in the grand manor again, and the number of guests who came here after hearing the news was staggering. It was only then that Yu Yuquan found out in disbelief that there were so many people surnamed Zheng in such a small place as Keishi City. It once made him wonder whether Zheng was the most popular surname in Keishi City. Or Yu Yuquan is the apprentice that the head of the family took for the first time, and he is relatively young, so many female relatives came over to make friends. Yu Yuquan knew that he had an aunt for a while, and that he had an aunt for a while, and there were countless other relatives who had turned around. It's as if all kinds of good words are being poured out for free. When it was confirmed that his talent was quite good, these relatives and elders suddenly became more and more kind-hearted, praising him as the only one in the world. It made Yu Yuquan feel goosebumps. Only then did he realize that being able to practice and having a good talent is itself the most attractive advantage in the world, at least in the eyes of these relatives and elders. So, in just a short while, Yu Yuquan received batch after batch of precious meeting gifts. There are shiny longevity locks, extremely valuable 4 treasures of the study, exquisitely crafted sachets, and even shiny little goldfish as gifts. Yu Yuquan was shocked to see him, as if he suddenly became the most popular person in the world. However, unlike before, in this cage of mortals, he became more and more sober. Just as he is very popular because of his ability to cultivate and his talent, he can also get everything he wants because of his high cultivation. End of this chapter. Chapter 33 Asking the Lord to Come Out Please read. Chapter 33 Asking the Lord to Come Out Please read. The reception banquet was full of harmony and joy, a scene of joy and harmony. After the welcome banquet, the atmosphere of harmony and joy changed suddenly. Especially Zheng Shijun, headed by some clan elders, couldn't wait to stand up. It seemed that he was afraid that if he said it later, the patriarch would be lost in no time. In the very outer corner, Yu Yuquan, who was lucky enough to see all this, couldn't help but laugh and cry. It seems that master, the patriarch, is even more unreliable than he imagined. Zhang Shijun said solemnly, "Uncle, those southwarders in the north really want nothing to fill. Today they encircle 3 mountains and tomorrow they seal 5 lakes. They pay less taxes than us. Many tenants have been abducted by them." Accompanied by Zhang Shijun's generous speech, Yu Yuquan gradually understood. To put it simply, the conflict between locals and immigrants has intensified. In particular, there are preferential tax policies, which make the locals in the south like big lemons, and the contradictions are becoming more and more difficult to reconcile. After the Jiakang Rebellion, a large number of clothes from the north traveled south, resulting in a large number of refugees. Refugees have always been an unstable factor. For this reason, the imperial court promulgated a policy called Overseas Chinese by Prefectures and Counties. That is to say, the names of states and counties that were originally in the north were moved to the south unchanged, so as to gather the refugees and issue white citizenship. Similarly, those aristocratic families also traveled south. Because they were far away from their homeland and lost a large amount of land originally located in the north, an economic crisis inevitably occurred. Unlike the ordinary people who fled, those aristocratic families from the north moved south, but they allied their children and merged with more than 1,000 families of scholars and concubines. To put it simply, thousands of families with the same surname relocate together. No matter where they relocate, they will immediately break the balance of the local situation. Even mainly anti-customer. Specifically referring to black people telling white people to get out of Paris, when immigrants outnumbered locals in terms of population, various problems followed. In order to win over the upper-class nobles who moved south, the emperor not only did not break them up and integrate them into the south, but instead allowed them to annex land in the south intact by setting up prefectures and counties. But this is a hardship for the southern locals. After all, even if the degree of development in the south is slightly worse than that in the north, it can be regarded as having a vast land and few people, but the carrying capacity of the land is limited after all. What's more, it takes at least several years of intensive cultivation for a piece of wasteland to go from reclaimed land to cultivated land. Compared with spending years of hard work on reclaiming wasteland and raising land, how can it be faster and more economical to directly enclose the land? Therefore, from Jiakang to Yongchang, in just a few years, a large number of southerners were convicted in various ways. For example, arguing about government affairs, disturbing the country, slandering the emperor, illegal stargazing, practicing maliciously, intending to commit rebellion, groundless. Sooner or later, if you go to jail, the wealth and industry accumulated for generations will be wiped out. Especially those who were imprisoned for discussing government affairs indiscriminately almost cried to death. The family property has been taken over, so why don't they complain? Yu Yuquan also couldn't laugh or cry, and couldn't help but think of a joke in his previous life. Big Fat Pig was invited to attend a meeting to discuss how to eat pork. The leader asked everyone to speak freely and actively provide opinions, and named Big Fat Pig to speak first and set an example. The Big Fat Pig was sweating profusely and shivering, and made a suggestion, "Can we not eat pork?" Then other participants immediately criticized, "You, the congressman, went off topic with this opening, your ideological awareness is still not high enough." An old man with grey hair and beard burst into tears and said, "Please ask the Lord to be the master for us. My Lord, please be the master for us. My Lord, please be the master for us." And this is like dominoes being toppled, they all fell to their knees in a short period of time, and voices begging Patriarch Zhang to be the master kept coming and going. Yu Yuquan frowned slightly. The elders and tribesmen here are either surnamed Zhang or are in-laws of the Zhang family. Even if they are in the 5th service, their ancestors are basically the same family, and they are inextricably linked to the Zhang family. Even if the relationship is far away, it is more intimidating than the average gentry, let alone the average poor family. They were all forced to ask the landlord to be the master, but what about the other small and medium landlords? In a daze, Yu Yuquan seemed to see a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The reality is far less tender than the history books, or the history books are always particularly stingy about suffering. Also frowning was Zheng Xiancheng. Because common affairs like this usually don't involve him directly. Not to mention that as soon as he settled down, his nephews and other relatives and elders couldn't wait to gather together to force him into the palace. This kind of thing is either because the relatives are really miserable, or there are someone connected. Zheng Xiancheng narrowed his eyes slightly, not angry but pretentious, not to mention some distant relatives. Some older elders became nervous. As for Zheng Shijun, who had a ghost in his heart, he was trembling and sweating profusely. Zheng Xiancheng smiled and said, "You elders are all my elders, how can you kneel down to me? Get up." Everyone kneeling on the ground looked at each other, but they still stood up one after another. After a few more pleasantries, everyone sat down again. Zheng Xiancheng suddenly said, "Julie, what do you think about this matter? As a teacher, how should you make decisions for your relatives and elders?" With just one word, all eyes fell on him. Everyone was dumbfounded and couldn't believe it. "Are you asking your young apprentice about such a big thing that concerns the fate of the family?" Although they represent more of the Zheng family in Keishi City, they are not the only ones whose family interests have been infringed upon. The crowd repeatedly looked at Yu Yuquan's short height, and his white and delicate face after bathing in dragon's blood. Even if you pet your apprentice, you can't reach this level, right? Yu Yuquan was taken aback. "I go. What kind of thankless thing do you ask him to do?" Yu Yuquan stood up, saluted respectfully, and then pretended to be tender. "Master, my disciple is still young, and I don't have any good opinions on such important matters. You should ask someone else to be wise." When everyone heard this, they breathed a sigh of relief. With a hairless mouth and weak ability to do things, what is the difference between asking about politics as a child and asking about blindness? Fortunately, this Yu Julie is very self-aware. Zheng Xiancheng said resolutely, "You are so gifted with wisdom, so why should you be too modest? If you don't say it, we won't listen to it." Yu Yuquan. Everyone. Is this really the Lord they know? Is he really someone who listens to children's talk? Especially Zheng Shijun, he felt like he had seen hell at this moment. No one knows better than him what his uncle's attitude is towards his own son Zheng Shivei. Shibana is one of the 4 heroes of the Zheng family, not only his uncle's son, but also one of the 10,000 geniuses with cultivation qualifications. He was already a master at a young age, and even had a second job in Jinai division. But uncle's strictness towards his cousin Zheng Shivei made his nephew feel a little palpitated. What impressed him the most was that one time Shivei brothers practiced a set of swordsmanship and lost everything, and his uncle directly used the family method. Could this Yu Julie be his uncle's illegitimate son? Yu Yuquan was speechless, but it was master's request after all. He thought for a while and said, "It needs to be done, but it must not be to seek justice for Mrs. Zheng." With a single word, there was an uproar here. The way everyone looked at Yu Yuquan suddenly changed. Yu Yuquan's expression didn't change, so he didn't want to get involved in these dirty things just now. Compared with these elders who were dissatisfied with their desires, Zheng Xuanquan's eyes were shining brightly, and he said loudly, "Speak in detail." All the eyes at the scene fell on Yu Yuquan again. End of this chapter. Chapter 34, Inside and Outside the World. Chapter 34, Inside and Outside the World. If your interests are violated, you must take action. Interests are like power. If you don't fight for it, no one will give it to you, and it won't automatically fly into your hands. If you don't make a move, the beneficiaries will not accept it as soon as it is good. They will only think that they are still too conservative and take too little, and their hands will inevitably be extended again soon. Hearing Yu Yuquan's words, many relatives and elders in the hall nodded one after another, and their favor for Yu Yuquan increased greatly. They just misunderstood. The master is indeed right, this handsome young man is really smart and born with wisdom. But they soon heard that Yu Yuquan had a different point of view. The reason why my disciple said that he cannot seek justice for the Zheng family is because the establishment of prefectures and counties for overseas Chinese is a national policy. It is the common need of all the northern nobles and even the royal family. It is even the need of the country, and all the poor families who have crossed south. The common people have all benefited from this policy. The Zheng family cannot stand against the royal family and all northern nobles. With a single word, there was an uproar at the scene. Many elders whispered to each other. They may not think that overseas Chinese by prefectures and counties is a good national policy. After all, national interests and family interests are not completely consistent in most cases. It's like the national policy has stipulated a decree related to occupying land, but anyone who fled from the north can enclose -mu of land as long as it is unowned. White collar, tax exemption for 10 years. This land occupation law alone attracted a large number of refugees fleeing from the north. But many aristocratic families can't hold back their families, and a circle occupies tens of thousands of acres. Who can bear this? What makes them even more unbearable is that these northerners are not satisfied with occupying wasteland and frequently attack mature fields. And these mature fields are within their pocket. What's more ruthless is that they raced to enclose the land on their territory, gradually gained a firm foothold, and in turn called them southern barbarians, and disdained to share their yellow nationality and pay taxes with them. Outrageous! But there is one thing I agree with. The Zheng family cannot stand against the royal family and all the northern nobles. Many elders immediately backed down. In detail, the loss they suffered didn't hurt them too much. It needed to encourage the entire Zheng family and most of the wealthy families to stand against each other. Brother Jula's words are wrong. Zheng Shijun stood up and said righteously, the reason why today can quickly take control of Jianyi and stabilize the situation in a short period of time is because of the support of our southern tycoons. I think the Tonglan Zheng family, are also heroes of Konglong, not to mention adding officials and becoming nobles is rich and glorious, but you can't kill the donkey and take away my official position from the Zheng family. Accompanied by Zheng Shijun's eloquent and generous speech, Yu Yuquan immediately understood that the main reason why the Zheng family was forced to this point was not that some properties were taken away, but that the places to become officials were occupied by other big families. In essence, political interests have been violated, or political benefits have not met psychological expectations. Yu Yuquan couldn't understand this anymore. If he was Konica, he might have gone too far. If he is pushed into a hurry, he may throw out the big killer of the imperial examination. The Southern dynasty was not a normal court since its founding. The family is too strong, and the court and clan are too weak. The powerful family wants to be stronger, while the weak court and clan hope to turn the world around. It is inevitable that the conflict between the two sides will intensify. This time, the Zheng family asked the Lord to come out of the mountain, in essence, to resist the suppression of the imperial court and imperial power. But still the same sentence, is Mrs. Zheng mentally prepared to be an enemy of the world? Obviously, Zheng Shijun didn't think so. Seeing that Yu Yuquan didn't speak, he immediately became more excited. Brother Julie doesn't know something. The southerners have suffered from the northern barbarians for a long time. Not only my Zheng family, but also other aristocratic families. As long as I with Zheng's arms raised, the world will obey, and the northern barbarians will not dare to make further progress. Good guy. Yu Yuquan finally understood Zheng Shijun's brain circuit this time. This guy is dreaming of inspiring the world to follow him. Does this mean that he is the leader of the Jiangzuo alliance? Yuan Shu called him an expert. This is really not afraid of being the first bird. Why does he feel that Zheng Shijun is a bit of a political idiot? Yu Yuquan said speechlessly. Brother raised his arms and shouted, "Are you planning to recreate the world?" Zhang Shijun was so dumbstruck that he forgot his words for a moment. The elders of the other clansmen also turned pale with fright. I can't help but say this. In fact, even Zhang Xian was speechless. Zhu Li's disciple is still the same Yu Yuquan he knows. He seems to respect etiquette and abide by the law, but in fact, he despises the power of the emperor and despises the princes. This is the most treasonous act. If the secular people have already taken death in a proper way. However, for outsiders, that fart is a big deal. Yu Yuquan smiled and said, the Zheng family is extremely rich. As long as you don't have that intention, why should you be the leader of the alliance? What's the point of raising your arms? Zhang Shijun looked shocked. This eloquent talker is really the young gentleman he knows. Zhang Shijun's face turned purple and he didn't dare to say another word. Zhang Xiancheng said expressionlessly, that's it. The relatives and elders of all clans offered to leave one after another as if they had received amnesty, and even Zhang Shijun had no face to stay any longer. After everyone had resigned, Zhang Xiancheng sighed helplessly. Shijun has grown up and has his own ideas. Suddenly, Yu Yuquan understood why Zhang Shijun acted like a political idiot. He was not stupid, but he was just making noises with small calculations. Just as the Jin dynasty was a big court, the Zheng family was a small court. Veterans like Zhang Xiancheng, who have vested interests, tend to be more conservative. And cutting-edge people like Zhang Shijun are more inclined to forge ahead. Although this aggressiveness may damage Zheng's interests, it is in the interests of Zhang Shijun. Once he accomplishes this, his prestige will definitely increase greatly. Even the four heroes of the younger generation of the Zheng family may not be able to suppress him. Zhang Shijun is not a political idiot but is selectively blind. Zhang Xiancheng looked at Yu Yuquan and said with a smile, if you want to fight, how does Zhu Li think? Yu Yuquan thought for a while and said, distinguish between the main contradiction and the secondary contradiction, and catch a typical one to make an example of it. Contradiction. In Zheng Xuanquan's impression, this word is not used in this way, but he can understand it according to the context. Zheng Xuanquan's eyes flickered, he was very satisfied, but he didn't intend to adopt Yu Yuquan's plan. Everything Zhu Li said is right, but you forgot the most important point. Yu Yuquan thought hard, thinking about what point he had forgotten. But in this process, Zhang Xiancheng suddenly stood up, releasing a powerful aura from his body, which even caused Yu Yuquan's expression to change for a moment. He understood, and finally understood what the crucial point he had missed was. I'm afraid they have forgotten what my Zheng family heirloom is at all. Zheng Xuanquan's eyes showed absolute strength and confidence, and he sneered, since we are outsiders, we naturally have ways to deal with them. End of this chapter. Chapter 35 One Road to the East. Chapter 35 All the Way to the East. The iron-wrapped wooden wheel rolled on the dilapidated horse path, making a rolling sound, and the bumps on the road made Yu Yuquan feel particularly uncomfortable. I have to admit that it is indeed very difficult to travel once in this era. Even if it is this kind of potholed road that has been in disrepair for a long time and bumped to the pain of his back, the road condition is already very good. It is more difficult to walk, and the mountain trails that are not even considered roads are the mainstream. Some sections of the road were even cut off due to landslides, requiring roadblocks to be cleared or detours required. More than 10 days have passed since the two masters and apprentices left Baigong Mountain Villa in Kaishi City, which made Yu Xiaoliu, who had just tasted extravagance, immediately live a miserable life again. After reading thousands of books and traveling thousands of miles, the development status of Dajin is far lower than he imagined. The large area between the cities is sparsely populated and has a primitive and desolate atmosphere. It was as if they were on their way, and occasionally they could even hear the howling of wild wolves or the roaring of tigers. This made Yu Yuquan completely understand why, looking at ancient maps, it is clear that the territory of the southern dynasties is often so large that it is boundless, but they are still beaten by the north again and again. Only when there are talents can there be an economy, and only when there is an economy can there be national strength. If the development level is low, the land utilization rate will be ridiculously low. And for travelers like them, the most important thing is not even to prevent wild animals, but to be careful of miasma. The so-called miasma does not have a specific concept, but is a general term for a variety of diseases. Practitioners like Yu Yuquan are fine, but for ordinary people, it is simply terrible. Along the way, Yu Yuquan's voice was a bit smoky when he just ordered the servants not to drink raw water. Yu Yuquan finally discovered that sometimes people are really stubborn. For example, the groom who helped him drive was respectful to him and seemed to be extremely loyal and honest. However, after he explicitly ordered not to drink raw water, he still suffered from malignant dysentery from drinking raw water. When Yu Yuquan found out, he was speechless. Living in this era, he also knows that maids and servants are not just a wink from the master, they can interpret a 1 2 3 4 5 tool person, and they are used to being lazy and slippery. Yu Yuquan can also understand this. After all, this is human nature. No one can be so selfish as to think that others are not selfish and ask servants to die for their master with a few taels of silver. But for whom is he clearly not allowed to drink unboiled water? What's more, he also popularized some microbes and pathogenic principles under the guise of the Buddha sees a bowl of water, and there are insects. In the end, it was the master who took action, and the groom gradually recovered, but he was still sick recently. On the contrary, during this process, Yu Yuquan learned several recipes of nourishing qi soup from his master. This thing is also one of the best skills in this era. Inside the carriage. In response to master's request, Yu Yuquan recited the Taoist canon every day without wasting any time. When encountering places where you can't or don't understand, you should first collect the questions together, and then find the master at the same time to solve the doubts. Suddenly, it felt like I was back in high school in my previous life. This makes him painful and happy. This master really paid homage to him. In addition to the trial in Panlong Mountain, he also arranged a complete set of study courses for him. There are courses on chanting sutras, meditating, collecting qi, refining spirits, practicing martial arts, and even rituals, music, and medicine. For these courses, apart from the Taoist classics that have a strict learning sequence, they are more about learning what comes to mind. Yu Yuquan didn't feel confused at all, but instead came to appreciate the erudition and knowledge of his master. For example, some terms in Taoism, if there is no explanation by the master, the ideographic and actual meanings may be separated by hundreds of thousands of miles. Who would have thought that climate and age is the reason for the changes of the world inside and outside? After opening the Tianmen, the small world inside the body and the big world outside are connected. A very important homework that practitioners need to do is to observe the way of the sky and follow the way of the sky. The world in the eyes of different people is completely different, and the younger generation cannot fully apply the experience of the older generation. Especially the charm contained in knowledge and experience can only be felt but not expressed in words. But the knowledge and experience of the predecessors can eventually provide future generations with a very effective methodology, which is enough to save the future generations from countless detours. During this period of time, under the guidance of his master, Yu Yuquan has mastered many tricks, and his understanding and utilization of Yuan Li has become more and more proficient. The vitality of heaven and earth will continue to enter the inner heaven and earth with meditation and inhalation, but only by truly refining the vitality into vitality can it be transformed into something of your own. Due to the -inch opening of the Tianmen, Yu Yuquan's energy conversion efficiency was extremely high. In a short period of time, the energy flowing in the meridians was as thick as a baby's little finger. Fighting power soars. Zheng Xuanquan's eyes were shining brightly. We are about to enter the border of Yunzhou in the south, and what we are going to visit is the Fufeng Zhao family, the largest overlord family in Yunzhou. The reason why it is called Southern Yunzhou is because the real Yunzhou is in the northern homeland. Due to the policy of overseas Chinese setting up prefectures and counties, there is now a Yunzhou in the south. And in this short period of time, the cloud gun has once again become a powerful force in the southern country. It has to be said that Master's introduction was very powerful, and he understood how sharp the Fu Feng Zhao family's spear skills are in just a few words. Yu Yuquan, Master, do you have confidence? Zhang Xiancheng smiled and said arrogantly, if you regret defeat without seeing the real cloud spear, then you don't have to take the names of these four major families. What does Master mean, as long as he is not a real cloud gun? He is invincible? What a big breath! Yun Qiang is strong in people, not marksmanship. I just don't know how distinguished this senior Yun Qiang in Master's words is. A few days later, the convoy successfully entered the boundary of Yunzhou. A coachman said respectfully, My lord, Mr. Xiaolang, you have already entered the territory of Yunzhou, why don't you take a break for a day or two before sending greeting cards? Yu Yuquan jumped for joy. People are numb after sitting in the carriage for a long time, it is really great to get out of the carriage and rest for a while. Zhang Xiancheng lifted the curtain, looked at the sky, and said, Can you finish practicing your sword skills today? Yu Yuquan said, I've been on my way, and I haven't had time to practice yet. Zhang Xian set up his horse to supervise and said, Finish your homework first, and never miss it. Yes. Yu Yuquan immediately took out the Hanshang sword, and then devoted himself to practicing the sword. The process was tiring and boring. But he fully has this ideological awareness and understands the meaning of diligent study and practice. Only when skills are learned can they be considered their own. Zhang Xuanquan's class is very strict, such as daily homework such as sword practice, which requires Yu Yuquan to pay attention to the sword every time. Even though it was just daily homework, it would take him more than 2 hours to finish it. What should everyone in the convoy do? Overhaul the carriage, feed the horses, bury the pot for cooking, what should they do? At the beginning, many people were very interested, hoping to learn some tricks. But these servants gradually lost interest after watching too much. In fact, this kind of daily course is far different from the heroes in the storybooks they have heard. Zhang Xiancheng nodded. Yu Yuquan's disciples' ideological awareness has always been acceptable, and there is no discount at all for any homework assigned. If you say you put your heart and soul into it, then put your heart and soul into it. When compared with his sons, Zhang Xian was so worried that he wanted to return the product. For example, Zhang Shivei, who is known as the first of the 4 heroes and 3 heroes, is a mess in his swordsmanship, but he is still praised to the highest level. Sorry. End of this chapter. Chapter 36. Chapter 36. How arrogant can the Zhao family in Yunzhou be? The manor they occupy alone is the size of a county. In this manor, there are mountains, lakes, fertile fields, and various industries such as papermaking, pharmaceuticals, pottery, winemaking, and textiles. Except for a few products controlled and monopolized by the imperial court, such as salt and iron, it is basically an independent county economy. And just like this manor, the Zhao family in Yunzhou has several. But even so, the Zhao family in Yunzhou was still very dissatisfied and felt too downcast. The core direct branch of the family began to gradually understand that it was not easy for the ancestors to start a business. It's not Yunzhou Zhao's pretentiousness, it's the fact. Compared with the hometown that has been run for countless generations, the current asset shrinkage is unimaginable. As a result, the descendants of the Zhao family in Yunzhou were forced to start living a hard life with austerity. However, fortunately, the cloud spear has always been the sharpest killing technique in the army. Zhao's tribe has strong combat power and has established a firm foothold in the southern army in a short period of time. The only regret is that there is too little population. Even if they wantonly recruit northern refugees, it is still not enough. Fortunately, as a veteran family in Yunzhou, the Zhao family is familiar with such operations. Recently, we have reached a tacit agreement with several counties around Yunzhou to classify a large number of barren hills as lower fields as middle fields, and middle fields as upper fields. It is also mandatory that cultivators must pay taxes according to the acre level in the coming year. After several operations like this, if there is a famine year, these people will inevitably abandon the famine and then rent the Zhao family's fields for farming. Zhao is very experienced and not only knows how to practice, but also pays great attention to eating and appearance. When he was in the north, there were vast hectares of fertile land and he was famous for being a wise man. At this time, the Yunzhou Zhao family received a letter of greeting from Zheng Xiancheng, the head of the Zheng family in Tonglan. Seeing this greeting post, the Zhao family in Yunzhou immediately laughed angrily. I saw that it was written on it. I have heard for a long time that the Yunqiang is unparalleled in the world, its spear power is unparalleled, its sharpness is peerless, and I am eager for it. 3 days later, Chenzi will arrive in the morning sun. You are so elegant and graceful that I will not make my journey back and forth in vain. Soon, this greeting letter was delivered to the hands of Zhao Ziwen, the leader of the Zhao clan. Zhao Ziwen couldn't help sneering after seeing it. The cloud gun hasn't been around for a long time, and people have forgotten its sharpness. In other words, the cloud gun has always been pointed at Baidi, leaving these southern barbarians unaware of the heights of the world. After another moment, this greeting card appeared in the hands of Mrs. Zhao again. Old Mrs. Zhao looked at the greeting card, and suddenly felt the sword's power rising into the sky, and the hand holding the greeting card couldn't help but shake. At the same time, the entire Fufeng hall also swayed, trembled, and twisted. Quite a few disciples whose cultivation bases were still relatively low even turned pale, and couldn't help but prostrate themselves on the ground. And even Patriarch Zhao Ziwen turned pale, his face extremely ugly. Fortunately, at the critical moment, Mrs. Zhao's eyes shot out a ray of light, just like a peerless spear unsheathed, leaving a brand of the gun on this invitation, so that the skyscraping sword on the invitation was released. The intention was suppressed. All the children of the Yunzhou Zhao family in Fufeng Hall looked ugly and filled with indignation. What's the difference between this and nakedly causing trouble? When did the Zhao family in Yunzhou suffer such grievances? Various greetings to the 18 generations of ancestors suddenly sounded in Fufeng Hall. Mrs. Zhao lowered her brows and stared at the greeting card in her hand for a long time without thinking. After half an hour. What a Tonglan Zheng family, what a sword passed down through the ages! Mrs. Zhao murmured, talking to herself, turning a deaf ear to all the noises in Fufeng Hall. But how could everyone ignore the voice of the old man? After a moment, the entire Fufeng Hall became completely quiet. Mrs. Zhao, command, get ready to welcome the distinguished guests. Yes. Everyone in the Zhao family in Yunzhou trembled. This greeting can be literal, but it can also be implicit. Even so, the Zhao family in Yunzhou did not intend to underestimate him at all. Is there any conflict between my Zhao family and the Zheng family? Mrs. Zhao asked again. As a cultivator and the backbone of his family, there are few things he can care about except longevity on the road. But when such a greeting came to my door, things were completely different. Not long after, a young man covered in brocade and pearls and jade, who looked like he was only a weak crown, hurriedly replied, I want to teach my ancestors to know that my Zhao family in Yunzhou relocated collectively and re-established property in the south. The local family is much more powerful. There is resentment. The one who spoke was Zhao Yaosui, whose name was Yujin, and he was one of the most prestigious young heroes of the Zhao family in Yunzhou. After crossing to the south, he was basically responsible for presiding over many family affairs. Because he has just passed the age of weak crown, he is young and energetic, and his way of handling affairs is very radical. He often has conflicts with other tribes, but he is deeply popular among the tribe. All the members of the Zhao clan in Fufeng Hall disagreed with this. So what if there's a little friction? Is it bad to be a cloud gun? Mrs. Zhao carefully sized up all the clansmen for a few breaths, making everyone's scalps go numb. Old Mrs. Zhao sighed, the most powerful thing about the cloud spear is the Lihen spear, but the Lihen spear is not exactly the cloud spear. Do you understand? All the descendants of the Zhao family turned serious. The Lihen spear was born out of the cloud spear, and many people also regard the Lihen spear as the cloud spear. However, only core tribesmen like them know that the Lihen spear is the Lihen spear, and the two are far from the same. Follow the teachings of our ancestors. Old Mrs. Zhao, go and ask for my Zhao family's ancestral spear. Everyone's heart trembled again. Do you really want to buy the ancestral gun enshrined in the ancestral hall? Old Mrs. Zhao's cloudy eyes became a little brighter. This is the contest between Yun Qiang and Wang Jianhai. Yes. The entire Zhao family in Yunzhou immediately became busy. The entire Zhao's manor is starting to sweep and decorate, in preparation for the evil guests. Yunzhou. On the way to Zheng's waterside villa, Yu Yuquan couldn't help but smile. Compared with Keishi City, Yunzhou is much more prosperous. In particular, the water network is densely covered and the river transportation is developed. Cargo ships and fishing boats can be seen everywhere, which makes him very happy. Under the setting sun, the lake is sparkling, and the white clouds in the sky are even dyed the color of molten gold. Occasionally, you can still see the figure of a fisherman casting a net, and the sound of fishing songs coming from afar. How can such a beautiful scene on earth not make people yearn for it? In particular, seeing many uninhabited wild areas and these densely populated developed areas makes people even more reluctant to leave. Yu Yuquan realized that he had a misunderstanding about the matter of clothes traveling south. The places where these migrants immigrated were not some undeveloped wild areas, but more concentrated in economically developed areas. This is like the siphon effect of the earth in the previous life. It is always the developed cities that are attractive to the population and talents. After arriving at Shuoxi Villa, Yu Yuquan was deeply shocked again. This is really just a mountain villa. Is it confirmed that it is not a town with developed commerce? And the water area with the deep water line seems to be a shipyard of amazing scale, right? Later, Yu Yuquan saw paper mills, breweries, restaurants, inns, and cloth houses one after another. Then, the story that happened in Baigong Villa in Keishi City was staged again. In a short period of time, Yu Yuquan met a large number of elders and relatives, and received all kinds of strange gifts. For example, the ultimate luminous pearl that can be as big as a baby's fist. Beautifully shaped coral trees. The finest pearls. Gold leaf. Longevity lock. Red gold bracelet. And many more. While Yu Yuquan was soft-hearted in accepting the gift, he couldn't help but recall all the things he had witnessed along the way. The wealthy and aristocratic families surrounded the mountains and sealed the lakes, and the people who depended on the mountains and water were not even allowed to cut firewood and fish. Especially when I think of my life experience, the suppressed feelings in my heart can't help gushing out. The rich have no land left to live, while the poor have no place to stand. All the great families in the world should die. At this moment, Yu Yuquan finally understood why Ming Taizhi Zhu Yuanzhang killed him like this. Embezzling 60 taels of silver and peeling last grass. It is true that these aristocratic families who occupy a monopoly position are too greedy. There are so many fields in the world, but for the farmers at the bottom, not even an inch belongs to them. Even if they want to build a grave after death, they are forced to sell their sons and daughters. Who should die if they don't? End of this chapter. Chapter 37, The Dignity That Belongs to Practitioners. Chapter 37, The Dignity That Belongs to Practitioners. In this world, there are only a very small number of practitioners. In the world of ordinary people, they eat and drink in the dew, sleep in the wind and sleep on the moon, and they don't eat the fireworks in the world. As far as practitioners are concerned, the battle between them will not be easily known to ordinary people. One is that the battle between practitioners is extremely destructive, and it is easy to accidentally injure innocent people. The other is that practitioners don't want to let ordinary people know easily, and they will be like gangsters, hacking and hacking with a watermelon knife. Practitioners naturally don't bother to do such unqualified things. That's why Zheng Xiancheng and Yu Yuquan's visit to Zhao's manor was really like a visit. As soon as he arrived at the boundary of Zhao's manor, he was welcomed in by the Zhao family's steward, who served him delicious food and drinks without any disrespect or neglect. The choice of words and sentences is even more refreshing. It is hard to believe that this old steward is receiving evil guests who come to the door. Although these manors were newly purchased properties after the Zhao family moved to the south, the degree of affluence is not the same as the areas where ordinary people live. The fields are almost all ripe fields, and even the fields are full of scenes of harvested crops. For ordinary people, the farming season is the most important, and they dare not delay at all for fear that the crops will rot in the fields due to any accident. After harvesting, the crops will be harvested as soon as possible, and there is very little real slack time. Threshing mainly relies on flails, and windmills are used to remove husks and impurities. But compared with farmers in other places, farmers belonging to Zhao's manor look obviously better. The core reason is that these tenants mainly farm the land of the Zhao family, and they can avoid court taxes as long as they pay enough rent. The burden was also heavy, but compared to the various exorbitant taxes and levies imposed by the imperial court, the Zhao family was quite benevolent and righteous. This is the so-called escape and population hiding. For the imperial court, there will be endless troubles. After all, the tax that can be received is less, and it will be a matter of time before the finances are unsustainable. But at least the people can survive. As for the biggest winner, it is naturally a family like the Zhao family, and these methods are actually just entry-level methods to poach the corners of the imperial court. Yu Yuquan's expression did not change. He has seen a lot of similar scenes recently, and he doesn't bother to think too much. If there were no practitioners, he might still think about making a revolution and trampling all the bones of public ministers in the streets, but in a world where there are practitioners, such an idea is just a joke. Join if you can't beat it. Yu Yuquan has already decided that when his life stabilizes, he will spend money to buy a few mountains, and then build a big manor himself. The little nun and monk in the imperial court can't touch it for no reason, but my Taoist master can't touch it. When I think about it badly, I suddenly feel that the world is wide. After arriving at the core area of Zhao's manor, the master and apprentice finally met the core members of the Zhao family. Those who are a little older are fine, and their emotions and expressions are well managed. On the contrary, those young people, no matter how mature they pretend to be, they are still a little bit worse after all. In a short time, Yu Yuquan felt the hostility almost gushing out. If eyes could kill, the master and apprentice probably wouldn't know how many times they died by now. Yu Yuquan didn't react much to this. After all, he was here to slap him in the face and cause trouble. How could he expect his enemy to greet him with a smile? To be able to reach this point is already quite patient and well educated. As for Zheng Xiancheng, he didn't even bother with it. Not long after, the master and apprentice met Zhao's patriarch and old grandpa. Old Mrs. Zhao has grey hair and beard, and is very old. Even her back is a bit bent, and some turbidity and vicissitudes can even be seen in her eyes. But Yu Yuquan's sixth sense is always warning, the old man in front of him is extremely dangerous, maybe he will die just by looking at him. This made Yu Yuquan alert, and he became more and more low-key, not daring to pry into anything. The head of the Zhao family gave Yu Yuquan another feeling, very icy, cold and sharp, as if just looking at him would sting his spirit. But he gave Yu Yuquan the feeling that he was not as deadly as Mrs. Zhao. Obviously, Mrs. Zhao has cultivated Yunqiang's spear intent to the point where it can be sent and received freely, while Patriarch Zhao's spear intent is sharp, but it is obviously not as good as it is in sending and receiving. Old Mrs. Zhao had a very keen sense. After looking at Yu Yuquan, he said, "Who is this young man? Zhang Xiancheng said sternly, Julie, why don't you hurry up and pay a visit to Senior White-Headed Spear King? Old Mrs. Zhao shook his head, there is only one Gun King in the world, and that is the Lihen Gun. The White-Headed Gun King just puts makeup on his face. The old man just likes to play tricks. The future still belongs to young people like you. This bad old man is very bad. If you really believed him, you would really regard him as a dying old man, and you don't know how he died. Yu Yuquan didn't take Mr. Zhao's modest words seriously, but obediently saluted Mrs. Zhao, shouting Senior Gun King one after another, and even dropped the word Whitehead in front of it. This is like the word vice in front of leadership, just like Schrodinger's cat. It can be there or not. The magic of using it lies in one's mind. Mrs. Zhao nodded with a smile, and praised, if a famous teacher produces a high-level apprentice, the high-ranking apprentice has such a strong perception ability, but the nephews and nephews of my family who are ineffective in later generations are far inferior. This ability to draw hatred. As soon as old Madame Zhao finished speaking, many of the most outstanding young nephews and nephews of the Zhao family present looked at Yu Yuquan with hostility. I have to say, other people's children, no matter which world they are in, they are extremely hateful. Zhang Xiancheng laughed, and said modestly, Senior Gun King is too famous, and everyone in the world doesn't know the name of Cloud Spear? But this junior doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth, and committed greed and hatred, so I ask Senior Gun King to give me some advice. Old Mrs. Zhao's arm on crutches wobbled slightly, like a bad old man who had a stroke, and fell down as soon as he pushed it, but Yu Yuquan still keenly sensed that Mrs. Zhao became more dangerous. As for his master Zhang Xiancheng, at this moment, his aura became more and more condensed, and his fighting spirit was high. Zhao Ziwen took the initiative to stand up and said, My father is already old, why don't you let me see Brother Pai Xian's clever tricks? Zhang Xiancheng nodded with a smile, Brother Qingque is willing to give me advice, so my younger brother will naturally ask for it, please. Zhao Ziwen was about to speak, but Mrs. Zhao stopped him, shook the crutch in his hand and cursed, What? Do you think the old man can't dance with his gun anymore? Zhao Ziwen was shocked and quickly admitted his mistake and said he didn't dare. As shrewd as he was, he also keenly realized that the old father might really think that he was not as good as Zhang Xiancheng, so he had to do it himself. Zhao Ziwen felt a chill in his heart and immediately corrected his attitude. After a small episode, Zhang Xiancheng and Mrs. Zhao walked slowly into the Fufeng Hall of the Zhao family. The competition was held behind closed doors, and neither Yu Yuquan nor Zhao's nephews were allowed to watch. Of course, when it comes to a battle at the level of the Venerable, it may not be a good thing for them to be forced to watch. The only thing Yu Yuquan could feel was the aura of Zhao's Fufengtang. From the outside, the tiles are lined up in rows, like pieces of upside-down dragon scales. As for the grooved water lines and various exquisitely carved eaves beasts, they all demonstrate the style and profound heritage of the Yunzhou Zhao family. Of course, what surprised Yu Yuquan the most was the height and size of Fufeng Hall. It is still made of wood, but I don't know if it is because of the 1,000-year-old wood used. The house is so tall that it reminded him of the reinforced concrete buildings in his previous life. Only then did Yu Yuquan realize that wooden houses and palaces can be built so tall and magnificent, provided the wood is old enough. Or the old Mrs. Zhao has already left, and there is no one restraining him anymore. Yu Yuquan can obviously feel the hostility towards him from Zhao's nephews around him has deepened a lot. Boom! At this moment, Yu Yuquan suddenly felt that two extremely powerful and sharp wills shot up into the sky. Obviously he couldn't see anything, but Yu Yuquan had a vague feeling that there were two more unreachable mountains in Fufeng Hall in front of him. Is this what is meant? Really majestic. End of this chapter. Chapter 38, The White Head and the Withered Body, The Spirit is Boundless. Chapter 38, The White Head and the Withered Body, The Spirit is Boundless. Inside Fufeng Hall, Zhang Xiancheng and Mr. Zhao, the white-headed Spear King, stood face to face, and neither of them had changed much. It's just that Mrs. Zhao's body is no longer hunched, and her back is straight again, standing like a long spear. At the same time, what also changed were his hands and eyes. The hands on crutches no longer shake, and the eyes have become sharper than ever. On the other hand, Zhang Xiancheng still simply put his hands on the sword, and his body was straight, just like the sword itself. It is better to take the straight than the curved. Pai Yin. Accompanied by a faint sword chant, the sound of clanging swords resounded in the entire Fufeng Hall. The sound of the sword's cry seemed to be far away or near, and it was impossible to tell the difference between east, west, north, south, and it seemed that it stabbed from all directions without any dead ends in an instant. The sword in Zheng Xuanquan's hand is still unsheathed, but the sword in his heart has already been unsheathed. At this moment, Mrs. Zhao felt a gust of wind blowing in Fufeng Hall, which came from all directions from southeast to northwest. To be more precise, it is the wind, but it is also the sword. It originates from the bottom of Zheng Xuanquan's heart and is projected through the Tianmen into the outside world. Therefore, in Zheng Xuanquan's heart, the sword does not distinguish between north and south, southeast, far and near. Therefore, this sword is also miraculous in Fufeng Hall, and people will never know where it really came from. This method is exactly the method of changing the sky and striking the earth that can only be used after opening the divine treasure. If you have a sword in your heart, there will naturally be a sword in the world. It's a very simple truth, a very simple secret method, but no practitioner above the divine level can do something similar. But even a sword with such a simple principle has become unprecedentedly different due to the gully in Zheng Xuanquan's heart. Mrs. Zhao's face was solemn, and he was more appreciative. The wind is a sword wind, but it is also a swift wind. In just an instant, Mrs. Zhao felt the indescribable joy in that sword. I feel happy because the sword is unsheathed, I feel happy because I can challenge a master like him, and I feel happy because I can see the legendary cloud spear. Is this the owner of the Zheng family? As expected of being the youngest patriarch among the four great Jin families, he really forges ahead. Then, Mrs. Zhao grasped Patriarch Zheng's doubts from the wisps of sword wind. Is Zhao's cloud gun qualified to unsheath Zheng's Wanjian Hai? What an arrogant young man! Mrs. Zhao still didn't move, but raised her eyelids slightly. This is exactly the case with making friends with martial arts. You can understand each other's intentions with just one move and one move. Old Mrs. Zhao felt Zheng Xuanquan's arrogance, understood a true swordsman's determination to make friends with his sword, and fully understood the Zheng family leader's desire to break the cage with his sword. Mrs. Zhao did not regard herself as an elder, nor did she judge from a higher position, nor did she even show any emotion of admiration. The heirs of the elders will only humiliate themselves. And judging from a higher position can only make them look like they can't recognize themselves. As for no longer expressing emotions like admiration, it is more recognition and respect for the opponent, recognizing that he is an opponent who can really make him take it seriously and even go all out. What's more, he didn't mean to obey the old at all. Lao Ji Fuping, ambition of thousands of miles. Even if Mrs. Zhao is fair to bite an old man, but his heart is actually not old. Because his spear intent is still young. In the world of practitioners, the body may become old, the vitality and blood will also decline because of this, and it may even fall from this situation, but the spirit will last forever. Just as Patriarch Zheng cannot draw his sword out of its sheath, it will due to family reasons, the cloud gun in his hand has also been sealed for countless years, and he also longs to have a battle with the legends of the time. Not to mention that the opponent is still the legendary Wanjian Hai, one of the four most murderous swords in the world. Mrs. Zhao didn't make too many extra movements, but just lightly tapped the crutch in his hand. This is not some exquisite marksmanship, but the simplest form of marksmanship. It's like any beginner in marksmanship knows how to hold the gun in his right hand and then stand with the gun, there is no mystery at all. But it was such a basic frame that couldn't be more basic, but Mrs. Zhao stood unusually straight, as if a knife was being cut with an axe, and a green hill stood tall. The so-called gun should stand like a mountain when it is still, and it should be like a thunderbolt when it moves. The mountain is there, how can the wind shake it? All the sword winds that Zheng Xiancheng had drawn from his heart were forced to break up into pieces the moment they came into contact with Mr. Zhao's mountain intent, and passed by Mr. Zhao's side. It's like a breeze blowing on your face. Zheng Xiancheng smiled slightly, and the Fu Feng Hall seemed to suddenly become much brighter. The free and happy wind just now seemed to be smiling at this moment. Therefore, the sword that seemed to be blown by a gentle breeze just now became brighter. This is the vitality of heaven and earth becoming vast and sharp through Zheng Xuanquan's will. In a short period of time, the vitality of heaven and earth within a radius of several miles of Fu Feng Hall quickly flooded into Fu Feng Hall. It's like a surging river, rolling eastward, sweeping away all the heroes in the world. Just now it was just making friends with force, and the teaching has just begun now. The old Mrs. Zhao's cloudy eyes seemed to be on fire, and at this moment the world in his eyes became completely different. Sword, the whole world is sword. Visible swords, invisible swords, long swords, short swords, heavy swords, soft swords, broad swords, they are flying and moving, as if they have taken away all creation between heaven and earth. Dazzling, extremely dazzling. Looking into the eyes of Mrs. Zhao, it was extremely gorgeous and beautiful, which made him completely immersed in it. In the eyes of Mrs. Zhao, this is a gold and iron horse on the battlefield. Each sword with a different mouth is an enemy with different life experience and cultivation. Different changes in sword techniques and combinations of sword arrays are all different transformations of military formations. At this moment, Mrs. Zhao seemed to have returned to the days of fighting on the battlefield. The smoke rises, the flags are raised, the drums and horns sound, and the cloud spear soldiers come out to kill all the invading enemies. Old Mrs. Zhao's body was emitting streaks of blood, but for a moment, countless figures holding spears seemed to emerge around him. And some of the figures are still very clear. After these figures appeared, it was like two armies confronting each other, and they began to continuously fight against the sword intent released by Zheng Xiancheng. There are various legends about breaking a gun with a single sword since ancient times. In the army, the power of the spear is self-evident. Since ancient times, there have been many generous and elegiac people in Yunzhou, and for the most elite cloud spear soldiers in the world, they are even more invincible. In a short period of time, Zheng Xuanquan's sharp, all-pervasive, and mysterious sword intent was shattered one after another by Mrs. Zhao's just and majestic spear intent. Of course. Perhaps it was because Mr. Zhao was born in the army, he was tainted with the spirit of the army in his bones, and his marksmanship and spear intent were full of the iron-blooded style of the army. Injuring the enemy 1,000, self-destructing 800. Obviously still in the Fu Feng Hall, but there is more blood on the battlefield and the meaning of bleak and chilling. Although Zheng Xiancheng could not see clearly most of the faces following the after-images following old Madame Zhao, he could still judge based on some details that these unfamiliar faces represented the cloud spear soldiers who had followed old Madame Zhao in the war. It is old Mrs. Zhao's life experience, his life's merits and demerits, and even more, his life's sins. It will be a success. Obviously, Mrs. Zhao's life experience and practice methods are completely different from his. He is more like a swordsman in the fantasy of ordinary people, eating pine nuts and drinking huangying, soaring in the daytime. His swordsmanship has become a master, and there are dragons to kill dragons. Even though he has actually practiced on the battlefield, his heart is still the heart of a practitioner after all. The old Mrs. Zhao is a typical atypical practitioner, and his mentality is more like an old general who commands countless cloud spear soldiers. If there is glory in his heart, there will be glory in his spear, and there will be no regrets when he shoots the gun, and he will be invincible. If you have the intention of making meritorious deeds and leaving your name in history, you will have a strong aura of domineering in your gun. You will prosper because of dominance, become king because of prosperity, and become invincible because of being king. There is ashamed of the compatriots who died in battle in the heart, and there is also regret in the marksmanship. Because there is no regret after the gun is released, the combination of hardness and softness, the reality and the reality are endless. It is the marksmanship, and it is the summary of the success or failure of Mr. Zhao's life. As for the matter of practice itself, it was more like the result that he obtained naturally after his life as a general was realized. And this is also the essence of this world. The world and the world have their own ways, but they are always inseparable. More specifically, the wealth and history of the world may be more forged by ordinary people, but the trend of world history has always been led by practitioners. Zhang Xiancheng couldn't help but be amazed. Even if he doesn't fully approve of Mr. Zhao's way of practice, but if he can reach this height with this way, it means that this road is also a great way. Zhang Xuanquan's eyes became more and more bright, and his already happy and excited mood began to become more and more comfortable. Fighting Yun Qiang was indeed one of the most correct decisions he had ever made. Accompanied by Zhang Xuanquan's agitated and contented mood, at this moment, waves of turbulent and flowing sword energy appeared in the entire Fufeng Hall. Unlike the qi that just attracted a large amount of heaven and earth vitality and became vast, these heaven and earth vitality changed suddenly. They are like fire, water, and smoke. They appear to be tangible but are actually intangible, just like the boundless sea that makes people unable to see the depth and boundaries. This is Zheng's Wanjianhai. Mrs. Zhao's complexion changed for the first time. Wanjianhai just showed a trace of his true face, which made him feel a trace of fear. What is the sea? God will. No matter how powerful a creature is, even a cultivator will still feel an unprecedented insignificance in the face of the mighty might of the sky. It is precisely because of this that he must completely break the sea before it swallows him. Then, Mrs. Zhao has fired. It was a spear full of mottled antiquity. There were various traces and blood stains on the spear. Although the owner of the spear cherished it very much and maintained it with great care, the years and battles still left traces on the spear. Indelible marks. And these marks are like the scars on a man's body, they are a symbol of honor. And this is the most famous gun of the Zhao family in Yunzhou. It is often enshrined in the ancestral hall. It is the spiritual pillar of the Zhao family of Yunzhou and is regarded as the ancestral gun. Compared with Zheng's sword, Yunzhou Zhao's spear was born first. End of this chapter. Chapter 39. Chapter 39. It is naturally difficult for people outside Fufeng Hall to understand the battle situation inside. For the vast majority of practitioners, they can only feel the energy of heaven and earth rushing into Fufeng Hall, and occasionally hear the clanging of guns and swords inside. On the contrary, practitioners like Yu Yuquan who have a strong perception and even conceived spiritual consciousness can appreciate more. But feeling too much is sometimes not just a good thing. For example, Yu Yuquan first felt the ubiquitous sword, and then heard the clanging sound of drums and horns in a trance. These swords are like a dense rain of arrows, and they are also like the famous masterpieces of embroidery masters, beautiful and delicate with fine stitches. But like the gun formation, the core highlights a majestic atmosphere, allowing Yu Yuquan to appreciate what is called military power. But just to such an extent, it already made his head hurt like a knife. After Yu Yuquan realized this situation, he immediately concentrated his thoughts and stopped sensing. Yu Yuquan was very cautious. He knew that this closed-door battle was a rare event in the world of spiritual practice. Once he could get a glimpse of something from it, he might benefit a lot. But this kind of thing is full of unknowns and risks. I don't know how big the benefits will be. Once it brings some hidden dangers to his fragile sea of consciousness, it will be worth the losses. Yu Yuquan immediately stopped the loss in time, and secretly began to visualize the real dragon picture. Not long after, the consciousness space began to calm down, and the consciousness, which was like silver sand grains, became radiant again. It has to be said that for him, who has merged with the dragon blood and dragon balls, the true dragon picture is as if it was tailor-made for him, and it fits perfectly. As for the true dragon picture itself, it is even more valuable. But at this moment, several groans came from the Zhao clan. The most serious ones belong to the head of the Zhao family, Zhao Ziwen, and several older middle-aged and elderly men and women. It is speculated that it should be the uncle and aunt of the Zhao family who are the mainstay of the family. Obviously, their perception is the top group of practitioners here, and they are also the practitioners who are most qualified to appreciate more of the style of this battle, so they couldn't hold back the temptation to take a few more glances. According to Yu Yuquan's perception, Zhao Ziwen's complexion turned pale, and his body trembled slightly. It was obvious that he had suffered a lot of trauma and blows. Yu Yuquan understood clearly. Zhao Ziwen must have always thought that as both heads of aristocratic families, he and Zheng Xiancheng should be on the same level, but it turns out that old Mrs. Zhao is right, the two of them are not at the same level at all. In the world, there is a saying that a slight difference is 1,000 miles away, but in spiritual practice, sometimes there is not much difference between a slight difference and 1,000 miles difference. It only takes one move to kill him. Zhao Ziwen couldn't help feeling sad, and also some elders of the Zhao clan. However, perhaps because of the presence of an outsider like Yu Yuquan, the person who was injured just now with a muffled voice held on with a strong will and did not show any abnormalities. But Yu Yuquan still saw through his spiritual consciousness that an old man quietly conveyed a few words to several young men and women. After a while, several young people looked at him frequently, their eyes were even more radiant and excited. Yu Yuquan couldn't help laughing. It seems that these uncles of the Zhao family are planning to find something for him to save him. What did he see? I have to suffer for my face. I have to say that this is really quite interesting. Kind of cute. However, Yu Yuquan didn't mean to refuse. It wasn't to show off or slap him in the face, but to find someone to feed him and recruit a sparring partner. Martial arts, that also needs to be confirmed by each other. Dismantling and feeding recruits is the most important part of master-apprentice teaching. However, now that Yu Yuquan has been born with divine consciousness, and his body has also been bathed in dragon blood, his strength can no longer be measured by common sense. If you don't know his details and let him approach you rashly, even a practitioner in the realm of breathing energy may be directly beaten to autism by him. This is not Yu Yuquan boasting, but has been certified by his master Zheng Xiancheng. After opening the Tianmen, his physical advantage further expanded. To be honest, he was a bit of a bully when he fought with children like Mr. Zhao. Yu Yuquan thought about it, and decided to put on a good show, not to mention releasing the sea, but at least releasing the Yangtze River. Only in this way may it be possible for both parties to face it. The rivers and lakes are not just fighting and killing, but also people's sophistication. It can be seen from the closed-door fight between Master and Mrs. Zhao that neither party intends to break up. In that case, why should he be too serious? Even the chief CEO of Zheng Group is like this, so he doesn't have to work too hard as a worker. After all, if you really pull too much hatred, the enemies you set up are all your own. Everything went as Yu Yuquan expected, and after a while a few young people from the Zhao family came over with spears. There are about 20 men and women, which shows the prosperity of the Zhao family in Yunzhou. The leader is a young man who is dressed in brocade and jewels, but does not look tacky. The man clasped his fists and said politely, "Young master, please invite me. I'm Zhao Yaosui, named Yi Zhen." Since ancient times, famous teachers have produced great disciples. I believe that young master has also received the true inheritance of the respected master. We young men can't suppress our desire to be strong and competitive, so please invite us. Mr. Xiao Lang is willing to give you some advice. Yu Yuquan didn't agree, but instead politely pushed and obstructed. In addition, he was not very old, with red lips and white teeth, and he kept saying "Brother Zhao," which made many young people of the Zhao family feel embarrassed. Of course, not everyone agrees with him. Several stubborn young people from the Zhao family refused to accept it, and with the mission of their elders, they naturally would not give up. They invited them with all kinds of enthusiasm, and even used aggressive methods during the period. In the end, Yu Yuquan was too embarrassed to agree to the Zhao clan's invitation to fight. This invitational battle had the intention of dismissing Yu Yuquan, and the place of the competition was not outside Fufeng Hall, but a school ground not far away. The ones who chose to fight first were also relatively young, about 13 or 14 years old, but they were quite strong and looked awkward. Boy, remember well, the person who defeated you was Zhao Yaonian from the Zhao family in Yunzhou. Hearing the words of this chubby boy, Yu Yuquan was speechless immediately, and directly labeled him a secondary school boy. However, since you are acting, you might as well act to the end. Yu Yuquan held the sword in both hands immediately, and saluted solemnly, "Yu Juli, please enlighten me." Sensing Yu Yuquan's attention, the chubby dunner immediately became proud, and introduced the long spear in his hand with his nostrils upturned, saying, "My long spear is called the Chasing Wind Thunder Spear, and if I can defeat my long spear that is destined to be famous all over the world, it's not a loss." Yu Yuquan, Do you want to be so classic? Having said that, but the kung fu of this little chubby dunner is really not weak, dragging his spear and rushing towards Yu Yuquan quickly. Even though he is just a chubby little boy, he has unexpected flexibility in his movements. However, in Yu Yuquan's eyes, this extremely flexible and coquettish movement was quite slow. 1 catch, 2 advance, 3 block, 4 split, 5 support, 6 pull. In just a short period of time, Yu Yuquan felt as if Xiaopeng Dunner's spear had come to life completely. Dots of guns and flowers were embroidered in front of him, blooming on his face and chest. In addition, the gun circle of the long spear is much larger than the sword circle. I can only see the little chubby peer moving around with extraordinary agility, attacking and fast forward, like swallowing a dragon. Comparatively speaking, Yu Yuquan seems to be a little weak and can only defend. But I don't know why Zhao Yaonian has never been able to win over Yu Yuquan. I have to admit that the chubby boy Zhao Yaonian was born in a famous family, and his ability is indeed very good. In particular, the gun still contains some elemental power, and when wielded, it is even more powerful with a combination of strength and softness. Fighting against him was a completely new experience for Yu Yuquan, allowing him to truly appreciate the difference between swordsmanship and marksmanship. An inch is long and an inch is strong, this is absolutely the truth before comprehending the momentum and meaning. Time flies. All the Zhao clan members watching the competition couldn't help but sigh in their hearts, the Tonglan Zheng clan was truly worthy of being a famous family. This sword technique is really quite powerful, especially in terms of defense, it is even more impeccable. Seeing that he could not attack for a long time, Xiaopeng Dunniar became anxious and his attack became more fierce. The strong wind shakes the willows. The carp is unhooked. See ye guest uniform. Crack gold and crack stone. The roaring dragon breaks the formation. The little chubby dunner was united with the gun, and the marksmanship in his hand became more and more sharp, opening and closing, and shouting the name of the move loudly. Yu Yuquan calculated the time, and it seemed that the competition lasted for less than half a cup of tea. He had basically thoroughly understood Xiaoquang Dunniar's marksmanship. Taking advantage of Xiaopeng Dunner's fierce attack, Yu Yuquan caught Xiaopeng Dunner's flaw and held a roll of Zhongjian in his hand, forcing Xiaopeng Dunner to let go and release his strength. This kind of reaction is not a big problem. When holding a gun, you should pay attention to the front hand is in control and the back hand is locked. This loosening of the hand is also a manifestation of flexible response. But little fatty Dunner still obviously underestimated Yu Yuquan's strength and speed. Yu Yuquan turned his sword over and patted lightly. The steady spear in little fattier's hand fell directly and uncontrollably. In the process, Yu Yuquan's patting turned into slipping again. When the chubby Dunner came back to his senses, Yu Yuquan had already placed the long sword around his neck. Little Fatty Dunner and everyone in the Zhao family looked at each other. This situation was too corrupt. And the chubby Dunner was even more annoyed. Only a small flaw, damn it. Yu Yuquan held the sword in his hand and said politely, I accept. Little Pang Duna retracted the gun, a little unwilling but still said, I lost. Yu Yuquan said modestly, Brother Zhao's marksmanship is sharp, and my younger brother was lucky enough to win a half move. Please take care of Brother Zhao in the future. As soon as these words came out, the little fat peer suddenly became happy. The other members of the Zhao clan who were watching the battle also showed smiles, and their affection for Yu Yuquan increased a lot. Since it was a martial arts exchange, it was naturally impossible to end like this. As he said this, another young man stood up. Compared with the chubby Zhao Yaonian, this young man was obviously much colder and sharper. End of this chapter. Chapter 40. Chapter 40. This cold and stern young man's name is Zhao Yaoxiang. Due to his background and personality, he is not particularly gregarious. But there is no doubt about his strength. Even among the tens of thousands of people from the Zhao family in Yunzhou, they can be considered outstanding. Seeing that Zhao Yaoxiang was willing to make a move, the people of the Zhao clan looked at Yu Yuquan's eyes, and there was a little more sympathy. Yes, it's sympathy. It's all because Zhao Yaoxiang, a member of the tribe, has a too serious personality. Especially when it comes to competitions, he is even more serious. As a result, he often beats his clan members until their noses are bruised and their faces are swollen, and occasionally he even beats people until they can't get out of bed. This also led to Zhao Yaoxiang's inevitable isolation and exclusion. The leader, Zhao Yaosui, couldn't help but whispered, the visitor is a guest, don't really hurt or maim someone. Zhao Yaoxiang said coldly, I will not cheat. Zhao Yaosui fell back almost out of breath. You don't know how, didn't I teach you? Can't understand human language. If it weren't for this martial arts competition, he would have almost forgotten that there is such a bad character as Zhao Yaoxiang in the clan. Yu Yuquan smiled. Is it really okay to quietly transmit messages in front of someone with such a keen sense like him? The art of transmitting sounds into secrets may be an extremely advanced secret art in the eyes of warriors, but for practitioners it is a very basic application. Essentially, it is to drive the resonance of the heaven and earth's vitality through Yuan Li. The transmission distance is not particularly far, but it is relatively basic and practical. But it is also the basis, so it is easier to be deciphered. As for the deciphered content, Yu Yuquan couldn't help but smile. This classmate Zhao Yaoxiang probably thinks that he is not hated, right? After all, he will not cheat, and it is essentially a sign of sincerity. He is what parents and elders call an honest child. In comparison, Zhao Yaosui's ability to become the leader of the younger generation of the Zhao family is indeed due to his mature thinking and his well-measured style of handling things. And this also strengthened Yu Yuquan's idea of not making enemies. Zhao Yaoxiang looked at Yu Yuquan and said seriously, I will not show mercy. Yu Yuquan said, since we are discussing Tao through martial arts, we should go all out. Zhao Yaoxiang nodded, his eyes became sharper, and he saw that his feet stepped on the ground, and his figure used his strength to rush towards Yu Yuquan. And the spear in his hand stabbed straight at Yu Yuquan's chest. The moves are very ordinary, without any bells and whistles, but this most basic move gives Yu Yuquan a completely different feeling. Good marksmanship. Yu Yuquan's eyes lit up. Marksmanship emphasizes the gun pierces a line, and it is obvious that Zhao Yaoxiang has achieved this, and he even feels like he can feel his body and his gun. The basic skills are extremely solid. Yu Yuquan didn't think too much, and just a simple strike of the sword, directly diverted Zhao Yaoxiang's marksmanship. Zhao Yaoxiang hesitated slightly, feeling a little incredible. Yu Yuquan's light stroke was not only for his straight spear, but also for his strong physique and decades of hard work. However, as soon as this thought appeared, he was immediately thrown out of his mind. With a shake of his arms, the body of the gun shook and trembled, and the pear-blossom spear seemed to come alive in an instant. Blocking, holding, piercing, chopping, collapsing, in the blink of an eye, all kinds of marksmanship were displayed from his hands one by one like flowing clouds and flowing water. Shhhhhhh. In a short period of time, the only sound in the entire school grounds was the sound of Zhao Yaoxiang moving around and waving the spear in his hand. Of course, occasionally you can still hear the crisp sword chant. It can be seen that Zhao Yaoxiang's offensive was extremely fast, while Yu Yuquan was at a disadvantage throughout the whole process, and the situation was almost the same as the previous battle. But the faces of the Zhao clan members like Zhao Yaosui became solemn. My family knows about my family affairs. Zhao Yaoxiang's ability is far from what Zhao Yaonian can compare to before. The chubby young man Zhao Yaonian's face turned red, a little shy and angry. The home game was almost lost, and the face was already shamed, but now knowing that the opponent is letting the water go, it will be even more uncomfortable. However, before Zhao Yaonian had time to think too much, he suddenly felt a drastic change in the vitality of heaven and earth. And following the transformation, there is also the spear in Zhao Yaoxiang's hand and his body. I saw wisps of very thin light emerging from his body, which looked quite dim. If it wasn't for a practitioner, it wouldn't even be noticeable. But just this subtle change caused Zhao Yaoxiang's speed to surge. This is clearly the Yuan power cultivated by practitioners in the Tianmen realm. It is a source of power that is far more advanced than the internal energy of qi and blood cultivated by warriors. Boom! In an instant, Zhao Yaoxiang's figure seemed to disappear directly, and reappeared only to appear strangely behind Yu Yuquan. This kind of miraculous footwork is, for ordinary warriors, even more powerful than the most advanced Qinggong. And the one who appeared faster than his disappearing figure was the spear in Zhao Yaoxiang's hand. A little cold light came first, and then the gun shot out like a dragon. At this moment, this sentence is more suitable to describe it. Yu Yuquan didn't choose to catch it hard, and lightly tapped the ground with his toes. His body seemed to be as light as nothing, and he flew straight back. For Yu Yuquan, Zhao Yaoxiang's marksmanship is indeed very sharp, and it has quite a fire. But all this is invisible in front of divine consciousness. What this battle gave Yu Yuquan more was the difference in the power brought by the same skill at different subtle levels. Achieve a lot. With his extremely keen perception, he was even able to predict through Zhao Yaoxiang's breathing, heart rate, sight and pace that he would inevitably dance with his gun at high speed, thereby blocking his actions. Yu Yuquan thought for a while and decided to try his best. The fog locks the cloud cage. Yu Yuquan's figure flickered, and several after-images appeared, but in the eyes of the Zhao clan members watching the battle, Yu Yuquan seemed to have immediately become illusory and ethereal, and his figure was shrouded in the sky full of clouds, making it hard to see clearly for a while. Everyone knows that this is an illusion. And in essence it is more of a footwork that matches swordsmanship, a way of high-speed movement that confuses the opponent's visual judgment. Turning clouds and raining sword. The oldest and well-informed Zhao Yaosui was immediately amazed. He had heard of this sword technique, and it was also one of the most famous sword techniques in the Zheng family, but he never thought that Yu Yuquan would be so talented at such a young age. However, Zhao Yaoxiang's reaction was indeed astonishing. The energy in his meridians boiled, he stamped his feet hard on the ground, and then suddenly swept his spear in all directions. Overwhelming mountains and seas, sweeping away all the wasteland. Yu Yuquan looked surprised. This Zhao Yaoxiang is truly worthy of being a young hero from a great family, and his reaction and courage are truly astonishing. Even with his spiritual senses, he could feel the domineering and sharpness of this move. However, after all, there are still some imperfect. Especially in terms of strength, it is a bit too old and has a lot of rigidity and flaws. He could have moved forward instead of retreating, taking advantage of the gaps in Zhao Yaoxiang's moves to take him down. However, Yu Yuquan did not make such a choice. It is really hard to find an opponent like Zhao Yaoxiang, it is a pity to let him go like this. And if he wins easily like this, it will only show that he is not a professional actor. Not only that, Yu Yuquan also found that he seemed to rely too much on his spiritual consciousness, and although this brought him a lot of convenience, it also made him miss a lot. Then, Yu Yuquan selectively and actively turned off his spiritual consciousness, and began to deal with Zhao Yaoxiang purely with his own perception, judgment, and vision. After such a comparison, Yu Yuquan immediately felt the huge gap. It was quite confusing to deal with it for a while. In the eyes of outsiders and Zhao Yaoxiang, this was Yu Yuquan's chaos, and his confidence immediately doubled. The battle continued like this, and Zhao Yaoxiang became more and more addicted to it. In the battle with Yu Yuquan, he fought vigorously. Although he failed to achieve success for a long time, he did feel extremely comfortable fighting. Time flies. Seeing that the fighting time was close to about a cup of tea, Yu Yuquan immediately decided not to delay the pace. Different from the previous battle with Little Fatty Dunner, Yu Yuquan saw the right opportunity and used several special moves in succession, and in this way he can break through Zhao Yaoxiang's gun siege and attack him. In the end, Yu Yuquan pointed the long sword in his hand at Zhao Yaoxiang's throat. General! All the sons and daughters of the Zhao family looked at each other. Zhao Yaoxiang also lost, that's Zhao Yaoxiang. Before they wanted to fight, they still sympathized with Yu Yuquan, thinking that he might be beaten black and blue by someone who didn't understand the world at all. But I never thought it would be this result. He is truly worthy of being the disciple of the Zheng family master. As expected, famous teachers produce great disciples. Yu Yuquan sheathed his sword and said humbly, I accept. Zhao Yaoxiang was still cold, but he looked at Yu Yuquan with more respect, and said directly, You won, and most of our Zhao family are not as good as you. Everyone. Well said, don't say it again next time. Yu Yuquan said sincerely. Brother Zhao's shooting skills are sharp, but I just got lucky and won 1.5 moves. Please take care of me in the future. Everyone. Why do they seem to have heard this? But looking at this battle, it seems that Yu Yuquan did not lie. In the end, he was able to win against Zhao Yaoxiang. As for the chubby Zhao Yaonian, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he felt slightly feverish in addition to embarrassment. If it is said that he was a little bit ashamed and annoyed before, but after seeing Zhao Yaoxiang who was also defeated in the battle, all the embarrassment are gone. Zhao Yaoxiang was defeated, let alone him? Compared with losing in one move is obviously more acceptable to him. He even had a vague fondness for Yu Yuquan because of this in his heart. Young people who are high-spirited are good at saving face. He is indeed very grateful that Yu Yuquan can take care of his face. Zhao Yaoxiang still had a cold face and said solemnly, No problem, your swordsmanship is very good. Let's fight again in the future. After another exchange of pleasantries, the delicate atmosphere just now eased up again. Still the same sentence, young people value loyalty, but it is easy to convince those who have the ability. Yu Yuquan won their approval through these two battles. Zhao's son who originally intended to challenge Yu Yuquan, most of them retreated directly. Just kidding, although Zhao Yaoxiang is annoying, but that ability is true. Later, Zhao Shiza challenged him again, but Yu Yuquan simply refused because he was exhausted. It proves that the goal of martial arts has been achieved, and the relationship is also good, and it may be too late to continue fighting. But at this moment, Yu Yuquan sensed that the surging fighting spirit in Fu Fengtang was slowly dissipating. Did Master also tell the result? Very good, very good. Then, Yu Yuquan talked about martial arts and marksmanship with a few of Zhao's sons, and they chatted happily for a while. P.S. This is the second round of recommendations. The competition for recommended resources is very fierce. If you think it is good, please continue to read. If you have various votes, please vote for it and support it. Thank you everyone. End of this chapter. Chapter 41. Chapter 41. In Fufeng Hall, Zhang Xiancheng and Mrs. Zhao laughed and felt very happy. There were no special scars left on either of them, so it can be seen that there was indeed no anger between the two. If you say it's a discussion, it's just a discussion. If they really fight each other, even at their level, it would be difficult to hold back. However, if you think about it, it's normal. Everyone wears shoes and their lives are precious. Naturally, it's impossible to fight for life or death for a small profit. When the two opened the closed door and reappeared outside the hall, they couldn't help but be slightly shocked. The first thing that old Mrs. Zhao sensed was that several members of the Zhao clan were playing an empty city strategy. He looked calm on the face, but his aura was somewhat unstable inside. Mr. Zhao didn't say much about this. Even if he fought Zhang Xiancheng behind closed doors, it could still be regarded as a grand event in the practice world. It is normal for the juniors to want to know more, and if they can really understand something from it, it will be a surprise. I just don't know if anyone can really understand some of his or the Zhang family's sword intent. Zhang Xiancheng immediately looked for the figure of his good disciple Yu Yuquan. When he saw Yu Yuquan and all the Zhao children talking and laughing and calling them brothers, he couldn't help but be a little startled. He and Mrs. Zhao were both old practitioners who could subdue their thoughts, while Yu Yuquan and the other Zhao family members were all vigorous young men. He was not surprised even if his head was broken and bleeding. You must know that not long ago, many Zhao family members were openly hostile to them. Zhang Xiancheng didn't know how to evaluate his apprentice for a while. Although he is obviously too stable at a young age, he is even tainted with some twilight energy only seen in his 30s. It's not entirely bad, after all, only with mature thinking can we truly avoid detours. For the vast majority of parents in the world, the loud yelling of hating iron and steel is the hope that they can pass on their life experience to their children unreservedly. But it turns out that children with these experiences are basically unable to listen. When they can really listen, they have already made all the mistakes they should have made again. Zhang Xiancheng was thoughtful, and the doubts he had accumulated for a long time exploded at this moment. This mentality does not look like that of a young man. Could it be that he has Sui? Thinking of this, Zhang Xuanquan's eyes lit up, but he felt a sense of enlightenment. Possessing Suhui means breaking the mystery in the womb. Could it be that his disciple is actually the reincarnation of a powerful person? Zhang Xiancheng was shocked and paid more and more attention to Yu Yuquan, his beloved disciple. If there is no accident, the Zhang family's hope of prosperity for another 1,000 years will really fall on Yu Yuquan, a young apprentice. The more Zhang Xiancheng observed Yu Yuquan, the more satisfied he became. Ring ring ring. The carriage carrying the master and apprentice moved forward slowly, and the bell hanging on the horse's neck made a sweet sound from time to time. Watching the carriage go further and further, the members of the Zhao clan couldn't help showing various attitudes. Some people couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief, feeling like the big stone in their hearts landed smoothly. After all, no matter how kind the pair of the master and apprentice behaved, they were all villains after all. And some people are somewhat reluctant to give up, mostly young people. For example, Zhao Yaonian, the chubby young man, after a short period of getting along with him, he felt that Yu Juli, a young brother, was quite nice. Before leaving, he even gave Yu Yuquan a special souvenir. That's his favorite snack. For a fat man who loves to eat so much that he eats himself into a chubby kid, you can imagine how difficult it is to give gifts of your favorite food to others. And like Zhao Yaoxiang, looking at the carriage going away, he didn't even feel much, he was still immersed in the battle not long ago. But no matter what, neither Zhang Xiancheng nor the Zhao clan mentioned anything about interests, and everything was agreed upon. How strong is it to carry such a big bowl? With common interests, it doesn't matter even if we cooperate in any way. Even Mrs. Zhao and the head of the Zhao family will not deliberately emphasize anything, but in the subsequent process of industrial expansion, the people below will grasp the boundaries of their own actions. Just like Zhao Yaosui, his behavior will no longer be as radical as usual. Zhao Ziwen couldn't help asking, "Father, how is Zheng Xiancheng?" Old Mrs. Zhao said without hesitation, "A genius in this world is rare in this world, a sea of 10,000 swords, almost like gods and ghosts, not like man-made things." Zhao Ziwen couldn't help but be stunned. Almost like a ghost? This is quite a strange comment. They are the rare favored ones who are favored by the Dao of heaven and can set foot on the road of cultivation. In the eyes of ordinary people, they are almost no different from real gods. But it is precisely because of this that it is difficult for a true practitioner to have any respect for ghosts and gods. But now the old man actually uses nearly like a ghost, but not like a man to describe Zheng's ancestral secret Wang Jianhai, which is unimaginable. Is Wang Jianhai really that smart? Old Mrs. Zhao showed admiration in her eyes and speculated, "It's no wonder that Zheng's sword can be passed down through the ages. This sword technique should have something to do with the three saint sects changes 1,000 years ago." Changes in the three holy sects? Zhao Ziwen's complexion changed slightly. This can be regarded as a taboo history. I don't know why, but this period of ancient history from thousands of years ago has almost disappeared. Except for a few scattered records, it is as if the once behemoth Three Saint sect had never existed. In addition, there are many anecdotes and unofficial histories pointing to the Nine Mysterious sect as the mastermind behind the Three Saint sect incident, making this period of ancient history even more confusing. Even a big family with a long history like the Zhao family in Yunzhou knows very little now. But no matter what, it can explain one problem: Wang Jianhai's strength. Old Mrs. Zhao even suspected that the Sea of 10,000 Swords was more precisely the Zhu Sheng sword art, which was a unique skill left over from the previous era. But all this is just his personal speculation after all. Old Mrs. Zhao came to his senses and asked again, "How is his apprentice?" "Very smooth. He doesn't even look like a swordsman." Old Mrs. Zhao was slightly stunned. Is Wang Jianhai's disciple so smooth that he doesn't look like a sword cultivator? What nonsense are you talking about? Zhao Ziwen immediately conveyed the second-hand information he had compiled and considered to the old man one by one. When old Master Zhao heard this, he immediately smiled. "If you can defeat Yao Xiang, how can you fight against Yao Nian and only be lucky enough to win 1.5 moves?" Zhao Ziwen nodded, which he also recognized. But there is an indisputable fact that after the battle on the school field, the Zhao family still only had a partial understanding of Yu Yuquan's strength. Old Mrs. Zhao, this is not a simple-minded child, but he also knows how to be kind to others. You can make friends with them, but don't make enemies of them easily. Yes, I'll save it later. Zhao Ziwen also agreed with the old man's judgment. He is a talented young man, sophisticated and tactful, and he is also a disciple of Zheng Xiancheng. There is absolutely no need to have any grudge against him. And this is exactly what Yu Yuquan wants. In life, you don't have to show your teeth, but you still have to let people know that you have teeth. After a few brief greetings, Zhao Ziwen resigned. Later, he quickly delivered some news to several in-law families in the name of the Yunzhou Zhao family. A large number of homing pigeons continue to take off from the territory of the Zhao family in Yunzhou. But these news will inevitably bring hundreds of millions of shocks to the in-laws of the Yunzhou Zhao family. The Zhao family of Yunzhou, named after the state, even made the Zhao family gun a cloud gun that everyone in Yunzhou strives to learn. One can imagine its huge influence. And it was such a powerful and established family that actually wrote a letter to remind them to pay attention to the boundary of power between them and the Zheng family in Tonglan. Strength is achieved through fighting. After this battle, these aristocratic families from the north truly realized that the Zheng family in Tonglan was not only qualified to secure the position of the four major families, but was also far more powerful than imagined. After all, Zheng Xiancheng, the head of the family, is essentially only of the Mesozoic generation in the Tonglan Zheng clan, and there is an even older ancestor above him. What's more, there are still many hidden clan uncles and clan elders secretly unknown. Of course, Yu Juli, the disciple of the Zheng family master, is also famous. Thunder Saber royal family. Several beautiful women from the Wang family looked at the letter flying from Zhao family in Yunzhou, with wonderful expressions on their faces. He fought Zhao Yaoxiang back and forth and won 1.5 moves? He does have some skills. It seems that there is still some hidden clumsiness, and the real strength should be higher. He is a good opponent, but it is impossible to lose. Of course, they must not lose. End of this chapter. Chapter 42, Fairy Days Please Read. Chapter 42, Fairy Days Please Read. Autumn is crisp and the wild geese fly south. A carriage was walking slowly on the road, accompanied by the sound of melodious bells. Pedestrians who came and went evaded in time, and the road was unimpeded. Yu Yuquan, who was extremely perceptive, clearly felt that his master's attitude towards him was more kind. Is it because he handled the relationship with the Zhao family's descendants well? Yu Yuquan was thoughtful and felt that it was very possible. Everything that has an effect must have a cause, and any goodwill will not come out of thin air. Perhaps this is master's reward for correctly handling the conflict between Tonglan Zheng's and Yunzhou Zhao's. Yu Yuquan smiled, secretly pleased that he had figured out the leader's thoughts correctly. However, Yu Yuquan couldn't help but be moved by the flying pigeons that flew out not long ago. In his perception, marriages between wealthy and aristocratic families are really normal. After all, since ancient times, marriages have been about matching each other. Not to mention the world where aristocratic families rule, even in the post-industrial era, with economic development, marriages of wealthy families are slowly coming to the fore. In a sense, this is the way of heaven. It conforms to the laws of development of human society and does not depend on human will. But really using his spiritual sense to detect the homing pigeons flying in all directions with the Zhao family manor in Yunzhou as the center still touched his heart to some extent. Things hurt their kind, and the rabbit dies and the fox is sad? An unhappy childhood that takes a lifetime to heal? Yu Yuquan didn't know what kind of mentality this was, maybe it was just a bit pretentious. There is no doubt that the world is a huge web, tightly woven together by interests and in-laws. Only the small cracks in the middle barely have room for some low-level people to live, and this space will shrink and disappear at any time. In this network of relationships, everyone is in-laws, any interests are digested internally, and any conflicts are resolved internally. Yu Yuquan seems to have seen that invisible but almost unbreakable high wall, its name is family status. Yu Yuquan thought for a while and decided to change to a more comfortable lying position. He is now essentially an outsider, and with the help of the mentor-student bond, he has essentially jumped out of his former class. What's more, there is still a decisive battle with Kailanzi waiting for him in the future. Why should he be so passionate and add any drama to himself? Let go of the plot of compassion and respect for the laws of the world. His life is very precious, not only belongs to him but also belongs to Senior Long. Yu Yuquan's mind gradually cleared up, and he had already made up his mind. After following Master to settle all kinds of troubles during this trip, he would not ask about world affairs, listen to right and wrong, and concentrate on his cultivation. At this moment, Master Zheng Xuanquan's voice came. How does it feel to fight against the Zhao family's peers in Yunzhou? As expected of a famous family, the foundation is very solid, and I have gained a lot of experience in fighting with spears. That's all. Yu Yuquan was puzzled. Zheng Xiancheng, I heard that you were lucky enough to defeat Zhao Yaoxiang by 1.5 moves. Didn't you want to win more brilliantly? Yu Yuquan understood that the master understood that he had released the sea, but he just smiled and did not speak. What's the use of those false names? Making a fortune in silence is the kingly way. He is not yet strong enough to bear all kinds of false fame without worrying about the return of fame and fortune. To put it in the local dialect, people are afraid of being famous and pigs are afraid of being strong. Of course, Yu Yuquan also knows that his mentality of going to be king is actually a bit of an ostrich mentality, and in essence, he cannot persist for too long. Juxuanman will definitely announce the decisive battle between him and He Kailan at the top of the imperial city. After all, this matter is basically equivalent to exchanging sword techniques. Once it is announced, it basically announces to the world that He Kailan has successfully obtained the qualification to practice the two great swords of life and death, and the success of the 9 profound gate plan, which can greatly comfort people's hearts. But as long as his level is not thoroughly understood for a day, it will be more protective for him every day. Seeing Yu Yuquan's attitude, how could Zheng Xianzhang not understand the little apprentice's mind? Only then did he realize that his disciple was more insecure than he thought. Zheng Xianzhang thought about it, and then made a decision. I saw him pointing like a sword, and then swipe towards the void, and the vitality of heaven and earth gathered here in an endless stream. In a short period of time, Yu Yuquan saw his master condensing a small transparent sword from scratch. I saw him pointing to the center of his eyebrows, and then his spiritual thoughts flowed out like gurgling water, and finally merged into this transparent little sword. Finally, a shadowless sword emitting a hazy light appeared in front of Yu Yuquan. Although Xiaojian seemed soft, Yu Yuquan still felt the astonishing killing intent from it, which made him a little terrified. Master, what is this? Zheng Xuanquan's face turned pale, and he said with a smile, this is a sword qi that contains the master's killing sword intent. It is guided by the soul and shaped by the vitality of heaven and earth. Today, I will give it to Julie as a teacher. You just keep it. Self-defense is ready. As Zheng Xianzhang said, he continued to attract a large amount of heaven and earth vitality, and added one after another of the special gas that was extremely solid, thus casting a scabbard. The scabbard is the baleful energy collected by the master. When you grow up in the future, you can also collect baleful qi to cultivate your divine body. The baleful qi has many effects, one of which is to condense the sword intent and make it last for a long time. You have reserves if you don't have space for things, keep it safe. After finishing speaking, Zheng Xianzhang handed the small sword together with the scabbard to Yu Yuquan. Yu Yuquan looked at the little sword in front of him, and was speechless for a long time. He is not a person who likes to owe favors. Not only do I always have doubts about the master-student relationship, but I am also more or less worried about the family business that I am about to join. But he never thought that master would give him such a big reassurance today. And the starting point of the reassurance pill is to provide him with more sense of security. At this moment, Yu Yuquan couldn't help trembling slightly in his heart. He understood that master really understood him. Thank you, master. Yu Yuquan took the small sword with both hands, and solemnly put it into Dragon Ball Cave. Zheng Xianzhang smiled in satisfaction and said, this sword is intended for your self-defense. You can judge the timing of using it yourself. At the critical moment, you must not miss the opportunity to save money. Yes. Yu Yuquan said he was taught. Zheng Xianzhang nodded in satisfaction. Although the young apprentice didn't say much, everything was left unsaid. Wheels, wheels. The wheels wrapped in iron sheets and the ground full of stones are constantly rubbing and bumping, making the road and journey extremely difficult. This made Yu Yuquan couldn't help but miss the various modes of transportation in his previous life. Yu Yuquan couldn't help asking, Master, in this world of practice, can't travel and travel be made easier? Zheng Xianzhang, thousands of miles away for practitioners in the realm of Yufeng arrive in an instant. If you feel that the journey is too difficult, just practice hard. Yu Yuquan couldn't complain. There are only a few great practitioners in this world who are able to withstand the wind and thousands of miles. What's more, his practice has just started, and he doesn't know that he will go to the year of the monkey. Can cultivation be used only for fighting? Without some inventions and creations? For example, making carriages more convenient? Making food more productive, and making steel better. Zheng Xianzhang was speechless for a while, and couldn't help but ask Yu Yuquan back, "What do you think a practitioner is?" Yu Yuquan, collecting purple air in the morning and dining in the sunset, eating pine flowers when hungry and drinking springs when thirsty, dragons seeing their heads but not tails, catching stars and moons, moving mountains to fill seas, heaven and earth perish but I am immortal, sun and moon perish but I am not perishable. Zheng Xiancheng, it's not a practitioner, it's a fool. Besides, read less scripts in the future. Yu Yuquan. Zheng Xiancheng, practice also requires basic rules. It is rare in the world to live for hundreds of years, and saints have never been heard of living for more than 1,000 years. How can there be any practitioners who are immortal while the world is decaying? Yu Yuquan was a little disappointed. Even saints cannot live for more than 1,000 years. It seems that the upper limit of this world is slightly lower. Hiss! Yu Yuquan was in pain, and couldn't help stretching out his hands to touch his head, but it was a ruler in the master's hand at some point. Yu Yuquan was stunned. Oh my god, when did master even quietly prepare the ruler? Zheng Xiancheng said solemnly, the most taboo thing in practice is to aim too high, blah blah blah. A good man does not suffer from immediate losses. The sophisticated and tactful Yu Yuquan naturally wouldn't argue with the teacher, and naturally he did what the teacher said. Zheng Xiancheng sneered, you look respectful but your heart is dissatisfied, and you are talking about such a slicker. Yu Yuquan was speechless. No one is perfect in the world, master. Zheng Xiancheng, let's not mention such outrageous and immoral things as the sun and the moon will perish but I will not perish. You should have heard a saying called the days of immortals. Practitioners work hard to practice just to eat pine nuts and drink dew? If it's all like this, then how can people in the world tirelessly seek immortality? Yu Yuquan sweated. Think about it, too, not to mention this world, but the gods and the fantasies of people in the previous life, most of them lived in such wonderful places as Dongtian Paradise, Immortal Island, Heavenly Court, and Lingshan. Thousands of golden lights roll in red, and thousands of auspicious streaks are sprayed with purple mist. Not only does it occupy the top location, the palace is extremely luxurious. They use the most precious rare treasures in the world, look at the most beautiful auspicious grasses and famous flowers in the world, wear jade hairpins, pearls, and gold medals with purple ribbons, and drink Yulu fine wine. But this is an ordinary imagination after all, like the emperor digging the ground with a golden hoe and eating white flour buns every day to eat all he can. Real practitioners can't be so vulgar, right? Isn't there still the temptation of longevity? The Dao is ruthless, with a pure heart and few desires. You are talking about ascetics. There are also people in the world, but they are only a minority after all. Zheng Xiancheng seemed to have thought of something, and kept joking, how many people who can't even eat have the desire to seek immortals? Those who really have the desire and financial resources to seek immortals are mostly princes and generals. Yu Yuquan deeply agrees. What's more, master's words are conservative, the only one in the palace who is truly qualified to ask ghosts and gods without asking common people. In this world of cultivation, the Taoist emperor and Xiaoxian emperor, compared to their previous lives, are even worse. Yu Yuquan was still puzzled, since practitioners are so good at enjoying themselves, why is the carriage we're riding in so bumpy? Zheng Xiancheng was speechless. It's just that this carriage is a little bumpy. It doesn't mean that my Tonglan Zheng family doesn't have a better carriage, understand? Got it, I really got it this time. It's like the garage of a rich man. There may be a dilapidated old car, but it doesn't mean he doesn't have all kinds of fashionable luxury cars. And this also made Yu Yuquan more curious and fond of practice. Going deeper in the practice path, can you see those inconceivably magnificent sights and do those inconceivable feats? End of this chapter. Chapter 43 Thunder Saber Wang Family for further reading. Chapter 43 Thunder Saber Wang Family for further reading. The end of the paper is so shallow that I know that this matter must be carried out. Zheng Xuanquan's apprenticeship method is completely different from the exam-oriented education experienced by Yu Yuquan in his previous life. Perhaps because he was the only student around him, it was a truly one-to-one elite education. Zheng Xiancheng did not rely entirely on teaching materials. In the process of traveling, if I saw any social phenomenon, I would ask questions and try to let Yu Yuquan analyze it. Occasionally, I would even give him homework and ask him to write a composition on this topic. This once reminded him of the scene in the Analects where Confucius and his disciples learn from each other. It seems beautiful, but in reality it is somewhat difficult. Propositional composition, it's still classical prose, and the requirements for diction and rhyme are quite high. I'll really appreciate it if you write more. But Yu Yuquan usually attaches great importance to it. He has no cultural background. What if he encounters an advanced secret book and can't understand it? As he traveled to more and more places, Yu Yuquan's exposure became more and more comprehensive. Coupled with the deliberate guidance of his master, his understanding of the world became more and more in-depth. The most intuitive feeling is that there are really very few practitioners in this world. It is often difficult to see a few practitioners when he walks through several cities. On the contrary, warriors are quite common, and you can often see Jianghe people wearing swords and fighting in the world. Along the way, Yu Yuquan not only saw some martial arts gangs, but also some gangsters and escort agencies. Even the doctors in many medical clinics are quite skilled. Traveling with various weapons on your back is more of a norm and a popular trend. Huan Xiao Dao, Machete, Pu Dao, and Miao Dao can all be assembled by quacks. It can also be seen from this that the metallurgical technology in this world is quite advanced, at least it has reached the level of the Tang and Song dynasties in the previous life. And this is only mastered by secular warriors, just don't know what level of practice the world's metallurgical technology has reached. Relatively speaking, there are more practitioners born from aristocratic families, almost every generation has practitioners. In this regard, Master even asked him what he thought about this issue, blood? Naturally, Yu Yuquan doesn't believe in the theory of blood. After all, in the previous life, apart from pets, who would say that the blood was pure or not? The environment in which he grew up, the education he received, and the media and public opinion he received have jointly formed his worldview and methodology, and naturally he does not support any so-called blood. In addition, the butt determines the head, and his background cannot support the blood theory. After all, if the theory of blood is followed, then he should stay in Liaolong village and be a bastard for the rest of his life. Does the prince and General Xiang Ning have a kind? But after all, this is a world with spiritual practice and inheritance and optimization at the genetic level do exist. Yu Yuquan did not deny it rashly, but gave a similar answer that the economic base determines the superstructure. If you are poor in literature and rich in martial arts, if you don't even have enough to eat, even if you are born with qualifications, you will hardly have the conditions to practice. After all, breaking open the heavenly gate requires the combined efforts of qi, blood, and thoughts. The power of qi and blood comes from nutritional transformation, while the power of thoughts requires artistic conception pictures and texts such as visualization pictures. If you are too poor, even if you know that your Tianmen's innate upper limit is not bad, you will still be restrained by the weight of reality and unable to fly. In addition, whether there is a Tianmen or not needs some experienced seniors to help check. Without this network, even if there is a qualification, it is very likely to be buried for a lifetime. Zheng Xiancheng smiled with satisfaction, and then said meaningfully, "It's such a simple truth, but there are always so many people who choose to pretend to be blind." Yu Yuquan was thoughtful. Could it be that there are some people within the Zheng family who are strongly advocating the theory of blood? Is Master giving him vaccinations in advance? Yu Yuquan was speechless. It seems that Zheng's water is deeper than he imagined. As expected, family businesses are not very friendly to non-relative employees. Either he opened up the conversation, or he deliberately raised some points. Zheng Xiancheng, who usually cherishes his words like gold, said a lot this time for the first time. The world inside and outside the world are never two separate worlds. The various resources needed by practitioners also need to be supported by others. Similarly, donors also hope to be protected by practitioners. The two naturally have a basis for unity. And which practitioner doesn't have a few relatives? Thus, the family of spiritual practitioners rose up like this. Even if they only receive and teach some servants, there will be some relatively advanced martial arts skills passed down. And even these rudimentary skills are enough to change the lives of many small families. Under the guidance of practitioners from a high position, the martial arts in this world are indeed quite prosperous. Internal strength, qi and blood, true qi, and even simple martial arts horizontal training, there are a large number of warriors to study and practice. There are even quite a few warriors, all they want is to use martial arts to enter Taoism. It is hoped that with the help of qi and blood or internal strength, the purpose of easy tendons, forging bones and exchanging blood can be achieved. This road is destined to be difficult, but there are always warriors who are unwilling to miss the road and tirelessly pursue it through thorns and thorns. In a daze, Yu Yuquan seemed to see one after another amazing and talented warriors, looking at the ocean and sighing at the door of the road. Seeing them roaring unwillingly, they vowed to cut a thorny path for the martial arts, but more warriors turned white, black hair and withered blood, and they were still unable to take the first and crucial step after all. Without the gate of heaven, one cannot cultivate. Yu Yuquan couldn't help but said, "Master, has martial arts really not made much progress in these years?" Zhang Xiancheng waited for Yu Yuquan to ask this question. His eyes were very bright and he said, "Why not? Warriors rely on their own blood energy. And the natural upper limit is stuck there, but after all, there are some lucky ones in this world. If we can find some natural materials and earthly treasures to break the limit of qi and blood to a certain extent, we will naturally be able to raise the upper limit of martial arts." "How high is the upper limit that Master said?" Zhang Xiancheng laughed and said, "Some practitioners in the realm of Shenzang were killed by pure warriors." Hiss! Yu Yuquan took a breath. So amazing? According to common sense, practitioners in the realm of Tianmen can kill hundreds of armored warriors. As for the realm of gastronomy, in the eyes of ordinary people, it can be regarded as killing 1,000 people. To kill such a cultivator, at least thousands of people would have to pay the price. Therefore, the best way to deal with practitioners is to use practitioners. Can a pure warrior be so defiant? Zhang Xiancheng, there are more elements of coincidence and underestimation of the enemy. After being poisoned in advance, the warrior has indeed practiced martial arts to perfection. Accompanied by Master's narration, Yu Yuquan seemed to have seen the flashes of that battle clearly. Of the two parties involved, one was known as Wu Invincible for killing the Shenzang monk, the other became a negative teaching material and illusion because he was too aggrieved. This is like Waterloo, which has become synonymous with failure. And the name of this unlucky guy is Luo Zhengmin. It was so tragic that Yu Yuquan couldn't help but mourn for Luo Zhengmin. Simultaneously, this incident also reminded him that he should be cautious at all times and don't capsize in the gutter. However, Yu Yuquan still couldn't figure it out. How could Wu Wudi kill Luo Zhengmin? After opening Shenzang, the thoughts and movements follow. Even if it is poisoned, it is not easy for pure warriors to kill, right? Zhang Xiancheng smiled. There are always some lucky people in the world. According to many people's research, it is very likely that Wu Wudi has realized the situation and understood the meaning. How can it be? Yu Yuquan was shocked. Power and intention, the vast majority of practitioners will not be able to get a glimpse of its way in a lifetime. The warrior who has not even opened the heavenly gate has actually reached this point? This is too shocking. Zhang Xiancheng, it is most likely true, because after killing Luo Zhengmin, Wu Wudi's whole body of flesh and blood disintegrated, but he left behind a skull that contained divine will. His descendants used the skull to successfully embark on the path of spiritual practice. and it has become stronger from generation to generation, creating a big family that has been passed down for hundreds of years. Yu Yuquan was stunned. Master, what you are talking about is not an old story of the Lei Dao Wang family, is it? Zheng Xiancheng, not too stupid. Yu Yuquan once again felt the terror of a huge family. If the rise of Yunqiang in the military has caused all men in Yunzhou to rush to learn how to use it, then this Lei Dao Wang family comes from the Jianghu. Since the originator of their team, they have been full of legend. The second stop for the master and apprentice was surprisingly the Thunder Sword Wang family. This made Yu Yuquan vigilant, but also full of anticipation and curiosity. End of this chapter. Chapter 44, Thunder Mountain Villa. Chapter 44, Thunder Mountain Villa. After the Lei Dao Wang family moved south, the core forces were entrenched in Wuzhou. Like Yunzhou, the real name of this place should be Jiangnan Wuzhou. Compared with their territory in the north, the area of Jiangnan Wuzhou is much smaller. The actual area is only about the size of a small county. What's even more special is that the villa built by the Lei Dao Wang family is actually in a valley full of clouds and thunder. This is caused by the special geography, but the Lei Dao Wang family prefers this kind of environment. They even made great efforts to transform it into a semi-natural formation, making it easier for thunderstorms to form. This herb is called thunder grass, and it is unique to the Lei Dao Wang family. After generations of cultivation and improvement, it has now become a specialty of the Lei Dao Wang family. After hearing Master's narration, Yu Yuquan saw some dark purple medicinal seedlings in the distance. In the fields, a large number of experienced farmers were plowing and weeding under the scorching sun. Zheng Xiancheng, once this thunderweed forms a certain scale, it will produce some thunder. For example, in the morning and evening, if there is dew condensation, it is easy to cause electric shock accidents. Yu Yuquan suddenly realized, and felt novelty at the same time. This thunder grass probably belongs to the real spirit grass, which can absorb the vitality of the world, and even transform it into thunder magic. Yu Yuquan, what is the known economic value of this thunder grass? Economic value? In Zheng Xuanken's impression, the word economy is not used in this way. But he has also become accustomed to Yu Yuquan spitting out new words one after another from time to time, and he can understand them in this context. The best quality thunder grass is used to make pills and decoctions, while the inferior ones, which are fresh and tender, can be eaten. People in Wuzhou are used to the taste of thunder grass that almost explodes in the mouth, and even more the older ones are mainly used to make dyes that can extract purple. Yu Yuquan suddenly understood. Purple, this is the rarest color in nature. In previous lives, purple was the color of emperors and royal families no matter in ancient or modern times. There is a saying called purple air comes from the east, which regards purple air as auspicious. In the Song dynasty, officials of lower ranks could only wear green, higher ranks could wear red, and officials of the fourth rank and above could only wear purple. To be so popular and full of nobles is a long-cherished wish for the vast majority of scholar bureaucrats. The Lei Dao Wang family has mastered the technology of extracting natural purple from the urgent thunder grass. Just think about it and you know how much profit they can reap. Zheng Xiancheng, thunder grass's uses are far more than these. Not only humans like it, but also some monsters. On this basis, the Lei Dao Wang family has domesticated many monsters, and their strength has also increased with the tide. Is this a family that started in the world of martial arts? The style is indeed completely different from that of the Yunzhou Zhao family who started out in the military. Zheng Xiancheng, the battle here may not be as easy as with the Zhao family, because this Thunder Valley is strictly speaking our Zheng family's territory. It may not be of much use to our Zheng family, but the Thunder Knife King you can't take it without telling me. Yu Yuquan. How big is Zheng's territory? This is truly a wasteland with no one cultivating it, and every plow is fought for. Yu Yuquan knew before setting off that the main purpose of this trip was to resolve the conflicts and frictions between the Nandu family and the Zheng family, but he never thought that the valley in the hinterland of the Liao Wang family was actually the Zheng family's territory. Thunder Mountain Villa. All the core members of the Wang family are serious. But unlike the Zhao family in Yunzhou, the Liao Wang family is almost full of women with skirts and hairpins, and many women even wear mourning clothes. Being forced to move south from his native land in the north has already dealt a major blow to the Wang family. If this valley cannot be stabilized, then the foundation of the Wang family may be shaken. The Wang family is different from other families in that their family's unique learning attaches great importance to martial arts. After opening the heavenly gate, it is even more necessary to absorb the vitality of heaven and earth containing the power of thunder for a long time, and the requirements for the living environment are quite strict. Most importantly, the cultivation of thunderweed is also extremely dependent on this thunderstorm-filled environment, which is one of the most important sources of income for the Wang family. It was such a thunder valley, and they had been looking for it for a long time after they moved south. They are actually somewhat mentally prepared for this conflict and dispute. An old lady with thinning hair and brown spots, and only a few teeth missing, said in a deep voice, "This valley is not important to the Zheng family, but it is indispensable to our Liao Wang family. Patriarch Zheng only brought one of his disciples here, so he probably didn't intend to tear himself apart." All the members of the Wang clan breathed a sigh of relief. Even the most vigorous teenagers now have some smiles on their faces. The exercises they practice are domineering, their tempers are notoriously domineering, and their behavior is also quite domineering. But it is precisely because of this that they know exactly that there is a price to pay for being domineering. And this kind of price may not be eye-catching, but when it exceeds the family's ability to bear it, it is extremely fatal. The main reason why they have such a profound understanding is that they encountered it not long ago, which was heartbreaking. Compared with other traditional big families, the Liao Wang family started relatively late, and the distant ancestors also held the title of Wu Wudi, which is very attractive to warriors, but it is also easy to arouse the resentment of other cultivation forces. This also caused Liao Wang to spend a lot of time before finally getting permission from the cultivation forces and truly integrating into the cultivation world. What they didn't expect was that just as the family was about to take off, the Jiakeng rebellion hit them hard again. First, the feudal lord rebelled, and then the foreign race invaded. The Liao Wang family lost a lot of elites, leaving behind a bunch of orphans and widows, and even a little helpless. The old lady said in a deep voice, "Be prepared to be opened up by the lion of the Zheng family. If you really want to fight, you must win beautifully." "Yes, Grandma." The members of the Thunder Sword King clan shouted loudly, and their voices contained endless determination to safeguard the honor and interests of the Thunder Sword King clan. As soon as he approached Thunder Valley, Yu Yuquan felt the thunderous breath in the air that was so thick that it was about to melt away. The word breath is quite vague and can be used in various places, but if you want to explain it clearly, it is not easy. For practitioners, this word is more like used to describe the breath of heaven and earth, the movement and attributes of the vitality of heaven and earth. Yu Yuquan closed his eyes, carefully perceiving the movement of heaven and earth vitality. The taste of this perception is really quite different. Compared with the outside world, the vitality of heaven and earth is undoubtedly much more violent, and it seems to explode at any time, but it continues to circulate in a very special way, which is very contrary to common sense. The world in the eyes of practitioners and the world in the eyes of ordinary people are indeed completely different to some extent. Just like this Thunder Valley, in the eyes of ordinary people, it is completely a wasteland. There is not enough light, too much rain, and thunder all the time, but in the eyes of practitioners, the power of thunder here is extremely strong. For practitioners who prefer thunder attributes, it is even more of a treasure among treasures. Zhang Xiancheng praised, Thunder Blade Wang's methods are indeed extraordinary, and they have transformed this valley to such an extent. They should have spent a lot of effort dredging the river, filling in the ravines, digging through the valley, and filling in the primeval stones. This formed of the great formation constitutes the existing pattern. Yu Yuquan suddenly understood for the first time the use of formations in this world. But at this moment, Yu Yuquan couldn't help frowning. Because in his perception, there is a teenager who is running away quickly, and it seems that he is still seriously injured. The people who were chasing after him shouted and cursed him for taking the form of a slave and rebelling against his master. After catching him, they were sure to expose his body to the wilderness. The young man didn't say a word and just ran away. However, he was seriously injured and it was not that easy to escape. After a while, Yu Yuquan withdrew his response, not wanting to meddle in other people's business. After some time, the master and apprentice successfully entered the manor under the welcome of King Lei Dao. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 Main Dish, Quick Rain in Clothes. Chapter 45 Main Dish, Quick Rain in Clothes. After the master and apprentice officially entered Thunder Valley, the greeters were changed to several women. Several of them are dressed in white, which is obviously the attire of mourning. As the saying goes, women should be pretty and filial. However, several women in filial piety stood together, which inevitably gave people a sense of desolation. In addition, they are all daughters-in-law of aristocratic families, even the oldest ones. They are all well maintained, and they still have the charm of a MILF. As for the youngest little widows, they look even more pitiful, or have cried, with reddish eyes. I feel pity. Yu Yuquan couldn't help but be speechless. Even though I knew that by doing this, Wang felt a bit like selling out misfortune to gain sympathy, but it was indeed misfortune. They suffered heavy losses before crossing south. A large number of men died, leaving behind a bunch of orphans and widows. On the contrary, the arrival of their master and apprentice seemed less generous. It always feels like kicking in a widow's door and digging a grave for a dead family. Yu Yuquan secretly looked at the master and saw that his expression was as usual. Yu Yuquan immediately stopped his thoughts and did whatever he had to do. They are debt collectors, and the first taboo is kindness. Repaying debts is a matter of course. Just because your family is miserable, I don't have to sacrifice my own interests. Yu Yuquan could clearly feel that the widows in filial piety were a little bit frustrated. This miserable performance failed to impress the middle-year-old Zhang family head, but it failed to impress even a little boy. But this is just a small episode. They still behaved very appropriately, showing off their delicate and frail temperament to the fullest. The leader was Wang Dalan's wife, who claimed to be the widow Wang Du. Under the leadership of Wang Dushi, Yu Yuquan finally saw the situation in the valley clearly, and the traces of drastic projects have not completely faded away. Occasionally, you can see some servants doing maintenance on some key nodes. As for the urgent thunder grass inside, it is growing extremely gratifyingly, and it is simply different from the clouds and mud outside the valley. It was only then that Yu Yuquan realized how harsh this miraculous thunder grass was on the environment. He also vaguely understands why Wang Dushi and the pretty widows brought them here to see these things. This is to use these to tell them that this Thunder Valley can have what it is today, and their Lei Dao Wang family spent a lot of manpower, material and financial resources to transform it. In addition, the growth of thunder grass is completely inseparable from the environment of the valley. It is absolutely impossible to make them give up. If there is no way to retreat, they will not hesitate to fight. Interesting. Yu Yuquan smiled, not feeling too much. As a self-proclaimed worker, he has no intention of working hard to help his boss change cars. What's more, the Zhang family is surrounded by fields and rich all over the world. Does it lack such a valley? The answer is negative. But this kind of words can only be thought in the heart, and must not be said out of the mouth. This is like the catastrophe of Tang Seng's Xiaolian temple. He knew that there was a problem with the Xiaolian temple. But he still refused to listen to the persuasion and insisted on going in. If you don't listen to the advice, go in, and get caught, you'll just suffer some physical pain. If you don't go in, it means you won't worship the Buddha before you see it. It's a matter of root. Simply put, it is political correctness. I believe Master will not rashly choose to go to war with the Lei Dao Wang family. After all, this Lei Dao Wang family is not an isolated surname in Nomura. They crossed south, but their in-laws also crossed south with them. Everyone continued to go deeper, and the thunderous aura of the cliffs on both sides became more and more intense. Occasionally, you can even see some lightning and the sound of thunder erupting from the thunder. The most important thing is that the planting and distribution of the thunderweed here are arranged in a random order, just like a matrix of lines, some of which seem to be twisted and twisted, but they are also distributed regularly in essence. Yu Yuquan was curious, and felt it carefully, and found that the aura emitted by these thunder weeds, after forming a certain scale, faintly connected together, forming a special field. Are these thunder weeds planted on a large-scale part of the formation? This is really a wonderful idea. Later, Yu Yuquan discovered some very rare small monsters in the Zhongji Leiko plantation area. Some are covered with purple fluff, like thunder balls. They live among the fields of thunder grass and look very comfortable. Occasionally, you can even see a big fur ball bouncing around with a few small fur balls. In addition, you can also see some special butterflies, dragonflies, grasshoppers, bees, and even special electric mice that eat the rhizomes of thunderweed. And often these electric mice will also be captured by special raccoon slaves raised everywhere. Yu Yuquan even saw a servant boy who was dedicated to serving a raccoon slave who caught a big mouse and helped it cook on the spot. It looked quite comfortable. Yu Yuquan smiled immediately. This scene is really sweet. Compared with Yun Zhou Zhao's relatively ordinary but large and vast manor, Lei Dao Wang's manor is small and powerful, but it has a very unique ecosystem. It's like there are many thunder grass plants arranged in special paths, but there is a huge cold pool in the middle, which is very much like a bronchial eye. I just don't know if there is an opposite bronchial eye in the opposite position. If so, it is like a yin-yang tai chi structure. Subsequently, Yu Yuquan and his master Zheng Xianchang received a very high-level reception. Like the grandmother with the highest seniority in the Lei Dao Wang family, she greeted her immediately. Then, after Yu Yuquan saw a group of pretty widows, he also saw some young girls from the Lei Dao Wang family who had not left the court. Under the arrangement of Mrs. Wang, they lined up to greet their masters and apprentices. Ying Ying and Yan Yan were all together, and they were a little dreamy when they saw Yu Yuquan. But he quickly dismissed these thoughts. It is his instinct as a male to have wild thoughts when he sees a beautiful woman, and to maintain restraint and let go as soon as he thinks about it. This is the moral character he should have as a practitioner. Of course, there are also male core clan members, but most of them are relatively young, and the oldest one is not much older than his body. The boy's name is Wang Zongbao, and he is Lei Dao Wang's sweetheart. However, perhaps because he is aware of his responsibilities as a man, he has been very calm at a young age. Since he came in, he has always been very polite, acting like a modest gentleman, no matter the smile on his face or the way he speaks and behaves, he is very refined. Great! Yu Yuquan couldn't help admiring in his heart. As a careful child, he grew up surrounded by many warblers and swallows, but he did not grow up to be Jiabayu. Instead, he was quite responsible as a man. It is really extraordinary. Maybe it was really weak, and there were quite a few clansmen who came to support the scene, and many of them were members of the Xiaozong clan. There are many men in these separate families, but the main sect is basically a women's army. If Wang Zongbao were to die here, then the direct descendants of the Wang family would probably have no successors to create. Yu Yuquan was vigilant. If he met Wang Zongbao in a short while, he must be careful. If something goes wrong with this darling, the two sides may turn against each other immediately. Even if he doesn't turn his face on the spot, this grudge must be remembered on his head. At this moment, Yu Yuquan felt that Wang Zongbao smiled at him, and then raised his glass in the air. Yu Yuquan nodded, and raised his glass as well. The two drank together in the air. Seeing this, Mrs. Wang suddenly laughed heartily, and those Ying Ying Yan Yan seemed to have received the signal, and they all pursed their lips and laughed. The scene was quite warm, and it was not at all obvious that Yu Yuquan and the master were villains. Yu Yuquan once again felt the dignity of a wealthy family. No matter how bad the relationship is, they will not tear their face apart easily. This is like nuclear deterrence. As long as the strength is not too disparate and the interests are astonishingly large, the superficial friendship will generally be maintained. In particular, the various delicacies featuring Jilei Cao made Yu Yuquan feel novel and extremely enjoyable at the same time. Then, it directly transitioned to the link of receiving the wind and washing the dust, which, to put it bluntly, is the feast. There is a dazzling array of things on the table, including even stir-fry dishes. This surprised Yu Yuquan. Stir-frying is still a novelty in this world at present, and it is quite evil in terms of mainstream cooking methods. Some famous chefs don't like this stuff at all. After passing through so many manners of the Zheng family, Yu Yuquan never had stir-fried vegetables. Instead, he ate them at the Lei Dao Wang family. I have to admit that the Lei Dao Wang family, a family that has risen in the world, is indeed more down-to-earth in some aspects. The biggest feature on the table, of course, is the Jilei Cao dishes. If pepper is a kind of spicy pain, then the taste of thunder grass retains a part of the breath of heaven and earth that contains the attribute of thunder. After being released in the mouth, it seems to instantly open and release all the taste buds on the tongue at the same time. Then eat other foods, the deliciousness and fragrance will be multiplied. It was obvious that Lei Dao Wang had studied the recipes of thunder grass very thoroughly. In the process, Yu Yuquan tasted various dishes with thunder grass as an appetizer and flavoring. For example, soup made from the meat of unknown animals, hot pot made of thunderweed and fungus, broiled mutton, seaweed sashimi, thunderweed yam poria cake. And the most extreme and special main course is called Like A Parak Nishang Kui Yu. The specific method is to arrange the plate with the top-grade thunder grass to create a thunderbolt effect, making the entire plate appear purple. In it, it is matched with the skin of the neon beast that Lei Dao Wang painstakingly cultivated, and then the broth is made with ingredients such as chicken, duck, fish, mushrooms and abalone, mixed together and stewed, and then thoroughly formed the most delicious taste. The reason why it is called quick rain is because the way it is eaten is not to eat meat, but to eat the top layer of rain clouds that contains thunder and resembles a thunderstorm. Yu Yuquan was speechless. This is too extravagant. As for this weird way to eat, it was not originally prepared for ordinary people, but specifically for practitioners. As long as the cultivation base is sufficient, you can naturally eat thunder clouds. If you can't eat it, you can't eat it. Of course, if you eat it by force, you may lose your status, which will inevitably lead to ridicule. Yu Yuquan simply tore off a piece of rain cloud, swallowed it down, the feeling of thunder was released in his mouth, and then he began to speak, as if the rain cloud had rained a thunderstorm in his mouth. Yu Yuquan could only feel the faint glow of clouds spreading between his lips and teeth, and his whole body felt as if he was floating in the air. All the cells in the body seemed to come alive and began to greedily absorb the nutrients in the rapid rain. In a short time, he even felt that the energy in his body had increased a little. This is really the enjoyment of the gods, not to mention the color and fragrance, it is so helpful to practice. The reason why it is a little is because the size of his Tianmen is too high, and the growth rate of Yuan Li is extremely fast. If another cultivator with an average size of Tianmen comes over, the growth will be skyrocketing. Great value. Yu Yuquan was not polite and feasted on Nishang Kui Yu again. He was satisfied with what he ate, and so was the Lei Dao Wang family. Just one delicacy basically tested Yu Yuquan's level and made a lot of money. The atmosphere of the banquet is high again. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 flavors of food, Mrs. Wang suddenly suggested that she is old, and fighting and killing is not suitable for an old man like her. If you really want to compete, let the juniors compete 1 or 2, it will be lively and festive to watch. Yu Yuquan and his master Zheng Xianchang immediately realized that this was the real main course of this banquet. Zhang Xiancheng did everything he could, and everyone was happy for a while. End of this chapter. Chapter 46 1.5 strokes add more support. Chapter 46 1.5 moves additional update for support. Unlike the Zhao family's large school field, the Wang family's chosen venue for the competition was an arena, which was very characteristic of the Wang family's background. It can also be imagined from this that the influence of the founder on a family is like the founding monarch, which basically establishes the cultural genes of the family. The arena is not too big, but there are a lot of stands around it, and the style is a bit like a coliseum. After Zhang Xiancheng and Mrs. Wang took their seats, the other juniors took their seats one after another. The first one to take the stage was a young girl whose hairstyle had not yet reached hairpins. The pink cross-collar embroidered skirt on her body has obviously undergone some improvements. The most typical one is that the large sleeves that are not suitable for movement have been changed into smart narrow sleeves. Obviously, the little girl had already prepared to fight him in advance. The little girl looked like a little adult, and she cupped her hands and said, "I am the seventh in the royal family's order. Everyone calls me the seventh sister, and please give me your advice." Yu Yuquan immediately held up his hands and said, "Yu Julie, please ask the seventh lady for advice." Yu Yuquan called the little girl seventh lady, and everyone thought it was very normal. Because in this world, men are basically called so and so man, while women are called so and so mother or so and so girl. Both of them evolved from beloved man. Add to the right of Liang to become Lang, add female to the left of Liang to derive mother. But because Lang and mother are called separately, it will basically seem too intimate. Generally, it is either connected with the surname, with a continuous ranking, for example, Wang Dalan and Wang Erlang, or it is called Lang Jun by the honorific title. Mother is similar, adding to show respect. For example, Yu Yuquan, because he is young and the youngest, is often called Xiao Lu at home, but if outsiders are unfamiliar with him, they will basically call him Yu Lu Lang. If the relationship is more intimate, then just call them brother and sister, which is what he did in the Zhao family in Yunzhou. Of course, if it is a prince or noble, there are other names, for example, son or daughter. At present, this appellation is still relatively noble, and it is only popular in a small circle, but it also tends to be gradually downgraded. All the sons of officials are called sons, but the mainstream is still generally not recognized. Of course, this seventh lady also had a maiden name, but Yu Yuquan was inconvenient to ask. In this era, women keep their names anonymous, so calling her seventh lady is a sign of respect. Please. Please. After finishing speaking, Wang Qimei slowly pulled out the scimitar in her hand, and it looked like a willow leaf, with smooth lines and a very beautiful feeling. She focused her phoenix eyes, let out a soft scold, and her body turned into an afterimage, like a flash of pink lightning, approaching Yu Yuquan suddenly. And faster than her figure is the knife in her hand. The cold light shimmered and traced a beautiful arc. Yu Yuquan leaned back slightly, his eyes moved, and he could even see the blade grazing his face from bottom to top. Then there was another set of flowing combos. Golden dragons come out of caves, celestial maidens scatter flowers, go to meetings alone, and see flowers in the mist. In a short period of time, Wang Qimei came up with a series of clever moves, fast attacks and fast forwards, standing and moving, and her figure looked like a lotus blooming, which was extremely pleasing to the eye. It is good. Many members of the Wang clan applauded, and Wang Qimei did indeed fight very beautifully. Even Zhang Xiancheng showed admiration. Although Wang Qimei is younger, she is definitely a young genius. If she is deceived by her age and appearance, she will probably suffer a lot. Obviously, this Wang Qimei was the first to play, and she was definitely selected carefully, hoping to earn a good start. Mrs. Wang also had a smile on her face, but she couldn't help but clenched the hand holding the leading crutch. She is an understanding person. Even though Xiao Qi keeps attacking, Yu Juli is still able to do it with ease from beginning to end. Xiao Qi was moving forward and attacking quickly, while Yu Juli's figure was erratic, dodging, attacking, or blocking, all with extremely silky smoothness. Where did this little monster come from? Just as Yu Yuquan guessed, Wang Qimei is indeed a rare little genius discovered by the Wang family in recent years, with a 49-inch Tianmen. A lot of resources have been invested in her these years. If she is not too young, she can faintly be ranked in the top 5 among the younger generation of Wangs. But Mrs. Wang is not too worried, because Xiaoqi's unique move has not yet been used. Coming! Mrs. Wang's cloudy old eyes suddenly released a gleam of light. I saw a sudden change in Wang Qimei's temperament on the court, and as her opponent, Yu Yuquan's feelings were particularly intuitive and profound. He even felt that there was even a faint purple thunder looming on Wang Qimei's body. And he himself was firmly locked. This is an unspeakable danger and thrill. Yu Yuquan's eyes were firmly locked on Wang Qimei, and he most intuitively felt that the aura around her body was soaring, and even the vitality of heaven and earth around her was deformed, transforming into a violent force similar to thunder. Boom! Wang Qimei suddenly accelerated, like a bolt of lightning striking Yu Yuquan through the air. With big strides, swallowing Hungni with arrogance, the momentum is like a whale, and it is unstoppable. Yu Yuquan feels that he needs to deal with it seriously. 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives. Wang Qimei struck one blow after another, the speed getting faster and faster, and it felt like the sky was full of knife shadows. But in the eyes of those onlookers, Wang Qimei's figure seemed to be completely shrouded in purple thunder, extremely mighty and ferocious. Zhang Xiancheng couldn't help but be slightly amazed. Because the move Wang Qimei is performing is called 7 Purple Thunder Moves, which is one of the most famous secret skills of the Thunder Sword Wang family. Just like Zheng's cloud-turning rain sword, it has a special status and meaning. The Yanling saber in Wang Qimei's hand chopped faster and faster, and she became more and more confident. This is the case with the 7 forms of Purple Thunder, a unique family tradition. Once it becomes powerful, it will rise higher and higher like waves, until it locks on the enemy firmly and becomes unstoppable. And she has already struck out 4 times. As long as she makes the remaining 3 strikes, the victory will be hers. Fog Lock Cloud Cage. Yu Yuquan's figure flickered, and everyone suddenly felt the clouds spreading all over the sky, and in Wang Qimei's eyes, it was Yu Yuquan's figure that suddenly disappeared, leaving only a hazy haze. What? Wang Qimei was shocked suddenly. How can it be so fast? As an aristocratic family with a background in martial arts, the Liedao Wang family has always paid attention to physical exercise. Especially in the process of developing and utilizing thunder grass, they even developed a set of taboo secret methods of combining lightning needles with thunder grass secret medicine. Under this set of secret techniques, the members of the Thunder Blade King clan had astonishing physiques, and their explosions were even more astonishing. Move like thunder, move like lightning, stay still, and become a blockbuster. But he never thought that Yu Juli could dodge her unique skill 7 styles of purple thunder so easily at such a young age. Not good. When Wang Qimei sensed Yu Yuquan's location, she discovered that he had appeared behind her without anyone noticing. Wang Qimei suddenly felt a chill running down her spine. She followed the trend with a sweeping sweep and struck out the 5th, 6th, and 7th knives one after another. Only in this way did she successfully force the man back. Even so, Wang Qimei was still shocked. Zheng's cloud-turning rain-changing sword? So smart. It was mentioned in the letter sent by Zhao from Yunzhou, but I never expected it to be so mysterious, even a little too mysterious. Loudly. There was another fierce confrontation, and after about 20 more moves, Wang Qimei accidentally caught a flaw in Yu Yuquan's attack, and was unfortunately defeated. There was silence outside the ring. Because this was the home court of the Thunder Blade Wang family, all the spectators were a little belatedly aware of it, but they never thought that Qimei would be defeated like this. Mrs. Wang took a long breath and couldn't help sighing. A famous teacher produces a high-level apprentice, and the noble and high-level apprentice is really good at it. Thanks to him for saving Xiao Qi's face, otherwise Xiao Qi wouldn't be able to fully display the 7 Zili styles. Defeated. Zhang Xiancheng stroked his beard and laughed. The old lady is really flattering the prize. I think that kid is usually lazy in his practice, and he is always a little bit worse at critical moments. Let the old lady laugh. Mrs. Wang couldn't help but rolled her eyes. You old boy, you are just trying to fool her here. Is she old or blind? This boy Yu Julie is doing everything with ease from beginning to end. Do you think she can't tell? Little monster. Mrs. Wang secretly cried out that she had made a mistake. The dish like a thunderbolt and neon clothes quick rain really tested some of this kid's foundation, but he never thought that this kid's strength is so unfathomable. On the ring. Wang Qimei recovered from her failure and saluted generously. Young master's methods are amazing, I am convinced. Yu Yuquan returned the gift and said modestly, I've accepted. 7th lady is amazingly talented, and my younger brother just won by a fluke. Wang Qimei and many members of the Wang clan couldn't help being speechless. In Zhao's letter, Yu Langjun seemed to be lucky enough to win 1.5 moves. Is your surname Yu a half-style name? However, she wouldn't say such harsh words, as it would only make her look like she has no grace and cannot afford to lose. Wang Qimei bowed with her hands folded, then jumped off the stage with a slight leap, leaving only a pink shadow. After 7th lady, a little lady in red jumped onto the ring. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 9 Heaven's Thunder Knife. For further reading. Chapter 47 9 Heaven's Thunder Sword. Please read. Seeing this woman in red coming onto the stage, everyone in the Lei Dao Wang family suddenly became excited. It's the third sister. The third sister actually went on stage directly. It seems there is no suspense this time. This Yu Julie is really powerful enough to make the third sister take action. Before the Lei Dao Wang clan moved south, the population was prosperous. Even under such circumstances, the third sister could occupy a strong position and attract countless men to compete. Later, after the family's misfortune, she went directly from behind the scenes to the front of the stage, and became a benchmark among the rising stars of the Lei Dao Wang family. After re-establishing roots in the south and having a baby, she was the one responsible for taking the lead. She went through one challenge after another and never failed. It is no exaggeration to say that she is almost invincible in the first level. And these experiences have also allowed her to accumulate a very high prestige among the younger generation of the Lei Dao Wang family. Even Wang Zongbao, the grandmother's darling, is very convinced of her. Yu Yuquan looked at this red-clothed woman, about 16 or 17 years old, with an oval face, phoenix eyes, emerald eyebrows, and a dovetail. Except for a hairpin, there was no extra jewelry, and she looked very capable. The underskirt on her body has also been improved, and it is more like the powerful clothing that often appeared in martial arts novels in her previous life. And when Yu Yuquan was looking at the woman in red, she was also looking at Yu Yuquan equally. Just looking at her figure and appearance, this Yu Julie directly reminded her of her younger brothers and sisters who often ran behind her ass. The difference is that her younger brothers and sisters are basically just practicing martial arts, reading, and meditating, and there is still a long way to go before opening the Tianmen. To be able to make it this far at this age is incredible. But this Miss Wang San did not underestimate Yu Yuquan because of his age. In the world of practitioners, what he can or cannot do is what he can do. It is common to still linger in the first state even if your beard turns white. I am ranked third in the order of the Wang family, and please give me your advice. Please, third lady. Please. Call out. The two moved at the same time, and the swords collided together instantly, splashing out a large number of sparks. They split at the touch and flashed quickly, looking for each other's flaws while moving, trying to gain the upper hand as much as possible. You can see the figure of Miss Wang San, like a red flame, sometimes on the left and sometimes on the right, erratic and difficult to figure out. And Yu Yuquan's figure is not slow at all. Like clouds, like flowing water, like swimming dragons, unprecedented flexibility. The intensity of the fight between the two was so high that streams of air flowed directly around the ring, like knives, causing pain. The audience's eyes widened. It was unbelievable. He actually fought back and forth with his third sister. How could a little brat like you, Julie, be so strong? It's outrageous. At this moment, Miss Wang San's legs were slightly bent, and the thunder knife in her hand was also held in both hands. It was hung by her waist, with a heroic posture, like a majestic tiger. Her little cherry mouth opened slightly, and she took a deep breath. The energy in her body boiled, and her red clothes rippled, like red waves dancing and making a hunting sound. It turned out to be a spring thunderstorm kills. Zhang Xiancheng, who was watching the battle, flashed a bright light in his eyes, even he was shocked. The background of the Lei Dao Wang family is not too deep, but after all, it has been passed down for hundreds of years. The Zhang family and the Wang family have somewhat overlapped, and as for each other's information, they have never given up collecting information. The spring thunderstorm killing style is one of the top skills of the Lei Dao Wang family. The status is equivalent to the various improved versions derived from Zheng's 10,000 swords C. This is a very common phenomenon. No matter how good the exercises are, they may not be suitable for everyone. When they reach a certain height, they will take the initiative to improve the martial arts to make it more suitable for them. The longer the family has been passed down, the more there will be more such improved exercises based on the Supreme Family's unique knowledge. For example, the Zheng family has a large number of sword techniques similar to a preliminary exploration of the 10,000 swords C, the little practice of the 10,000 swords, and XXX on the 10,000 swords C. Some of them even changed their names. And spring thunderstorm killing is a style in 5 thunder swords improved by an uncle of Lei Dao Wang's family based on the 9 heavens thunder sword handed down by his family. But I never thought that this little lady, Lei Dao Wang, could practice it. What an amazing qualification! At this moment, Zhang Xiancheng couldn't help but recall Fatty Suanation's words. Times have changed. You must know that when they were young, there were geniuses in every family, and there were even some geniuses who were deliberately hidden, but they were never as common as they are now. At this moment, Zhang Xiancheng thought a lot, and he increasingly felt that the age of great strife might really be coming. Fortunately, he, the Zheng family, was the first to accept a proud son who was comparable to He Kailan. And all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Yu Yuquan felt the astonishing power as early as the third girl Wang posed in the posture of spring thunderstorm kills. What a great little girl! Just being able to see this unique skill makes this trip worthwhile. Yu Yuquan concentrated, gathered strength, and became serious for the first time. Boom! Miss Wang San disappeared suddenly, and there was a thunderclap. In an instant, her hazy figure appeared in all directions of Yu Yuquan. Obviously, only one of these figures is real, and the rest are afterimages left by high-speed movement. For ordinary opponents, this kind of superb footwork and extremely high-speed movement will undoubtedly bring terrifying pressure to them. It's a pity that her opponent is Yu Yuquan. Miss Wang San's real body suddenly struck from an extremely inconceivable angle, and the thunder saber in her hand was even more powerful and unrivaled. Kang! In the nick of time, Yu Yuquan slammed the sword on the back of his head, using a posture similar to wrapping the head and wrapping the brain in the saber technique. Directly blocking the ultimate move of Miss Wang San, and using the ingenious technique of unloading force, he took advantage of the situation to take advantage of the situation. Force poured onto the ground. But the arena where his feet were standing suddenly appeared densely packed with spider web cracks. Miss Wang San was slightly stunned, but she never thought that Yu Yuquan could catch her unique move so easily. What a strong physique! Although it was a relief, if Yu Yuquan lacked strength, he would have been paralyzed by her blow early on and completely lost his fighting power. Amazing! Mrs. Wang San's beautiful eyes are bright, and she is happy to see her heart, and she has a sense of surprise that when you meet your opponent, you will meet a good talent. At this moment, she no longer regards Yu Yuquan as a younger brother and sister, but as a truly worthy opponent to fight her. Seeing that spring thunderstorm killing failed to achieve success with one blow, the thunder saber in her hand was thrown out immediately, flew straight for several feet, and then began to spin and spin, twisting fiercely towards Yu Yuquan's face. Practitioners in the first realm can hardly release their vitality, and their control over the vitality of heaven and earth is also very rough, making it difficult to form effective lethality. Because of this, very few cultivators of one realm have developed killer moves at this point. But Miss Wang San made the impossible possible, using extremely superb skills to briefly control the flying knife that had escaped her hands, forming a powerful killing move. Kang! Yu Yuquan took his time and took advantage of the spinning and falling thunder knife to hit her forehead. He gently used his sword to twist and flick, 4 or 2 moves, and very skillfully deflected the thunder knife, and strangled Miss Wang San. Miss Wang San's delicate body seemed soft and boneless, she leaned back slightly, and reached out to catch the thunder knife that was bounced off. At the same time, she raised her jade legs with lightning speed, and kicked Yu Yuquan's chin hard with her jade feet wearing quay pattern silk shoes. The human jaw is very fragile. If you accidentally bite your tongue again, the pain will be as much as that of fingering your vagina. Such a ruthless method, such a smooth combo. Yu Yuquan stretched out his left hand and blocked it in front of his neck in time. With the help of the kick of Mrs. Wang San's jade foot, his body flew directly to the other side of the ring. But in the process, Mrs. Wang Sunyang did a backflip, just like a swallow flying through the water. The moment it touched the ground, she flew up against the trend and attacked Yu Yuquan like an arrow chasing the wind. And the thunder knife in her hand stabbed straight at Yu Yuquan's throat. It is good. At this moment, the audience at the scene was all in awe of Lady Wang Sunyang's success. This series of combos and contingencies of hers is really too beautiful. It is no wonder that she was able to achieve such a great reputation, which made everyone dazzled and dazzled. Of course, Yu Yuquan's response was also extremely clever. Considering the age difference, this battle is indeed worth remembering. Seeing Mrs. Wang San attacking Yu Yuquan's throat quickly with the momentum of chasing thunder with a gust of wind, Mrs. Wang and Zheng Xian became nervous. For example, Mrs. Wang held the leading crutch tightly, ready to rescue Yu Yuquan at any time. The entire arena, no matter whether it is on or off the stage, my heart is completely suspended at this moment. P.S. Today's third update, adding a new chapter. I hope readers can keep reading and support, and help me get better recommended resources. If you have a ticket in your hand, I hope you can vote for one, thank you. End of this chapter. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. Everyone in the arena held their breath at the same time, all looking forward to the end of the battle. Because the third sister is basically a general. If Yu Yuquan continues to retreat, he will fall from the ring. If he does not continue to retreat, the third sister's blade will pierce his throat. Everyone in the Wang family has no doubt about this. They have an obsessive trust in the 5 thunder knife of the third sister, and in fact Miss Wang San is indeed worthy of their trust. There are always some people in this world who are capable of things that others cannot, are very good at creating miracles, and are born like magnets, able to firmly attract everyone's attention. They are collectively called geniuses. And Miss Wang San is a genius among geniuses. At this moment, Zhang Xiancheng and Mrs. Wang saw Yu Yuquan step on his feet at the same time, like a suction cup, firmly fixed on the edge of the ring. Are you not going to return? Mrs. Wang suddenly became nervous. Just as the younger members of the Wang family have a fascination-like trust in the third girl Wang, she, the old grandmother, also regards her as the hope of the Thunder Sword Wang family. No matter what, she couldn't let anything happen to Yu Yuquan. After all, this man was the direct disciple of the Zheng family. But at this moment, Mrs. Wang's actions were stopped by Zheng Xiancheng. This made her slightly stunned. Could it be that the head of the Zheng family thinks that his beloved disciple can play any more tricks in this unfavorable situation? All this happens in the blink of an eye, but in the world of practitioners, the concept of time is relative. It's like Yu Yuquan's spiritual consciousness to explore, everything within a radius of 10 feet is revealed, everything seems to be in slow motion. But for existences like Mrs. Wang and the others, juniors are juniors after all, neither speed nor explosiveness is enough. But at this moment, Mrs. Wang suddenly saw that Yu Yuquan held the Hanshang sword upright in front of him, and there was a layer of water blue light on the sword. These aqua-blue primordial powers are attracted but not released, entangled on the Hanshang sword, like a torrent of rapids, which seems to be able to swallow everything. Mrs. Wang's cloudy old eyes were astonished, it was hard to believe. The total amount of Yuan Li is too much. Is it really the size that a realm should have? Yu Juli is so talented, even if he started cultivating from the womb, he shouldn't have reached such a level. How far does he open the gate of heaven? Shouldn't it be an ancient capital with an opening of more than 81 inches? Mrs. Wang couldn't sit still any longer. She has never seen the opening of the Tianmen above 81 inches in her life. The only rumor she has heard is that He Kailan, the true biography of the Sage of the Nine Profound Gate. But there is only one He Kailan in the world. Impossible. At the same time, the blade in Miss Wang San's hand pierced Yu Yuquan's upright sword in an instant. Everything seemed to be calculated, full of coincidences and drama. As the Hanshang sword was bent under pressure, like a highly elastic spring, Miss Wang San's attack was not only perfectly blocked, but she herself was bounced back uncontrollably. Miss Wang San was slightly startled. Due to the difference in realm, it is naturally impossible for her to be as foresighted as Wang Lao Taijun. Who can see the result before it happens? Seeing that she was not only blocked by the parry, but also bounced back in reverse, Miss Wang San's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. But after all, she is the pride of heaven, and her reflexes are beyond ordinary people's imagination. She stepped back lightly with her jade feet, immediately removing the terrifying rebound force, and at the same time re-established a defensive posture. Flowers and rain are falling to death. Accompanied by a shout, a thunderous thunder sounded in Miss Wang San's ears, and her mind went blank for a moment. But her will is also particularly amazing, but her spinning heel can eliminate all negative influences. Afterwards, Miss Wang San suddenly felt a faint dampness blowing on her cheeks and skin, as if it was light rain falling on her cheeks. And her eyes were in a trance, it was more like seeing a lot of floating petals. What a nice view! Miss Wang San couldn't help but have such a gorgeous thought in her mind, but she instinctively felt something was wrong. How could she see such a beautiful scene when she competed with others in the ring again? Miss Wang San moved her arms lightly, intending to use the Thunderbolt 9 grounds in the unique skill 5 Thunder Swords, sweeping all directions indiscriminately. But before she could put it into action, she suddenly felt a slight chill on her shoulders. Afterwards, she was shocked to find that there were 2 gaps in the clothes on her shoulders at some point, revealing her white and tender skin, and even a faint glimpse of the obscene clothes inside. Miss Wang San couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and her pupils condensed slightly. If he could unknowingly create 2 gaps in her shoulders, wouldn't that mean that Yu Xiaolangjun could unknowingly behead her? Miss Wang San couldn't help but rippling in her heart, it was an indescribable feeling. So this is the defeat. Miss Wang San savored the taste of defeat. To be honest, it was a bit complicated. But from then on, she was finally able to better understand her younger brothers and sisters, as well as the challengers who lost at her hands. Looking at the other side of the arena, he saw Mr. Yu Xiaolang standing with his sword at some point. The figure is still not tall, similar to her younger brothers and sisters, but Miss Wang San suddenly feels that the Yu Xiaolangjun in front of her is taller than ever before. Yu Yuquan clasped his fists and said, accept. Miss Wang's beautiful eyes looked forward, and Ying Ying returned the salute. Mr. Xiao Lang is so talented, Sun Yang is ashamed of herself. Yu Yuquan said modestly, Third lady's youthful beauty is astonishing forever, my younger brother is just lucky. Miss Wang san, do you think she believes it or not? The flower rain floating kill just now was so fast that she couldn't catch it with the naked eye. How can this be summed up by simple good luck? Miss Wang san smiled and said nothing, and had no intention of continuing this inquiry. All she could think about was the flower rain killing style. How to get rid of it next time we encounter it. The spectators in the audience were stunned. What the hell? Kikiao, Linglong, Yingwu, Peerless Orchid Quality, Huixin, Fui, Double Cultivation, Fanglin, and the body. The third sister lost? All the members of the Wang clan couldn't accept it for a while. They just felt that a sacred and inviolable area in their hearts had been desecrated. Wang Zongbao couldn't help being speechless. In his memory, apart from the huge gap in realm, this was the first time he saw his third sister defeated. How many inches does Yu Juli open the heavenly gate? Could it be an ancient treasure of 81 inches or more? Wang Zongbao took a breath. All the sects and aristocratic families in the world know that there is He Kailan in the world, but they don't know that there is another hidden Yu Juli. This really prevents He Kailan from being beautiful in the world. Thinking about the rumored killing life and peerless swords combined, this is really unexpected. As Miss Wang San jumped off the stage, Yu Yuquan looked at the people in the audience and humbly clasped his fists and said, Is there any other brother or sister who will come on stage to give me advice? Under the arena, the members of the Wang clan were furious and ashamed. Even though Yu Yuquan said this with a very humble attitude and not a trace of rebelliousness, in the eyes of the Wang clan, he was simply arrogant to the extreme. This is simply like Chi Kuo yelling at the Wang family, who else is there? I am not targeting anyone, I am saying that everyone here is rubbish. So angry. A group of Ying Ying Yanyan couldn't help stomping their feet angrily. But the three elder sisters are all defeated, who among them can win? No one from the Lei Dao Wang family dared to take the stage. Mrs. Wang and Miss Wang frowned at the same time. Only at this moment did they realize that they were usually too protective of the daughters of the Wang family. Sure enough, Hao Erlang belonged to another family. End of this chapter. Chapter 49, Rise to Fame. Please read. Chapter 49, Rise to Fame. Please read. Lei Dao Wang is very hospitable. After the sparring, he stayed with Yu Yuquan, master and apprentice, for 2 or 3 days. During this process, Master Zheng Xiancheng briefly discussed cooperation with Wang. Because Yu Yuquan really won well, Lei Dao Wang made a huge concession, and the cooperation between the two parties went very smoothly. Just by looking at Zheng Xuanken's expression, you can tell that this cooperation with the Zheng family will make a fortune. After reaching an agreement, the atmosphere between the two parties became completely harmonious. During this period, Yu Yuquan saw a similar scene at Zhao's manor in Yunzhou. The sky was filled with homing pigeons, and in a short period of time, the news about this battle spread to various aristocratic families through in-laws and friends. Especially when Yu Yuquan was lucky defeated Miss Wang San, many aristocratic families felt the intense shock again. Few people know about Miss Wang San, but those who are truly qualified to know her are unlikely to ignore her existence, even if they are big shots who have been famous for a long time. After something happened to the Thunder Sword Wang family, he single-handedly carried the banner of the younger generation of the Thunder Sword Wang family and challenged countless geniuses. Some people have even regarded Ms. Wang San as the second Wu Wudi, not that they think that Ms. Wang San can truly be invincible, but that they think she can lead Lei again like Wu Wudi. Knife Wang's goes to new heights. But he never expected to be defeated by Yu Juli. When they heard that Yu Juli was much younger than Miss Wang San, all the families and forces who were qualified to know the inside story couldn't help but remain silent. Another little monster? All the aristocratic families couldn't help but sigh. There were too many evil geniuses emerging during this period. He Kailan will not mention it, this can no longer be simply described as a genius. The first cry of opening the Tianmen even alarmed the head of the Juxuanmen. Now there is another Yu Juli who can defeat Miss Wang San at a young age. Is the era of great strife in the spiritual world really coming? The aristocratic families with long-standing inheritance have the most sensitive sense of smell. They can tell autumn when a leaf falls, and they can vaguely feel the signs of changes in certain eras. There are countless undercurrents and turbulent waves for a while. Jianyi. In the new capital after the Jin dynasty moved south, in addition to the royal family, the core industries of the four families of Yao, Qi, Yuan, and Zheng were also gathered here. Seeing the news delivered by the in-laws, several big families also caused quite a stir at the same time. Not to mention that Yu Juli was ridiculed as having only one move and half a move, and even many details of the competition were completely placed on their desks. Several great families understood what it meant at the same time. In the words of Yu Yuquan in his previous life, this is a typical example of if you are not afraid of top students getting perfect marks, you are afraid that top students will control your scores. It can guarantee that every battle can only be won by one move and a half. It's outrageous. It's like a test paper, you get a top because you can only get a top. And Yu Juli gets a top because the highest evaluation in the test paper is only a top. It's like having an invisible eye in a pocket, a true genius cannot hide. I just don't know how high Yu Juli's real upper limit is. With just this simple journey, Yu Juli's name has become famous in Jianyi. In other words, he is not in the arena, but his legends are spreading everywhere in the arena. As a local powerful person in the south, the Zheng family had been here for a long time before Yu Guan moved south, and his mansion was magnificent. And because of its long inheritance, the glory of its ancestors is infinite, even longer than that of many dynasties, and therefore it has received countless titles. Just like at the beginning of the founding of the Jin dynasty, in order to order the Zheng family to be settled, the Taizhu of the Jin dynasty authorized the Zheng family to retain the title of king of the previous dynasty. The Zheng family was very sensible and resigned from the title of king. However, she was praised by Emperor Taizhu and granted the title of Zhenqiu Gong. Since then, the courts have changed, with one emperor and one courtier, but the Zhenguo government has been passed down from generation to generation, and it has always stood firm. Thousands of hectares of fertile land, thousands of mansions, Wenqinzhuyud, rich in the world. Zheng's Dao School, the place where all the children of the Zheng family go to school, is a higher level school than the Meng school. Basically, only the children of the Zheng family and a small number of children from families who have a close relationship with the Zheng family are accepted to study. Of course, occasionally there are some children from poor families who are more optimistic about the Zheng family and funded by public funds. After these students complete their studies, they will basically become part of the Zheng family system. It is a very typical aristocratic family education, elite education in elite education. Is the day. Several students in the Taoism hall looked at Zheng Shiwei frequently. This made Zheng Shiwei frown. As a member of the 4 generations and 3 heroes of the younger generation of the Zheng family, and the biological son of the head of the family, Zheng Xiancheng, Zheng Shiwei has an extremely special status. They are almost as famous as the Yao families. All 4 elements are empty, the Qi family's 5 virtues come to an end, and the Yuan family's 8 aspects and directions. It seems that there are many monsters, but they are also the most elite existence in the entire Jin dynasty. Except for the King Yun list of the Shizong Menjuxuanmen and the heroes on the Liantai list of the Northern Wei dynasty, there is no one in this world who can match him. Even putting aside the identity of being born in the Zheng family, he can win great respect. Impolite behavior like this kind of frequent peeking would basically never happen to him. Is this something big that he doesn't know about? But at this moment, Zheng Shiwei unexpectedly received a small note from the surreptitious Yu Juli, the Lord's disciple, the 3rd wife of the Zhanlei Dao Wang family, Win. Zheng Shiwei was slightly taken aback. Dad accepted his apprentice, and even defeated the third wife of the Lidao Wang family. He has never fought against the third lady, but she has heard of this Miss Wang's name before. One of the most talented women in the world. One of the candidates for the beauty list. Of course, being on the beauty list is the last thing women in the world want. I don't know since which era, there have been rumors in the world like 3 lives of misfortune, a beautiful woman will have a bad life, 3 lives of evil, her name will be on the list. Being on the beauty list is the highest honor for a woman in the world, but it is also the greatest misfortune, and even the most vicious curse. Of course. In this weird beauty list, no woman has appeared on the list for many years. At most, she will only be listed as a candidate. If so, this is already one of the highest evaluations of women in the world. Father accepts apprentice, didn't he disappear to avoid venerable Xiantian? Zhang Shivei's heart trembled slightly, and a shadow appeared in his eyes. The Zhang family is a direct descendant of a family, and generations are bound by blood. Even if they want to recruit disciples, they are basically selected within the clan. Caught off guard, he took a foreign surname. It seems that Yu Jula's aptitude is even more outstanding than imagined. As one of the tens of thousands members of the Zhang family in Tonglan, there are few lucky ones who have the qualifications to practice, so the troubles of seizing the legitimate son in the world are much less severe. After all, in the world of practice, he has always been Wu no. But everything is not absolute after all. Zhang Shivei rarely had an unprecedented emotion in his heart. Dad, what does that mean? Do you think he is not qualified to inherit Wang Jianhai? After leaving the valley where the Lidao Wang family lived, the carriage that the master and apprentice rode on gradually drifted away. But compared to before entering the valley, the leaving convoy had more than a dozen carriages. It contains either a souvenir from Lidao Wang, or a special product purchased by the two from Lidao Wang. Especially all kinds of specialties related to Jai Liakao, there are everything that one expects to find. Inside the carriage, Yu Yuquan took out a letter with a faint floral fragrance, and saw the beautiful hairpin flower written on it in small regular script. The letterhead contained not many words, only a few lines, but the envelope was very thick, covering several sheets of paper. Xiao Lang Jun's flower rain piao shat is wonderful, I have a solution by chance, I hope you can appreciate it. Wang Hu. Miss Wang San, Wang Hu? Yu Yuquan couldn't laugh or cry. As a modern person, he had a fight with a beautiful woman and had a lot of contact and communication in his daily life, but he didn't know her name until he left, which really made him feel very novel. Afterwards, Yu Yuquan slowly looked through the pictures at the back. Watching the smile on his face slowly disappear, replaced by seriousness and solemnity. Miss Wang Hu is amazing. Although this solution is a bit like hindsight, it is indeed a wonderful idea and provides him with many new ideas. Yu Yuquan and the content on the letterhead confirmed each other, and for a while it was full of wit, as if he was confronting this girl Wang Hu across the air. When he was completely separated from this kind of communication, he had completely left Thunder Valley. Yu Yuquan couldn't help laughing. God, when did he become like a martial idiot? Interesting. But at this moment, Yu Yuquan suddenly remembered Master's words. Oh, Sun Yang, I actually told you my maiden name. You are worthy of being my apprentice, Zhang Xiancheng, and you have a bit of grace as a teacher. Yu Yuquan. Is this just turning a corner and praising yourself, or is it praising my apprentice and my popularity? But is it a big deal to know a girl's name? Zhang Xiancheng said with a chuckle, the young man's caution is all about sex. Although the third lady is good, she must not be obsessed. It is impossible for Lidao Wang to let her marry outside. Let's die for now. Yu Yuquan was speechless for a moment. Just knowing a name brings us to talking about marriage. Master, what kind of weird idea is this? Speechless. P.S. Please follow up, please recommend, please collect, please ask for a monthly pass. End of this chapter. Chapter 50 Luo Kosheng. Chapter 50 Luo Kosheng. What is this? Yu Yuquan looked at the purple gourd that master handed over with a puzzled look on his face. Zheng Xiancheng, the Lei Dao Wang family's unique urgent thunder spirit, the annual output is only a dozen gourds. Even if it is the inventory over the years, the total amount is not too much. I have spent all my words to help you exchange for one gourd, you and keep it well until the time is right to refine it. Looking at the purple gourd in front of him, Yu Yuquan felt heavy in his heart. But he didn't refuse either. The second stage of practice is called the eating qi realm. The higher the quality of qi you eat, the higher the upper limit of your future achievements will be. Yu Yuquan also didn't expect that just after he set foot on the path of cultivation, his master specially bought him the Thunder Qi, which is the secret of the Thunder Saber Wang family. The annual output of a big family is no more than a dozen gourds. There is a price but no market. If it weren't for the master's intervention or through a transaction, it would have been impossible for him to get hold of the Thunder Sword Wang's treasure house. Master was so kind to him. Yu Yuquan stood up and bowed respectfully. After Zheng Xiancheng accepted the gift with peace of mind, he smiled and handed over hundreds of bottles and jars to him. After some explanations, Yu Yuquan finally knew that the bottles and jars contained the secret medicine pills from the Lei Dao Wang family. For example, purple liquid grass, also red Chun Li Shenfa pill. Although these two are not as precious as the gourd and thunder energy, they are definitely treasures. Just one pill can make rivers of blood flow from some Jianghu sects. While Yu Yuquan is grateful, he is also aware of the importance of the background power platform. Although Zheng's family business was not very friendly to his foreign surname, the platform was indeed high enough and big enough, and it brought him benefits that he had never dared to think of before. You really did the right thing by joining the Zheng group. Later, Yu Yuquan found out that the core function of Chun Li Shenfa pill is to greatly increase the strength of the body, which has the effects of enhancing qi and blood, tempering the body, and changing muscles and bones. This is one of the reasons why the children of the Lei Dao Wang family are so outstanding physically. As for Ziakao Huandan, the core is to enhance the accumulation of Yuan Li, which can save countless hard work. While Yu Yuquan was grateful, he was also slightly distressed. He had bathed in dragon blood and his body was already stronger than ever. Are these two pills really useful? Or because he understood Yu Yuquan's specialness and distress, Zheng Xiancheng directly handed Yu Yuquan 50 bottles of various types of elixirs at once. Yu Yuquan was speechless. Are these precious elixirs calculated in terms of tens of bottles? Incredible! It seems that the master has some guesses about his secret, but he has never asked about it. Yu Yuquan can't help but feel warm in his heart. By the way, how much did it cost? Could it be that the master has replaced the cooperation with Lei Dao Wang with these two kinds of elixir? Yu Yuquan really guessed it right. But for Zheng Xiancheng, it is all worth it. How can we be reluctant to invest resources in cultivating an ancient genius comparable to He Kailan? He is a precious apprentice who needs to be nourished. Zheng Xiancheng said with a solemn expression, as the teacher knows that you have a special physique, I will first give you 50 bottles each and try to refine it within a year. Yes. Have you finished your homework today? Apprentice, do it now. Can. The time spent practicing swordsmanship and doing homework is somewhat boring. However, Yu Yuquan did everything meticulously and devoted himself wholeheartedly. At this time, the master would be reading. Good times. The homework is not too much. It can only be regarded as daily practice, but it will take at least 2 hours to finish it with all your heart. Because of this, the speed of the master and apprentice is always not fast. That day, not long after I finished my homework and took the biscuits from the coachman, I heard someone yelling. After a short period of commotion, Yu Yuquan realized the cause and effect. A person floated in the river. Saving someone's life is better than building a 7-level pagoda. No one gave orders, but several people in the convoy still hurriedly fished the man up. "It's a dead man, he's already dead." A servant probed the man's nose and suddenly jumped up in fright. Rescuing a living person and catching a dead body are two completely different concepts. Yu Yuquan took a brief look and found that in addition to the sequelae of drowning, this man also had multiple stab wounds on his body. And just at this glance, Yu Yuquan confirmed that this person was the hunted servant that his spiritual consciousness saw before entering the Thunder Sword King's Thunder Valley that day. Yu Yuquan frowned slightly, but still walked over to help him feel his pulse. The pulse was already very weak, and there was almost no breathing. It was no wonder that several servants judged it to be a dead body, but Yu Yuquan still felt the weak heartbeat. Yu Yuquan didn't think much about it. He used the method of artificial respiration in his previous life to repeatedly press his heart, and at the same time, he sent some energy to him from time to time to help him force out the water poured into his body. After a large amount of water was sprayed from the man's mouth, there were several painful groans, and finally the sound of greedy big mouthfuls of breathing. The eyes of the surrounding servants were bright, and their eyes were filled with admiration. Although they already knew that Yu Yuquan was a practitioner and was different from ordinary people, but this move and Emperor Fengdu's ability to steal people still made them worship him. Or he was seriously injured and the person was very weak. Yu Yuquan gave him a few more injections, and then ordered someone to get clean silk cloth to do a simple bandage for him. "Master, that person has opened 9 inches of the heavenly gate, has a first-level cultivation level, and has very little energy in his body. He should have just started out, but the acquired upper limit has almost reached the innate upper limit, so his perseverance should not be weak." Yu Yuquan did not hide anything and explained everything he had just discovered in detail. In addition, Yu Yuquan also believed that the master probably knew more about the details of how this person was hunted and killed outside Thunder Valley than he did. Zhang Xiancheng didn't care about this. Even if they were hunted down by the Lei Dao Wang family, what does that have to do with them? Even Yu Yuquan's technique similar to artificial respiration is nothing new to Zhang Xiancheng. In a world of practice, vipassana itself becomes possible. Human beings' exploration and understanding of the body is far deeper than imagined. Zhang Xiancheng said nonchalantly, "Zhu Li can handle the small matters by himself." Yes. Yu Yuquan immediately made a decision in his mind. It is enough to save that person's life, and the humanitarian rescue obligation has been fulfilled. As for the others, it is completely unnecessary. After about a quarter of an hour, the man finally recovered from his narrow escape. Although he was still extremely weak, the man came to Yu Yuquan with the help of a servant and saluted him to thank him for saving his life. "I, Luo Cao Sheng, have saved my life from my benefactor, and I will never forget it." "Grass Sheng?" Yu Yuquan was slightly taken aback. Originally ecology is not popular in this world, especially for villagers. Grass growing is simply the greatest desecration of the land. In the countryside, it is estimated that the villagers will talk about it for a lifetime, a negative model from generation to generation. Hermit? Yu Yuquan couldn't help but think of Tao Yuanming's beans are planted under the southern mountain, and the grass is full of bean sprouts, but he didn't show it on his face. It's just a matter of effort, Luo Langjun doesn't have to worry about it. Yu Yuquan had a smile on his face, and was quite relieved in his heart. He may not ask for anything in return, but if he can save a person who knows how to be grateful, it will inevitably make him, a good deed, feel more fulfilled in his heart. After a few more simple greetings, Luo Kosheng hastily bid farewell. Yu Yuquan did not refuse this either. He knew why Luo Kosheng chose to leave, and he himself did not want to cause trouble. "I just gave him a bag of dry food and a bottle of water." Luo Kosheng looked at the dry food and water bottle, said nothing, just clasped his fists tightly, and left. Yu Yuquan originally thought that the fate between him and Luo Kosheng was over, but he never thought that after only half a day, he picked up him again. This time, the guy was severely injured and had several arrows stuck in his body. Yu Yuquan was immediately speechless. This guy seems to be a bit too old, right? But my luck seemed to be good. I met him twice when I was about to die. Of course, this also made Yu Yuquan even more curious. How did this guy provoke the Thunder Sword Wang family and still pursue him so hard? But they met him after all. Yu Yuquan thought about it and decided to save him. The arrows have hooks, so pulling them out requires skill, and you also have to find a way to stop the bleeding. It would be even more troublesome if the arrow clusters were poisoned. Fortunately, the worst situation did not appear. What Yu Yuquan didn't expect was that when he asked someone to help remove Luo Kosheng's clothes to heal his injuries, he unexpectedly discovered a blood-stained token lying against his flesh. The token has a vicissitudes of life, and at a glance, it is an old object with a considerable age. The blood on it is not ordinary blood, but blood stains that have dried for an unknown period of time. But it's such a token. But it feels slightly hot when you get it. What token is this? But at this moment, a line of words appeared in front of Yu Yuquan's eyes. Decree of the God Seed, Tai Sui Xing Jun, the glory is lost. At the same time, Yu Yuquan couldn't help but see a man holding a painting scroll in both hands, and there was even a faint snake looming behind the man. Yu Yuquan was immediately startled. This year is the 10th year of Yongchang, the heavenly stems and earthly branches are the year of Xinci, the heavenly stems and earthly branches are called Chongguang, and the earthly branches are called Great Desolation. No wonder Luo Kosheng is so unlucky. Could it be that he was destined to commit Tai Sui? Think again about the widows of Li Dao Wang's family who can't be provoked, can't be provoked, can't be provoked. Yu Yuquan quickly stuffed the ancient token back into Luo Kosheng's clothes, hiding away like a god of plague. End of this chapter. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Yu Yuquan did not hide anything, and reported to his master about the ancient token and the life-threatening criminal Tai Sui, and even included his speculation on the bad luck of the Li Dao Wang family. Zheng Xiancheng was greatly shocked. And so on? He comes from a 1,000-year-old family with a deep family background and a large collection of ancient books, documents, and antiques. But there is really no such ancient token family. Zheng Xiancheng felt a little bit, and then raised his eyebrows. He has indeed never seen this kind of token, but in the Zheng family's treasure house, there is a clay basin with a similar aura to the Tai Sui basin. Zheng Xiancheng suddenly felt a little frightened. Could it be that the collection in the family treasury is really a Tai Sui basin? What's happening here? Zheng Xiancheng thought for a while, and slowly sorted out the drastic changes in the Li Dao Wang family. The Li Dao Wang family was one of the later ones to cross south, and their route was very hidden, but for some reason they were discovered by a group of monk soldiers. Then, the core of the family suffered heavy casualties, leaving a bunch of orphans and widows in the family. And this incident seems to be the beginning of the year. Great waste? If this is the case, it basically means that there will always be a problem in a year. However, it has been several jiazes since Mrs. Zheng got that ancient pot, and it seems that there is nothing wrong with it. Is it because Zheng's foundation is strong enough to completely offset bad luck, or is it because Sui Xing has just recovered? Zheng Xiancheng frowned and thought. There is more and more evidence that the age of great conflict may be coming, which may indirectly lead to the revival of ancient and unknown mysteries such as the Tai Sui Basin and the Divine Seed Order. Be careful and live long. Zheng Xiancheng immediately decided to send someone back to fetch the earthen basin and let his apprentice help take a look. No matter what, he had to let the basin leave the Zheng family first, and this might be his first reward for accepting Yu Yuquan as his disciple. As for how the apprentice saw it, Zheng Xiancheng didn't ask and didn't intend to delve into it. Even before he accepted a disciple, he already knew that his little disciple was carrying a big secret. That's enough. After a brief discussion, Yu Yuquan asked his master for his opinion and asked whether it was necessary to write a letter to Li Dao Wang to inform him about this matter. Zheng Xiancheng laughed immediately, and joked that he didn't need to tell him if he wanted to find a chance to communicate with San Niangzi. Yu Yuquan was speechless for a moment. Isn't he trying to gain more friendship from the Lei Dao Wang family? Taizhi taught that the so-called politics is to make many friends and few enemies. No problem. Master Zhang Xianchang believed it. Or because of the wounded, the carriage was slow, and the driving speed was obviously reduced by several grades. After half a day, when Luo Kosheng woke up, his body tensed instinctively, and the pain caused by the tearing wound made him break into a cold sweat. After seeing that he was in the carriage, Luo Kosheng was slightly relieved. It's good that I wasn't caught by Thunder Sword Wang. Luo Kosheng was shocked when he thought of this, and quickly put his hand into his arms. When he felt that the token was still there, he was completely relieved. This token was obtained by the ancestors of the Luo family, and after the unfortunate death, it became a trophy of the enemy. He was lucky enough to know this anecdote after being in the Thunder Saber Wang family for many years. Or if he failed to penetrate the secrets, Lei Dao Wang didn't pay much attention to it, so he had the opportunity to come into contact with it. But he never expected that after he touched the token, it began to feel slightly hot, making him feel even more magical. This made him suspect that the blood stains on the token were left by his ancestors, and the hotness was also a revelation from his ancestors. I just never thought that as soon as he took away the token, his identity would be accidentally exposed, and then there would be an endless pursuit. After sensing the aura of his savior, Luo Kosheng couldn't help feeling slightly depressed. It is difficult to repay the kindness of one life, so what about the kindness of 2 lives? Luo Kosheng was depressed and worried alone. And because his injuries were so serious, he quickly fell into a drowsy sleep as the carriage swayed. When they woke up again, the convoy had already camped in a place with beautiful mountains and rivers, and they could still smell the fragrance of minced meat between their noses and mouths. This made Luo Kosheng couldn't help licking his chapped lips. Opening the curtain of the carriage, you can see the busy figures of everyone in the motorcade. Some people were fetching water, some were repairing the carriage, and some simply untied the carriage and fed the horses grass and salt water. As the saying goes, a man is not rich without windfall, and a horse is not fat without night grass. Raising horses is a technical job. The horses must not only be well fed but also well fed. Things like bean cakes, salt, grain, etc. are indispensable. Some horses even feed eggs, which are much more expensive than humans. Luo Kosheng is very familiar with this set of skills. After all, this is what he does in the Lei Dao Wang family. Seeing Luo Kosheng woke up, everyone in the motorcade laughed. In just one day, I rescued this unfortunate guy twice and brought him back from hell each time, which is considered a miracle in the world. While they were curious, they also realized that this Luo Langjun was most likely not an ordinary person, and he was very handy when it came to the dish. Is Luo Langjun in better health? The minced meat will be ready soon. Luo Langjun wakes up at this time, and it's just in time. Everyone said something to each other, and a happy atmosphere suddenly spread in the motorcade. Especially when asked about Luo Kosheng's injury, everyone was even more curious. In fact, in this era, there is too little entertainment, and any small thing can become a huge pleasure. Luo Kosheng smiled awkwardly. He was rescued twice in just one day. He was really bad. Especially when he thought about the bad reputation of his ancestors, he was extremely sensitive to stocks in this regard and did not dare to say anything. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Luo Kosheng asked about the owner of the motorcade. After learning that the master and Mr. Xiao Lang were in class at this time, Luo Kosheng did not bother rashly. It is quite taboo to spy on others teaching Dharma. But at this moment, Luo Kosheng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows slightly. Is this the smell of Chun-Li hair growth pill? Although Luo Kosheng had never taken this extremely expensive elixir after living in the Lei Dao Wang family for so many years, he was still lucky enough to see one. That was half a year ago. The Lei Dao Wang family had just suffered a huge change and people's hearts were unstable. The inner court took out this treasure pill and rewarded it to all the managers to calm people's hearts. As it turns out, the effect is amazing. With the continuous distribution of such treasure pills, the hearts of the Lei Dao Wang family quickly stabilized. The steward responsible for raising the divine horse, his immediate superior, received such a treasure elixir and cherished it very much. He kept it in an extremely precious mutton fat white jade bottle. Show off in front of these subordinates more than once. He also said that scoundrels like them would never be qualified to get such an elixir in their lifetime. Little did the steward know that he had concealed the identity of the practitioner, but that was how he got a glimpse of the flavor of the Spring Thunder hair pill. And he was even more talented since he was a child, and he was extremely sensitive to smells. He could confirm that it was the smell of Chun-Li Shenfa pill just by smelling it. Hey, as expected of a son of a noble family, he was able to exchange for this kind of treasure pill with ease. Luo Kosheng was in a complicated mood. As a helpless casual cultivator, the longer I travel, the more I understand how much bitterness is contained in the word casual cultivator. Just like the two major hurdles of Kai Tianmen and Qi Shi, the aristocratic family members can basically pass it smoothly, while the casual cultivators may even have to sell themselves for this. He was lucky at that time and met an old casual cultivator by chance. With his help and support, he was qualified to open the Tianmen. But with this qualification, he was able to work as a bully for the old senior for several years. If he had such a precious pill, why did he spend so long in opening the Tianmen and Yujing? Then, what shocked Luo Kosheng even more was that he smelled the second Chun-Li hair growth pill. Another one? Luo Kosheng was completely sour. What those seniors said is really fucking reasonable. These damned children of aristocratic families are made of pills, and their foundation must not be very solid. It's not like a casual cultivator taking one step at a time. Not long after, Luo Kosheng smelled the third strong alluring aroma of Spring Thunder hair growth pill. Luo Kosheng was immediately stunned. What the hell? Spring Thunder hair growth pill, 3 pills at one time. How much inheritance is this, dare to eat like this? Then, he smelled the elixir energy of the 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th Spring Thunder hair growth pills one after another. Luo Kosheng looked up at the sky. For the first time, I doubted my sense of smell. Who is he? Where is he? What is he going to do? Is there really anyone in the world who can eat a treasure pill like Chun-Li hair growth pill as a jelly bean? Didn't the steward say that it would take at least a month to refine this kind of elixir? P.S. Thanks to book friend 2020302214802711 for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thanks to book friend 202121252316233131 for the reward of 388 starting coins. Thanks, Omega. End of this chapter. Chapter 52, Be Happy and Know Your Destiny Please read. Chapter 52, Be Happy and Know Your Destiny Please read. Yu Yuquan didn't know how much shock he had given Sanshura Kosheng to his small practice. This is like the wealth that the poor in the previous life could not earn in their lifetime, but in the eyes of the rich second generation, it is just pocket money, which can only barely make do. If you only see and hear these in the news, you may not be so deeply shocked, but if you see them in person, it will be a completely different feeling. The world is unfair, the inside and outside are the same, and it has never changed. What Luo Kosheng didn't know even more was that Yu Yuquan was not very satisfied with this practice. Because he was bathed in the dragon's blood, his physical condition was astonishingly good. Just like a treasure elixir like the Spring Thunder hair growth pill, the effect would be better than nothing. After he swallowed 7 pills at once, he felt a little bit better. Thinking about the huge consumption of resources made people feel numb. To know a Spring Thunder hair growth pill, other practitioners need a month to refine it. He felt that he could continue to eat, but the master was afraid that he would not understand the seriousness of the disease. After taking his pulse, he forcibly ordered him to eat again the next day. In this way, Yu Yuquan stopped without further ado. The follow-up practice of continuously swallowing treasure pills became his daily life. Yu Yuquan didn't pick at the ropes and consumed the elixirs when he needed them. Even though he knew that swallowing such precious elixirs would be a waste of money, he still had a determined attitude towards taking them. It's not that he doesn't feel bad if he doesn't pay for it himself, but it's that time will not stop for him. When he was improving, He Kailan was also improving, so it was impossible to just stay where he was and wait for him. What's more, the resources of the Genshi Zongmen Juxuanmen are still at the mercy of He Kailan. Yu Yuquan must be willing to invest more. How can you become stronger without Krypton gold? Then, Luo Kosheng was completely numb. It just doesn't feel like a long life, and my 3 views have been completely overturned. In the circle of casual cultivators, there has always been a saying that the cultivation of aristocratic family members relies solely on pills to build a stable foundation, unlike their casual cultivators who have a solid foundation step by step. But looking at Mr. Yu Xiaolang, how does this mean that his foundation is not stable at all? What made him even more desperate was that while Yu Xiaolangjun was taking elixirs like jelly beans, he also had the guidance of famous teachers. When practicing, he even tried hard food, light burning ointment and sundial, and he was reluctant to waste a little time. Not to mention teaching and studying scriptures and writing, Xiaolangjun devoted himself wholeheartedly to the 2 hours of daily practice, which made him dumbfounded. This is cultivation? Is it okay to practice like this? Luo Kosheng was even completely desperate for a moment, and Tao's heart was shattered into dumpling fillings. The so-called unstable foundation of the aristocratic family turned out to be just the self-consolation of the wishful thinking of these casual cultivators. If the proud sons of heaven are all like Mr. Yu Xiaolang, then where in the world are there such casual cultivators? Luo Kosheng smiled bitterly, simply desperate. Suddenly, it seems that I have lost all motivation to live and even practice. If all the sons of aristocratic families were like Yu Xiaolangjun, who ate elixirs like jelly beans, had one-on-one guidance from famous teachers, and studied hard themselves, forgetting food and sleep, wouldn't they, casual cultivators, never be qualified to catch up? How easy is it for him to shake the Thunder Saber Wang family? Yu Yuquan naturally felt Luo Kosheng's frustration. After thinking about it for a while, I can understand why he is like this. Yu Yuquan thought about it, but in the end he didn't say or do anything. As a practitioner, he has just started on the road, so what qualifications do he have to save people? Crossing people also means inheriting the karma of others, which is something only gods and Buddhas are qualified to do. Yu Yuquan does not have this awareness. Romain Rolland once said, "There is only one kind of true heroism in the world, and that is to still love life after recognizing the truth of life." Yu Yuquan still agrees with this point. Having struggled at the bottom, he can deeply understand how heavy the gravity of reality is. Just like when he was in Liaolong village, he felt despair about life more than once, and finally decided to fight to the death. His current change of destiny was not given to him by someone kindly, nor was it given to him by anyone. He never gave up hope, put all his power into one goal, and fought for it after a narrow escape. In a daze, Yu Yuquan seemed to see himself in the past 2 years, quietly going up the mountain to collect sulfur and always enduring the stench while scraping saltpeter. The past, present, and future, the selves in different time periods, seem to be interlacing, overlapping, and staring. Yu Yuquan is full of pride for the fact that life is extremely difficult and there is almost no hope, but he has never given up. He used to be really courageous, tough and perseverant. He was so proud of himself. He likes himself like this. Thinking of this, Yu Yuquan's eyes were bright and sparkling, and his body and mind were cheering for joy, and the darkness in the space between his eyebrows was once again lit up. The quantity of those once luminous sand grains of spiritual consciousness has increased significantly, almost several times, and their quality has also changed, becoming more and more crystal clear. If it is said that every sand in the past was mixed with impurities and was not particularly pure, but after this questioning of the original heart, it was washed again and became more pure. The most important thing is that Yu Yuquan truly felt an invisible force growing in the space between the eyebrows. Unlike before the transformation, this invisible force is real now and can be integrated into every corner of the body. Whoa! As this invisible force penetrated into every part of the body, Yu Yuquan could clearly hear the flow of blood, the beating of the heart, the expansion and contraction of fascia, and even every muscle in the body was clearly visible. In just an instant, Yu Yuquan felt that his perception and control of his body had become several times stronger. During this process, he even felt the medicinal power of the unrefined Chun-Li Shenfa pill in his body. He also seed a clearer view of the vitality of the heaven and earth, and had a faint insight into the trajectory of part of the vitality of the heaven and earth. Not only that, but he also clearly felt that the field of insight of 10 feet, which was previously detailed, has expanded to 30 feet, and the detection distance beyond 30 feet has also soared, reaching an astonishing 10 miles or so. This improvement is amazing. When Master Zheng Xiancheng taught his cloud-turning rain sword, he mentioned the sign of initial success in swordsmanship, from the heart to the body to the sword. Previously, Yu Yuquan felt that he was still far away from this realm, but now he saw the opportunity for the beginning of swordsmanship. With a smile on his face, Yu Yuquan began to let the power of divine consciousness blend into every corner of his body with a thought, and then he felt as if he had entered the state of emptiness and silence in the Dragon Ball cave to realize Taoism. The thinking is absolutely calm, running at high speed, the perception is soaring 10 times, the blood rushes at high speed, like a 9-day waterfall, and the physical fitness soars in all directions. This feeling is really wonderful. It feels like the physical hardware is still the original configuration, but with the integration of the power of spiritual consciousness, the software has been fully optimized and upgraded. It can be upgraded from first gear to second gear, and all performance indicators soar significantly. What an amazing improvement! This combat power can at least increase tenfold in an instant. This is the case in the world of practice. If one can take one step, one can take countless steps. The invisible and intangible power of consciousness turned the impossible into possibility, and created a miracle for him. But the consumption of the power of divine consciousness is also amazing. After a while, Yu Yuquan felt his head was buzzing, and he felt a little uncomfortable after just one breath. After 3 breaths, his ears began to ring, as if there were endless murmurs coming from him. Yu Yuquan was shocked and quickly cut off the consumption of the power of his spiritual consciousness. Even so, it was still very uncomfortable, like a splitting headache after a hangover. Without any hesitation, Yu Yuquan immediately began to visualize the real shape of Senior Long. After 1 stick of incense, Yu Yuquan became energetic again. Yu Yuquan's eyes were bright and golden. Senior Long's true shape diagram fits him so well, and the effect of restoring his spiritual consciousness is astonishing. In just 1 stick of incense, the consumed power of his spiritual consciousness can be completely replenished. Doesn't this mean that he has a big move that combines the power of divine consciousness with the explosion of Yuan force in his body? And the CD time of the ultimate move is 1 stick of incense. Yu Yuquan was overjoyed. This unprecedented transformation represented that his consciousness had begun to change from illusion to reality. Although it can only interfere with one's own body, it is only the first step from the virtual realm to the real realm, but it is also a crucial step. Sensing the transformation of the little apprentice, Zheng Xiancheng couldn't help twirling his beard and showing a gratified smile while protecting him. For the matter of accepting and loving yourself, it seems simple and easy. But it is extremely difficult to achieve. It has a sharp saying, called Le Tianji Fate. Different from the blindness caused by overconfidence, and the inevitable self-doubt after the blindness is exposed, those who are optimistic about fate have no worries. At the same time, Zheng Xiancheng couldn't help but sigh. Is this how Fatty Xian Tianqi felt when he faced the great uncle who came to be his master? It's no wonder that he is so sour, with a lingering boudoir resentment. Geniuses with vast resources are truly beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Ordinary people are not qualified to know about Yu Yuquan's transformation, so there is no need to worry. Zhang Xiancheng can know it, but as a master, Joy still has the absolute upper hand after all, so he is happy. But Luo Kosheng, who is qualified to know but has a hard time empathizing with Yu Yuquan, can only smile wryly. Is this a practice? Is this really practice? Then what is the thing he usually repairs? Only Luo Kosheng's injured world is complete. Luo Kosheng gritted his teeth and looked at his peerless benefactor, but he still couldn't hold it back. No matter what, he wanted to seek an answer from the peerless genius. End of this chapter. Chapter 53. A gentleman is not a weapon. Ask for a monthly ticket. Chapter 53. A gentleman is not a weapon. Ask for a monthly ticket. Luo Kosheng thanks Xiao Langjun for saving his life. I can't repay this great kindness. I also ask Xiao Langjun to accept this thing. Luo Kosheng made a salutary visit, and then handed over the blood-stained God Seed order. This is his most precious treasure, but it is still not enough to repay 2 life-saving graces. Yu Yuquan's expression suddenly changed and he hurriedly said, I don't have the luxury to accept this thing. It's better for Luo Langjun to accept it himself. Although Luo Kosheng is only a groom in Lei Dao Wang's family, he has been working hard for many years, and he still has quite a set of skills in observing words and expressions. Seeing his benefactor avoiding snakes and scorpions, Luo Kosheng was startled. He never imagined that this ancestral relic stolen from the Lei Dao Wang's treasury would make benefactors so disgusted. Of course, this also shows that Ngong knows this thing. Should I say that I really deserve to be a member of the Zheng family in Tonglan? What a great insight! You must know that the relics of the ancestors have been placed in the Lei Dao Wang family for hundreds of years, but the Lei Dao Wang family has not researched anything. From this, we can also see the gap between a second-rate family and a behemoth like the Tonglan Zheng family. In addition, the benefactor's attitude also made Luo Kosheng realize the seriousness of the problem. This thing is unknown. Thinking of the short period of time, Luo Kosheng repeatedly wandered on the verge of death several times, and Luo Kosheng's face turned pale with horror. In fact, there is one thing Yu Yuquan doesn't know: the second time Luo Kosheng was rescued by him is not entirely a coincidence. Shortly after he left the convoy, he was chased by the Lei Dao Wang family again. When he narrowly escaped death, he rushed to the intersection where Yu Yuquan's convoy might pass by. Fortunately, he won the bet and narrowly escaped death because of the nobleman for the second time. What's even more incredible is that he also knew the reason why he was so unlucky. Luo Kosheng was sweating profusely. He clasped his fists and said deeply, "My sin, my sin. I really didn't know about this unknown thing. If I harm my benefactor because of this, I will die forever." Yu Yuquan waved his hand and said, "Ignorance is not a crime. You'd better dispose of this thing as soon as possible. It's best not to take it with you in the XINSI New Year. Remember, remember. Zinsi year? Not just this year, but every cycle?" Luo Kosheng thought of a lot in an instant, and even couldn't help but recall the dramatic changes in the Lei Dao Wang family half a year ago. Luo Kosheng's complexion changed again and again. "I couldn't help but think of the time when my ancestors were ruined. After a simple calculation, wasn't it just 7 years ago? But it doesn't seem to be completely right." After the fall of the ancestors, the Lei Dao Wang family rose up. Even if there were some changes in the middle, they didn't have the ups and downs like this year. Maybe there are other factors. Can he find a way to send the token back to Thunder Sword Wang? In an instant, Luo Kosheng thought of too many things. Especially the idea of sending the token back to the Thunder Sword Wang family is like a spreading weed. It is difficult to kill once it appears. But he really couldn't figure out what Ngong was thinking, let alone the relationship between Lei Dao Wang's family and Tonglan Zheng's, for fear that Ngong would see that he had evil thoughts in his heart. Simultaneously, he also felt the open-mindedness and kindness of his benefactor. Knowing that he had some grievances with the Lei Dao Wang family, not only did he not make things difficult for him, but he also helped him twice, and was reminded immediately when he saw the token. The most rare thing is that the reminder is so detailed, almost clearly telling him all the taboos about the mysterious token. Luo Kosheng admired this high-spirited and upright integrity, and after taking a deep breath, he made a decisive statement. I will never forget my great benevolence. After I leave, I will bury this token deeply and will not use it to harm anyone. Good. Yu Yuquan smiled and said nothing more. It is necessary to have the heart of guarding against others, and you must not have the heart of harming others. He currently has a good relationship with the Thunder Sword King, and the private message he sent not long ago has clearly stated his interests. I believe that the Thunder Sword King will no longer pursue him because of this divine order. Yu Yuquan did it, so he said it clearly. Luo Kosheng's back felt a little cold again, and he was more grateful for his decision than ever before. Fortunately, he didn't let his evil thoughts dominate him, otherwise I really don't know whether this benefactor would be able to eradicate his evil deeds. Luo Kosheng was grateful and bowed immediately. Thank you so much for your mercy. It's easy to do, Luo Langjun, don't be polite. Yu Yuquan stretched out his hand to help, and he didn't mind. Saving people was his wish, and for him, it was really just a matter of lifting his hands. If saving people would be too risky for him, that would be another matter. In addition, he also found an opportunity to realize Taoism in Luo Kosheng because of saving people, and he has actually received the reward. Luo Kosheng shook his head, his attitude was very determined. After another back and forth, Luo Kosheng finally asked the question that had been building up in his heart and almost made him despair. Also please forgive me, the villain did not intend to spy on your practice, but the villain is born with extraordinary talents and has an extremely sensitive sense of smell. Not long ago, I smelled that Ngong swallowed a large amount of spring thunder hair elixir, and I was desperate for cultivation. Please teach me I. After Luo Kosheng finished speaking, he bowed deeply again. Yu Yuquan was slightly taken aback. I asked him, the essence of the problem is still the gap between the rich and the poor and unfair distribution. Is this too disrespectful to him? The Tathagata Buddha probably shook his head when he came to this question. Yu Yuquan reflected. In a short period of time, has he already shown the characteristics of being a good teacher? No. The trouble with people lies in being a teacher. Advise him to face up to the objective existence of rich and poor, accept your own ordinariness. Are you only comparing yourself to yourself? It feels a bit thankless no matter how you say it, it is easy to leave a knot in the bottom of my heart. After all, the truth is often harsh, but the pure chicken soup seems hypocritical. Yu Yuquan sighed. The essence of this incident was that he was not careful enough. Who knew someone's nose could be so sensitive? It seems that we still need to be more cautious in the future. It is best to find a way to create a formation. Yu Yuquan was a little embarrassed for a while, and then began to draw wisdom from the words of his ancestors. Confucius said, if you can talk to someone but don't talk to them, you will lose people. If you can't talk to them but talk to them, you will lose words. Those who know will not lose people, nor will they lose words. Yu Yuquan thought for a while, pointed to a crop on the horse path, and then pointed to the crops in the fertile field not far away, and said, they are both crops, but they live on the barren horse path and are trampled by rutted horses' hooves every day. One grows short and short, while the other one grows in a fertile field. The land is fertile, and farmers come to fertilize and weed from time to time. Don't the crops on the road grow? Luo Kosheng was thoughtful. Yes, if the conditions are not good enough, then can we stop practicing? He still likes the practice after all. But Luo Kosheng's heart became increasingly bitter. No matter how hard he struggled, the crops on the horse path were still no match for the crops in the fields. Is there no hope if the birth is bad? Luo Kosheng couldn't help but think of the 9-rank official law that is prevalent today, and was even more desperate for a while. Luo Kosheng said bitterly, "Is there really no hope?" Yu Yuquan. Whether you have hope or not depends on you. Looking at the bitter Luo Kosheng, Yu Yuquan couldn't help but think of himself 2 years ago, who was also gloomy and could not see any hope or future. The difference is that he decided to fight the He family of Longmen to the end. His knowledge and patience in his previous life, as well as the secrets left by Master Tao, and even the help of good luck, finally helped him succeed and successfully changed his destiny. But this is not universal. Looking at the painful Luo Kosheng, Yu Yuquan fell silent. Firstly, language is too powerless sometimes. Secondly, it is still too difficult to save people. This question is too profound. Sorry, my life experience is not enough to answer your question. Why don't you ask my master? Yu Yuquan immediately took the blame and left the trouble to his master. Luo Kosheng was disappointed at first, and then turned into surprise. After coming to Zheng Xuanquan's side, Luo Kosheng hurriedly saluted and paid homage. Zheng Xiancheng couldn't help but gave Yu Yuquan a supercilious look. What's the point of making trouble for him and not passing on the magic formula to someone who knows? But as a master, he still couldn't bear to insult his young apprentice, and this question was indeed very representative. Well, after the lecture, I will arrange for the apprentice to write a composition on this topic. Thinking of this, Zheng Xiancheng suddenly became happy from the bottom of his heart. Those who assign homework are happier than those who write homework. Zheng Xiancheng looked at Luo Kosheng and said, "You can think of this problem, congratulations, you understand what is called the way of heaven." Luo Kosheng was confused. This is the way of heaven? Although he didn't fully understand it, he firmly remembered Zheng Xuanquan's words, and even subconsciously thought of Dao King Guyu. Yu Yuquan was thoughtful. What master is talking about is the law and essence of social operation. It is a cultural attribute, and it does not depend on human will. Zheng Xiancheng, no one can decide on their own about their background. There are powerful families and poor families in the world, so there will naturally be children from aristocratic families and children from poor families. It's like growing on a horse track or growing in a crop field. The crop itself does not make your own decisions. Luo Kosheng's heart became more and more bitter. Zheng Xiancheng, can you read history? Luo Kosheng shook his head. There are really not many people who are qualified to study history these days. Even if you have a family to buy and collect books, it is difficult for ordinary people to come into contact with history books. Zheng Xiancheng did not show any impatience but continued, "Then have you ever heard the story of Huban?" Luo Kosheng nodded repeatedly. He has been very fond of listening to old people talking about ancient times since he was a child. Otherwise, he would not know about the old events between his ancestor and the King of Thunder Blades, let alone the fact that his ancestor has become an illusion. Zheng Xiancheng, whenever trouble comes, a heroic gentleman hides his weapons and waits for action. Luo Cao Sheng was disappointed. Doesn't this tell him that if the world is not in chaos, he will never have a chance? Yu Yuquan was stunned. Master is telling Luo Kosheng that a gentleman hides his weapons, but a gentleman does not keep them and waits for the right time. To put it simply, hiding the weapon means to practice hard on internal skills and truly acquire talents in a certain area. Don't worry too much about temporary gains and losses. If you have a bad background, you can't take yourself too seriously. You need to suffer more and put in more effort. Not having the right means not to be too obsessed with the goal and eager for success, and not to be bound by certain values too early, thus making yourself narrow-minded. It's easier to just stay upright and wait for the opportunity to come and seize it immediately to change your destiny. This opportunity may never come, but when the opportunity does come, we must seize it. A gentleman is not a weapon. Then there is no front. If there is no front, there must be softness. A soft person lasts a long time. When you are at a disadvantage, all you can do is work hard, Don't feel it's hard, and don't feel it's unfair. The rise of a family requires at least the efforts of several generations. If your parents failed to provide you with a better growth soil, you can only suffer yourself. End of this chapter. Chapter 54 Let the arrows fly for a while. Chapter 54 Let the arrows fly for a while. Looking at Luo Kosheng's retreating back, Zheng Xiancheng said quietly, "He didn't fully listen to what I said. His understanding is extremely poor. This means complaining that Yu Yuquan should not cause trouble to him." Yu Yuquan hurriedly took advantage of the child's advantage to make a small compliment. "Don't look at the master who beat him to death in order to accept him as an apprentice and venerable Xian Tian." Later, he was also very satisfied with his understanding and learning ability, and usually valued him very much, but Yu Yuquan didn't mean to be proud of being favored at all. The opportunity to please master must not be missed. Education is long-term and lagging. "Master, Luo Kosheng may not fully understand your wisdom at this time, but it must be firmly remembered in his heart. After all, you will be the only one he can encounter for a long time in the future. The most virtuous person. But master, you don't have to be disappointed. This doesn't mean that there is a problem with your apprentice's level, but it is determined by his knowledge and life experience. When his life experience is reached, your lesson today will be like an arrow that has been flying for many years. Although it has been delayed for a long time, it has hit the target accurately. This is also the time for your lesson to be completely completed, master." Yu Yuquan speaks eloquently, and his views are actually derived from the summary of education in the media in his previous life. The more experience he has, the more he understands. "I only understood Meng when I was in love, Fan Jin Songchu when I was in college, Kong Yuji when I was looking for a job, and Peacock flies to the southeast when I was talking about marriage. The gown I can't take off, the Lang Lang mountain I can't leave." As Zheng Xiancheng listened, he subconsciously started twirling his beard. The more he listened, the more interesting it became, and his eyes even couldn't help but light up slightly. When he looked at Yu Yuquan's eyes again, he was even more satisfied to the point of surprise. In terms of education, he does not even have as high an understanding as his apprentice. Instead, he is more like a mountain man who cannot see the whole picture and does not know the true face of the mountain. "You summed it up very well, very well. It makes even the teacher feel suddenly enlightened. It is said that when three people walk together, there must be my teacher, but when I taste this sentence again at this time, I have a different feeling." Recalling They getting angry when teaching his son Zheng Shiwei, his mentality gradually returned to calm. Education is like an arrow flying out, it can only hit accurately after many years of lag. In a daze, Zheng Xiancheng seemed to have seen the situation when his father taught him many years ago, and couldn't help but smile. Yes, this is education. Especially when facing one's own parents and children, it is always easy to worry about gains and losses, and it is even easy to lose one's original intention. But the truth of the matter is that even if you understand it slowly, or didn't understand it at the time, as long as you learn it at the right age, some traces will still be left after all. When the opportunity comes, just talk and you will understand. A big stone fell from Zheng Xuanken's heart. His long-term worries were also eliminated. His mood became more mellow, and his cultivation improved for a while. This made him happy. At his level, it was really not easy to improve his cultivation, but he never thought that the opportunity to advance would fall on his young apprentice. Zheng Xiancheng was filled with emotion, and planned to invite famous teachers to give lessons to the boys in the clan after returning home. In addition, the arrival of Zhu Li will also make the so-called 4 generations and 3 heroes even more dangerous. He became more and more satisfied with Yu Yuquan, so he became stricter with his young apprentice. The standards of various courses were obviously raised by more than one notch, and various courses on music were even specially added, which made Yu Yuquan want to cry for a moment. He really couldn't appreciate some of the weird music theories of the ancients. In particular, it has to be far-fetched and combine music theory with the practice of governing the country and observing the sky, making it even more obscure and difficult to understand. Time flies. Amidst the sound of the wheels of the carriage, Yu Yuquan and his master walked through several states and counties together. Almost all of them are northern aristocratic families who have various conflicts with the Zheng family of Tonglan under the policy of setting up overseas Chinese in prefectures and counties. For example, Water Fire Gun Sun family, Iron Fist Jin family, Ji Tian Jianwu family, Dali Niu family and so on. The world is a big chessboard, and the major families are the most angry chess pieces on the chessboard, and they are all related to each other. After Master Zheng Xiancheng defeated the old grandpa of the Zhao family in Yunzhou, these Nandu aristocratic families no longer dared to underestimate the family they regarded as southern barbarians, and really began to face up to the weight of a sword passed down through the ages. The Lei Dao Wang family no longer competed with Zheng Xiancheng, and only let a few juniors try. When Yu Yuquan defeated Miss Wang San, families such as the Water Fire Gun Sun family and the Iron Fist Jin family, the patriarchs and the pillars with the highest seniority basically had no intention of making another move. Even if they wanted to compete, they would be friendly and genuine. No matter where they go to the territory of the Nandu family, they will basically receive a very warm welcome, with top hats one after another. The leaders of some aristocratic families even started to talk about their friendship with the Tonglan Zheng family. It seems that they have been hardcore allies for hundreds of thousands of years. For example, some families with less influence are even more proactive. Even before their master and apprentice arrived, the conflicts and disputes between these small families and the Zheng family had already been resolved, and they were more courteous. There is quite an attitude of a letter from 1,000 miles away is only a wall, so why not let him be 3 feet away? But no matter what, there will definitely be a fight. No matter how weak or gentle they are, the younger generation will definitely dare to show their swords. Of course. The core reason is that everything still stems from the controllable risks. And in this process, Yu Yuquan also opened his eyes. The water and fire sticks of Sun's family are sharp. And the water can't get in. The battle is even more powerful. It has the posture of the golden monkey rises up and Yu clarifies Wan Lie, aggressive and unstoppable. In this process, swordsmanship is basically difficult to take advantage of. This was the second time Yu Yuquan realized the huge differences between various weapons. As long as you don't understand the momentum and intention for a day, the difference between weapons cannot be ignored. What's more, even if you understand the difference between momentum and intention, you still need to be careful about the difference between weapons. And this may be the meaning of sparring and feeding. Once again Lucky and Good Luck defeated the young talents of the Showagun Sun family with 1.5 moves. The young people of the Showagun Sun family were also speechless. This is really Yu Yazeo's half-style. In other words, how did you manage to control points to such an extent? I feel that Yu Julie is hypocritical, but more of it is admire. Everyone has the desire to admire the strong, and when faced with a student tyrant who knows how to control points, they hate even more that they cannot become Yu Julie. In addition, I have to say that this method of controlling points and showing off is indeed very cool. Don't they want to? I can't. And if there are more people who are defeated by Yu Julie's 1.5 moves, the losers will be completely relieved. They all just failed 1.5 moves, and the genius who failed because Yu Julie traveled all over the world will not be distinguished from the superior because of this. The genius's face was taken care of, and what's more, it gradually became a kind of good talk. What Yu Yuquan did along the way, when the journey was approaching the end, he hit the target with precision. After the discussion, it was natural to discuss cooperation and development. Under the leadership of the master, some resources were obtained from the Sun family of the Water Fire Stick. Dragon and Tiger Pill, Canli Jiji San, these are the secret medicines of the Sun family of Water and Fire Gun. The core is to harmonize the dragon and tiger, which has a considerable benefit on the viscera. As for the most precious, it also belongs to water, fire, Gon and Liqi. The status of this qi is equivalent to that of Lei Dao Wang's urgent thunder qi. Its output is not high, and it is the top secret of the Sun family of water fire stick. In exchange for this gourd treasure, Master made a very big concession in the process of benefit exchange. The same story happened almost successively in the Iron Fist Jin family, Ji Tianjian Yu family, and Dali Niu family. Fight peacefully, and then exchange interests. As for the original interest friction, it seems that it no longer exists. For example, Jinchidan, Shichidan, and Shichibudokai of the Tekken Jin family are all very distinctive. As for the Ji Tianjian Yu family, it gives him a feeling of Taoist Zhenchuo. The sword technique is extremely exquisite and mysterious, and the lightness Kung Fu is even more unique. This is the most mysterious sect of body skills that Yu Yuquan has seen during this trip, and Yu Yuquan has benefited a lot. In the world of martial arts, everything is invincible, but speed cannot be broken, it is still the most reasonable in this world. Of course. Facing Yu Yuquan, who had already given birth to a spiritual consciousness, the natural effect of the exquisite body technique was greatly weakened. In the end, the master and apprentice switched to the dragon snake pill, black turtle pill, black water black snake chi, and black water black turtle chi from Jushin Sword Wu family. It's true that everything is good but expensive. He never thought that it would take such a huge price to lay a solid foundation. If he hadn't apprenticed to a teacher, he would have had to excavate at least a few caves, tombs, and ruins of his predecessors based on his personal efforts. After arriving at Dali Niu's house, things became simpler. Perhaps the Niu family really knew what the master and apprentice did along the way, and prepared the Niu family's secret bull demon bast pill and tiger demon bone refining pill long ago. As for the most precious Wushuan Qi, it was almost impossible to talk about it. Dali Niu's family's southward crossing was really traumatic, the family's most important treasure land was lost, and it was almost impossible to find an alternative landscape pattern after the southward crossing. Therefore, the Dali Niu family has the strongest will for the northern expedition. In Hushenli, the remnants were in tears, and they looked south to Master Wang for another year. In the end, it was Zheng Xiancheng who took out the little Hun Yuan Qi secreted by Tonglan Zheng's family in exchange for success. The so-called little Hun Yuan Qi is a kind of precious Qi formed after Zheng collects the precious Qi of the 5 elements and uses special secret methods to reconcile the 5 elements so that they can generate and restrain each other. Compared with other treasures, this kind of treasure tests the most profound and artificial. At least one must be able to find a very stable source of treasure energy, and then cultivate, harvest, and make it regularly, and the small family can hardly handle it. This made Yu Yuquan very grateful. The journey was basically completed here, and then the master and the apprentice began to return to Jianyi. Yu Yuquan didn't expect that they would be trapped by the wind and rain. End of this chapter. Chapter 55 Cause and Effect for further reading. Chapter 55 Cause and Effect for further reading. Juxuanmen. The Zhenqi sect of the Jin dynasty, the ancestral home of practitioners, the Huang is the most sacred place in the hearts of countless practitioners of the Jin dynasty. However, the current Juxuanmen can only be regarded as the south gate of Juxuanmen at best. All because the ancestral court of Juxuanmen, which has been passed down for countless years, was lost long ago when the Great Wei State Master swept across the world. If the head of the sect, Yi Hongyuan, hadn't been ordered to break through to the saint level in time, he might not even be able to keep the south gate. The same reason. If the world had not withstood the pressure of practitioners, it might have been difficult for the Jin dynasty to retreat to the south. Today, the defeated Juxuanmen and southern Jin have finally passed the most critical moment and regained their foothold. But we still suffered heavy losses and lost a lot of information. Therefore, everyone in the Juxuan sect is ashamed of this, and all they want to do is take back the ancestral court. But this is destined to be difficult than reaching the sky. Although the head of the sect has reached the realm of a saint, he is still a bit worse than the northern Wei Kuashi after all. However, Everything changed completely after the leader accepted Kailanzi as his disciple. The people of Juksuinmen are more and more confident in regaining their ancestral home. They believe that as long as Kailanzi grows up, the head of the sect will be able to cut off the last trace of entanglement, make a breakthrough in the state of mind, and completely defeat the Great Wei Kuashi. The location of the south gate of Juksuinmen is not remote in nature. It is located in Yunjin Mountain, which has the highest altitude and the best feng shui pattern in the southern Jin dynasty. Long before the southward move, this place was already one of the most prestigious gates of Juksuinmen. Yufeng. The south gate of Juksuinmen is a very low mountain peak. It is unremarkable, and there is no mystery. But this hill is one of the most famous hills in the south gate of Juksuinmen, all because it is the cave of Venerable Yushin. Mountains are not high, and immortals are named, water is not deep, but dragons are spiritual. Venerable Yutian thoroughly verified the accuracy of this sentence. Since the rise of Venerable Yushin against the trend, he has quickly become the most inspirational role model of Juksuinmen. There is an endless stream of disciples who come to be apprentices, and there are even geniuses with outstanding qualifications among them, but Venerable Yushin does not accept them at all. It's not that Venerable Yutian is harsh, on the contrary, this old man treats people quite kindly, without any pretensions. There is only one reason for everything: the qualifications are too good. This made many disciples of Venerable Yushin dumbfounded. How can their Roddenwood aptitude be considered good? It wasn't until Venerable Yushin accepted his apprentice Hikyunyu that the disciples of the Nine Profound sect realized what the concept of poor aptitude in Venerable Yushin's mouth was. This is like Yu Yuquan's Tsinghua University and Peking University in his previous life. The student who was at the bottom of the class may be a former student bully in a small county. Nine Suinmen has too high aptitude requirements for recruiting apprentices, especially the inner sect. Except for a few descendants of the elders of the sect, there are very few disciples who open the Tianmen below 36 inches. Even for the disciples of the outer sect, the size of the Tianmen is rarely less than 20 inches, and if it is lower, it can only serve as a handyman. It is this kind of environment where there are so many geniuses that the disciples of Juksuinmen subconsciously think that the minimum size of Tianmen is -inches. When they heard that Hikyunyu had opened the Tianmen 11 inches, all the 9 mysterious sect disciples were dumbfounded. Are there really people in the Juksuin sect with such poor talent and qualifications? Of course. They were more or less suspicious in their hearts, wondering whether the direct disciple of Venerable Yutian must be the younger brother of He Zhenchuan. This is like the secular selection of officials: there is no poor family for the top rank, and no noble family for the low rank. It will only be passed on through blood, mother and child. However, they only dared to murmur these words in private, and they would definitely not dare to do so in public. But for Hikyunyu, the life of Juksuinmen is a completely different feeling. Bitter, really too bitter. First of all, physically, the practice homework assigned to him by the master can hardly be described as cruel. Since going up the mountain, Hikyunyu was covered in bruises all over his body, and even wanted to give up and run away more than once. He had to sleep in a dark and humid cold cave every night, and he had to use his energy to resist the cold of the cold cave. He almost never got a good night's sleep. Fortunately, the master is very patient with him, and can always help him heal his pain with Yuan Li in time, and all kinds of top-quality medicinal wine and elixir are even more adequate. But I finally fell asleep, and when I woke up, I had to repeat the pain of yesterday. Hard, hard, hard. Secondly, there is the living standard. Without the delicious delicacies and red sleeves to add fragrance, you have to make everything yourself. For Hikyunyu, who was well clothed and well fed since he was a child, this was simply torture, and he felt that his dignity had been trampled on. As for the most bitter, it is still the soul. Every time Hikyunyu hears the name of the third brother, Hikyunyu will inevitably get hurt once. Like many classmates who came to make friends with him, he will always be He Zhenquan's younger brother, not a fellow named Hikyunyu. What made him feel even more bitter was that he was surrounded by geniuses, and he couldn't achieve the goals they could easily accomplish. This time, Hikunya was so shocked that he didn't want to practice anymore, and even wondered what the meaning of his birth was. Until Venerable Xiantian brought back the news of Yu Yuquan. Hikunya was absent-minded for a long time. The first cry after opening the Tianmen resonates with the world, and the talent is at least 81 inches above the ancient genius who opened the Tianmen. Venerable Xiantian competes with the head of the Zheng family to recruit disciples. He is followed by a giant horned viper who has become a great demon. Make a 10-year agreement with the third brother to fight on the top of the imperial city. Like third brother, he is qualified to practice the two invincible sword techniques of killing life and absolute life. Afterwards, some sporadic news about this enemy came one after another, such as what defeated the Zhao family of Yunzhou, Zhao Yaoxiang, and the third lady of the Lidao Wang family, who was jokingly called Yu Yazao half-style. The more Hikunya heard, the more desperate he became. Is this ancient capital? The speed of this practice is too disappointing. And there was a piece of news lingering in his mind all the time: Yu Yuquan broke open the heavenly gate at Panlong Mountain. In other words, when Yu Yuquan broke his leg, he hadn't really opened the gate of heaven, so he could only be regarded as an ordinary warrior at best. This news simply shattered Hikunya's three views. It's true that if you don't work hard, you will never know how desperate you are. Seeing his apprentice's skinny and haggard appearance, his eyes bloodshot, the visiting master Yushin sighed silently. Like a fish who knows whether his drinking water is warm or cold, only he, an inspirational model, knows how anti-human the very thing of inspirational is. He had practiced hard for half his life, and he could only sit down and drink with several other sages, and this was only an achievement they had achieved decades ago. Xiao Zhou, do you know why a teacher accepts you as an apprentice? Xiao Zhou is the word given to Hikunya by the Venerable Yushin. The purpose is self-evident, which is to hope that the apprentice can understand his own clumsy and still maintain his original intention of staying true to simplicity and guarding his own clumsiness. When Hikunya heard the words, he quickly cheered up and gave a big gift to Venerable Yu Tian. The third brother is the third brother, he dare not neglect. As for Master's question, he thought for a while and said, is it because of the third brother's request? Venerable Yushin said bluntly, there is a reason for this, even one of the most important reasons. Hikunya smiled bitterly. Although he knew it was because of the third brother's face, but hearing the master speak so bluntly, he still made him smile wryly. Feel ashamed? There is no need. Venerable Yushin said with emotion, a good background is also one of the biggest capitals, just like a good talent. Hikunya pursed his lips and said nothing. He actually figured this out a long time ago, even Yu Yuquan helped him figure it out. Ever since his leg was broken by Yu Yuquan, he gave up the last bit of pride and persistence, and decided to become a teacher of Juxuanmen. He has actually figured it out. But understanding the truth and being able to deal with it calmly are essentially two different things. Venerable Yushin, the second reason why I agreed to choose you as my disciple, apart from He Zhengquan's face, is that you are indeed clumsy. Hikunya was even more confused. Don't you want geniuses, but prefer stupid people? Venerable Yushin's eyes are dark, and he has the wisdom to see through the world. If you have a better talent, you will inevitably have better choices. If you are stupid like you and me, you can only go to the dark side. Hikunya. Venerable Yushin, as for the third reason, it is that you have a mortal enemy like Yu Yuquan. Hatred is a very terrifying force that can support you to go further. Hikunya. He never thought that Yu Yuquan, his enemy, was one of the important reasons why his master finally decided to accept him as his disciple. This is really ridiculous. Hikunya said, after inheriting master's mantle, can I fight with that Yu Yuquan? Lord Yushin said calmly, no. Hikunya was dumbfounded. It is not yet possible to completely inherit the mantle, so you still have to fight. Hikunya didn't dare to think about it anymore, if he thought about it again, he would be disrespectful to bully his master and destroy his ancestors. Venerable Yushin, those of us who are small in size at Kaishanman, even if we reach the stage of old age, we can only be the weakest venerable people. And at that time, Yu Juli may have already been a great practitioner of Yu Feng Wan Li or even set foot in the Holy Realm. He Kunyu wanted to cry but had no tears. Master, can't you just lie to him? You really don't know how to comfort others, so please don't comfort others next time. Venerable Yu Tian, it feels cruel, can't you bear it? He Kunyu finally nodded stubbornly. Lord Yushin said quietly, this is the truth of the inspirational story. He Kunyu, does that mean that it is impossible for me to avenge Yu Yuquan in my whole life? Venerable Yushin, normally, this is the case, but there will always be such a little variable in the world. It's like being a teacher, and accidentally obtained a puppet's way of inheritance from an ancient fairy cave. With the help of the puppet, I basically got rid of the worst, the hat of the weak venerable. He Kunyu was thoughtful and somewhat enlightened. Their natural aptitude is not good, and if they want to catch up with those heaven's favored ones, they must use other opportunities to make up for it when they have reached their own level. And if you want to seize these opportunities, you must be diligent and ready for everything. Only when the time comes can we really counterattack the gentleman's hidden weapon and wait for the time to move. What's more, even if you do this, it's still not enough. He Kunyu cupped his fists and bowed deeply, please master, please teach me. Venerable Yushin smiled, and the deep wrinkles on his face seemed to have melted away. Good. I don't have a lot of skills to be a teacher, but as long as you are willing to learn, I will teach you all the skills in my body, including puppets, formations, refining medicine, raising spirits, and drawing symbols. He Kunyu's eyes lit up, he never thought that master's background is so deep. Venerable Yu Tian, as for the secret method practiced by the master, it is called Xing Tian Fu. If you don't fight, it's all right. Once you decide to fight, you will burn the 3 treasures of energy and spirit in an instant and release the strongest attack. Punishment Day? He Kunyu was confused. Venerable Yushin explained that this was a story he saw on the murals of the ancient immortal cave. Wu Qunkai defeated the Emperor of Heaven, cut off his head but did not change his ambition, and his strong ambition will always remain. He Kunyu was fascinated after hearing this. Is there such a majestic macho in the world? And the master's unique skills really gave him hope and a way forward. Idiots like them really can't compete with geniuses, so they must incarnate as Xing Tian and have the courage to pull the emperor down from his horse. He Kunyu was completely confused and swore secretly in his heart. I'm afraid that for a long time to come, Yu Yuquan might not remember having such an enemy as him, right? But he will always be like a ghost, always hiding in the dark, observing everything about the enemy. This is the cause and effect between him and Yu Yuquan. End of this chapter. Chapter 56 The Unparalleled Kailan please read. Chapter 56 The Unparalleled Kailan please read. After cultivating without sun and moon, He Kunyu's temperament changed drastically after being completely immersed in penance. The nobility and vanity of the son-in-law disappeared, replaced by the perseverance of an ascetic monk. Is the day. The Juxuanmen mountain gate, which has always been dominated by penance, has become completely lively. It turns out that He Qian Xing, who had been in seclusion for many days, came out of seclusion. After learning the news, many true disciples, elders, and sages of the Juxuan sect came out of seclusion one after another. Especially after learning that Kailanzi had already mastered the life-killing sword technique, the entire Juxuan sect was completely in a state of shock. Almost everyone in the Juxuan sect was singing and dancing, and there was laughter and laughter everywhere. It seemed that even the air of the entire mountain sect was filled with the sweet scent of being happy for Kailanzi. Some elders who had experienced being chased by Qingtian Temple in the Northern Wei dynasty like a bereaved dog were even more excited to tears. Venerable Xiantian looked at the high-spirited Kailanzi, and was also excited like never before. Because He felt the life-killing sword intent surging from Kylan's body to the point of overflowing. Or maybe it's because the sword technique has just been completed, and it's still unable to fully control the surging sword intent, so there will inevitably be some spillover. But it was these spillovers that made Venerable Xiantian feel an unprecedented chill. In a daze, Venerable Xiantian seemed to see the shadow of his former senior brother in Kylanzi. Both of them are so high-spirited, peerless in style, confident that they are invincible in the world, their smiles melt thousands of snows, and their bright eyes are filled with thousands of stars. Venerable Suanation's heart was hot, and his throat was a little sore. Good. If he could see such a Kylanza being born in the door, even if he died, he would still have the honor to meet the masters and uncles under the spring. Seeing the fat Venerable Xiantian, He Qianxing hastily rushed over to pay respects. My disciple paid respects to my uncle. Fortunately I lived up to expectations and successfully learned the killing sword art. This is an achievement to be very proud of. As one of the 4 supreme killing sword techniques in the world, the killing sword art is unparalleled in attack. There is no one in the world who can attack it, but the threshold for practice is also extremely high. The only master of Juxuanmen who can completely inherit the sword art of killing life, like him and several other venerables, all practiced only the improved sword manual based on the sword art. Castration is serious. And the root of all this is because the killing intent of the killing sword art is too strong. When the aptitude, character, and potential are not up to the requirements and they are forced to practice, just the backlash can destroy the practitioner. The most serious ones can even lead to going crazy and losing your cultivation. The Zheng family in Tonglan also has a similar problem. There are not many people in each generation who can completely inherit the Juzheng sword art. In many cases, there is no one at all. In order to maintain a deterrent effect at all times, the complete sword techniques practiced by the lord or the ancestor are basically kept secret. Just like Zheng Xiancheng, whoever wants to force him to use all his trump cards will probably have to pay an unimaginable heavy price. Maybe the wind-controlling strongman who can be forced is injured. This is the deterrent power of the world's 4 most powerful killing swords. Those who are qualified to know its power are basically unwilling to face it, while those who are not qualified to know either have never seen it before, or simply dismiss it. Therefore, the competition between Zheng Xiancheng and Mrs. Zhao is really just a matter of points. After the competition, Mrs. Zhao immediately backed down and sent a letter to her in-law Fei Jie immediately. And He Qianxing was able to practice the killing life sword Ju at this age, and the difficulty was no less than that of a practitioner with a candle to break into Yufeng and become one of the best practitioners in the world. Venerable Xiantian squatted slightly, stretched out his hands to help Kylanzi, and said excitedly, good boy, he is worthy of being the future saint of my Juxuanmen Kylanzi." Many spectators around were also excited, and many people who still couldn't get out of the shame of Nandu were so excited that tears filled their eyes. As expected of Kylan Er, a born saint, Juxuanmen will surely flourish again in the future. Maybe it won't be a problem to hit Qingtian Temple directly. After another exchange of pleasantries, Venerable Xiantian smiled and said, Qianxing should go to Yufeng to see that child Qianyu. He has grown a lot recently. He Qianxing bowed his hands and saluted without saying much. There is a price to be paid for growing up. It seems that my younger brother has suffered a lot recently. It's because his elder brother didn't take good care of him. Not long after He Qianxing left, a purple light fell from the sky. Afterwards, a young unicorn appeared on He Qianxing's shoulder. It was very small, about the size of a fist, with a tiger head and a tiger head, very cute. And shortly after the unicorn appeared, King Yun appeared above He Qianxing's head. Deep in the King Yun, some treasure flags, hanging pearls, and golden flowers could even be faintly seen. Seeing this scene, everyone in Juxuanmen became more and more in awe. It seems that the head of the sect didn't have this unparalleled atmosphere back then. She really deserves to be a peerless genius who can attract Kylan to follow her. Who is worthy to drink with her in this world? Thinking of the recent words of Master Xiantian, the Zheng family in Tonglan had a snake boy, who opened the gate of heaven to attract the resonance of heaven and earth, and was born with a big demon with giant horns to follow. They even carried him alone into the Bronze Valley and captured the rare Yaokan flower. They were more or less worried before, but now senior brother Qianxing has come out of seclusion without saying a word, but he has made a decision. Yu Feng. Seeing his brother He Qunyu goodbye again, He Qianxing was filled with emotions. And He Qunyu was completely overwhelmed. In Longmen town, he didn't cry when he heard the drastic changes in the He family, and even wholeheartedly presided over the overall situation, trying his best to reverse the image of the He family. He was defeated miserably at Panlong Mountain, his legs were broken. And his secret book and sword were taken away. All his ambitions were turned into ashes, and he did not cry. He suffered all kinds of hardships in the Yufeng of Juxuanmen and suffered endlessly, but he still didn't cry. But at this time, seeing the third brother who had left the customs, He Qunyu's eyes were directly wet. He deliberately held back. He wanted to tell third brother that he had really grown up and was no longer the playboy he used to be, but somehow his eyes just didn't live up to expectations. After half an hour. Third brother, Yu Yuquan is definitely a formidable enemy. Don't underestimate him. Before he opened the gate of heaven, he casually broke my leg. He Qunyu spoke in great detail, knowing everything he said, and He Qianxing listened very carefully. After He Qunyu finished speaking, He Qianxing said, "Don't worry, third brother, I will never underestimate any enemy." He Qunyu was confused. He knew the prestige and popularity of the third brother, but everyone who met him praised and worshipped him. Can the third brother really not forget his original intention? He Qunyu was deeply touched by this point. When a person listens too much and flatters, he will inevitably become complacent and arrogant. Juxuanmen has too high expectations for third brother. He Qianxing smiled and said, "Xiao Zii told me a lot. Our world is very small." He Qunyu looked at the purple unicorn on his third brother's shoulder, his eyes filled with reverence and envy. Of course. The third brother's words also reminded him a lot. This world is very small, could it be that there are other worlds? He Qianxing, as you guessed, there are big problems in our world. Is this for you? After He Qianxing finished speaking, he took out something and handed it to He Qunyu. He Qunyu was puzzled. This is. Perhaps praying to the sky and dancing can bring God's favor. He Qunyu opened his mouth wide, he couldn't believe it. What? God favors? Could it be that the third brother obtained this method and gained Kylan's favor? He Qunyu's eyes suddenly lit up. In myths and legends, dragons, phoenixes, and unicorns are equally famous. Since there are unicorns, there must also be real dragons and phoenixes. If he learns the dance to pray to the sky, will he be favored by the real dragon? He Qunyu said excitedly, "Xie Sangha, I will never let you down." He Qianxing slightly blamed himself and said, "There is nothing to be disappointed about. You are my blood relative, so you should help me. What's more, you are still my only blood relative now. I should have guided you to practice earlier." He Qunyu's eyes turned red again. He doesn't blame the third brother, it's all because of his poor aptitude, and his disposition was not good back then, all he knows. He Qianxing looked at Jian Yi's direction from a distance, and said in a slightly cold voice, "Our He family in Longmen is not strict in governing the family, let the slaves deceive the upper and lower and harm the village, there is indeed a way to kill, He Yu Yuquan should take revenge. But the laws of heaven are clear, and it is only natural for us brothers to take revenge." He Qunyu nodded heavily. Now he is too lazy to judge each other's right and wrong, all he can do is blood for blood, tooth for tooth. He Zhong, He Chuan, He Yi, everything has been properly handled. He Qianxing nodded. He didn't ask his brother how he dealt with it. He knew this kind of thing without even thinking about it. It was nothing more than killing or selling. He Qunyu, third brother, what are you going to do next? He Qianxing said in high spirits, I have just mastered the art of swordsmanship, and I plan to go north to find someone to ask about swords. He Qianyu's eyes widened in disbelief. He Qianxing smiled and said, look at how scared you are. Although I am confident, how can I not overestimate my abilities? Have you ever heard of Zen Master Yuan Ji of Dade Temple? He Qianyu shook his head. He Qianxing, he is a well-known eminent monk in Dade Temple. At present, a large number of Buddhists are going south collectively to develop believers and expand the temple. Bewitched by his demonic words, many believers are ordained as monks, wantonly donating their family property, bringing disaster to the country and the people. As a third-generation disciple of the Juxian sect, I must take action. He Qianyu nodded, but he didn't quite understand. The Buddhist bald donkeys had done too much harm to the Jin dynasty and forced many aristocratic families to rush south in a hurry. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be bewitched by those thief bald donkeys anymore, right? In the past, he might have only thought that the people were stupid, but since he learned about Yu Yuquan's existence, his views on the people at the bottom have changed somewhat. He Qianyu, third brother, you might want to lower your profile during this trip and listen to the people's opinions. He Qianxing was surprised, but nodded. A few days later, He Qianxing went north to prevent the expansion of Buddhism under the expectant eyes of many in the Dajin practice circle. For He Qianxing's trip, all the practitioners were full of expectations and paid attention to the whole process. In the current mainstream value system of the Jin dynasty, metaphysics is the mainstream, and all the nobles and literati consider it noble to talk about metaphysics and Taoism. While talking about mysteries, removing Buddha is even more politically correct. It's a pity that the Buddhism of this era is really too powerful, especially the head of the Qingtian temple, the Huguo Zen master of the Northern Wei dynasty, is really too powerful. The high-end combat power can barely maintain a balance, but the middle and low levels are far behind. In a short period of time, the Jin dynasty has been defeated many times and can only settle down. As expected of He Kailan, although he ranks 11th in the inner sect of Juxuanmen, he can already carry the banner at such a young age. Thinking of the 10-year agreement and decisive battle at the top of the imperial city that have been widely circulated recently, many practitioners can't help feeling disgusted. Micro-man, who I go? We can't let them choose a treacherous and evil snake boy instead of Kailan, right? Many nobles are filled with hatred when they think of Yu Yuquan's bad intentions. What he did wrong that time was like the root of all evil, directly polluting the water source of the entire Dajin. What's even more disgusting is that in a short period of time, they seem to be unable to do anything against the thief. As long as Yu Yuquan claims to be Yu Juli, even if it is an open secret, few forces dare to lift the cover. It's all because Yu Juli is an outsider, a disciple of Zheng Xiancheng, the lord of Tonglan Zheng's 9 heavens subduing demons. P.S. Thanks to Zhonghui Feng, and I always like to be in a daze for the reward of 100 starting coins, Aligato. End of this chapter. Chapter 57, Stormy Fenglin Crossing. Please read. Chapter 57, Stormy Fenglin Crossing. Please read. In the rustling autumn rain, the maple falls and the sky is cold. Gradually the frost wind is bleak and tight, and the evening rain sprinkles the river and the sky. Fenglinduin. Looking at the misty rain and the red maple leaves covering the ground, Yu Yuquan couldn't help but feel emotional. After merging with Dragon Ball, he and Feng Yu became more and more destined. This ferry is not that big, even far smaller than the pier of Zheng's waterside villa. The passenger flow is relatively small, and there is only one wooden boat that is not particularly large. But it is such a small ferry. Due to the remote and dangerous road section, there is almost no alternative ferry for dozens of miles around, and guests continue to arrive. And because of this sudden autumn rain, it even caused rare congestion at the ferry. He and his master were trapped at this ferry for only 2 or 3 days, when a team of escorts, a young monk, the upcoming vulgar governor and his beautiful concubine arrived. There is nothing to say about the dart team, they are all masters of the rivers and lakes, and they have a lot of kung fu. It is suspected that the dummy dart with a high degree of secrecy is being bet, and they are very cautious throughout the whole process. It looks like everyone is a green forest hero who wants to rob the dart, with an appearance of not being close to strangers. This also caused everyone in the inn to be very smart and too lazy to talk to these escorts. The governor was also accompanied by a group of stewards and guards, which was very impressive. As for the most special one, he is a young hero, who seems to be a humble scholar who has defected to the governor. Feather fan silk scarf, elegant and suave, from Yu Yuquan's perspective, it seems to have some meaning to the concubine that the governor carries with him. And the most interesting one belongs to the young monk, with a handsome face, giving people a sense of cleanliness, purity, kindness, and compassion. Wearing a tattered linen monk's robe, he looked a bit down and out, much like a poor monk with no status. But in fact, this Mai monk has a very high level of cultivation. Yu Yuquan guessed that this monk was probably an ascetic monk from a temple in the Northern Wei dynasty who went south to promote Buddhism. I have to admit that faith is indeed amazing in some aspects. Especially when a religion is still in the rising stage of pioneering, those missionaries all have great ideals and great perseverance. They are willing to endure hardships for the faith in their hearts. This is a bit like Xuanzang's journey to the East in his previous life to learn Buddhist scriptures, overcome many difficulties, and narrowly escape death, which is of very positive significance. If you count their masters and apprentices, this little Fenglindu has a rare competence that is a bit high. It was the arrival of these river crossers with different identities and classes one after another that made Fenglindu, this small fairy, slowly become lively. Of course, if the master and apprentice didn't mind being trapped, strictly speaking, the wind, rain and turbulence wouldn't be able to truly trap them both. In the view of his master Zheng Xiancheng, Yu Yuquan's practice of the sort of overturning clouds and rain is naturally related to wind and rain. This fairy and this wind and rain are undoubtedly an excellent practice experience. Therefore, both master and apprentice were trapped in this Fenglindu willingly by the wind and rain. Because they came earlier, the master and the apprentice occupied a better guest room, and as far as the eye can see, there is an endless misty river. Maybe it's already late autumn, but it adds a bit of desolation and coldness. At this moment, the voice of reciting poems sounded in Yu Yuquan's ears. Mu Yu is good to let the boat go, the light wind makes the waves late. The place where the guest stays in the deep bamboo, when the maple falls to enjoy the cool. The sun mixes ice water, and the beauty snows lotus root. The black on the head of the cloud should be the rain urging the poem. Note. Yu Yuquan followed the prestige, and suddenly saw Pang Bai Pang, Inspector Pang Bai Pang, who was fat and short, and looked a bit like a monkey, was shaking his head and reciting poems. And the object of his pretentiousness is surprisingly the beautiful concubine next to him, who is holding an oil paper umbrella with a graceful figure and a light waist. I saw that she had black hair and a lazy bun. A branch was inserted diagonally in her dark hair, which made her long neck appear. The indescribable romance arouses infinite reverie. And hearing the committed lord recite poems for her affectionately, the beauty's beautiful eyes look forward to melodiously, with indescribable affectionate grace. Seeing this, Yu Yuquan felt a little helpless to complain. She sighed that the governor had no limit to pretending to be coquettish, and he didn't even know what he was doing, but also admired his good acting skills as a little concubine holding an umbrella. Does this little concubine know how good the governor's lord is at writing poems? No, she knows very well. Because not long ago, the governor Pang wrote an awesome and peerless poem. Fenglin Ferry, Ferry Lin Feng, there is a broken boat at the Fenglin Ferry. There is an old man on the broken boat, limping and half-bald. Yu Yuquan immediately doubted life after listening to it. The level of this poem is comparable to that of Zhang Zongcheng in the previous Republic of China. What made him even more doubtful about his life was that this young woman was able to interpret the poem with infinite meaning. For example, a few words in the first half describe the dilapidation and decline of Fenglindu, The broken boat and the lame bald old man show that he cares about the national economy and the people's livelihood, and loves the people like a son. As soon as the woman said this, Lord Inspector was taken aback. After savoring it for a while, the aftertaste is endless. Is he so talented in writing this poem? Worrying about the national economy and people's livelihood, ah yes, the little beauty really guessed it right. Governor Peng turned around and rewarded the old man punting with a piece of silver, which made the old man shed tears of gratitude. Yu Yuquan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know what to say for a moment. This concubine is very well-rounded and has excellent acting skills. She knows how to please a man very well. She can turn a black man into a white man with just one lip. She is not a good person in the traditional sense. But he seemed kind-hearted, and while making the master happy with his small mouth, he also gained substantial benefits for the boss of the ship. Can't make people hate it. The woman holding the umbrella must have known that the poem was plagiarized by the governor's aide Liu Hung, but her performance was flawless. The water-sharp eyes were filled with admiration and tenderness, and the governor who was bathing in the monkey and crowned was very pleased. But no matter what, he could still see that Governor Peng and his staff Liu Hung were happy about the rain. Especially for staff member Liu Hung, this visit to encourage poetry gave him an excellent opportunity to perform. After getting excited, Peng Jiashi directly pulled the beauty in his arms into the house. But Liu Hung, the staff member, was in trouble. Not long ago, he was so excited that the clouds and rain inspired poems, but in an instant he became miserable. The bitter wine enters the throat and the heart hurts, and Ye Viang does not have her in the dream. I think he is full of talent, but he is under this idiot governor. How can he be inferior to me? Of course. Equally anxious was the escort team, headed by Mr. Zhang, who repeatedly came to the ferry to watch the sky and the rain. However, he did not have the leisurely elegance of Governor Peng and Staff Officer Liu. The purpose of watching the rain was to see if the continuous autumn rain had any intention of stopping. Seeing the continuous rain, the head of the bearded bodyguard was even more frowning, as if everyone owed him millions of dollars. During this process, the bearded man asked the boat boss more than once if he could cross the river, but the boat boss just shook his head repeatedly. His little dilapidated boat really didn't dare to cross the river in the stormy weather. Maybe it was just a loss of man and boat. As for the calmest ones, they still belonged to Yu Yuquan, his master and his apprentice, and the monk in sackcloth. Faced with the miserable wind and rain, the monk in sackcloth remained calm, chanting sutras and doing homework on time every day. As a result, in Fenglinduin, the sound of monks knocking on wooden fish can be heard every morning and evening. Besides doing his homework every day, Yu Yuquan also spends more time watching the rain and water. The wind, rain, and endless turbulence are more like opportunities for enlightenment to him. It can only be said that the feelings between people are not connected. Julie, when will you be able to comprehend Shi? Anytime. Yu Yuquan said very confidently. For most practitioners, understanding Shi is the key threshold for stepping from the Tianmen realm to the Qi-Ying realm. It's like breaking through the gate of heaven in the first level, and the key to practicing in the second level is to use potential to more efficiently refine all kinds of precious energy that you eat. For Yu Yuquan, who has the ability to look inwards and observe himself, there is no secret to him about the inhalation and transformation of vitality, the amount of vitality, the state of the flow of energy in the meridians, the restrained accumulation of momentum, and the explosive release. Zheng Xiancheng, then don't pierce that layer of window paper for now, and start to refine the precious energy exchanged along the way. Are you going to start breathing right now, and you don't use momentum to refine it? Yu Yuquan didn't understand Master's arrangement for a while. Because it violated the common sense of practice in essence. Note, adapted from Du Fu's Bringing a Prostitute to Enjoy the Coolness and Rain at Night. End of this chapter. Chapter 58, Collecting the Source Qi of Heaven and Earth. Please read. Chapter 58, collecting the source chi of heaven and earth. Please read. You don't need to say too much as a teacher. I think you also have the determination to defeat He Kailan at all costs, don't you? Yes. There is nothing much to say about this. Between him and He Kailan, only one person is destined to live forever in the world. Yu Yuquan didn't know what He Qianxing was doing at this moment, but he knew that he must be making great strides forward. As a latecomer, if Yu Yuquan wants to catch up with him, he must run longer and faster than him. Zheng Xiancheng, He Kailan opened the heavenly gate and attracted the Juxuanmen saint to personally accept his disciples. No one knows the exact number of inches of the heavenly gate. It is at least 100 inches, and perhaps the limit reaches an astonishing 108 inches. Yu Yuquan looked solemn. He himself opened the Tianmen gate inches, so he naturally knew how amazing the speed of cultivation was when he reached this height. Zheng Xiancheng said solemnly, my Zheng family background is far inferior to Juxuanmen. He Kailan not only has the resources of Juxuanmen, but also a saint master. These are all disciples that my Zheng family cannot give you. We must face up to it. Gap. Yu Yuquan nodded, feeling heavy in his heart. Compared with He Kailan, his only advantage at present may be that he has been bathed in dragon blood and integrated with a complete dragon ball. And Senior Long obviously doesn't want to grow seedlings. The release of Dragon Ball's potential is a slow and long process, and he will not forcibly increase his height in a short period of time. At present, it is more like a treasure to assist enlightenment. At the same time, He Kailan was accompanied by a purple unicorn, and no one knew what opportunities and adventures the purple unicorn could bring him. What's more, the level of combat power is not entirely determined by oneself, but also related to the weapons one possesses. This is called the life magic weapon, and it is even more important when it comes to the realm of divine treasure. Presumably Juxuanmen will find a way to prepare the best for He Kailan. In this regard, Yu Yuquan can only find a way by himself. He can't rely too much on Zheng's after all. After all, there is an essential difference between a family bound by blood and a sect bound by orthodoxy. The gap between him and He Kailan was bigger than imagined. Zheng Xiancheng looked at the surging river in front of him, and said, so, Julie, you must do something that the predecessors failed to do. Yes. Yu Yuquan also agrees with this point, but he also has doubts in his heart. He doesn't know what is the thing that the master said that the predecessors failed to do. In addition, if the predecessors have not been able to do it, doesn't that mean that he needs to clear the way? Yu Yuquan couldn't help frowning. The risk of clearing the way is too great, almost no different from gambling. He has repeatedly warned himself not to gamble lightly, but it seems that he has no other choice. Also ask Master to teach me. Zheng Xiancheng smiled. He also took his apprentice all the way to this plan, and finally made the decision after carefully examining the apprentice's character, wisdom, and perseverance. Put all one's eggs in one basket. It was a huge gamble not only for Yu Yuquan, but also for him and the Tonglan Zheng family, all because there were so many resources that needed to be invested. The master and apprentice walked all the way, and he also inspected the whole journey, both to inspect and to convince himself. Zheng Xuanquan's eyes were as sharp as a sword and said, I don't know how long after the collapse of the three holy gates, some ancient monuments appeared one after another in the world, recording an invincible road on them. This incident caused a huge sensation at the time. Sanchenman Yu Yuquan knew that Master had mentioned it to him during his travels. The invincible power that nearly ruled the world more than 1,000 years ago is now the younger brother of Juxuanmen and Qingtian Temple. But for some reason it collapsed overnight, and there were very few records about it afterwards. Except for some great forces that have been passed down for a long time, few people know about the three sacred gates nowadays. In some rumors, the cause of the collapse of the Sansheng Gate was even pointed at the Juxuan Gate. The truth is unknown and shrouded in layers of fog. Invincible Road. Sanchenman left behind? Or is this invincible road the reason why the three holy gates collapsed? At this moment, Yu Yuquan thought a lot, especially thinking of Senior Long who was trapped, and the fairy and woman who gave Senior Long his life and body. The water in this world may be deeper than he imagined. But it is precisely because of this that it is even more necessary to truly take the strongest path in cultivation, so that you will not be influenced at any time and have the right to choose at any time. Zheng Xiancheng, during this legendary journey, you need to collect a mouthful of heaven and earth origin qi in the Tianmen realm, so as to completely mark the Tianmen with the mark of I, so that the energy in the body will completely form the brand of the self. Yu Yuquan frowned. In my mind, I subconsciously came up with the golden toad watching the moon and swallowing qi method of Juxuanmen, and the Zhengzufo Lihoqi longevity method inherited from Zheng's family, and the 9-like body cultivation tree accidentally obtained by my master Zheng Xiancheng. Among these exercises, the emphasis is different. The core of the golden toad watching the moon and swallowing qi method is the meaning of swallowing the moon. While subduing the qi and cultivating the yuan power, it also accumulates the spirit. It is unique in consolidating the foundation and is very profound. The Zhengzhufa 6 qi immortality method complies with the principle of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. The sun and the moon are waxing and waning. Compared with the golden toad watching the moon and swallowing qi method, it has more changes in the 6 qi, making it relatively easier to advance. Especially after entering the realm of Shenzang, it is easier to take pictures of the inside and outside of the world. As for Zhu health cultivation spectrum, it puts more emphasis on the comprehension of health cultivation and potential, which is obviously narrower, but it also has very clever merits. But no matter which secret book Yu Yuquan has seen so far, there is no record of origin qi. Yu Yuquan, since it is an invincible road with documented history, and it is suspected to be related to the 3 holy sects of the former overlord sect, why has no one ever been able to actually get out? According to the records, the conditions are too harsh. Zheng Xiancheng said rather helplessly, first of all, the size of the open heaven gate must be at least 81 inches, secondly, all kinds of precious qi must be completely refined without comprehending the situation, thirdly, theoretically, this mouthful of source qi must create something out of nothing. And it has not yet been explored how to create something out of nothing. Yu Yuquan. The conditions are indeed harsh, and quite false. Could it be that someone is using speculation to deceive future generations? This is like the Great Shift. The creators have not been able to practice it, and the subsequent realm has only made a theory out of thin air that may or may not work without any verification. Zheng Xiancheng immediately guessed Yu Yuquan's thoughts and said, theoretically there is no problem. Many geniuses have tried to take this path, and even achieved quite impressive results. But the last step has never been completely completed. Step over. Zheng Xiancheng said frankly that he would not harm his apprentice. In the exploration of this path, not only he has been pursued by practitioners throughout the ages, some have even almost succeeded. Mrs. Zheng once told him that the sage of the 9 profound gate stayed in the first realm for a long time, and he should be trying to walk this invincible path. Later, He Kailan also stayed for a long time under the guidance of the Juxuanmen saint. Even if He Kailan didn't completely succeed, he still made huge progress and success. Zheng Xiancheng told Yu Yuquan that in the exploration of this road, a second best method has been developed. That is to go to the last step of refining the source qi of heaven and earth, and then take a mouthful of very high-level source qi, so as to let one's cultivation level skyrocket. Like He Kailan, he is very likely to collect and refine the source energy of the purple unicorn, and then completely connect himself with such auspicious beasts as the Kailan. There are also weaker ones, like the Zheng family's uncle who was named Ming Shan Diosuo 100 years ago. He successfully extracted a mouthful of mountain monster's origin energy, and since then laid the foundation of invincibility, and his cultivation base has skyrocketed. At that time, there were only a handful of people who dared to fight, and some even called him number 1 among the saints. Yu Yuquan was speechless. Is it possible to achieve this level just by refining a mouthful of the mountain demon's heaven and earth vitality? Think about defeat before winning. Then wouldn't he be able to gather at least a mouthful of true dragon's source energy, and even if he couldn't really take the last step, he could still compete with Kylan? Yu Yuquan said firmly, Master, I have decided to go this way. Zhang Xiancheng smiled and nodded. Seek what is above, get what is below, seek what is below, and get nothing from what is below. Regardless of whether you can achieve it or not, at least have high ambitions. In his opinion, even if Yu Yuquan could not truly extract the original energy of heaven and earth, he could at least extract the original energy of the giant horned viper. At that time, the combat power will also increase a lot, which can narrow the gap with He Kylan. As for other gaps, we can only think of other ways to make up for it. Then, Zhang Xiancheng handed Yu Yuquan a large number of books. Among them are very old tortoise shells, jade books, animal skin books printed from unknown sources, some bamboo slips, silks, and some yellowed ancient books. There are dozens of books in total, and most of them are originals. It can be seen that the time span is very large, and many of them can be regarded as orphans and antiques. For example, Yu Yuquan's most primitive tortoise shell and jade books are basically difficult to understand. The writing is in the same line as the current writing, but there are still some differences after all. Fortunately, there are many annotations on the original manuscripts. By comparing the original manuscripts with the annotations, Yu Yuquan finally roughly understood the meaning of these ancient texts. That being the case, the closer to the current ancient books, the easier it is to understand. The yellowed ancient book basically explains the author's understanding of the path to extracting the source energy of heaven and earth. He even believes that the vitality of the heaven and the earth can be traced back to its origin, and they are all essentially the same, and they are all some kind of extremely tiny particles. The reason why different types of heaven and earth vitality are represented is that the vitality of heaven and earth is contaminated by all things. The essence of this way is to absorb and refine the origin chi of heaven and earth, so that it can gradually return to its original source. It's a bit like absorption, compression, and purification, but the amount required is very large, and the amount of work is not even something that ordinary people can complete. The first threshold of this road is the need to open the gate of heaven by more than 81 inches, and the core is also the requirement in terms of volume. But even at this level, theory is still theory, and ordinary practitioners can hardly complete it. After all, a person's lifespan has a limit, and it's not worth spending so much time and energy on being the strongest in the world. Various conjectures and arguments followed, and Yu Yuquan felt that they were quite reasonable. But soon he saw another silk book with almost the opposite idea. This book believes that the essence of extracting and refining the origin of the heaven and earth is to imprint the brand of the self on the Tianmen, and it also emphasizes that creating something out of nothing must find a way to endow the heaven and earth vitality and one's own strength with character. Practitioners can only be truly unique if they have the breath of their own self. For example, completely transforming the ordinary vitality of heaven and earth into a bit of arrogance, cleanness, and righteousness of heaven and earth is like giving souls to the origin of heaven and earth. This idea also has some truth, but it is still incredibly difficult to realize it. The yuan li in each monk's body does have a different breath, just like the taste of yuan li is very different between a monk who is good at fire and a monk who is good at water. But it is even more difficult to endow yuan li with a character and soul, and even the author of this book has no method left. It can only be regarded as an idea. As for other interpretations, they are even more strange, making Yu Yuquan dumbfounded. It is obviously a very short inscription, but the understanding is completely different. But at this moment, Yu Yuquan suddenly felt a line of words appear in front of him. Seeing this line of text, Yu Yuquan was stunned for a moment, but then he was ecstatic. P.S. Thanks to Wan Wanxiang and shooting to the sky for the 100 starting coin reward, thanks, Omega. End of this chapter. Chapter 59. Think carefully about the extreme horror and the worldly atmosphere. Chapter 59. Think carefully about the extreme horror and the worldly atmosphere. Discover the trace of the avenue. The name of Dao Mark, Heaven and Earth Origin Chi Extraction and Refining Method. Collecting all the Tao Mark carrying objects, you can recreate the true form of the Tao in the Longzhou cave, summon the bright time in the sky, and understand the Tao and the Dharma. Containers of Dao Marks, rubbings of Tianbei, map of Suangi's treasure offering, 23 volumes of jade books, bamboo slips, volumes of silk scripts, ancient books, a wisp of red dust. Yu Yuquan couldn't help being slightly startled when he saw the required Dao Mark carrier. All because of these loads, except for the various ancient books that his master gave him, the rest of his request is just an array of red dust. This is a bit too weird. After all, when the Dragon Ball cave opens the empty bright time, all the Dao Mark carrying objects will be turned into dust. But now it's the master who gave him so many ancient books, all the Dao Mark carrying objects needed by Dragon Ball cave heaven include them all. It always feels as if someone exists in the dark, intending to use his hands to destroy these ancient books. Delusion? If his intuition is correct, then it is really frightening to think carefully. Are there opposing forces secretly playing games with each other? Seeing Yu Yuquan frowning slightly, Zheng Xiancheng couldn't help asking, "What's the confusion?" Yu Yuquan looked at the unknown animal skin in his hand and asked, "Master, does he know what kind of animal skin this is? Does the Zheng family have other rubbings?" Zheng Xiancheng was slightly surprised, and was shocked by Yu Yuquan's intuition again. "Your senses are really keen. The nameless animal skin and the ancient tortoise shell were obtained from the ruins by my ancestors of the Zheng family. We have also tried copying and rubbing, but almost all of them are seriously distorted." Zheng Xiancheng told Yu Yuquan about the experiments and speculations made by the ancestors of the Zheng family in the past dynasties. The rubbing itself may really contain some unknown secret, and this secret may also be the key to successfully extracting that mouthful of heaven and earth origin chi. But unfortunately, Zheng's research for many years has not yielded any results, and speculation has slowly become nothing more than speculation. If Yu Yuquan hadn't told him this time, he might have forgotten that his father had told him similar secrets. Zheng Xiancheng was thoughtful. He knew that this little apprentice Yu Yuquan had a secret, maybe he had discovered something, which made him very excited. Once the little apprentice successfully harvested the first breath of Genesis Chi in the world, it would simply be a memorabilia that would shine brightly in the annals of cultivation. The whole world must accept the favor of the little apprentice and Mrs. Zheng. Are there any concerns? Yu Yuquan thought for a while and said truthfully, "I feel that there is something I need in the nameless animal skin. Breaking through at a critical moment may cause damage to the animal skin, tortoise shell, and other ancient books." Yu Yuquan is not exaggerating. In fact, in this era, books are extremely precious. Anyone who damages and sells the family's collection of books will be permanently nailed to the pillar of shame. What's more, these books are family heirlooms that have been passed down by the Tonglan Zheng family for who knows how many years. Especially things like nameless animal skins and ancient tortoise shells, which are extremely valuable and are an important part of the family's heritage. Zheng Xuanquan's face froze slightly, and his brows were involuntarily furrowed. This ancient book is really a family heirloom that has been handed down for many generations, and it even contains a lot of memories of him and his ancestors. Although there are still some copies in the family, but like the nameless animal skin and the tortoise shell book, they are the only ones. They are the only original copies that really contain artistic conception and secrets, and are priceless treasures. However, after a short balance, Zheng Xiancheng seriously warned, "As long as you can succeed, these costs are worth it." Yu Yuquan immediately understood and solemnly expressed his gratitude to Master. Of course, he also understood the subtext of the Master's words. It would be best if he succeeded. If he failed and the ancient books were damaged, there might be some trouble. Even if the Master is willing to help him bear these troubles, it is unlikely that things will be so simple. It was also a major blow to his reputation. In the future, Master wanted to continue to give him more resources, and it would be much more difficult to convince the Zheng clan members than it is now. Yu Yuquan understands what Master means, and also understands that Master's contributions cannot be taken for granted, so he must succeed. Then, Yu Yuquan asked Master about the mortal spirit. This is too vain. The qi of the mortal world, the qi of fireworks, and the meaning of the mortal world are words that are often mentioned in everyone's mouth, but when it comes to specific explanations, it is difficult to explain them clearly. It is in the true sense. People use it every day without knowing it. Zhang Xiancheng did not answer rashly, but began to think carefully. At this moment, he recalled his own growth experience, and thought of the experience of hiding his name in the world when he was a teenager. In his opinion, the so-called mortal air may be the various states of the world. Living in the mortal world, it is inevitable for people to be contaminated by all kinds of worldly things, and they may even be bound by the shackles of the world and find it difficult to escape. Therefore, the vast majority of practitioners will detach themselves from the world and let themselves be in a pure place to obtain a pure heart. The little apprentice asked this: is it possible that mining and refining this mouthful of heaven and earth origin qi is related to the world of mortals? In other words, Hongchen qi, Hongchen yi is also a part of the source energy of heaven and earth? Zhang Xiancheng suddenly felt enlightened. Life between the heaven and the earth is originally a part of the heaven and the earth. How can there be no mortal energy if the source energy of the heaven and the earth is collected? Zhang Xiancheng thought for a while and said, isn't this little Fenglindu a world of mortals? Maybe you can look at it with your heart. Yes. Yu Yuquan immediately calmed down, and began to observe and understand everything about Fenglindu more attentively. The governor, Pang Bai, was in a good mood with a beautiful woman as his companion, and he recited another poem that day. All the bodyguards shook their heads, and the grumpy bearded bodyguard, who was already in an extremely bad mood, couldn't help but hide in the room and cursed secretly. This dog official recites poems and makes mistakes at every turn, without any self-knowledge, and his 7-year-old son can do better than this. Of course. The bearded bodyguard and other bodyguards only dared to hide in the dark and scold secretly. They mostly vented their anxiety and dissatisfaction. Only then did Yu Yuquan realize that their escort trip was not only extremely valuable, but they had also agreed on a time limit in advance. If the schedule is missed due to heavy rain, their entire bodyguard agency may be over for this trip. And that little concubine who looks a bit lazy and springy, has always been so superb in acting skills. She can make Pang Jiaxi's coaxing smile happily in the first second, and can change her face in an instant in the next second, sitting alone in the small window dejected before.